All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz. Michael D. Shaw is here, as is our habit on Thursdays. I was just talking with Michael about the fact that I'm now attending Arizona State University at Tempe online. I'm in Boston, um, working toward another degree in sociology, and I'm simultaneously writing a book about sociology and using the assignments as part of the book and my
Yeah.
analysis of them. It makes it a little easier.
Yeah.
Um, but they have these meetings on Zoom at this time, which is why Michael and I are going to change the time of the show maybe earlier in the day. But the one of the guests, I guess, hosting one of these meetings, which is called quote "Seeking Justice," and I don't know if I want to talk about it too much, is Adrian Fontes. Now, I believe that he is either the Attorney General or the Secretary of State, who is very liberal. And I'm going to ask him in very polite terms, because I don't want to get kicked out of school, exactly what is Maricopa County and Arizona generally doing about ensuring that voters are legal residents of the country, citizens, because the Constitution says that non-citizens cannot vote in a federal election. And I know that's going to be like throwing a hand grenade, that question. I remember years ago, I'm not going to say how this happened, but I was on a Zoom call with Jocelyn Benson, who is on the cover of today's show. She's the Secretary of State of Michigan. And this was when they were doing the counting before this was 2020. And I asked her how, as Secretary of State, and they assumed a very friendly group, right? I mean, people that were going to cheer. I just very innocently and mildly asked whether or not she, as Secretary of State, was going to do a full audit of Wayne County, which is Detroit. Given the
Massively
fact,
corrupt.
yes,
Massively.
and it's given the fact that they were counting as we spoke, and that they had put up these big pizza boxes and cardboard in the window to keep people from looking in, and that there were major questions on the part of the electorate regarding the honesty of that count. And her head looked like it was going to explode when I asked that question. I mean, it
I mean,
changed
like
the
that
whole
scene from the movie Scanners that really did explode.
boom. I mean,
Yeah,
her
right.
eyes looked like they were bugging out of her head. And she's a very attractive woman, and that's why I think one of the reasons why they put someone like that there. But she did not expect that at all. This was a friendly group, and it changed the whole tenor of the conversation after that. And so I mean, I hope that I don't have that kind of a reaction, but this is obviously a subject that's not only interesting to me as a citizen, but to all of us. We are entering into another federal election. Apparently, in Michigan, Benson and Nessel, it's now been confirmed that they covered up one of the biggest voter fraud scandals in the history of that state in 2020.
And by the way, that's saying something. No,
Yeah,
I mean,
really.
let me give you a little background on that.
Yeah.
The funny thing about Wayne County is that it was always corrupt, and it very quickly changed from white corruption to black corruption. But
Mm.
the corruption never changed.
Right. I mean, it's just another political machine runs that city. I mean, it's a corrupt Democrat machine
Yeah.
that I think we could take a look at the evidence that's driven that city right into the ground. And this was that up until the late into the 50s, Detroit was like was a showcase for America. I mean, Motor City, it was one of those great shining American metropolises. And it's like you now have entire blocks which are completely empty, and the city is just devastated. Now, I can't
At
put
one
all the
time,
blame for that
at one
on them.
time,
Yeah.
just and this was not well publicized. At one time, there was such a problem with crime and with lack of population density that they couldn't even get supermarkets to come in to Detroit because if you considered the crime, you consider the fact that the number of people that live per square mile or whatever, so it got completely ruined.
Yeah.
And you're talking about a city that had a fairly famous orchestra, art museum, and
Oh yeah.
whatnot, and
The
just
Rensen. No, it's
yeah,
a world-class city. This would be like any city, just completely decimated and utterly transformed downward. And this class, which I'm now taking, is it's real far left, and it's all about racism and whiteness. They do a module on. I mean, it's really an interesting firsthand look at stuff that I've been talking about for many years, going back to my shows with Sam Blumenfeld, the late Sam Blumenfeld, which is the condition of education. Now I'm going to get a firsthand front row look at it, and I'm going to report on it. I hope they don't kick me out for that, but I don't think I'm not going to mention anything that's proprietary here. I'm simply going to do commentary. So, going back to the subject of the upcoming election, I'm going to mention one scenario that I think could happen. I think that Trump is crushing it right now. I mean, all these polls are lies. I mean, he is, I think that he's on his way to a major victory. And I think when this starts to become public, and when all the lying about the polls is no longer flying, I think what's going to happen is that suddenly Joe Biden is going to show up dead. That's what I think is going to happen.
really,
Yeah. I mean, they have to do something. I mean, they've already tried to knock off Trump, as we know. But I think that
for what purpose though? A sympathy vote, or
they'll
what?
get a double boost. Number one, they'll put Harris in the presidency. She'll be the incumbent, the first Black woman, all of that. Big publicity push. Plus, it'll give them direct control over a major, huge apparatus. Secondly, they're going to have like a sympathy week or two for Biden. Already, Nancy Pelosi wants to have him carved on Mount Rushmore, right? I mean, it's going to be like the great and glorious leader of the free world and the greatest president since Washington and blah, blah, blah. And I think that'll drown out, they assume, anything else. I mean, it'll be like, it'll run them. We'll never hear the end of it right up till election day. So that's what I think is going to be the play. I mean, if all else fails.
That's very interesting. Yeah.
And all I can say is that I hope Joe Biden is watching his tea. Yeah, I hope that he's got to stay secure, because need we say more than the Clintons, right? I don't want to go into that subject. I do delve into that a little bit in my book, Assassination in America, but let's not go there other than to just mention the names of the Clintons and leave it at that. The point is that, yes, I mean, this is, we're talking here about major power and holding on to it and doing whatever is needed to do to make sure that happens, especially in terms of keeping out somebody like Trump. And now Trump has created this seismic shift in politics. Possibly, I think that it was Stephen Miller, one of his aides, who's a really solid person. He compared it to he said it's the biggest political realignment since the Reconstruction, in that you now have a national unity party coming in, opposing both the Uniparty, Rhino, and Democrat parties. And that's happened since the announcement by RFK Jr. that he is supporting Trump and campaigning for Trump. And then you have Tulsi Gabbard, and you've got Elon Musk, and you've got J.D. Vance, and you've got Tucker Carlson. These people have all come together. This is like a super team. I mean, they're gonna come in and really kick ass. I mean, these are like solid, heroic individuals that really are transcending the old alignment. It transcends left and right, because some of them are certainly classically on the left, particularly Kennedy, and it transcends Democrat and Republican. And Trump himself has always said, and he said in his inaugural, that he's not interested in both parties. He's interested in returning power to the people and not doing the old kind of party politics. And so you see this very powerful and I think exciting administration already forming. I mean, the Trump sons are both involved. They're both solid people, and a bunch of other people. I mean, it's going to come out that I understand that even Cornell West is endorsing Trump now.
Well, he felt really betrayed by
Right.
the way he was. Apparently, he had a shot on getting on the ballot in a couple of states, and they did some behind-the-scenes chicanery. Uh, and they're being exposed as just total criminals. All right.
Oh yeah.
On the one hand, they were fighting to keep people on the ballot.
Yeah, like like RFK in
RFK.
Michigan and Wisconsin.
Yeah.
He's removed his name, but they're keeping him on the ballot. But
Yeah.
they're trying to get him off the ballot in New York. Just in those states, they want to keep him on. I mean, it's so obviously corrupt. And now you say, I mean, Cornell West has said that they tried to bribe him. They tried to
Yes.
offer him a cabinet position. Tulsi Gabbard, the day after she criticized Harris, all of a sudden her name is on a watch list. Can you imagine that? I mean,
Yes.
she mentioned this when she was with Trump at the honoring the veterans who died in Afghanistan. And this is it's getting downright scary. I mean, they're using so blatantly
Well,
the organs
let
of
me
power.
interrupt. It's scary in one sense, but encouraging in the other. And I'll tell you why. They've always been doing this kind of crap. But
Right,
now that they're so desperate that they're just out there doing it, flagrantly putting Tulsi Gabbard on some sort of watch list,
right.
playing these
Yeah, like
ridiculous,
she's a terrorist.
yeah, on the ballot or off the ballot, depending on what state. Um, these are all these behind the scenes tricks that now that they're feeling so threatened that they actually have to just do this in the open. To me, that's almost a good sign.
It's who knows what they're going to do though. I mean, you've got Merrick Garland now publicly saying that they're not going to tolerate anyone questioning the election coming up. There's a video now with not to harp on her, but Jocelyn Benson sitting at her desk saying the same thing. Don't try to challenge certifying this next election because if you do, we're going to go after you. I mean, did you see this? It's
Yes.
posted on the Gateway Pundit. I mean,
Here again, Chuck, it's the same thing. That's a sign of utter desperation.
and when she says it, you can see she looks absolutely crazed.
Yeah.
It's just the expression.
They realize that the little run is coming to an end. That it's one thing to have. Let's take a Dick Daley situation. Yeah, he was always corrupt, but on the other hand, the crime was relatively low. The snow was removed. But now, when corruption is all you have to sell, it's not real sympathetic, And
No.
I believe they're seeing that the rug is being pulled out from under them. And all these scoundrels, Biden, Pelosi, Jocelyn Benton, you can name them all. Maybe their time is finally coming to an end.
Hallelujah.
And
but they ain't going to go down easy.
yeah,
I mean, we don't know what could happen between now and Election Day. It's really, they're already setting things up. You've got those two knuckleheads, Elias and Weissman. I follow them both on Twitter. I mean, he spills the beans on the lawsuits they're filing to keep, dead people on the ballot, and they're trying to get rid of the Georgia election board because they're staffed by Trump supporters. We can't have that. MAGA people, they have to be removed, mainly because they have now exposed the fact that Georgia has something like 200,000 votes that were should not have been counted in the 2020 election.
Right.
Exactly what Trump was talking about, by the way. And that now you also, and I don't know much about this, but Rudolph Giuliani is talking about this on his podcast. And I'm not going to get into details here, but there are three whistleblowers at Dominion Software, and that they say that that Dominion Software literally handed 1.5 to 2 million votes to Biden. And Dominion Software, from my understanding, the chairman of the board is married to Biden's sister. They're also very connected to Soros. I mean, they have international connections. They pull this kind of crap in other countries. And if you say anything about them, you face major lawsuit. That's why I'm being very reluctant. I don't know what this is about, and I'm not. Yeah, I mean, I feel nervous even talking about them because probably that's the center of this whole rotten mess.
Well, maybe the center, but it's been a corrupt enterprise going back, let's be honest, to Aaron Burr, for God's sake.
Exactly. That was a stolen election back then. And
Yeah.
one of the ironies with Dominion, by the way, is, and I've talked about this, I'll mention, it's worth mentioning again, that my Senator Elizabeth Warren was railing against them up until 2019. She was the chief sponsor of a bill before the U.S. Senate, which would have abolished all electronic voting, would have returned all 50 states to paper ballots. Now, of course, you don't hear a peep out of her. And you got, Tom Hartman, the left-wing talk show host, who used to have me on as a regular until he got so many complaints that he had to stop. He would have liked to have continued it, but people were like, threatening him and canceling him, so he couldn't any longer. He talked about electronic voting fraud for months,
Yeah.
day in and day out. I've asked him if he'll come on to talk about it now. No, never. He hasn't mentioned it in
Well,
years.
yeah, that was very funny. Once they had to get the message. Actually, guys, that's what we've been doing for the last 50 years. So maybe don't talk about it.
Yeah, I think that it was actually NPR did a show on it where they interviewed Podesta, need we say more, right? And they were like, oh, this is a big problem. And they discussed it. But then he said, oh, suddenly it occurs to him, gee, if they can manipulate the electronic voting, and they probably were, why don't we do it, right?
Yeah.
We'll take control. I mean, they probably were helping Republicans. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure that the George W. Bush re-election was all that much on the up and up, especially in Ohio. I mean, who knows whether it played a role. The point is that it could help either side. Whoever controls the machine, right, can churn
Well,
out
that's
votes.
the old Joseph Stalin thing. Whoever counts the votes, right? Yeah.
Whoever counts the votes is the winner.
Yeah.
And you now have, I mean, Elias is like losing his mind. I mean, it tells me, which proves to me that Trump is crushing it because he wouldn't be so upset. He's, you've got the Republican National Committee now controlled by good people, Lara Trump in particular, are recruiting hundreds of thousands of volunteers to work the counting rooms and to work the polling places. And they're absolutely flipping out. This was the model for success in Virginia for Glenn Youngkin. He was in a position financially where he could do it, but he fielded teams of thousands of volunteers and paid people to man the voting booths, to look at the ballots as they were counted in absentee. And he also put together a staff of lawyers who were on call in case anybody saw anything going on that looked a little hinky, and that they could call and drop a dime. And these lawyers could move quickly. And he won. It was probably, as we were talking about, the most honest election Virginia had since Jefferson. And they are replicating it nationally.
Yeah.
They really seem to be putting it into place. So that's very heartening. I think it's going to be just interesting to see what they do, because she's like imploding. I mean, it's horrible.
Well,
She,
they had this thing going, and the plain fact is that people on the left, they're consumed by it. It's more than a religion; it's their whole life. This political stuff. On the conservative side, mostly, obviously there are activists, but mostly it's people that have jobs, that have families, that they're going to vote, but they're not
right,
consumed by this. All you need to know is when you go to the Democrat convention, you saw that they were giving away abortion pills and vasectomies.
right.
Okay. Now, how does that comport in any way with family values? It doesn't. All
Oh, it's a
right.
horrible image. And wasn't it one guy actually went in and he got sterilized. He didn't even know what he was walking into.
There's
Or
been
something.
stories like that. Whether they're true, I don't know.
I don't know if that's true, but
But
it's a pretty ugly image, and it's the whole thing. I don't know if you watched any of it. I watched a good piece of it because I had to, but there was just no energy in the room. I mean, I
yeah,
think a lot of these people were paid influencers. There's evidence that they were giving, they tried to pay off some of these top, you know, podcast people, include particularly this black podcast host. They offered him $10,000 if he endorsed Kamala. And I think that it doesn't have a genuine ring to it. She's horrible. She's going to be on with Dana Bash. Apparently, first of
but,
all,
but not by yourself.
it's not only that, but
With
it's pre-recorded with questions given to her in advance, with editing. It's like what they do in 60 Minutes. They'll
yeah.
slice out any little piece. They'll go over it like under a microscope and remove anything that doesn't look perfect. It's like they splice. It's like what they did with the Trayvon Martin, or they spliced
Yeah.
that audio to make it look a certain way.
But see,
Um,
for me, Chuck, this is good because all they're doing is preaching to the choir. Everybody knows how stupid it is. So the only people watching are going to be the ones that are already convinced.
I hope so, and I don't think that Trump is serving himself well by publicly telling everybody how stupid Harris is. It doesn't look good because he doesn't need to do that. Everybody can see it. It's like when Biden, it was going through his health issues, and he was wandering off at meetings, and he couldn't. He was incontinent and all. He didn't need to announce that. Everybody saw it with their own eyes. I mean, it's just you could see it on television, and I think that with Harris, they just need to let her be her, and everyone is going to see how shallow and how uninformed and embarrassingly dumb that she is.
Yeah, I mean, but on the other hand, I don't really have an objection to someone calling a stupid person stupid.
Yeah, I
I
guess.
mean,
Yeah,
I
probably
think we're
works.
long past the Marcus of Queensbury rules here. And
I
indeed,
know the only thing they have, they're working well. It's a powerful woman. I mean, do they think Americans are that dumb that
yes,
we're going to vote for somebody because of their vagina or because of their skin tone? There was this one black host. He goes, "What does her skin tone have to do with the price of hamburger?" I mean,
yeah,
it's like, really? I mean, I think most Americans have moved beyond it. I get it that Obama, sure, he benefited from that. It was a novel thing, but it's been done. It's over. Hillary didn't work for her. I remember somebody telling me, I mean, I actually had them as a passenger. Oh, it's wonderful to vote for Hillary because she's a woman. I'm like, really? Whether she has a vagina or not, how does that affect, whether or not we're going to be a nuclear war? I mean, it's like, it's so dumb. It's just,
I think some of that stems from the way they teach history, or they have in the last few decades. They create
oh,
these
yeah.
false milestones. This is the third black lesbian who now occupied this, and nobody really cares about it, but it's a very lazy way to write history.
It is. I know what you mean. There's all these great monumental moments, and putting aside the fact that in reality, I mean, Obama didn't do diddly squat for black people.
No, he
Whereas,
made things worse.
yeah, whereas Trump actually was probably, I remember they referred to Bill Clinton as the first black president. I think you could say Trump was the first black president. He released 10,000 predominantly black men from prison who were there because they had a nickel bag of marijuana.
Yeah.
The First Step Act. I mean, this was that's not a minor thing. I mean, that's a major, and the Second Step Act would have probably done more. I mean, it's these are real things. This isn't just tokenism or oh well, we have a black man showing up at such and such. I just think that Americans aren't that dumb. I think they've moved on from that. I hope so.
I know they did, because I was in 1995 when they announced the OJ verdict. I was at a large trade show in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of white people who were surprised. I wasn't, because I, having been in the music industry, was quite familiar with that community. And there were people, dressed up, executive type black guys that are hooping and hollering in the bar. And I was asked, to explain this, I guess, because I'm from LA or whatever. And I said, look, here's the funny part. O.J. Simpson hasn't been black for 30 years. He lives in Brentwood. He's always hung out with white women. But I suppose in a tribal kind of sense, he put one over on the white guy. And there was some sort of appeal. But people sometimes are like that they want to achieve some sort of succor based on, if you will, the accomplishments of the group. This was a predominant feeling when I was at UCLA. I may have mentioned this, and the era of who was then called Lou Alcindor. And in 3 years, they went 88-2.
Right.
So I was surrounded by these people. Isn't it great? There were. I said, look, it's
what does
fun.
it do for you?
Yeah. How does it help me? How does it help me? These guys are going to get big contracts, and God bless. But, other than being excited watching the game, there's no personal benefit I get out of this. But it's the same thing. I remember, they don't do it as much now, but people had these Oscar Academy Award watching parties. And they'd go in and they'd be rooting for such and such movie to win Best Picture. And I'm saying, excuse me, do you have an investment in that movie? I mean, why do you care whether it wins? Well, I liked it. Of course you did. So what? This validates that you should have liked it? I don't understand. And there is some of that still exists. I think a lot less than 30, 40 years ago.
No, I mean, there is that. I mean, I know, like when John Lennon was shot and assassinated. I mean, I felt badly for him, and I admired him as a musician. But people were like, "Oh my God!" I mean, it's like, do you think Lennon would have cared if somebody shot you? I mean, I don't know. It's like at some point it kind of crosses a line into something else. But as you say, I mean, this has been a major function of the education system to condition people to believe the importance of these trivialities. I don't know what's going on with me, but I'm fine. And I wonder if they've achieved enough of a cult-like element that they're going to pull something off in that realm before Election Day, right? Maybe another George Floyd type situation, right? All of a sudden, we're going to have looting and murder in black neighborhoods, as if that's going to be good for black people. I don't know. Do you think that might be a possibility?
Well, it's always a possibility. I'm hoping something like that won't happen.
Of course.
I think the idea of this hero worship thing doesn't have quite the traction that it once did. I don't see it as much anymore. I mean, I remember that it had to be 25 years ago or more. My wife and I went to visit the Campobello retreat, and the way they were talking about FDR,
Right.
if you had been, talking about some saint or whatever, and it was hard to take, frankly. I mean, it was way beyond even what Democrats might think. So, but this was an older person giving the tour, and I'm hoping that aspect, given all the celebrity gossip websites and National Enquirer, these people are just as scummy as anybody else, probably more so, frankly. And I don't know that that's going to have the traction.
I don't know. I mean, one of the, I mean, I suppose at the end of the day, the only redeeming selling point, and it's not a redeeming point at all, with her is that she's allegedly a black woman, right? I mean, even though she never really discussed being black until she got into politics, and even then, it was very selective, and she didn't grow up as a black woman.
No.
Putting that aside, something might happen to a real black woman, and like what happened with George Floyd, and they're going to rile that, bring it up the flagpole and say, look at the injustice that's been done for hundreds of years, and with the implication that it's Trump supporters who are guilty of it.
I don't know that that's going to fly.
I mean, that's what the Trayvon Martin thing was all about.
Well, right, but then there was the Jussie Smollett thing that
was downplayed. I mean, that was obviously a fraud, but that kind of stuff, and that happened. It was more than just him. That was happening regularly, and I get that. You can get somewhere with making those accusations, but I don't know. They're going to try. They might try that playbook again.
They can try it. I don't know.
Some kind of an atrocity is going to occur.
Yeah.
And and even if it's not a real one, like I think there are questions about the George Floyd thing, to put it mildly. But putting it aside,
indeed.
Yeah. But it was marketed and packaged in a certain way that, it's like he'd been crucified. And, these things, I mean, right now in India, for example, there was a situation where a woman who was she was going to be a doctor. She was studying for her internship. She was raped and murdered like a few months before graduating from her internship, and she would have been a full-length doctor.
Right.
And it's a horrible thing that happened. And there was a cover-up of that in West Bengal province, the premier of West Bengal being a woman herself. But it has outraged women and the public to such an extent that now the entire Modi government could collapse over this. He hasn't come out strong enough. He hasn't said anything. These kinds of instances, if you look at history, Roman history, the rape of Lucretia, right? The rape of Lucretia, she was the daughter of a senator in the Roman Republic. It led to a chain of events which led to the fall of the Roman Republic. Right. And the launching of the empire. So, these sorts of events can be, they appeal to a very, very deep part of emotion that make people, they can change perception, and they can turn people's attention to injustice and the cruelty, and that this represents the injustice of 1,000 years. And this is what Trump did, and Trump's irresponsible. How could we? It'll be, he'll be absolutely vilified for it, even though he had nothing to do with any of it. And every one of his supporters. I just think there's going to be something like that.
Well, they're certainly going to try something. I'm hoping that people are a little more sophisticated now. And remember, there's a lot more alternative media than even, frankly, during the George Floyd thing. If you knew where to go, and when I was writing my health column, there were plenty of people that said, no, he wasn't killed by the cop, and they gave very credible scenarios.
Exactly.
Fentanyl.
And a heart attack. Yeah.
So that was out there, but it didn't get mainstreamed. But you can see the difference now is that anytime one of the mainstream media outlets says something very stupid, they get blasted right away. And I think the fact that Musk bought Twitter makes a huge difference. Uh,
Well, that's the only one, though. I mean, like
yeah,
Fox News it seems like they're almost completely in the tank. With their phony polls, and I mean,
yeah,
they they played a major role, I think, in the 2020 steal. You had Arnon Mishkin, I guess he was one of their reporters, announced that Arizona had gone to Biden before the polls closed. It never had. I mean, that's the same trick that Dan Rather tried to pull in 2020 with the red state, blue state thing. CBS had the red states as Bush and blue states as Gore. And Dan Rather ran out and he announced that Florida had gone for Gore, and he showed Florida in blue. This is before the polls had closed in the Panhandle,
yeah.
right? And the Panhandle is very Republican. And the result was that thousands of people didn't bother to vote. I mean, it was obviously a trick. And that's where you get the term red state, blue state. I mean, Fox News is in the tank in that way.
Well, it's interesting. You ask yourself why Hannity is still there. I mean, I never liked the guy, to be
No.
honest. And no one can make the argument that Fox is conservative anymore. They may be, on occasion, more conservative than CNN. But again, I ask you this every episode. Besides people like you that have to watch this stuff because that's what you do, what is the demographic of people that watch these network news shows?
I don't know. Although there are a couple of good people that we should mention at Fox. I think Greg Gutfield is doing a good show, and Jesse Waters is doing a good show. I mean, those guys are pretty straightforward. I don't know if they're not like Tucker Carlson, whom they got rid of, but
well, they got rid of Luke
Laura
Dobbs.
Ingraham. Yeah, Laura Ingraham is sometimes good, sometimes not.
Yeah,
but at least they're mildly on the right side. We'll have to see. I just think that this entire election, it's just like with Biden, the media is going to carry her through while she's kept in the basement. They're not even making any bones about it. She's not going to do any interviews. I mean, she was not able to slip out of the debate.
They're calling the thing with Dana Bash an interview.
Right. I mean, it's a beauty pageant. It's an infomercial. It's pre-recorded. They're going to slice and dice and just make sure everything is right. I mean, I will have to see how that's covered. It's happening, I think, today. But and they got Walls sitting next to it to try to run interference. The big old white guy, right? I mean, he's going to throw out anything that comes up that's not good. He'll take it. He'll take that one. It's I hope people see that.
They released some of the documents of what you have to do to become a teacher in Minnesota.
Right.
And let me assure you that it's pretty frightening, as you would say. You have to accept all the woke claptrap, or at least sign that you do. You're not supposed to have any religious convictions.
Do they actually ask you if you have? I mean, do they ban you if you have religious convictions? Isn't that a religious test?
Yeah, I think you're discouraged from having convictions override the woke sensibilities that you're supposed to sign on to. And then people always ask, well, gee, who votes in these people? But come on, Minnesota has always been liberal, whether you want to blame it on these Scandinavian immigrants from back when. But it's nothing new. It may have gotten worse, but that was never.
I understand that Minnesota might turn toward Trump. I mean, maybe after the city of Minneapolis was burned after George Floyd, and Walz just stood by and let that happen, and even the mayor there was begging for help and he wouldn't do it. I think that there might be a reaction there. Maybe this is they might. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, maybe it has
But
to get so much worse before it gets better. But
I don't know. But yeah, I mean it's pretty rotten, and he there's hilarious pictures of him now coming out in blackface. I don't know if you saw this.
no, no.
I mean that he wanted to impress his students or something. I mean, the guy is weird. Talk about I mean a rather strange history.
Well, he overstates whatever accomplishments he has. All right, great. He tried to pass himself off as some military guy. He was a reservist. Every weekend and what is it? 3 times a year, you do whatever. He lied about what his rank was.
He lied about we got out the minute he got a letter saying
Yeah.
let's go to Iraq.
And then he's
And yet he brags about having taken all the military benefits. I think they put him through college. I mean, he's wealthy. How did that happen?
Well, he also talked about being a high school football coach. He was an assistant coach. Right?
Everything about him is a lie. Yeah. And meanwhile, he's supposed to be so compassionate. It's kind of a meme, and I might not even be fair to mention it, but when he was when he was at the convention accepting the nomination, he went up with his family. I guess his son is somewhat severely autistic, and there was like an image of him like grabbing him and shoving him over, like get over here. It's like it kind of became a meme. It's like people are like, okay, now poor Gus Walls is going to be going back to the basement afterwards. It's like it just didn't look. It wasn't a good look.
No.
So we're not talking here about a nice guy in reality. And the wife with the smelling the burning tires,
that was pathetic.
Opening the window, and the daughter is a radical. I mean, these people, they're hard leftists. They're being portrayed as middle America. I mean, I don't think Americans are buying that. We'll see. Meanwhile, J.D. Vance is like crushing it. I mean, I could see why Trump picked him. I saw him speak on, I think it was Face the Nation several months ago, and I was like, Trump should pick him. He was like, they were trying to go after him. He kept talking. He didn't pay any attention to the attacks. He made his points. He was very, very good on his feet. I mean, and he knew how to kind of jostle, and he knew how to fight. And he's doing it. I mean, he's out there just, I think, really he's very much a plus. A lot of the people around Trump this time around are good. He's gotten rid of some of the old, the Chris Christies, kind of these disloyal hacks, hangers on trying to make a buck, trying to get some glory.
You mean like rhinos?
Yeah, rhinos and just opportunists, which are part of any campaign. But he seems to have gotten rid of them. We'll see. But he seems to have around him some people who really aren't in it for anything other than that they want to participate. He's talking about Elon Musk heading an efficiency commission. Incredible. What a great idea. I'd love to see him go into each of the departments and if he does it, look, he's one of the richest men in the world for a reason. He knows how to run a freaking business. I mean, that is amazing. And RFK handling health. He's already said that they're going to stop chemtrails. Oh, that's a conspiracy theory. No, it's not. That's a real thing. That's fact. They're dumping tons of toxic chemicals in the air. These same people are complaining about global warming. I don't know why they do it, but the military has been doing it, and they've increased it under Biden. RFK is going to be involved in a commission that's going to stop that. So, I mean, environmentalists should wake up. He wants to examine the toxic elements of vaccines that we're injecting into children. These things are they're poisonous. They're hurting children. We're the sickest country in the world, whereas maybe 50 years ago, we were the most healthy. There's something that's happened here.
Well, certainly the questions have to open up. I mean, I've never heard a good explanation for why newborns get a Hep C vaccine. All right.
You know
Uh,
something? This happened, frankly, when my daughter was born, and we wouldn't allow it. I didn't allow it,
yeah.
and I was called a right-wing militia member. I was attacked. I'm fine. You know, the point is that they said basically the state does it because it's convenient, because that way they don't have to wonder whether or not someone had the vaccines because they do them all, and right away in the hospital before they leave. And we're talking about something like 6 vaccines for a preborn child. I mean, it's crazy.
Well, the fact that you weren't even able to question any of this,
Well, most
when
people don't even
I
know
think
the
in
question.
the 1980s, there was something like what 40 childhood vaccines, and now it's up to 200. So you might at least question what's going on. You might question why there
Right.
are no clinical trials on these things. Uh,
And it's not a matter of being against vaccines. It's a matter of controlling when and how. I mean, in our case, we did them over years, and we didn't do all of them. We did just the ones that were absolutely necessary, not all at once as for an infant. That's not good medicine. I mean, that's just So I think that RFK is going to finally open the door on this. Most people have no idea what the hell is going on in that
well,
area.
no, because from my generation, everybody remembers the polio vaccine, and
Right.
well, this is great,
Sure.
but there was no critical thinking skills. Uh, Even the flu vaccine, which I get, is only maybe 50% effective because it's very difficult for them to predict what strain and so on. But these people that lined up for COVID and RSV and Gardasil, and they look, give them their due. They were honest about Gardasil. All right, that there are 15 of these papilloma viruses, and this is effective against I think 6 or 7. Uh, and Merck really tried to get into the states to get this mandated by the schools. They weren't successful. There were some bad side effects in some cases. So it's okay to question stuff. It really is. Yeah.
Yes. Instead of being demonized and threatened, and the whole COVID jab thing was an absolute nightmare in terms of civil liberties. So I think that Kennedy's on the right side on that, and I think it's going to be a big plus. I mean, it just shows an administration coming in that is going to have some pretty solid people who have an interest in doing stuff that's beyond themselves. They don't have anything to gain. I mean, Elon Musk isn't in it for the money, for God's sakes. Trump isn't in it for the money. They've lost money.
No, it's losing money. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing it because they have ideas that they want to see implemented, because they see bad things going on. They see injustices, and they want to make changes. It's obvious. It's a real thing. And I think that Miller is right. This is a major realignment politically. It's no longer the old left and right. It's no longer the Democrat and Republican. Both parties are corrupt. It is, Trump represents something different. I hope that people become aware of that in time. I think that they are. I mean, already you have MSNBC and CNN marching out and having these town hall discussions where they bring in about 8 or 9 or 10 black people primarily, and they're totally backfiring on them because half of them are saying they're for Trump, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you've seen this. And I think in the case of Michael Smerconish, I mean, he actually corrected a person, a black man who said he was for Trump. No,
Oh,
that's not.
he's intolerable, that guy.
Yeah, I mean, and he absolutely disgraced himself. Even amongst liberals were like looking at that, like, talk about, like, shaming someone publicly and telling them, no, this is what you actually think. So I think that people are I mean, again, I just think that the only play is the Biden card, which I've already mentioned, and the other will be some kind of an atrocity, some kind of that they can put some propaganda behind, like a George Floyd type thing, that's going to gin up hysteria and intense emotion when presented in a certain way.
It's going to be harder to do it.
Yeah.
I think people are more skeptical than they were.
It's getting too late for another pandemic.
Yeah.
They mentioned monkeypox. Nobody cares. They know that that's gay
Yeah, but
people
I mean,
giving
that's
it.
don't skip over that.
Yeah,
That's a
so
major deal.
that's not
They
going to
tried
fly.
rolling that out. Nobody cares.
And it's troubling.
Nobody
Yeah,
cares.
the head of the WHO announces there were 8 cases in the whole world, and all of a sudden he's announcing
Yeah,
this
it's a
is an
big.
extreme emergency. I mean, it shows how the world order
Yeah.
is planning on working here. They can declare something as such, and before you know it, you have lockdowns and everything else. It's
I think people learned a lot. The big mistake, it may have given them the 2020 election, but the big mistake was a lot of people I'm not necessarily red pilled, but got very skeptical about these health agencies. And now it's in your face. I mean, I got uh, texted by somebody, and I'm going to probably write a piece on this. I don't know much about it yet, but the CDC has quietly changed certain milestones about looking at child development
Mhm.
and stuff that occurred at age X. Now it's normal to occur at X plus 3 or whatever. They're changing these for what reason? Well, maybe the kids have been given whatever that makes them dumber or slower. And as I tell people, I think I mentioned it on this show. Haven't you ever wondered why the CDC is in Atlanta? Their original mission was to stop parasitic diseases infecting poor white trash, hookworm and whatnot. And then they got this huge mission creep taking care of all sorts of things that they're not qualified to do. And I think they've aptly demonstrated that. So these agencies have lost credibility. Did you notice they floated this story of Fauci getting the West Nile virus?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
So I don't know whether that's true.
Well, he's probably. I mean, at least he'll say one thing about Fauci. I mean, even though I think he's one of the most evil people walking the earth today, at least he's seen. And I don't know if it's true either, but at least he seems to have believed in that vaccine. He's probably had about 5 boosters. He's got no immune system left.
Evidently, that's what happened. I mean, I always thought he got saline, to be honest.
I mean, too.
Health
But maybe he
deteriorated.
really did believe in this thing. I mean, they keep getting COVID over and over again.
So, we just have to see how that all plays out. But I think you'll agree that people are more skeptical now.
They are, and with only 2 months to go, it's too late to pull another pandemic. I mean, it's just not going to happen. So, I mean, we'll just have to. I mean, every day that goes by, you just have to watch. When it finally, I think that the phony polls are going to finally start to turn, and they cannot suppress it. They're not. Who are they polling? Like 5 people in some suburban household. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know
haven't you ever wondered though, who responds to polls? I mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
So is there not a selection bias on both sides? All right.
Sure.
People think that their opinion is so important. And I was always against this simply because, I just looked at it this way. I'm a marketing guy. All right. You're running a poll. You're getting paid X dollars. My data is worth something. What am I getting out of it? All right.
Right.
So, and I've confronted these poll companies. how do you adjust for people lying? I just don't know how they
Yeah, I
work.
mean, it's a strange. I mean, they all have a certain, you know, bias anyway built in, probably in some cases quite formally if they're
Yeah.
hired by someone to conduct a poll. Um, so I don't know. I don't know what to make of it other than that it just doesn't feel right. I don't. I mean, I mean, Hillary in 2016, a week before the election, she's up by 17 points. She's now going to be campaigning in states that we never thought we'd take, like Utah. You know,
Right.
she's like, I mean, and that turned out obviously to be a lie. So maybe, and they were even worse back. I mean, in that sense, I don't know. I
And
mean,
yeah, well,
so
it's funny you mentioned that because the thing that happened after that was, okay, wait a minute. This is like your whole product that you're selling is I'm going to give you a view of the future, so to speak.
right,
Okay, well, I've totally screwed up. I'm not only was she not ahead by 17 points, she lost. So how do I go
exactly.
back into the marketplace and get more business? I've just never figured that out.
Well, I mean, are you talking about her or are you talking about the pollsters?
I'm talking about the polling industry.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Nate Silver was disgraced.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's, I mean, obviously he was cooking the books. The Clintons had to shut down the global initiative right after that because there was no more money, although they reopened it for Ukraine. I
Huh.
mean, so anyway, so Mike, I mean, I just we'll just have to keep watching. It's like a, you know, it's a Yiddish expression. I'm sitting on Spielkas as I
Spilkes.
watch this election. I mean, it's like you wonder, you
What is a
just
spilka? Is a
what's a
spilka
Spielkas?
like lice or
It's no, you're like sitting on like aggravation, a spiel, like kind of
okay.
the turmoil. It's like, you know, it's like nothing is feels like you're on solid ground. You know, everything is sort of up in the air, and you're just kind of like hovering there. You can't get your feet solidly back on the ground, and that's sort of how I feel in this election. I just you just don't know which way, you know,
Oh,
what's
that's
going to
right. I mean,
happen.
the encouraging thing is there's two encouraging things. The Democratic ticket is terrible. All right.
It's
Now,
bad,
that doesn't mean terrible people haven't gotten elected before.
right?
But the other thing is people are a little more skeptical. As we always say, the 25 to 30% hardcore toe tag liberals, you're not going to change.
Right. They don't care. I don't care about them. They're
Yeah.
not relevant. The question is that kind of middle, the independents, the battleground people. I mean, it would be wonderful if if Trump increases margins in California and New York, and maybe even took maybe a couple of those. I mean, this they say he's ahead in New Hampshire and Maine. Maybe he could take New Jersey. I mean, that would be the more the merrier. I mean, that would really create an earthquake. But
Well,
probably not. People in my circle, they don't care. They would never, you know, they're not ever going to vote for Trump. They're
you
really
know
not.
some hardcore people though,
Yeah,
but um, and they're vocal. But there are again a lot of people were damaged during the pandemic. A lot, a lot
yeah.
of businesses not only went under, they were damaged. Um,
And a lot of people were damaged physically during I mean, between the pandemic itself and the jab, you know, there's a lot of stuff that's happened. I think that's not being covered.
so you have a more enlightened public, but anyway,
Yeah,
let's keep our eye on it. And if we have to reschedule, we can do that.
yeah. It'll have to be earlier, maybe around noon. Just
Uh,
because does that
yeah,
work?
we can do that. We'll talk about it. And good luck with your being the spy master with sociology, right?
Oh, I know, really. It's a great subject. I mean, if it's used properly. The problem is it's used for the other guys.
Yeah. If used properly, which it seldom is, but
No, but the topic itself is tremendous.
yeah.
But you have to have a conservative sociology theory, which I'm trying to develop.
Well,
All
there
right.
you go.
All right,
Could be
Mike.
a
So
bestseller.
talk
All
to
right.
you next week. As always, thank you. And I'll
And
see you
enjoy
next
your
week.
Labor Day weekend.
You too. All
Okay.
right. Take Okay, we are live. Charles Moscowitz here. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Michael D. Shaw is my guest. We're live streaming, we're downloading, we're on podcasting, we're everywhere. So, Mike, I mean, obviously.
Chuck, don't forget the phone number, so people
Oh
can
well,
consult us.
I I didn't even bother with it because I haven't never. I don't. The phone lines don't light up, and I actually have been given permission again to go back on TikTok, but I'm not going to bother because I know they'll shut me down. Um, it's just the way it goes. I'm gonna have to put the aside the phone number, but
Right.
if you want to comment, you could do it through the Rumble station and through Kicks, and that'll show up here. So, Mike, I mean, I'm concerned because I think that the fact that number one, Kamala Harris, while she may be a communist, she is able to string a sentence together. So it's a big contrast between her and Biden. And
Yeah, well, that's where the sugar high is, right? That it's based on, at least she's semi-coherent, although I wouldn't
yeah,
push that too far. But she is able to put a sentence together. And look at it from their point of view. They've had to play this stupid game where they have a guy who essentially can't do anything that they
right.
were cheerleading for. So um, it, I think that is the bump here, and I believe it's going to go away because as soon as she gets out there and starts saying anything, it's going to backfire.
Well, so far she hasn't done an interview. She hasn't answered a question, and it's a lot of kind of happy talk, a lot of ragtime.
Yeah.
But yes, I mean, I think that once she's put up on the debate stage, God willing, Trump will be shot. I mean, Trump's amazing. I mean, but the other thing that worries me is that she does have this leftist cult following, very similar to Bernie Sanders, and she is very much of that ilk. And the interview I saw him do with the black reporters in Chicago, I'm sure you probably
Right.
saw that, right?
Yeah.
The woman who interviewed him was literally screaming and having a meltdown. It was like, I know this is sort of a derogatory term, but it was like a Karen type of situation. And I remember that during the last election of 2020, Trump did an interview with Savannah Guthrie, and it was the same thing. She was literally screaming at him, ready. It was almost like she was ready to start beating him up, like assaulting him. And I think that he has that effect on these leftist women, that they just are going berserk. And I'm speaking here, frankly, without getting into details, from personal experience, okay? That these women are just absolutely, completely out of their minds. And I'm afraid that that's the core constituency that's going to possibly defeat Trump.
Well, I think part of the reason for their anger is that while they're yelling at him, they're also realizing that they've been programmed and are completely ignorant. I mean, one of the statements that you just have to shake your head when he says, which is correct, that he's done more for the black community than any president, maybe except Lincoln, and that's debatable, frankly.
Right.
And then she said, "Well, no. What about Lyndon Johnson?" Without having any knowledge that Lyndon Johnson was no friend of blacks, that was completely political. He had the infamous statement that anybody with an IQ above room temperature remembers, and he didn't back down from it. When the civil rights law was passed, he said, "I'll have those ends voting Democrat for the next 200 years." That's the truth. They've never denied that.
Right.
Okay. So the fact that either she doesn't know that, which is possible because she's stupid, but when they try to confront this guy and he comes back with arguments. It's pathetic.
Right.
And
And Trump, I thought, handled himself brilliantly.
he
And
did. He kept his cool.
he did. And I know that he's become experienced, and JD Vance does the same thing, where when they start to attack and interrupt, he just keeps talking very coolly. He just keeps going ahead. He doesn't get off his mark. He's not thrown off. He doesn't get distracted. He stays in and he stays on it. And I think that they're both very good at that. And that's a big hope. Now, I saw an interview with, I don't know, do you know who James Lindsay is?
James Lindsay.
He's an academic who did this incredible trick on the academic left when he submitted a paper, basically borrowing information from Mein Kampf and claiming that this was, to use all the buzzwords of the left, and they accepted it in a scholarly journal, and then he exposed them.
Yeah, I didn't remember his name. Okay.
Yeah, he's a very interesting guy, and he did an interview where he pointed out that when Kamala Harris talks about, the way, what the hell that thing with the, we have to imagine the way of the past, by letting go of the past, and we're going to be in the present. That
Don't
thing.
be burdened by the past, and
Don't be burdened by the past. And she went around and kept repeating that thing over and over again in many speeches. And people looked at that and they said, "Oh, that's like a bunch of fluff. It's a bunch of it doesn't mean anything. It's word salad, as I've heard it described." But Lindsay points out that her father was a Marxist professor, and that is classic Marxism. And he shows how Mao Zedong and Lenin. This is a basic of Marxism. To basically, that the past is evil. You have to, only be in the present, and suddenly create this new way of being. This to remove everything that had burdened himself. The past is a burden, and that she is fully conscious of that. As the daughter of a Marxist professor, she's no dummy. She is articulating a leftist position, and I would point out to listeners here that if and when a nation elects somebody that's that far left, it's very difficult to come back from that. Look at Venezuela, for example. They elected Chavez, Hugo Chavez, about 30 years ago, and look what's happened. Once they get power, they're never. They elected Hamas in Gaza. Once they have power, they're going to take over all the institutions of power, and they're never going to leave. Or to get rid of them. I mean, right now, look what's going on in Venezuela. They're realizing that the election was openly stolen, right out. Even the New York Times admits this. And yet he's putting up concentration camps now for re-education, and he's just moving forward, the dictator Maduro. And to get rid of him now, and the fact that they've taken a country that was one of the biggest economies in the Western Hemisphere and have turned it into a disaster. It's going to take decades to get rid of that, if they ever do.
Yeah, well, that's a very good point, but we don't have to look to Venezuela. The United States was permanently changed with Franklin Roosevelt. All those agencies and all those socialistic programs never went away. All right. Reagan didn't eliminate any.
But they didn't get the kind of foothold that they may get now. And we're not in a position in this point in the world where we can have that kind of thing. I mean, we have open borders where even the New York Times admits almost 10 million illegal aliens have crossed into the border, people we have no idea who they are. And the fact that, if Harris is elected, I mean, that's going to be basically a merge between the United States, Mexico, and Canada, the tri-state, fantasy that used to be talked about by the Bird Society, and they were absolutely right. And that we're going to see a regional, the United States will become nothing more than kind of the mid-province of this empire. And there's going to be a massive continuation. We're going to see, I mean, the world feels like it's on the verge of World War III between Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan and other flashpoints. We now have, people are rebelling and rioting in Western democracies like Great Britain, for example, right now, at the slaughter of 3 girls. And, you know, it's like there's a feeling of that this international leftist establishment is really on the verge of either closing the door on the future for any of us or losing. This is a very pivotal election. And I would say that to people that want to think it's fine and cool and trendy to elect a person who is culturally interesting, like Kamala Harris, because it'll be a great experiment. I would just say that, well, we should never do it, but if we are going to do it, this ain't the time for that. Take a look at the dollar. I mean, it costs 15 cents to get a McDonald's hamburger. Okay, that means like for a working family of 5, that's $75 to go to frickin' McDonald's. And that's going to get worse to the point where now they've admitted that $3 trillion deficit, 70% of the tax revenue goes to maintain that debt. And already Yellen is talking about expanding it to a regular borrowing of $500 billion a year.
All right. Well, this is the other side of that. All right. That the leftist thing expands. And if you've been following the situation in the UK, you see that the government's primary emphasis is not on fixing this horrific immigration problem, but putting down these demonstrations. And when that soy boy prime minister gave his talk, that's all he talked about. He did not even acknowledge the death of those 3 little girls specifically.
No.
But he was talking about how we have to keep order and so on. And New Zealand, it is funny how all these British countries became communist. All right. If you look at New Zealand, that was infamous during the pandemic.
Yes.
They have new laws coming out that are going to allow them to force injections on people. So
that's coming here. That's coming. If people don't question that,
they don't learn, and they double down. And this is the other thing. And I saw this with the JFK administration. This sort of, the real expression, but we'll call it stuff happens theory of history.
Right.
All right. I was, in junior high during the Cuban Missile Crisis. And this is portrayed as all of a sudden this thing happened and so on. And poor John Kennedy had to deal with it. And there was nothing was further from the truth, that he brought this on himself. And he was regarded as some hero for standing up. It was only many, many, many years later that the only way this was diffused is we agreed to take missiles out of Turkey. All right.
Well,
so the point is that we're going from one mistake to another, to another, to another, and it's stuff happens. It had nothing to do, the horrible wars of the 20th century had nothing at all to do with Wilson and the administrations that came in. And
it just sort of happened.
Yeah,
I agree. And I think that they're continuing to try to finally close their grip on the world. And, you have, as I've said, the planned inundation of the United States of 10 million illegal aliens. You've got the value of the dollar. People don't become insolvent. It could implode, which will wipe out all of your pension, your savings, your income, your retirement. These are serious matters. These things
are serious matters that most people don't have time to think about, because they're too worried about making a living. I mean, I'm in the
$15 to go to McDonald's, and then
I'm
the third
business, and I buy stuff that's denominated in Swiss francs, and the dollar has depreciated against the Swiss franc tremendously.
Right.
Which obviously affects the prices of these items in the U.S. But that is, in a sense, hidden from the average normie that, doesn't get involved with this. And, not that they should. But this has been terrible management all the way through. I have no idea how people, other than be toe tag Democrats, can have a single good thing to say about the Joe Biden administration. But yet you'll read these
Oh,
letters
they're
to the
holding him up like he's the next Washington.
yeah,
I mean, it's just, and then you ask a little mild question like, can you name something that he did? Okay,
yeah.
so he fixed the price of diabetes drugs. Fine. I mean, they can't come up with anything but some small potatoes thing. And that brings me to my third leg on the stool here. And this, I will point to the Olympic events in Paris.
Oh,
And there were now two cases, if not a third case, where a girl had to get into a boxing ring with a guy and in one case she has brain damage. Now, if that
yeah.
was my daughter, I would have shown up with a gun and I would have blown his head off.
All right.
But
Well, then let me stop you right there. That's the problem. All right. I followed this carefully. The two guys who are competing in the female boxing were disallowed from other organized boxing events. But in the
why is
misplaced
that?
steel,
Because they're dressed as girls? Or?
because they're XY males.
Okay.
All right.
And yet the
And
Olympic Committee is allowing it to go forward. So I did a
no,
little
no,
research.
no, Chuck, they're not allowing it. They're encouraging it.
Oh, they are, because I did a little slight deep dive in it, and I looked at the International Olympic Committee rules on this, and they're very proud of the fact that they've actually gotten rid of restrictions for guys to be going into girls' sports and vice versa. Apparently in the very beginning of this whole phenomena, they actually had at least some semblance of sense in that they said that if a guy wants to compete as a girl, he has to be castrated. Okay. They got rid of that. Then they said he has to have sex hormones, to reduce his
Right.
testosterone and a couple other things. Now they've gotten rid of that, and they can't ask that now. And the left wing supporters of this bizarre agenda are cheering. Oh, we're getting more progressive. You can't ask somebody those questions. It's discrimination. You can't to actually ask how somebody became a woman is like, ignorant and bigoted and prejudiced. And so they're going forward now with doing something that would have been unthinkable, I think, even 5 years ago. Having a guy go in a boxing ring with a girl and knock her out. And in one case, giving her brain damage. Whatever happened to protecting girls from some thug who is going to go up and what kind of a guy would do this? You're going to go into a ring and start punching a girl? What the hell is going on here?
Oh, what the hell is going on is you have to remember, and in my latest piece, I do remind people that the Olympics, when they started in Greece, were always a pagan event and consisted at the beginning of, I think, two events. One was wrestling, and the other were various races. They were all in the nude. All right. You can draw your own conclusion about Greek guys running around nude. All right.
Right.
So it was considered pagan, and the Emperor Theodosius outlawed these games in the 4th century.
Well, that's what the Hanukkah rebellion was all about. One of the things is that, Matisyahu and the Hasmoneans, they didn't want to have that going on in Judea. They were like, this is, pagan. And, there's a couple of other things like that they kicked them out, and it led to the Hanukkah rebellion. So,
well, that's right. And isn't it funny that you have to read between the lines in history that the main aspect of paganism, besides it being atheist, was homosexuality. No one wants to admit that.
Right. No, that's right. I mean, the whole business of like worship at the idols.
Yeah.
It's not just the fact that they're worshiping a stone image but they're throwing living babies into the belly of a burning beast, image of Moloch. But it was all the orgies and everything else going about around the idol, and the Torah does at least certainly a more deep commentary. It totally lays this out, that it was all the various practices the antinomian practices of around the idol, the overthrowing of the moral order, the turning around. It's in Christianity, it's expressed as Satanism. This idea that you turn everything on its head. The black mass turns the crucifix upside down and engages. It takes the host and it turns it into like Satan, because you have to, in a sense, invert everything about it as a way to usher in some kind of a new age, that because the world sinks to such an evil level that there is a new age that develops. This was the idea behind the false messiahs that plagued the Jewish world in the 16th century, Shabtai Zvi and Jacob Frank, and that they gained a pretty big following, by the way, within Judaism. And they did form a secret society. I don't know if it's still around, but if it isn't, it may as well be, because they do.
Well, it may as well be, because the Jews, look at Josh Shapiro, who had tweeted in 2020, a trans woman is really a woman. So
man,
what is that guy's problem? Why even say that? Just to
this
be
is
cool.
what they, and if you disagree, not only are you called, names, but you could get in big trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, and by the way, I've seen it in my own life. If you don't go like with their pronouns, you're in trouble. This is a shrill, I mean, that goes to anytime you have a situation where people have to regurgitate something that is obviously scientifically untrue,
Right.
and you have to declare it as true. You're going to have a rather shrill group of people, forming the wagons around that, because in order to keep that alive. And this is a classic example of that. And I only bring up the Olympic situation because if Harris is elected, that's going to be the law of the land. It's going to be, there'll be no more men and women. Everything will be whatever you say it is. I had, I'm getting a degree now at Arizona State University online, and one of the young women in my class, you're supposed to post, why do you want to study sociology? Why do you want to blah, blah, blah? She posted that she's studying women's issues, even though she realizes that she was assigned at birth a woman. And so
She really believes that.
Yeah, and I hope I'm not in trouble because I want to get the degree, but and I very politely responded, because we're supposed to interact.
Yeah.
I said, could you please clarify this for me? Exactly who did the assignment, and by what criterion did they use to make this assignment? I mean, if someone is going to get assigned as a woman or a man, it seems to me, first of all, putting aside the science of that, which is not there, the height of arrogance to think that some doctor or nurse gets to give you an assignment of what you are. That's inhuman. Anyway.
Well, it's a totalitarian mentality. It's people that want to embrace this, if you will, pagan culture.
So Shapiro's up to his neck in this kind of stuff. If she picks him, and it looks like she very well may. And
when there were a lot of posts on X about this Olympic situation with both the female boxing and the opening ceremony, and
which was a completely blasphemous and an utter anti-Christian and anti-Catholic display. And I think that they've even had to apologize, because it offended most of the nations of the world, including most of the Islamic nations. Right. Didn't like it. I mean, it was so over the top, so offensive.
Well, here's the thing. Why did they have $150 million to spend on the opening and closing ceremonies, but didn't have enough money to have enough restrooms in the Olympic Village or provide air conditioning? All right. So here's the thing. And again, this is a pet peeve with me. All right. You can talk about the individual performances of athletes, and isn't that nice? But the fact that this is such a disgusting ceremony, that you're beating women up as a sport, literally, and people are mindlessly supporting this. So there was one posting on X which said, this crap is going to go on until women refuse to participate. To which I responded, don't hold your breath. All right. Women are
Yeah.
Montessori, very compliant. They're going to say, wow, I trained for this, so and so and so, and we're going to be in it. And why should we quit? And you know what? Even Riley Gaines, who's this big champion of keeping men out of women's sports, she participated, lest we forget. So they're all sheep. All right.
Well, they all are in agreement with this agenda. It's a sexual revolution. It's like when I ran against Barney Frank for Congress back in 2004, you had the AIDS epidemic. And I mentioned at the time, and people said I was crazy, that here you have an openly gay leader who very easily could have said, you know something, this is a disease and we have to take certain precautions to make sure that people don't get this horrible disease and die a painful death, like shutting down the gay bathhouses and maybe not engaging in certain unwholesome activities that could spread the disease. But they didn't do that because it would have interrupted the sexual revolution. Instead, they accused everybody else, including Reagan, of being bigots because they weren't sending more money and because, they weren't, they were somehow at fault. And the result is, and I said this at the time, that Frank has the blood of tens of thousands of gay men on his hands because he was in a position where he could have had some influence and maybe done something to save people's lives and treated this thing like a disease instead of like a political football. But they won't because it might interrupt the sexual revolution started by Kinsey. And the same thing applies here. The revolution is more valuable than the fact that some poor girl is going to have brain damage because a guy went in and punched her in the head. That's just a small bump on the road. I mean, we're going to, you got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet and the greater good. Plus, Macron's wife apparently is trans, according to actually a lot of sources, including
Archbishop Vigano.
And I know I don't. I mean, I'm not a big fan of what's her name, Owens, Candace Owens, but I think that now, I mean, I don't know if they're real, but there was plenty of photographic evidence to show that she was a man. Anyway, the point is, I only bring it up, and I'm not making it as a flat statement here. And by the way, I'm not running this today on TikTok because I know I'd be in trouble. But the fact is that very well may go to why Macron, as the host country, the head of the host country, is so on board with all of this. I don't know.
Well, it's a pagan agenda, and then of course I get tired of having to remind people of this. There were all these postings of how did all this crap start, and I keep it's a broken record. I keep going back to the school prayer decisions of the early 1960s. And we've talked about this, and there were plenty of people against it, including JFK, but that is what began turning the tide against religion, not only in the public square, religion in the United States, turning the U.S. into a functionally atheistic country, and certainly Western Europe was way ahead of that. I mean, Europe hasn't been Christian for over 100 years. So there you are. But here's the thing. The Olympics are still an institution, right? And they're going to go
part of this. And that, yeah, I mean,
here, I'm falling into this trap, right? There's other postings on how did the FDA approve these puberty blockers, which are so dangerous? Hello? The FDA hasn't been worth a damn for 40 years. You just saw it with COVID. I mean, it's I think there's enough information that's come out about that. So getting back to the subject of whether President Trump can win, I think that it's obvious at this point. You and I have talked about it, even mainstream. I mean, even the normies know this, that they tried to murder him. I mean, that's pretty obvious. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt.
No, I mean, it was obvious. And the fact, the obvious first proof is that they are refusing to answer any questions. The woman that was fired, Cheadle, didn't answer a single question. Now the new guy apparently is doing the same thing. And that Congress subpoenaed Mayorkas, who I personally think is behind all of it, and a couple of other high-level Biden people. And they just said, we're not coming. We're ignoring the subpoena. And by the way, save your papers. No, we're not saving anything. We're going to delete it all. And they just, do they have that kind of power at this point? I mean, Steve Bannon right now is sitting in a prison cell because
Yeah, exactly.
he did this. And Peter Navarro had to do a 4-month prison term because they refused to cooperate with a congressional subpoena from a committee that's now been discredited and actually denounced by the president speaker of the House, who finally did something and said that this committee was not legitimate. They had no authority in terms of the precedent of how committees function. And yet these guys are not answering any questions. I mean, this is a situation where you have a government that is in a rogue government, and their fingerprints are all over this.
Well, I don't think anything's going to change until you get out of this institutional mentality. In other words, there's been complaints about the Secret Service. I mean, Bongino has been on this for a couple of years, but, well, it's a Secret Service. You know what? Close the agencies. Get private security in the meantime and try to start something new. All right?
Oh, if I were Trump, I wouldn't have them anywhere near.
Well, and he may do that. But see, these are radical propositions, right? Well, Mike, what are you going to do without the FDA? Very simple. I'll put together a blue ribbon commission of medical practitioners and academics, and we'll submit the same clinical trial data to them, save a lot of money, and save a lot of lives. You don't need the agency, all right?
Yeah, which is completely beholden to big pharma. Putting that aside,
but this is it. This is the typical American thing. We have to reform. No, sometimes you have to burn it down. All right. There's no reforming these agencies.
And while they're burning, they should get rid of the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security, which was set up under Bush, and certainly the Department of Education, which hasn't really contributed to the single improvement of a single student in this country. These are massive
on that subject, and I'm a minority on this. You, I'm sure, disagree with me. I always thought Reagan, his biggest claim to fame was he was fortunate enough to run against weak opposition, and that the hostages were in Iran. All right, he had a perfect chance to eliminate Department of Education. Didn't do it.
No, he didn't do diddly squat. I think Reagan kind of became a little different after he was shot.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it sort of was a clear message to play ball. You know,
Exactly.
We're in charge here. I mean, look what they did to Kennedy. Even Jimmy Carter was had a gun put to his head when he did a mild moment when he was going to release all of the information about Kennedy. They are not playing, these people, this isn't beanbag. I mean, they're playing for keeps, which gets me to fear that President Trump is going to be shot. I don't see if he is. I'm sure that the polls that are being taken by the insider people running Harris's thing and Trump's thing, for that matter, show him winning a landslide. And as the date, the time moves forward, either he's going to be shot or he's going to strike a deal with these people, just like Reagan did, and say, okay, fine, you can keep your deep state, but maybe I'll do a few things just around the edges as window dressing. I mean, it really comes down to those two options.
I don't know that he's that kind of guy in that he was never really a politician. I mean, Reagan came up.
Yeah, but now they've blown off a piece of his ear. You don't have to be a politician to get that message. I'm just saying, I mean, and he wants to be elected.
Yeah, but you know what? It cuts both ways. All right. If you openly try to assassinate me, I can either become scared or become more pissed off. And then I'll bring in my own private security. I'll bar the Secret Service and, fool me twice, shame on me kind of thing.
I hope he does that. I really hope that Trump gets off his wallet and maybe shells out about, Giuliani has talked about this. He needs to pay out maybe about $10 million to actually get, a true loyal security service. Maybe he should get Eric Prince involved from Blackwater, like.
Well, that's a good recommendation, but I don't think he's stupid enough to rely on that corrupt agency.
I hope not.
And it's probably making him more pissed off. And the amazing thing about it was that they couldn't even pull that off. I mean, thank God they didn't. But good grief.
Just by a hair. I mean, they really, I think had they done it, and I think they had every intention of doing it. First of all, I don't think Biden would have stepped down. They would have just, why would he have to? I mean, they would
You're
just
absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't have changed. They would have just
rode that on the fact that people are extremely uncomfortable recognizing evil. Oh no, it's just not possible.
Yeah. No, and they rely on that. I mean, there's a sociological term for this. It's not confirmation bias, but it's like we turn a blind eye to evil, which empowers it and which makes it actually come right out onto Main Street as it has.
Right.
And because it gets more bold, and it finds evil tends to find a certain level of energy and excitement in terms of displaying itself publicly. It doesn't like to be.
People challenge me on that. I always have a stock answer. Had their intent been to assassinate him, what would they have done differently?
Well, I mean, look, they obviously did intend to do it, and Trump,
that's my point.
He even Biden himself in his phone call to Trump said, "Well, I guess that you missed the bullet by moving your head." I mean, and that was, it sort of seems like he was expecting it. How did he even know this? This was, I mean, and I think that it's just one of those. I mean, I think that there was a divine element to it. Maybe God is protecting Trump. I mean, I don't want to say that because next time maybe God won't protect Trump. Every time you say that, you have to be careful because we don't know that. We don't know the mind of God.
Well, we don't know the mind of God, but you can start thinking about it.
You do.
Okay. I mean, how about this? These women got the crap beat out of them in the Olympics as a punishment for abortion and a pagan opening ceremony. Because this is all because of women. That the empowerment of women is what brought the gay agenda to the forefront. Please call somebody and argue with me on that.
No, I wouldn't argue with that. And I also would note that abortion seems to be the big calling card of this whole election. And it's what makes these women, apparently, they seem to go out of their minds. I've seen this. And it's not even an issue. What I would point to people is that when we're on the verge of World War III, we're on the verge of a meltdown of our dollar, we're on the verge of all this crap, and you have a couple of red states who passed highly restrictive abortion laws. Give me a break. It's not a federal issue, right? It really isn't at this point. Now that Roe versus Wade has been rescinded, you might have some people on the far left who want to have a national amendment to the Constitution guaranteeing abortion up to the moment of birth. And you might have on the other side an amendment to ban abortion forever at the point of conception. But the fact is that neither of those two things are going to happen. And Trump has been very clear about it. He's like, this is an issue that's up to the states. That's what Roe versus Wade did. It kicked the rescinding of it. It basically kicked this issue back to the states with a democratic people that they like to crow about democracy. Well, in a democracy, you have the state legislators reflect the value of the people of that state and make abortion laws. And if you don't like it, you elect someone else. I mean, here in Massachusetts, they've gone even further to the liberal side. They now allow abortion even after the baby's born.
Yeah.
But the point is, it's a state issue. It's nothing to do with this election, and that they're demagoguing it and claiming that, you know, Trump the Trump abortion laws. No, these are state abortion laws, and ultimately, over time, they will be more consistent with protecting the life of the mother. And it won't be. I don't think there's been really situations where, I mean, they run these fear mongering campaigns that a woman had to die because of a difficult pregnancy. I don't know about that. I mean, it's extremely rare. And obviously, if that happens, sure, she should have an abortion. But it's kind of the amplifying of that is a lot of demagoguery that stirs up these women to go absolutely berserk. Many of whom probably have had abortions, with due respect.
Yeah, and the fact that this becomes an issue is kind of ridiculous. I mean, I've confronted people and asked them, okay, how many abortions per year are you planning on getting? I mean, and what happened with the birth control, and what happened with the morning after pill, and let's not worry about most of the abortions now are chemical, which is not a benign drug, by the way.
No, it's not.
So it becomes, people get caught up in this. I'm sorry to say.
But do you think, Mike, it's going to really help defeat Trump? I mean, I want to bring it back to that. I think that she's become a cult figure very similar to Bernie Sanders. The hard left and the kind of the student left and that whole constituency are making a lot of noise. They're very loud about it. Trump has brilliantly said, hey, if you support Bernie Sanders, you should support me. But, I'm not into this authoritarian system. And that Trump bringing up the business of whether or not she's black, I don't know. He does it rather inarticulately. I wish that he could maybe put these things in a more careful context. But he's right. I mean, she never really identified as, not that it matters, but she never identified as black until she got into politics. And that's when she started putting black men in prison in California, where she kept them in there longer. I mean, I don't know, does the left realize this? She kept thousands of black men in prison in California longer than they needed to be, so they could work slave labor to help corporate bourgeois corporations, multinational corporations, make a buck.
Now, but Chuck, you realize none of that matters because it's the message,
I mean, there's this one guy that's in an interview. He was on death row, and he was innocent, and she's there trying to throw the book at him.
Yeah. No, I mean, she's a horrible person. I mean, what do you expect? How did her career start?
Willie, what's his name? The mayor of
Willie Brown, and doing horizontal favors for Willie Brown. Everybody knows that. Somehow.
Here he was a 60-year-old married man, and she was like 28.
Yeah.
And he puts her on like several of these, talk about corruption. He puts her on the board of directors where she gets a fat check to show up at a meeting once or twice a year. I don't know. All these people do this. Hillary Clinton got all that when Clinton was governor of Arkansas. They all they put their spouses or their girlfriends in this case on payrolls of these corporations, and they get these enormous, this is how the rich, I mean, these people talk about the rich. I mean, this is the game. It was set up, mainly back in the days of Wilson, but they like give these plums to their political friends, and then the corporation gets favors from the government in exchange. I mean, like Clinton, in the case of Arkansas, he gets his wife put on about 5 different corporate boards, including Walmart, and then in exchange they get to dump bird shit in the water, throughout the state. I mean, it's, they look the other way. So the point is that it's so corrupt, and that was her start in politics. But again, I just fear that it doesn't matter because she's got all of the apparatus of the left internationalist power, making sure that she is going to be just sleepwalked right into the White House. She's another Obama, except she's worse. She's actually further left than Obama. Obama, I think, actually, comparatively, had a few scruples. She's just openly a literal communist. She's talking like Mao Zedong with the business of like, we have to disavow the past. That's not word salad. That's serious stuff. That's Marxism in its purest form. And I just think that if she's elected, there's no turning back. We'll never get rid of her.
That's a very good point. But
this is the last chance.
Pivot a little bit to what does it take to win? All right. The Republicans could win by getting the votes of white women. All right. The pandering to minorities is absurd for the following reason. All right. Blacks are what, 13% of the population. Let's say in the state of Michigan, Donald Trump got all the black vote by magic.
Right.
Is that enough to move the needle?
Yes. Well, I mean, even if he peels off like 2 or 3 percentage points on the black vote, that combined with your conservative white or mainstream, vote, that could tip the scale.
But wouldn't you agree
and
that
it's not going to get white suburban women? They're crazy. I mean, these are people who are not dealing. Since I became aware of this, frankly, I kind of knew.
Well, hang on. So you think they've deliberately ignored that demographic because it's hopeless?
You mean white women, suburban
Yeah.
white educated women? Yeah. It's not. That's gone. We're not dealing with people who are going to be reached. This is the Trump derangement syndrome. They despise Trump. They want to see. They're happy. They wish he was shot.
But why? But what? But
there's no rational reason for it. Their brains have been manipulated. This is mind control. It's MK Ultra. I believe that. I think that their people have played to their emotion. I mean, they're talking that Trump. Didn't you know that Trump attacked a woman? Really? They defended Clinton for 8 years. I mean, I know people in my own circle who told me I'm not allowed to talk about Clinton back then. And the fact that he raped Juanita Broderick and they had, talk about hush money. I mean, I think they gave $750 million to Paula Jones and who knows who else. You weren't allowed to talk about that. But with Trump, who at least has learned his lesson. I mean, he wasn't going on the Epstein Lolita Island. Clinton kept going after he was out of office. He went for like 50 times. But because it's Trump, and that they're going berserk over that. They're putting on the pussy hats. It's like, really? I mean, what about don't they know about Tara Reid?
Where did that all come from? I mean, I do not have an explanation.
It's not rational. I understand that you don't like a man who is doing this. I don't either. I get that. They're pigs. But why single out Trump? What about, Andrew Cuomo is not exactly, a paragon of virtue. What about, you could look at a lot of people. I mean, really? So it's obviously they're willing to be manipulated for political reasons. I mean, there's something about Trump that drives them out of their minds.
Could it have something to do with the fact that they're not fulfilled in their own life? All right. Hubby goes to work, and while I stay home and make the meals, clean the house, take care of the kids, and there has to be some more meaning in my life. So let me get political.
Oh, they don't have any meaning in their lives. They don't believe in anything. They don't believe in God, certainly. They don't really, there's nothing going on in their cores. I mean, that's been the product of decades, if not a half a century, of this educational system and this kind of stripping away of faith in God. And so they've replaced that with hatred for, it's a complete classic case of psychological projection because they hate the other. I heard a comment on Pod Save America, which is a far left wing establishment podcast, where he said that J.D. Vance wants to make women who have not had children second-class citizens. Really? I mean, that's a projection. They're the ones who view anybody, certainly Trump supporters, and anybody that doesn't zig heil and goose step to their view as definite second-hand citizens, second, who don't deserve. I mean, the language that they used during the pandemic and during the rollout of the jab for people who weren't going along with it, it was absolutely no different than the way the Nazis described the Jews. It was the same sort of authoritarian. These people are not human. They're subhumans. They're vermin. They have to be,
why do you suppose, though? I mean, you go back to this educational system thing, but I don't remember that. Well, I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe a lot of kids bought into this and never questioned it, and then they just became like that. And then they get more mad, as we said at the beginning of the show, when you try to confront it with it, where deep down they know they're wrong, but it's too late. I have a tiger by the tail, and I can't let go.
And I also think it's more than just that they bought into it consciously. I do believe that there is a subconscious agenda going on here. They control the culture. Andrew Breitbart famously said that politics is downstream from culture. Right. And the culture sends out subtle messages. It's like Chinese water torture. Bing, bing, bing. This is what, and they've used the social media brilliantly, I must say. TikTok, I mean, brilliant. And then they have Zuckerberg and Soros censoring anything that disagrees. You create this sort of, this tunnel. Google does something with the algorithms where recently, if you put in the word Donald Trump, you get Harris come up.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they're obviously manipulating and they're fixing the election. Google can steal millions of votes that way, and they have that all over the world. They can fix an election. They can fix a culture simply by manipulating a couple of points in code, and making sure that certain ideas are not seen or heard, or they go way down the list when you do a Google search, because it's only natural when you do a Google search to look at the top piece that comes up first, and they can manipulate that. There are congressional hearings right now on this. I think that the attorney general, I think in Missouri, is bringing a lawsuit about it against Google. I mean, it's a huge control. I mean, of how we think. This is it's and they're doing it in spades. That's why I'm afraid Trump's going to lose.
Here's the sad part of that. It involves not so much the normies, but the people that should know better. And I just went crazy a couple of weeks ago when a book review was posted, a book written by Paul Offit, who's this big vaccine guy. All right.
Yeah, right.
Where he is now trying to rewrite history. That and this just came out. It's a conspiracy theory that the virus came from the Chinese lab. The vaccines weren't great. They never hurt anybody. It's like, are you out of your mind saying this now? But they're true believers. They're all atheists.
And they're in control. Yeah. They control the high ground of our culture, of our media, and of our politics, and our economy, even in terms of the big tech. That's why I'm worried about this election. I think they're already starting to steal it. James O'Keefe has a couple of videos out where he's interviewed illegal aliens who are registered to vote. You have them openly opposing a congressional bill that simply would state that you have to be an American citizen to vote. They don't want to. They're already harvesting. They're meeting people at the border. You get these groups like SIAS and Catholic Charities. These are leftist organizations.
Catholic Charities are terrible.
Oh, yeah.
And I have to tell you this, as a Mass attending Catholic, I took it as a project to tell fellow parishioners, do not put money in that envelope for Catholic charities.
Oh, they're the forefront of the whole immigration, and they're open about it. They want to help people not only come in the country illegally, but they want to get them on welfare. They want to get them registered to vote. Massachusetts, we just had the state legislature at midnight before they close. They do everything. That's how they've always done things in the state. The late Jerry Williams used to make jokes about how they have candles lit in the window, at 11:30, passing legislation and signing bills. 100,000 illegal aliens are now going to get licenses. And if you get a license, that means you can vote. I can speak to this. I just had to renew my license. And immediately, one of the questions was, am I registered to vote? And would I like to register? They weren't asking whether I was an American citizen, nothing like that. And then I've also got in the mail already an absentee ballot. I didn't ask for it. I'm just saying they're doing it. And Massachusetts is probably no different than most of the blue states and the border and the so-called battleground states. They are in the process of stealing the election. I don't think that there's any question about it.
Before you get too excited, they've always done that.
Yeah, but even Biden admitted that they've now worked it up to an art form. I mean, he said, we have the best vote stealing operation in history.
Well, okay, but here's the point.
Saying this. Sometimes Biden is a truth teller out of his own demented. He didn't mean to say it, but he did say it.
Well, of course he said it, but when I first noticed that things were wrong, I've been around for a few years. And California, when I was younger, was not overwhelmingly a blue state.
Right. That's right.
And if anything, the reputation was that Northern California was more liberal and Southern California was more conservative.
Right.
But then around after the tenure of Arnold Schwarzenegger, things dramatically changed. All right. But even then, the good news was that they recalled Gray Davis, which was ironically funny because he was not that bad of a guy. But all the fit hit the shan, so to speak, when he took over with the power issues and so on. Now, I think that there's been massive corruption going on forever. The fact that people notice it more now is, I guess, good. But here's the thing.
They've really put in place the machine. And I think we even talked about how in 2012, Obama won several precincts in places like Detroit and the usual Philadelphia by like 98, 99, in some cases 110%.
Right.
Rush Limbaugh pointed this out. It was already done. I don't know if Obama stole the election from Mitt Romney, but I wouldn't be surprised. Mitt Romney didn't have the backbone to stand up, which is why he despises Trump, because it's like bitter sour grapes.
Well, why not? Why stop there? I think it's completely acknowledged that JFK stole the election from Nixon.
Yeah. Look, we could go back to Jefferson. It's.
So I think
this isn't new, but the point is that now it's critical, and they're not. I don't see how it could go otherwise unless there is such an overwhelming outpouring of people, and that they start doing all the tricks that the liberal Democrats do. We have to start harvesting. We have to start going into the counting rooms. We have to start voting early.
I think they will. But bear in mind that you have an extremely unlikable candidate with Harris. And
yeah, but do you believe the polls? I look at the Drudge Report. I know that they're left wing, but when you look at that, your heart sinks. It's like forward. She's I don't believe it, but at the same time, I don't know. I mean, is this
There's a
happening?
sugar high based on the fact that you had a vegetable, and now you at least have a
Well, that's what I
scent
think.
you.
That, that's
Okay,
what I think. But
what's
at
going
the
to
same
happen is
time, it
when
could be
she gets
another
out there,
Obama.
when she gets out there, she doesn't have any talent. It's not going to come out. I
I
mean,
don't know
at
if it
least
matters.
Biden
You
was
know,
around for
you
50
have
years.
these dimwits saying, "Oh, I want to elect a woman." I mean, I'm going to vote for I'm going to vote for somebody because they have a vagina or because their skin is, whether she's black or not is beside the point. The
There's
point is,
always going to be people like that. But even if you acknowledge that about 30% of the people are irretrievably stupid, you're still taking a very articulate guy versus a woman who may have some accomplishments on her resume, mostly just fancy sounding titles. First of all, she's never done anything her whole life. And this is one of the other problems that's happened, I hate to say it, with this glorification of women. If you ask people, try this conversation once. What has Nancy Pelosi ever accomplished in her life? Well, she was the speaker. No, no, no. What has she accomplished? I'm not asking what titles she's accumulated. What has she accomplished? Not a goddamn thing. All right. So once you focus on that, then it
yeah, but
seems
again, I don't know if that matters. I mean, look, the left is going to prop her up. The internationalists, these people have the power. They're not going to expose her. They're going to. It's like Obama. She's a tabula rasa. They've already erased all of her leftist positions, and you can't even mention it. Biden was very proud to say that she was a diversity appointment. Look at me. I brought a black woman into the vice presidency. This is my greatest accomplishment. We need diversity. Now anybody that brings that up is racist. So I mean, they control how I mean, to a certain extent. I mean, this is like the Lester Holt world. They
you don't
still
think
have.
that's changed a little bit. Back in
I
the
think.
day,
Well, the question is, has it changed enough? Are they still going to be able to pull this thing, pull this thing off? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like they
my
really.
feeling is they're not going to be able to because they have the same playbook with a worse candidate.
I mean, I certainly believe that, and I hope so. But and I think that Trump has handled himself quite well. He's very good, and I think J.D. Vance is good too. But we'll have to see. I mean, these people are not messing around. They're going to do what they have to
They're not
do.
messing around, but don't confuse what the left wing media says with reality. All right. Maybe it was indelicate for JD Vance to talk about cat ladies, but don't you think for a
But it was
moment,
so true.
yeah, but don't you think for a
Oh
moment
man,
that someone who's got children, who really has a stake in the future,
that's
is
right.
going to
They
agree
have
with
more of that used to be actually a liberal talking point. Somebody would like I know
mention
like
that?
in
Yeah,
Boston. I mean, it was a big deal when Ray Flynn ran for mayor that he didn't have his kids in the public school system. It's like they were in private school, they were parochial school. It's like, wait a minute, you're going to be presiding over at that time, the school system was in great turmoil. You want to have somebody who has some stake in the community, and that includes having kids who come home and tell you what the hell is going on.
yeah.
I don't think that's particularly controversial. And also, by
No,
the
well, what
way,
I'm saying, Chuck, is that they try to make a big deal about it with the talking heads. But look, even this hated suburban white women demographic is going to have to identify with the fact that, no, I have kids. And wait a minute, I'm tired of being run by cat ladies, or in the case of France, transvestites or whatever. Uh, I'm glad that JD Vance came out and said it. I don't really care what the media says.
right.
They're all phony.
And also,
And
by the way, they did like another one of these Trump hoaxes in that they took a statement that he made and they made it into they switched it around a little bit because he wasn't talking about women either. He also included Pete Buttigieg,
yeah,
who at that time didn't have kids, and and he also was very clear at the beginning of the statement to note that he's not against people trying to have kids. He has nothing but sympathy for that, and that
Right.
people who are dealing with in vitro fertilization and their adoption. I mean, they're trying to have children. That is not what he was talking about. So he was clear about that.
And Vance is answering back too, because this one moron, I forget her name, accused him of only being in favor of white kids, when of course Vance is married to an Indian woman.
He said, "Oh, do you know that I have like biracial children?" No, he's very good. He's very cool, and I think that's why Trump picked him. I remember he was on I think it was like Face the Nation, one of those big shows, and he just totally decimated the host when he started to bring up Trump's, been convicted, of a crime. He completely handled it beautifully. I mean, he's very, very articulate, and he's very careful, and he knows how to get down into like the mud with somebody and take them on, and he's not afraid to.
Does anyone even care that you're not convicted until you're sentenced?
Well,
does anybody care about it?
Or just this whole phony thing anyways? And I mean, the nerve of that woman at the black correspondence event where Trump went out and he spoke. Unlike, of course, Harris, she'll never speak to anybody but people who agree with her, like Cardi B or somebody.
No.
But I mean, right? But he was out there, and then she brings up, January 6th. Trump handled it brilliantly. He says, "What about, the people who are looting black businesses and burning black neighborhoods after George Floyd's death? Isn't that an insurrection? I mean, really? And nothing happened anyway." The point is, Mike, I'm worried. I'm sitting on Spiel because I just I look at this thing every day and I'm wondering, it's the forces. We've been saying this all along.
Well, okay, but here's why you're worried. All right, maybe not deep down thinking that it could go wrong, but you're more upset that it's gotten as bad as it has. Okay, whether it's a pagan ceremony at the Olympics, whether it's the fact that you have a moron who did horizontal favors to get to where she is, walking around with her soy boy. I mean, it's terrible. It makes me sick, frankly.
It's awful.
But
it makes me nauseous to think about it.
Fortunately for you and me, we know too much. Okay, the normies don't delve in to all this crap. They don't know all this negative history, that how bad it is. And they're just looking at the moment, and that's fine. And I'm telling you, when that woman comes out and starts having to confront, I mean, she's got to worry about what she wished for. She wants to debate Trump. Good. Have that.
I can't wait. But I remember I felt nervous during the Biden debate with Trump because I didn't know what they'd pull off. And, it got better and better. I mean, I hope that, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like, she's terrible. And I mean, in debates, I mean, I think it was Tulsi Gabbard ripped her ripped her to shreds during one of those debates.
Well, and here's the point. Now that she ripped her to shreds, if you saw that thing, which you did, it was deer in the headlights. Tulsi is rattling off this litany of failures of Harris, and Harris is sitting there.
Yes, and I hope Trump views that. I hope he brings her into his circle and really bones up on that, because that was classic. And Trump is, by the way, putting aside all these little distractions and these gotchas. He's putting out a pretty solid agenda. The Republican National Committee agenda is published and it's available. It is very solid. He has said that he wants to stop taxing Social Security, which, by the way, was put in place, the one accomplishment by Senator Joe Biden, a bill that taxes Social Security, which is unjust, given the fact that you already paid taxes on the money before it went into that corrupt system. Getting rid of taxes on tips, things like that. Those are good, solid things for him to bring up. He is bringing up issues. I hope he stays with that. I hope he is just carefully drops those out there as he goes and continues to define what we should expect in the Trump administration.
How insidious that was when they started taxing Social Security.
Oh, I mean, and not only that, but I mean, look, I had this debate with Barney Frank when I ran against him. It was one of my favorite moments when he says, "Oh, the Republicans want to get rid of Social Security." They bring up that lie every 2 years.
Right.
And I said, "Excuse me, but I think it was you, Mr. Congressman, who wanted to means test Social Security, wanted to raise the age of retirement. You're working around the edges and trying to reduce Social Security. Those things are opposed by Republicans." So, yeah, if any, it's classic projection.
Yeah.
What they say you're going to do is exactly what they're doing. And plus, not to mention the fact that they're going to put 10 million illegal aliens are going to start to get Social Security benefits through a bunch of ancillary programs like SSDI and SDI, and it's going to bankrupt the whole thing. But never mind that. Anyways, but Mike, you seem to be somewhat bullish on Trump's victory.
Yes.
I feel really, really worried about it because of what I'm seeing.
Well, I'm not being overconfident, but
right.
I think that you're so immersed in this stuff, and you're surrounded by liberals, which I mean that might be which I'm not. I mean,
I'm telling my view when I see people that are just like going berserk. Yes.
Yeah, and I am certainly aware of this.
Yeah.
But I'm not exposed to it to the extent personally in your face like you are. But remember the famous Pauline Kael statement when Nixon won.
Yes.
I didn't know anybody that voted for him.
So, man, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, but that's going to be a beautiful thing if that happens. I don't even want to think about it because it's like, oh man, that would be.
Well, what was good about that statement is that if you put it in the context of the fact of how overrated that woman was and how ignorant she actually was of cinema, it was mind-boggling.
Oh,
I'll leave you with this because I could not believe my ears.
Yeah.
And one of my friends in entertainment called me and said, I just couldn't believe what you said. She was praising a particular performance, doesn't matter the movie, doesn't matter the actor.
Yeah.
And how did he do it? And how did they put that together? And it came in a moment and all this stuff. Completely ignorant, I guess, of the fact that cinema is an editor's medium. That scene was probably retaken 7 or 8, 10 times. There's the definition.
It's all fake. And by the way, I heard a liberal. I was watching the Olympics the other day, and this Snoop Dogg is all over the place.
Yeah.
I pointed out, by the way, he endorsed Trump. He said Trump, he loves Trump, and he says that because Trump pardoned a couple of people that he knew. Anyway, that's all of a sudden it's like you could hear you could hear the whole atmosphere of the room change when I brought this up. Anyway, Mike, but you've definitely talked me off the cliff. I would say that, at least for today.
No, I mean, you were, I was worried about you. I was going to try to reach through the screen here.
I do feel that way. All right, so what's coming up in your Substack?
Well, we put something out a few days ago called The Battle Lines Are Clearly Drawn. We talk about the Olympics, which we beat to death here on this show.
Yeah.
But there's some good references on that particular article that may be of interest. And well, the one that people are going to like, again, it's from your good buddy, Michael Flores.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Where I have to say this because it's such a great story.
Yeah.
That the Olympics have always had controversy, judging controversy and so on. And of course, the biggest controversy ever in the Olympics was phony. All right. Hitler did not acknowledge Jesse Owens.
Oh, that's actually not true.
Right. But most people think it is true.
Right.
And as a matter of fact, what happened was Hitler, in fact, did wave at him from the stands. He didn't personally congratulate anybody because he left that day early.
Right.
And there was a long friendship between the guy who finished second or third, a German guy, to Jesse Owens throughout the guy's life. who died in World War
Oh, you're
II.
talking about Kurt Schmeling. Oh, he was the boxer. I'm thinking of something else.
No, this is, but anyway, that's all. Michael Flores talks about it. But Jesse Owens looked up, the kid of this guy was at his wedding. So this whole thing was just crap. And it's still dutifully repeated to this day.
Oh yeah, no, look, not that Hitler, of course, was a nice guy. Okay.
Oh no, of course not.
I'm not saying, but yes, I mean, this is a manipulation to make something look a certain way and make it look, the way you want it to look, and that's the same sort of cut and splice stuff that they're trying to do to.
All right, but do you know, Mr. Expert, that the only guy that did snub Jesse Owens
was probably FDR.
It was FDR. You're exactly right. FDR only invited the white athletes to the White House.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that. I know that like the NPR likes to make a big deal over the fact that Eleanor Roosevelt hired black women to do like maid work at the White House. She didn't hire them because they were black. She hired them because she wanted to save money, and she fired all the white women and brought them in at half the price.
Yeah,
I mean, it wasn't like some heroic, it's like, anyways, Mike, but as always, thanks for joining me.
All right, well, you have a good one.
Thank you,
and
too.
We will.
All right, thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. And we are discussing a very basic issue today, something that I've been discussing off and on for the past 4 years. And that is the 2020 election, whether or not it was stolen, whether or not there was ballot fraud to the degree that it was stolen. To help us discuss this, we're joined by author Ken Block. Ken has written a book called Disproven: My Unbiased Search for Voter Fraud for the Trump Campaign, the data that shows why he lost, and how we can improve our elections. Ken, thanks for joining me today.
Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
So, Ken, tell me, how did it come about that your background as a data analyst and how it was that you were hired by the Trump administration after the election to do an examination of the election?
Sure. I'm a database expert. That's what I've spent my career working on. Projects that my company has delivered include the food stamp debit card system for the state of Texas. It's called the Lone Star Card. We've done similar systems in other big states. I'm a two-time candidate for governor here in Rhode Island. And after my second campaign in 2014, I became very interested as a technologist in voting data. And I began to really look at it, starting in Rhode Island, but I branched out to every state in which we could take a look. I have a national reputation of not only being good at working with this data, but I have helped defend states from lawsuits that involve voting data. And I've also helped groups sue states on the basis of data voting. So I have that reputation. I don't know exactly how the campaign found its way to me. I didn't advertise my services to them. I wasn't asking any connections about doing the work. I didn't even know they were planning on doing this. But the day after the election, one of the top campaign attorneys, and when I say campaign attorneys in this case, I'm not talking about Rudy Giuliani, et cetera. There were paid professional attorneys inside the campaign apparatus. They were careful. They hired me to, at first, look for evidence of voter fraud, dead voters, duplicate voters in the swing states, to try to find enough fraud that would both stand up in court and be sufficient to cover the margin of victory in those swing states. And then quickly, as we were doing that work, the campaign started running past us claims of voter fraud that other people brought to the campaign's attention in the hopes that those claims would become the foundation of successful lawsuits. And what my company was asked to do was evaluate those claims to make sure that they would survive legal scrutiny. And in every circumstance, the answer was no, they did not.
Okay, so you were initially brought in to examine the voter rolls of the particularly of the swing states. There are reports of this existing in most states, and that is people who have either passed away or have moved out of state or are not really eligible to be registered voters. They may be students living in, in another state, and they have two registrations and whatnot. Now, my understanding is that one of the primary organizations that work is by the acronym ERIC, and that ERIC is basically, has done nothing. I mean, they've done very little to actually help the states purge their voter rolls of non-voting registrations, and that they are very partisan in nature. Did you encounter them at all, and what has been their role in that?
So, Eric and the member states that make up its constituency does an okay job at finding duplicate registrations provided to them by the different states that participate. They didn't factor at all into the work that I did for the Trump campaign, and I'm sure the Trump campaign didn't ask Eric for any help during the period directly after the election when these lawsuits could be filed.
Why not?
You know,
I mean, it seems to me that they're the primary group that does this work, and it's over 20 states, including Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
so the problem is, Eric, to look at the election results, you have to grab the voter data as of election night when the polls
Right.
close. It's a big, challenging job because most states don't have data that's ready to be distributed to the public, let alone for any other purpose. And I'm confident that the member states of ERIC were very busy conducting the election and didn't really have time to get into that kind of a data request
Right.
to help the Trump campaign. And honestly, the work that we did in looking at 31 million mail ballots cast across all the swing states, we did a far more thorough job of evaluating duplicate voters than Eric could have ever done, because Eric depends on driver's license and social security numbers provided by the member states to do their matching to determine if two people with the same name and date of birth are the same or not. We don't do it that way. We figure out the social security numbers separately from those that the state has on file. And our data is more accurate, honestly. So we did a more comprehensive look than Eric could have ever done in the 30 days after the election.
Well, I mean, there's been reports of dead voters, for lack of a better word, that certainly go back long before this election. I mean, it goes back to actually there was research done on the Kennedy-Nixon election by a pretty large group of objective journalists. More recently, I think they concluded their report, I think in 2014, and they concluded that that election had been stolen in Chicago because of dead voters. So this isn't something that's new. I mean, it's something that may be somewhat baked into the system, and it's a genuinely legitimate concern. Now,
Sure. So just to try to allay your fears just a little bit, we took all 31 million votes cast by mail in the swing states. We pushed them through our data vendor, who married up those voters based on their name, age, and address to their social security numbers. And then we used the social security numbers to look them up in the social security death master file. That's a database of every single person who's died. It's the most current, best place to figure out who's alive and who's dead. And we found no more than a handful of votes in each swing state cast by someone who was deceased. And in Pennsylvania's circumstance, I highlighted, we had done a similar look at the Pennsylvania data for a lawsuit a month to 2 months before the election. And I found a couple of deceased voters who had just registered.
right.
And I predicted, and it's part of the court case, I predicted that those deceased registrants would end up yielding fraudulent votes in Pennsylvania, and they did. The fraudulent votes weren't stopped in the 2020 election, but after the election, the people who committed those fraudulent votes were prosecuted and they pled guilty, both of them,
Right.
to the federal crime of election fraud. So and I don't think anybody has ever done a more comprehensive look at deceased voters in an election the way that I did for the Trump campaign in 2020. And there were minuscule numbers of actual votes cast by those who are no longer with us.
What about the absentees?
That
I mean,
those are the mail ballots. We looked at every
well,
mail
you
ballot.
said that there was how many million absentee ballots cast in the so-called battleground states? Did you say 31 million?
31 million.
That's incredible. I mean, first of all, the Carter Baker Blue Ribbon Commission, as part of the Carter Library, did research on absentee ballots, and they concluded a report after a 3-year study, a bipartisan report, which advised against absentee ballots, basically stating that unless someone has a pretty darn good reason for casting one, that they can show that they're incapacitated or they're overseas, there shouldn't be absentee ballots. And the fact is that in the 2020 election, there was the largest outmailing of absentee ballots in American history to people who weren't even asking for that. I mean, I got several in the mail here in Massachusetts.
No, you didn't get several absentee ballots. You got several mail ballot applications.
Okay.
That's a very different. This is a frequent confusion when we're talking about absentee ballots and what is an actual live ballot. Anybody who received more than one mailing about absentee ballots, you were receiving applications to apply for an absentee ballot. You weren't receiving actual, real, live mail ballots. So
Understood.
that's been
Okay.
a large confusion everywhere whenever I talk about
Right.
this.
Okay. Well, thanks for clearing up that misconception. The Carter Baker report concluded that the absentee ballot system was rife with corruption, and they advised against it. And because of the excuse of COVID, the states, according to Molly Ball, who's a New York Times reporter and who wrote an article that was published in Time magazine, I urge people to read it, in February of 2022, they engaged in an unprecedented mailing of absentee ballots. I don't think that there's a system in place, at least as far as I know, that would confirm that the absentee ballot is cast by the person who is on the name on that ballot. And that some of the battleground states, particularly Michigan, and quite illegally, as it turned out, according to a state judge, the secretaries of state lowered the standards in terms of proving the validity of the absentee ballots. In the case of Michigan, Attorney General Jocelyn Benson got rid of the signature requirement. Now, Massachusetts actually is more conservative on this. You really have to show, this state, when it comes to that, is pretty conservative, but other states, they kind of put aside those sorts of state legislature approved conditions under the guise that there was an emergency because of COVID. And so you had absentee ballots coming in that had a questionable identity and, point of purchase. I forget the word they used for that, but, proof of identity when they arrived. Now, the other question I have about the absentee ballots is they're arriving at state clerks' offices, right? Who actually does the counting of those? And how is that done in a way that the public got some assurance that they were being accurately counted?
Uh, you ask an extraordinarily difficult question because the answer is it depends on the election jurisdiction.
Uh-huh.
There are 50 states, but there is way more than 50 election jurisdictions. Almost every large state, actually every large state, takes the operations of elections and pushes it down to the county level. Different counties can have different rules and regulations governing how they conduct the election, just as different states have different rules governing how they can conduct the election. I have a couple of, I understand what your basic concern is, and I share it. And it's how do you ensure that the person who casts the mail ballot vote is the person who should cast the mail ballot vote.
Exactly.
And signature checking is a terrible way to try to prove that. It doesn't really, it really doesn't work well because I
Okay.
can't sign anything I sign the same way twice, no matter what.
I don't agree with you on that, but how do they do it then? What is the
Well,
methodology?
I believe that we should have a voter identification number that is implemented in a way that only the voter can know what that is, and that number should be supplied whenever they cast a mail ballot. A very strong form of identification would solve all of those concerns. Now, do I think it's likely, given the scenario that you point is a good one, in that we are weak, security weak in terms of identification of who's casting the vote, but to take advantage of that weakness in numbers big enough to have impacted an election is a real trick, because you have to apply for the mail ballots in most states. If you're not applying for the mail ballot, you have to intercept the mail ballot that's been mailed out, not just once or twice, but in the case of Georgia, it would have had to have been 12,000 times. In Pennsylvania, it would have had to have been 90,000 times. You'd have to fill in the mail ballot applications if you were going to have to apply for the mail ballot. Then you'd have to receive these mail ballots at different locations, because if you had all those mail ballots being shipped to one address, somebody was going to notice that and take a problem with it. And then you have to, in states where they were signature checking, you still have to have a passably close signature to make the whole thing work. In short, it's incredibly difficult to pull off. It's fairly simple to pull off voter fraud in small numbers. It's actually very difficult to do it successfully in large enough numbers to matter and get away with it, and nobody identifies that you did it.
Well, I think that the issue isn't, quote, voter fraud. The issue is ballot fraud, and it's the question of whether or not partisan figures put in place, like Attorney, I'm not to pick on her, but Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, who was financed in her campaign by George, might have engaged in. They are so opposed to voter ID. You mentioned that there should be some sort of a voter ID with absentee ballots. Their rule of thumb has been to oppose all forms of voter ID, which was, by the way, an about face, because originally they were for that. But for the particular election of 2020, there was massive opposition to it, and there was this turf group funded by George Soros called Center for Constitutional Rights, which floated a campaign that somehow it was racist to support voter ID, as if black people can't have ID. Everyone has ID. I mean, need an ID to go to buy a six-pack of beer. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's also quite insulting. But the point is that there was a massive campaign to prevent that, and all sorts of activity politically to stop any of those attempts to have basic voter ID in advance of the 2020 election, which I find very suspicious. I also think it's awfully strange that the same Democrats now in Congress are opposing a bill, a very basic bill, but put forth by the Republican House, to make sure that illegal aliens don't register to vote. Some journalists have already discovered that many of them are registered. And here in Massachusetts, for example, they have given driver's licenses to almost 100,000 illegal aliens, or have made it possible. And when you have a driver's license, you automatically can register to vote in this state. So there seems to be an obvious agenda
Wait a minute,
there.
are you saying that the automatic registrations for somebody who gets a driver's license but is not a citizen is automatically granted?
Not automatically.
I doubt that.
No, it's not automatically granted, but when you apply for the license, you can get it. I can speak to this. I recently renewed my license, and they asked me if I wanted to register to vote. They didn't ask me if I was a citizen.
Right, but when an illegal immigrant applies for a driver's license, they have to identify themselves as not a legal citizen. And
I'm not sure about that. I don't.
I would be very surprised because there are a lot of the driver's licenses have information has a lot of ties to federal programs and a lot of other things.
Right, the
And,
national ID program, but that's a separate issue. You don't have to have that. And I don't know if there's a direct connection between
yeah,
getting the
I don't
license.
know either, but I would be shocked if
I
they.
wouldn't be.
I would be shocked. Look, I live in Rhode Island, which is arguably even more liberal than Massachusetts,
Right.
and I know
May
for a fact.
may not be as corrupt though.
Oh, we've sent more speakers to jail than you have. Of that, I can
Yeah, but I
assure
mean,
you.
I'm talking about political, not personal corruption.
Yeah,
I'm
uh,
talking about, the Jocelyn Benson kind of corruption.
yeah. But
Um,
I do think that with DMVs, because of there's many different federal programs that tie into it, they have to be cognizant of the citizenship status of people, and I believe firmly that they have legal requirements to not offer voter registrations to non-citizens. So,
yeah, well, I mean, I don't
yeah,
know if they have requirements. I think that it's open for potential fraud.
it's
Now,
confusing. It's
it is.
confusing for sure.
Now, I'm sure that you probably, like me, watched the election returns on election eve in 2020. And you probably saw, like I did, how 6 states at the almost the exact same second stopped counting their votes. It was about a little bit before 11 o'clock. It was shortly before that that Arnon Mishkin from Fox News announced that Arizona had gone for Biden, even though there was absolutely no information to indicate that. The next day, he apologized with some weak, silly, explanation. But the interesting thing, and Fox News is one of the worst, by the way, in this. I'm not sure why. Was it Murdoch's two sons? Who knows? The point is that it was unprecedented for these 6 states to stop counting. It has never been explained what happened. And in all of those states, Trump was ahead. And in one case, Pennsylvania, he was ahead by 750,000 votes. I remember watching at that time, I'm flipping between Rachel Maddow and Fox and the other stations. And Rachel Maddow actually was more honest than anyone. When Georgia shut down, she's there scratching her head. She's like, is there something hinky going on here? But then, of course, I don't know, maybe somebody got the message to her to straighten out, because then she put on a more straight face after that. But the point is that there was something hinky going on. What was that about? How could it be that 6 states shut down and stopped counting, and then the next morning they resume counting and we find out that Trump is losing?
So I don't have any personal research went on as far as the shutdowns, restarts. I don't believe anyone's ever shown that there was any kind of collusion between the states to do that. I think those were 6 separate decisions that were made, and I think
At the same moment?
I don't know if they were exactly at the same moment.
I
Do you?
watched it happen. Everyone
Oh.
did. That's why 60% of people, Republicans, and probably who knows how many Democrats and independents, believed that the election had been stolen. There was something very, very fishy about the whole thing. I don't know. I personally would suggest that there may have been an algorithm or something computer-wise that led to this, in the same way that if you buy stock on the New York Stock Exchange, you can put a stop loss message on the purchase, which says that if your stock dips below a certain amount, automatically it's sold. There's
Did
something
these
that
6 states
triggers.
all use the exact same vendor and machines for their counting?
No, not necessarily, but
So
I'm just saying that
your
there
your
might,
your your theory is extremely unlikely because that would mean cross-vendor collusion
not
to do
necessarily.
that.
They could all have 6 different algorithms and 6 different stop loss messages.
I
If
don't
Trump,
think so. Let me ask you this question. You talked about how Trump was leading after the same day in-person votes were cast.
Mhm.
And by extension, I'm going to assume that therefore you're going to express shock that so many Biden votes were contained in the mail ballots, correct?
Well, I think that he was leading in all parts of the vote, both
Well,
mail-in and in
not,
person.
I don't think so. Not the mail ballots.
Well,
because
this
Trump
all
did.
happened at about 11 o'clock at night. So I
Right,
would
right.
assume
But what you're missing, and what everybody misses who starts talking about this. And by the way, this isn't where my focus was at all. I was
I
strictly
understand.
inside the data. This is sort of, forgive me, but it's kind of crazy conspiracy stuff that you're floating here. But the reality is that President
It's what
Trump
happened.
he spent months demonizing mail ballots to Republican voters, and Republican voters stayed away from mail ballots in droves as a result of that. So when the vast percentage of mail ballots were counted, and they were mostly Biden votes, and it closed the gap as time went on, that's largely a function of the fact that we usually have a much better, closer distribution of votes cast by Republicans and Democrats for mail ballots. It's only in 2020 where it really became a partisan voting tool. And that was a specific strategy that Trump followed. And it makes sense when you understand that, and no one can argue that he didn't do this. He did it for months before the election. So when all the mail ballots that came in were mostly Democrat, nobody should be surprised. And nobody should be surprised that the percentages of the vote changed while all of those mail ballots were counted. So, the problem that I have with everything that you're talking about here is you have some disconnected data points, but you're ignoring the elephant in the room, which is that in 2020, many more Democrats cast mail ballots than Republicans, largely because of Trump's own actions. And therefore, how can we be shocked with what the ultimate results were? That as they counted the mail ballots, Trump's lead narrowed and ultimately disappeared, because we also saw so many more mail ballots cast in 2020 because of COVID
Okay.
than we
No,
had in
look,
any year previously.
I think that I will concede that Trump and the Republicans tried to emphasize getting out on voting day and not mailing in your ballot. And we saw what happened, for example, in 2022 in Arizona, in Maricopa County, when they all showed up to vote and they found out that the machines were shut down, especially in Republican precincts. The paper didn't fit the machine. It jammed the machine, namely because this company that printed the papers, which, by the way, was a partisan Democrat printing house, had made it so that the font size and the border size would automatically jam the machines. And so that way, all these ballots were then thrown into a box somewhere where they became provisional ballots. And that raises questions about when were they counted and how were they counted. And it resulted, I think, in the loss for Kerry Lake. But there was definitely the emphasis on
So
voting.
hold on. When you analyze the actual votes cast in Kerry Lake's races, both of them, I'm sorry, in her 2022 race,
Yes.
what you find is that while there are many ballots where all the down ticket Republicans received votes, but Kerry Lake and the other three top of the ticket Republicans who shared her views on election denialism received no votes. Either the vote went to the Democrat or it was left blank, and way more votes were cast with that look to them, where down ticket Republicans received the vote and top of the ticket, except for the treasurer, all didn't get the Republican votes. That's way more than her margin of loss was. So there
Okay. Well,
are.
it doesn't
I mean,
explain why those.
and that's hard data, right? And
Yeah.
that's right there to be seen. And even in the face of that and being confronted with it, she still would prefer to say that the election was stolen from her, as opposed to what is in effect a really simple, brutal statement. And that statement is election denialism works for a percentage of the electorate, but it doesn't work for all of them. And
Well,
when
it doesn't
for the
explain
voters
why
that,
those
wait a minute, and
precincts
for
were
the
shut
voters that
down.
it doesn't work for, they sometimes penalize those candidates, and that happened in a big way in Arizona.
I don't believe that.
The Republican treasurer, who's now the treasurer, and she was the candidate in 22, received more votes statewide than any other statewide candidate on the ticket. Don't tell me that there was some kind of weird fraud where the governor, lieutenant governor, the attorney general all got screwed by some sort of fraud mechanism, but the treasurer didn't, who shared the Republican ticket with them. I don't buy that for a minute.
Well, it doesn't explain why it is that those specific precincts where the majority of Republican voters were casting their votes were shut down and people were told to go home. They couldn't vote that day. It also
Well, they
gets
did, but they did vote. They voted provisionally, correct?
right, which is a very questionable practice. In other words, they had to put it in some box to be counted later. I would like to see how that happened and how whether or not those votes were properly counted in a counting room where you had both a Democrat and a Republican observing the actual counting. That to me, it looked awfully odd the way that happened. And it's not just Maricopa County, but there was some other counties where there was some rather strange activities. I think there's some major corruption going on in that state. And in 2020, according to Rudolph Giuliani, in Phoenix and in Pittsburgh, you had many thousands of people turned away who showed up to vote because
So
they were told, oh, you already voted. We have it already down here. Sorry, you can't vote. So they ended up having to cast provisional ballots when they hadn't voted, which raises the question, number one, of what happened to the provisional ballot. But number two, if they had already voted, how did that happen? And who voted for them? And how did they vote?
So getting back to the Arizona outcome real quick in 2022,
Sure.
for the precincts where as you yourself described, Republican precincts where the machines were shut down.
Yes.
If the shutdown of those machines was the fraud that caused Kerry Lakes and I don't know the names of the
Abe Hamadeh.
yeah, and so,
Who
but
lost by less than
Secretary of
100
State,
votes.
Lieutenant Governor, and Attorney General, how can that outage cause them to lose, yet allow Kimberly Yee, the treasurer's candidate, to gallop to a win?
Probably
She was
because
also a Republican.
and maybe because she got the Democrats voting for her. I don't know. We can't know the registry. And when you when you vote in a general election, you don't, you're not asked whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. And you have people in Arizona, they have, I don't know, in the primary, I think in the primary you can switch parties. In fact, people are doing that right now, and I urge them to do it. Democrats in Minnesota to vote against Ilhan Omar because in Minnesota you can, as a Republican, register as a Democrat for a day to vote for the Democrat that's running against her. There's sort of a grassroots movement to do that right now. So there's a lot of possibilities in
But
terms
my explanation of the actual ballot examination that showed that there were many Republican ballots, and by Republican ballots I mean all down ticket Republicans receiving votes, but the top of the ticket, the election deniers, were left blank. That's not proof enough to you that there was a broad appeal problem for those candidates as opposed
no.
to Kimberly
And
Yee?
also, I mean, I think most 60% of Republicans and probably a large percent of Democrats and independents do believe the election was stolen.
Well,
As
sure,
far as
but
the demonization of so-called election deniers, we went through 4 years of this cockamamie conspiracy theory that Putin had colluded with or conspired with Trump to steal the 2016 election. So there's plenty of people who engage in that. And I don't think that there was any evidence of that because after spending $35 million, you had Mueller and his brown shirts issue a report in which on page 1 they said, no, that hadn't happened. We still
can we
are
can
going
we
to try
keep
to.
this focused on the 2020 election? And I'm
Yeah,
happy to talk
I
about
just want to comment on so-called
I can't
election
get into
denial.
this deep
I
historical.
understand. I just
And
want
look,
to.
the other thing I want to say, you're throwing a lot of stuff out there. I need to be able to
Yeah.
communicate a little
Oh,
bit
yeah.
back
And
to
we
you.
have plenty of time
So,
here. I just
yeah,
wanted to
and so
clarify on the issue of election denial and talk
yeah,
about who was denying elections. That's all.
but
Anyway,
one of the
to
challenges
move
is
on to my next question, the issue of Dominion voting machines.
I can't address that. I never got to look directly at it.
Okay.
So that is all hearsay charges. There's not a shred of proof that the Dominion machines had anything that was wrong with them. If there was some documentation, Fox News would have had it, they would have fought back and they would not have had to pay $750 million in defamation. You know, I have to talk about real stuff. I cannot talk about fantasy stuff. And the Dominion machine claims, and this is what I was trying to say just a minute ago, the reason people are so spun up and they believe that only fraud could explain all of these things is the only thing they're hearing is that there was fraud, 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 fraud. And when the very reasonable, wait, hold on. And when very reasonable, hard, factual information is brought to bear to explain the phenomenon, as opposed to fraud having caused Kerry Lake's loss, for example, you kind of brush it over and go, well, nah, I just want to.
No, we saw what happened with the shutdown of those precincts, and we saw what happened on election night with the shutdown in 6 states. Now, Rudy Giuliani has said now that there are 3 whistleblowers on the Dominion issue, and I would just note, I don't know what happened there, and I'm not making any claims, but one of the major contentions on election day was that the voting machines were not online, so they couldn't be possibly manipulated.
How can you credibly and comfortably talk about unproven hearsay allegations? You said you
I'm
don't
about
know.
to make my point about the online.
And Rudy Giuliani owes hundreds of millions of dollars because he lied about Ruby Freeman.
I reject that. I mean, he's being
So
harassed by the American Bar Association, as are any lawyers who in any way help Trump. Now, Rudy
Giuliani is not a credible source.
I think he's a very credible source. I disagree. I think he's a great man. Now, the issue of very funny. The issue of Dominion.
He lied. He
lied. No, he did not
lie.
He lied. I reject that. Now, the issue of Dominion on
his own words, he lied. He admitted to lying.
Fine. I mean, he's a great man, and I believe him.
He admitted it, and
maybe, I'd like to see exactly what he admitted to. They probably got some technical thing. Look, the point is that one of the main contentions about Dominion was that it was not online on election eve.
I can't talk about Dominion.
All right. I want to we'll move on. I just want to make the point that anybody who claimed that it was online was attacked viciously as some tin hat, evil, less than human conspiracy theorist. Well, recently we found out that there was this thing with Google when they tried to download some software, and for a couple of days it followed up a lot of the airlines. I know that the hotel services were filed up for a few days. This happened 2 or 3 weeks ago. I think you remember that, right?
Yeah.
Well, it turned out that they find out that in Maricopa County, they had to stop the election because all of the voting machines were online, and that they were getting messed up because of this interference by this particular coded software. So, I mean, really? How is it then that they were online? After all that abuse that was heaped on anybody who brought that up in 2020, they were online. And that was something that was routinely acknowledged. So I don't know what
it should not have been. I agree with you 100%. Voting machines.
All right. And as long as they were online, they could be subject to manipulation.
Voting machines do not belong online.
I agree. I mean, of course. But the problem is that they were. And it kind of verifies some of the concerns that were expressed by whistleblowers at that time about that possibility. That's all I'm saying about that. It is an issue. And I mean, President Trump has said that if he's reelected, in fact, it's part of the Republican National Committee platform, that we are going to do like most nations in the world do, and that is have, paper ballots that are voted upon at a set time, that absentee ballots are going to be the exception, that they, unless you can really show that you need one, and that we're going to finally get honest elections. I don't think we've had honest elections in this country going way back. This isn't unique now. I mean, Thomas Jefferson stole the election in 1801. I love Jefferson, but nevertheless, we've never gotten it right in this country. It's always
2016.
Excuse me?
Does that include the 2016 election?
Well, I think the 2016 election, Trump was not supposed to win, but he did. And I think it shocked the system, in which case, according to Molly Ball, a New York Times reporter, you had meetings with top officials and the high tech and the big tech companies like Zuckerberg, who wrote a personal check of $420 million for walk-around money to engage in ballot harvesting, and probably nothing that's outright illegal, but questionable, especially in Michigan, where you had people showing up at nursing homes and filling out ballots. That they had meetings with these people, Jack Dorsey, Zuckerberg, and they said, we can't let this ever happen again. That's when they began implementing the algorithm, which knocked people off the air and which began a massive censorship campaign.
So
One
Charles,
that culminated after the Electoral College meeting, and Trump was removed from Twitter with his 30 million followers.
Can I talk now?
Please.
Okay. So almost everything that you and I have talked about outside of the physical ballot examination in Arizona in 2022, and lightly touching on the work that I did for the Trump campaign in 2020, everything you're talking about is circumstantial, indirect evidence that cannot possibly ever stand up in a court of law. And what's really important for all of your listeners to understand is that to contest an election and to get an election overturned, you can't come in with circumstantial hearsay evidence that is not accepted in a court of law, because to overturn an election is a legal exercise. You have to do it via the court system. You have a very defined, very narrow window of time in which to do so successfully. It's usually within 4 to 5 weeks of the election. After that, it's simply too late. And what you have to bring is what the campaign paid me to try to find, which was unimpeachable hard data, which the other side's lawyers and experts couldn't tear down. And everything that we've been talking about since probably at least half of this conversation has been you talking about circumstantial versus hearsay levels of evidence that cannot be used to contest an election result in our legal system. So one of the big frustrations I have when we're talking about whether or not our elections are on the up and up or whether they're broken is just the kind of conversation that we're having right now, because you're talking about things that nobody can prove or disprove. It falls right into the same kind of conversation like a tractor trailer loaded with ballots that somebody saw in New York highways that ended up in Pennsylvania. Well, no one ever has a picture of this thing.
No, there was testimony from the driver of that truck who did look at those ballots.
But that's hearsay.
And he found out that they were all made. No, that's actually, he's been exonerated. They found out that they were all already pre-made out to Biden. No, that was one of those situations.
Oh, really?
Where, yeah, really.
You have to
check out. Recently, the post office has exonerated him, and he just was a driver. He didn't have any particular political agenda.
When you say exonerated him,
then he was right.
Then you said that it was loaded with
where loaded with ballots that had been pre-made out. There was another case like that in Wisconsin, where you had ballots that had already been. In fact, this other.
Where's your proof of that? Can you show me the proof?
His testimony.
His testimony is hearsay and not allowable in court. Why
do you say it's not allowable in court? I mean, I think it is allowable in court.
No, it actually isn't. You can't have things determined by he said, she said. And what you just
have to have. Look, you know what? You're quite right, Ken, in that there has to be either an adjudication in a courtroom, which didn't happen because none of these cases were allowed, or you have to have enough people in Congress to conduct hearings and get testimony, and then file a report based upon those hearings.
Congress is not a legal system. Congress is populated by partisans on both sides.
Congressional hearings.
The only place to contest an election result is in the court system. and
Right.
within the election infrastructure of each state. That is where it happens. It cannot and should not happen in Congress. That is absolutely the wrong place to do it, because depending on the makeup of the House of Representatives at the time, it's going to lean Republican or it's going to lean Democrat, and you're going to get a result that's partisan as a result.
Well,
of it.
based on what you're saying, there should be no congressional hearings at all. I mean, Congress, that's their job, to hold hearings, to try to have a balanced hearing where you have each party appoint their members to the committee, which of course didn't happen for the so-called January 6th committee. But putting that aside, you then have lawyers on both sides basically conducting the theory that each side presents. And then you have hearings where each side gets to ask the person being testifying questions. And yeah, sure, it's partisan, but that's how Congress does it. As far as the judicial system goes, none of those cases got inside a courtroom, so we never heard testimony. We'll never get to the bottom of it because they were all dismissed on jurisdictional grounds, which is something that
Not
is
all. Wait, not all. That's
which
a
one wasn't?
false statement.
Then
That
which
is an
one wasn't?
absolutely false statement.
Which one
Some-
wasn't?
Some were jurisdictional. They were misfiled. They were put in the wrong place. Others had no data, no foundational data behind them at all. They were thrown out for either lack of foundation, or they were thrown out because the Trump campaign or subordinates who filed on behalf of the Trump campaign filed lawsuits that could not document the harm that was being claimed, right? So you need two things to overturn an election. You need documented fraud, and then you have to be able to prove that the fraud caused the election to have the wrong outcome. The Kraken lawsuits by Sidney Powell were tossed out almost on their face because they were wholly composed of hearsay evidence. That was it. There was not a shred of fact.
First of all, you don't have to have proof.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Please.
There was not a shred of hard evidence in her 200 plus pages of complaint when her cases were thrown out of court with some of the harshest language I've ever seen judges use, including a Republican judge. It was a crap piece. It was a crap lawsuit filing, and it got smashed legally as it should have. So there were a number of problems like that. I helped stop a couple of lawsuits from being filed at all because the foundational data on which they were put together were misdone. They were completely wrong. So even though there were facts,
well, they were untested.
Those facts were arrived at in a completely invalid way, and they were incorrect facts.
No,
so,
they were not they were not tested in a courtroom where you have both sides arguing and presenting their point of view, and then you have a jury deciding that.
But you only
never made it that far because of mostly jurisdictional issues.
Charles,
you're right. Maybe not all, but it was mostly that it was decided by the clerks and the judges because mainly the state court did not want to hear these cases, and they were on record in some cases as saying that they didn't want to hear it because they did not want to affect the outcome of an election. They did not want this to happen because it could have affected that, and they felt
that's not illegal. That is. I don't believe you can point me to any legal document in the filing of a court case that has that as the reasoning.
No, you can't. That was an opinion expressed. I forget the judge's name, but he was in Wisconsin. Said, "I'm not going to let this go forward because I don't want to affect the outcome of the election in my state."
Yeah. So
that was generally the stance of the judiciary, and it was wrong.
The truth about the 60 plus court cases that were filed is the vast majority of them were garbage. They did not survive. They did. Are you a legal expert?
Are you?
I have worked with lawyers on countless cases.
I do have some legal connections. I'm not going to get into what.
And I understand the foundations upon which a successful lawsuit can proceed, and in which a lawsuit will get bounced out because it lacks the proper foundations in fact. And
there's a lot there in terms of what a court wants to hear, and if they don't want to hear something, they can find a way to have it not get into the courtroom. And
that's not what happened in the vast majority.
I believe it is.
Well, okay.
Not all, but in the vast majority.
I'm not sure we can have a real productive
No,
conversation.
we'll just leave it at that and let my listeners decide. That's my contention. That's the contention of a lot of people on the Republican side.
But you
And
understand it's based on a garbage, unrealistic interpretation of what actually happened with each. I could sit here for the next 3 hours and go through every one of the documents filed in those court cases and show you the defects that caused a lot of those filings to be bounced out.
yeah, I'm sure they found some technicality. They
No,
did not want to get
they're
into
not.
politics.
Oh my God, they're not
The courts
technicalities.
did not want to change the outcome of an election. Now, let's get off the merry-go-round here. I think we both made our points. I've gone into this before. There was not. I mean, first of all, I mean, you had the situation in Fulton County, Georgia, where the lady with the blonde braids and her brother and two other people shut down the arena because they claimed that there had been a water main break.
Hey, Charles, I'm going to stop you again. You're talking about hearsay, anecdotal stuff.
This isn't hearsay.
Charles, I'm not here to talk about that.
Okay.
I'm not here to talk
I'm
about
not either. These are facts. I've seen the video of her stuffing the ballot over and over again because one of the cameras captured that.
Or is this where we're going to go at this point?
We can talk about the video that I saw, which she's stuffing the ballot over and over again, and she took a black box out of the desk.
If we can't have
we'll let people decide. You can't see that now because it's been censored. Look, it's all going to be, if President Trump survives and is elected, then we'll probably ultimately get to the bottom of it. I actually don't think we should be talking about this issue now with just 3 months before an election, because the important thing is the election itself. And if President Trump is reelected, we'll get to the bottom of it afterwards. So in a way, the whole conversation, I think, should be probably put off for now. I don't like the fact that people who observed what happened on election eve, which is a fact, 6 states shutting down their counting almost at the same moment, are told that everything is just fine and great, and we should all just pay no attention to it. But again, I think most Americans know that there was something that happened there, at least. That we're not even talking about Wayne County in Michigan and preventing, and in Philadelphia, preventing people from observing. Now we have a situation where the head of the Republican Party is going to be fielding 175 volunteer election observers, people who are going to be sitting in the counting room and making sure things are properly counted, just like Governor Youngkin did in Virginia. So there is some hope. And if President Trump survives, maybe we'll have a more clean election. And if he loses, fine. The point is that at least we'll have a situation where some of the things discussed by Molly Ball, New York Times reporter, and I urge people to read her article. It's available online, February of 2022, Time magazine, talked about and laid out in very clear terms how that election happened and how that was pulled off. Anyway, Ken, let my listeners know where they can get your book.
Sure. So I have a quick message for your listeners, and then I'll pitch the book quickly.
Sure.
The conversation that went back and forth here was kind of a remarkable one, and what I just ask everybody to try to keep in mind as you process everything is there is a monumental difference between hearsay, anecdotal evidence, where you cannot touch it, feel it, quantify it, have it stand up in court, and hard evidence that's incontrovertible, that is documented, that's verifiable. You can quantify the number of fraudulent votes, all those things. They're dramatically different things. And the tension between what Charles was talking about and what I'm talking about, they're night and day. And that's why I kind of had to stop the conversation, because I have no ability to talk with any authority, nor does anybody, about a lot of the anecdotal
because it hasn't been adjudicated.
Please let me finish. Anecdotal hearsay things that Charles talked about. So my book, if you're interested in knowing exactly what we looked at for the Trump campaign, if you want to know how we did it, if you want to understand why close to 20 different claims of voter fraud that other people made to the campaign that we evaluated as false, why they were false, That's all there in the book. The book is called Disproven. It's available everywhere you buy books. You can also get it on the website, which is kenblock.com. Same name as the former race car driver. I only get speeding tickets when I race, but same name spelled the same way, BLOCK.
Okay, Ken, you did a good job of examining a very specific slice of the election. I'm saying that in the overall discussion, we don't know the truth because it's been, I would suggest it, not adjudicated, not properly examined by the media, which refused to do it. And the only way to get to that truth is either inside a courtroom or inside the halls of Congress. And that's not going to happen until after the election if Trump wins. If he doesn't win, who knows? Anyway, Ken, but I want to thank you again. And oh, right. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. And my guest emanating from Israel is Captain Elkanah Cohen. He is the author of the new book, October 7th, The War Against Hamas Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. Elkanah, thank you for joining me today.
Thank you. It's a great privilege to be here.
Well, I'm glad to really finally have someone directly from Israel who is on the front line of this whole situation. Obviously, we're all concerned about Israel. Especially since this horrendous attack. And, certainly those of us who support Israel are. We're not talking about those who don't. But I'd like you to, first of all, start a little bit in our discussion on a more personal note and talk about what you went through on that day and how you dealt with the situation.
All right. So before telling my experience, I want to tell a little bit about myself. Okay. So as you said, my name is Elkanah Cohen. I'm 27 years old. Mm-hmm. Most of my friends call me Kuno, which means that you are also welcome to call me Kuno.
Thank you.
Newlywed, expecting father, and finally a student, also captain in reserve, and right now I'm in a break. And above all of that, love my country. And yes. When you tell me to describe how was it for me, so I think October 7th, not just for me, for everyone, was a shocking experience. That morning, I slept in my in-laws. I slept in their bomb shelter. I don't know if anyone knows, but it's not quite rare to have a bomb shelter in Israel. Almost every house in Israel have a bomb shelter. This was the empty room, so this is where we slept, me and my wife. And at 5:30 in the morning, she woke me up terrified, and she told me that hundreds of terrorists are chasing us. And I couldn't use my gun. For some reason, I'm usually walk with a gun, and for some reason, I couldn't activate my gun. I told her, Shiran, don't worry, it's just a nightmare. I hugged her, and I went back to sleep. And hours later, I was awake by the siren and the missile, and I realized that something happened. To be honest, I went back to sleep. I sometimes here in Israel, it's happened, unfortunately.
Right.
And then an hour later, when I woke up, I realized that it's not just a regular thing. And I ran into my house, which is 15 minutes walk. I opened my phone. I'm religious, and usually I'm not using my phone during holidays.
Right.
But I opened my phone, I called my commander, and I asked him, you'll see what's happened. And just for you, let you know, I'm here and whatever it takes. And he told me, all right, prepare your stuff. I actually don't know anything what's happening yet and now. And while I'm turning off that phone call, I'm getting another phone call of my friend Gabi from a unit. And he told me that Elkanah, where is Shiran? Shiran, she's my wife. I met her on my active service. She also served in my unit. And he told me, you and your wife both called up. And for people who doing reserve, it's fine for me to get to called up. But me and my wife at the same time getting called up in a holiday,
right.
I realized that we are in something
big. Now,
Yeah.
is your parents-in-law located near Gaza, or where in general were they? Where were they?
So I usual I I my parents live in the south, but not quite close to the Gaza Strip. There are, I think, 45 minutes drive, maybe a
Right.
bit more. But we didn't needed to hear from our parents. Everything was burning here. Like I got phone calls. I've got uh, you know, nothing even started yet, and I already figured that some of my friends already got murdered, unfortunately. And me and my wife, as I told you, we went to the base together. And that time I got another phone call of my friends from my old team, the one that I used to train with, uh, from my active service, and I decided to join them and to be part of their team. Usually, as you know, I'm a captain and I have a different job, different
Mm-hmm.
place to be. But that time I decided that I couldn't stay from the side and do something else and instead of fighting. So I joined my friends, and this is how everything began.
Right. So, the thing that impressed me a lot in this horrible situation was how Israel really pulled itself together completely, and I mean that as a society and politically and militarily, the people started to just go out there. You had, retired boobies and zadis showing up, and ready to fight, and everybody kind of was, you know, clicked into action. I mean, to deal with the crisis. And I think that had it not been for that kind of mobilization, it would have been a lot worse, because it seems to me that the IDF was caught flat-footed.
Yeah, that time was amazing because it wasn't just one person. I think everyone who realized the situation just did everything as much as he could in order to save those people in the south. Some of them went to the bases, some of them took their own pistol and went down to the Gaza Strip in order to fight. It was amazing because usually when you see terror attack happen, most of the time you can see people running away. But in our case, people run into the terror attack, into
Yeah.
the breaching in order to fight and to protect their brothers and sisters that are getting slaughtered right now. So I think it's part of our Jewish DNA and the Israeli culture, not just the Jewish, because I can tell you that there was also Muslims who ran and
Oh, yeah.
Christian.
There's a Muslim bus driver who saved many people. I mean, it was just everybody mobilized in Israel. And it was an extraordinary aspect to this story, one that is very inspiring in the face of this horrendous atrocity. Now, there are people on the anti-Semitic side of the fence who are denying the level of atrocities that were committed by these terrorists pouring over into Israel, but yet they were filming it themselves. They had their own smartphones and they were making videos and bragging and sending it back to people saying, look at how many Jews I killed. And, and they were filming many of the atrocities that we've heard about and that the anti-Semites want to deny happened. So it's not really a matter of the Israelis talking about this. It is these depraved and hateful genocidal terrorists who were talking about it and who were performing this kind of atrocious event.
Yes, I'm always sad that if it wasn't for hate, those protests, I'm the first one to go and speak with the people who protest, because if they are actually protest for the Palestinian, I think they just don't know the fact, because the IDF do as much as it can in order to protect those civilians, and Hamas is the worst thing that can ever happen to any Palestinian, and people don't understand that. That you see people protest for Hamas, gays for Hamas. It's almost I don't know, it's almost like a joke, because if they will be in the Gaza Strip, those people gonna be slaughtered by Hamas themselves. So
Well,
where they
it's not rational, and it's also very well funded by Qatar and others who contribute huge sums of money to American colleges, and they have successfully pitched this, this atrocity propaganda to the left and to the same people who came out, against Trump. I mean, not to get into a political issue, but the pussy hat ralliers and all the rest, and the people who burned American cities, particularly black neighborhoods after George Floyd's death. These are the same motley crew of people who are now agitating against Israel. And again, this isn't an issue of whether or not Israel should negotiate the so-called two-state solution. It's more a group of people who want to destroy Israel and openly do so. And that they began the agitation within hours after the attack. So Israel didn't really respond yet. I mean, Israel, I think there were several weeks before Israel responded by going into Gaza. So, it's pretty obvious what their agenda is. So, Elkanah, then you're deployed. Can you talk a little bit about that? What happened in Gaza in terms of deployment, and has the operation been successful? I mean, I wonder if it has not been as successful as we might assume. Not that you can talk about specifics. I understand that.
So if I share my experience, I think that in some places, yeah, we did manage to have success, a huge success, and unfortunately sometimes we were the one to rescue bodies of hostages that were kidnapped and slaughtered. So it's always sad, because you feel like it is a success. You rescue your own people, but you rescue bodies, and it's hard to feel. It's hard to realize that you call it as a success. It's not really a success, but
No.
but yeah, we did manage to bring the body of the family, to bring their loved one into bury, which is also a big thing. And we discover lots of terror tunnels that used Hamas, and we destroyed them. And we figure that almost every house at the Gaza Strip, I don't know to speak for all the Gaza Strip. I can talk about the places that I've been to.
Okay.
And the places that I've been to, they were full with ammunition. The entire houses was full with ammunition.
Right.
Each house had rifles, bombs on their baby beds. This is how they're educating their people.
Mm-hmm.
Once we went through a school and I found a notebook, and I saw the Israel map inside the books. It was in a historical or a geographic book or something like
Mm-hmm.
that. And when I read that, I said, oh, there is a little bit of hope, because Israel doesn't exist on their map. But then I realized it's not that Israel exists on their map. There is no Israel. There was Palestine.
Exactly.
And the state of Israel. It's not just the Gaza Strip. They want everything. They want to wipe us out.
Of course, putting aside the fact that they actually expropriated the word Palestine, which was the description of the Jewish state before independence. So you have a situation where Israel has to fight this very, very difficult urban atmosphere of war, where people are setting up their munitions and their missiles inside their own homes with their children right there, and their wives and children, their parents, their family. And they seem to be doing this deliberately because they want to see people. I'm talking maybe the Hamas leadership. They want to see their people killed so they can use that as propaganda against Israel, and to kind of hook into some of these anti-Semitic tropes about the Jews as, being somehow mean people and involved in atrocities. And they hide behind their own families as a way to do this. So Israel has to go in, unfortunately, in order to find the people who are killing Israelis and who are military targets, they have to go in and find them and try to take them out without hurting innocent people, which is almost impossible.
Yeah, it's very difficult, and they're using that because for them it's a weapon. It is a weapon. Every footage and every video that they're taking, it's a weapon. They're using human as a human shield, and one of their tactical army that they developed lately. I don't know if lately they're using that for years, but through the war, I realized that what they've done after, if you remember, after the first ceasefire, there were hostages exchanged, and they released some of the hostages. So we saw that what they've done, they put ammunition and weapons everywhere. And when we went back in order to keep fighting, we saw that those people was coming into their houses like they were innocent civilians. Then they get into the houses, they taking their AK-47, start shooting at you. They lay down their weapon and they going out like they taking care of their son. And unfortunately, they forcing us to think that everyone can be a terrorist. One of the time, a crippled guy on a wheelchair, and suddenly, miraculously, he stand up and pulling and a rocket. He built up a, I don't know how to say it in English, but he kind of a rocket, and he tried to shoot it towards us. So if you're getting to my mind, you can think about anyone that you see. You see a cripple, but you want to take care of them, and then
Right.
he can stand up and kill you.
Yeah, I mean and they deliberately set it up like that. They're playing up to basic notions of humanity when they send out someone like that, and of course, in violation of standards of war, they're putting on civilian garb and they're hiding and integrating within the civilian community while they're fighting. So it's a very difficult terrain, which is what's causing the and I have to ask you this, the what is reported to be high casualty rates, because this is the main item of propaganda by Israel's enemies. So the UN recently downsized the numbers of innocent casualties, and admitted that they had gotten all of their information directly from Hamas, and they weren't checking it and double checking it. And they've also not included within those figures. They don't mention that probably a high percentage of them, if not half of them, were militants. So those are legitimate targets of war, and they don't mention the numbers of people that Hamas itself has killed. They found recently something like near a hospital, 20 or 30 body bags wrapped in black plastic. Turns out that it was Hamas who did this because these people were seen as informers for Israel. And it's not the kind of thing that Israel does. It just didn't look quite right. But yet that's reported as, oh, Israel is engaging in cruel activities and, atrocities. What is the actual, do you have any handle on what are the real numbers? Because, we are concerned about innocent people being killed. It's a very difficult situation, but, how does that actually break down?
First of all, I don't know the numbers, but
Understood.
I can tell you from my experience, as I told you, that we're doing as much as we can in order to avoid any casualties. And sadly, sometimes Hamas put us in position which we cannot choose, because while he decide to shoot at us, I have to respond. By the way, a lot of the time, we're just taking cover because we don't want to take care of those people. And still, sometimes that's happened. It's war. And I don't remember anyone protest against Britain when they killed German people when they fought against the Nazis. Sometimes in war, there is casualties. And believe me, we did, and we're doing right now as much as we can in order to avoid those people. I want to show you a picture. But every interview that I have, I'm trying to talk about one of my friends that died, and or got murdered. And I want to show you an amazing picture of
Okay.
a friend of mine, Shauli Greenlick.
Hmm.
And that guy, this is in Gaza. This guy unfortunately died several months ago.
Yeah.
And as you can see, he's an officer, captain as me. And during that time in Gaza, he saw a crippled lady and he decided to approach her and evacuate her from the place because, by the way, her entire family and everyone just run away. They don't care about people. Sometimes we care much more about their children, much more about their parents, because they leave them out there and run away. Or they're using them as a human shield. But these guy, amazing guy, Shauli Greenlick, which is a truly amazing person. I can talk about him later if you want, but you can see from his picture that we care about those people much more than they care about themselves.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the day they care about their children as much as the Israelis do about theirs. I think it was Golda Meir said something
Yeah.
like that will have a peace. There'll be a move toward peace. So my guest is Captain Elkanah Kuno Cohen. The book is October 7th, The War Against Hamas Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. It's available at Amazon and other sites. You seem to have covered the map politically in that you have a blurb from both Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and also from former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett. Why did the prisoner from Jabalia reveal to IDF soldiers that he had millions of shekels hidden in his home?
It's a great question, and the reason will shock you. The reason he told us that he had millions of shekels and dollars in his house was we were needed to interrogate him and to send him into some interrogator in order to realize if he somehow connected to the October 7 attack. And right before we took him, he told us in Hebrew, by the way. And it's important for people to understand why they talk in Hebrew. It's because they're working in Israel. A lot of them, I think every person on the Gaza Strip have cousins or uncle that getting salaries and getting paid in Israel, and still they decide to do what they do. So he approached us and said in Hebrew, I'll say it in English, not in Hebrew, but he said, I have all of that amount of money in my house. So my friend asked them, why do you telling me that? You want to lead me into a bomb, into how you say, a booby trap?
Yeah.
So he told them, no, the reason that I'm telling you that it's because if I leave my house, the Palestinian people who lives here, the Gaza people will, the first second after I'm going to leave my house, they're going to steal everything. And you know what? I'm trust you. I trust the IDF soldiers. And it sounds weird, but I think that you can hear huge truths in this sentence because they know that they can trust on us and that we are actually moral and working with humanity code that they can trust us while they acting like animals. Lots of them.
Well, I mean, I think that maybe one of the things that's been learned from this whole war is that the Hamas, which of course Gaza was handed over to the Palestinian Authority on a silver platter in 1995 by Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, and Jews were ethnically cleansed from their villages and their factories and farms were turned over to the Palestinian Authority, and money poured in from all over the world, including the U.S. taxpayer, to try to create a peaceful society there, one that could, and all Israel asked in return was just peace. They weren't asking for anything else. They weren't even asking for recognition. They just, they wanted an end of the hostilities. And this was an opportunity for the Palestinian Authority to turn Gaza into what would be the equivalent of Hong Kong. I mean, they're talking about beachfront property. These people are not poor there. You take a look at Gaza, from pictures. I mean, this is like the French Riviera. And they could
definitely could make it as an amazing place. I think they have the nicest beaches in our area.
It's beautiful. And Israel handed it to them, and they could have created a peaceful state alongside Israel. But instead, they took all of their money and they poured it into this war machine, this incredible network of tunnels, which it's unbelievable. I mean, the football field-sized buildings underground with tunnels that connect, hundreds of miles of sophisticated tunnels, and they immediately started to fire missiles into Israel, engaging in acts of war. They immediately started to ship shipments of armaments, like from the Karine B, and that's why Israel had to put a blockade. And they started to do other stuff, the flying in the terror balloons, the gas balloons to burn Israeli fields. And of course, eventually they showed up with the hang gliders with machine guns. So, here you have a corrupt leadership there that, they're going to steal every penny they can. And instead of investing it in their own people, they're going to build a war machine in Israel and engage actively in a war against Israel. Not to mention that they siphon off enough so that these guys in Qatar have a bank account like $3 billion each. So, I mean, that's what you're describing here is kind of a manifestation of that. I mean, they're just going to grab everything.
You're saying hardly. I'm agreed with that.
Yeah. What's on the Hamas terrorist GoPro cameras?
So one of the time, one of the soldiers in my division found a GoPro, and beside the fact that they were filming everything, as everyone knows, as you start in the beginning, you said people try to say they did that, but they document them themselves and put it online on social media. They did that, so of course that, but also we saw huge tunnels. When I'm saying huge tunnels, I'm talking about tunnels that shuffles. I don't know how to say,
you mean like a
D9. It's a huge structures.
Yeah.
I mean,
it looks like the Southeast Expressway here in Boston. I mean, we're talking about like four 2-lane highways, and this isn't.
I think subway will look even smaller sometimes.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah.
They invest so much on terror in infrastructure. It's hard for me to say.
Infrastructure, absolutely.
Yeah,
well, that's where all the money goes, and
Yeah.
That's something that I think should be clear. Why do you feel sick every time you eat meat?
I think I will let the readers to search deeply in the book while they read it.
That's in your book, okay? The book is October 7th. The War Against Hamas Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. So, my guest being Captain Elkanah Kuno Cohen. So Kuno, what is going to be the end game here? I know that you're not prime minister, but I have you here as an Israeli, so I need to ask, since I can't get high-level people yet. I mean, it's going to take a long time, I think, to finally defeat Hamas, but is Israel going to do this job of completely pacifying Gaza? Because I think if they don't, it's going to be a future war. And if and when they do, what happens then?
So first of all, as you said, I'm not the prime minister. I'm the one who...
Speaking for yourself.
Yeah, I'm speaking for myself, and I'm also the one who do what he needs to do. And right now, as I told you, I'm on a break reserve, but we always here and ready to protect our country. But before I'll tell you what I think that they're going to be, I also want to say thank you for the people that maybe the people who watched that video and the USA government. I know that there is disagreement what they should do or what they shouldn't do, but me as a soldier, the fact that we're getting the support, sometimes we got equipment, and we also in my active service, I had the privilege to train with Marines, which is bonding us, and I think it's a great connection. And when we're talking about how the solution will be, in that moment when we figure that this is not just Israel war, because Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and we are a void right now from all the other democracy to fight against those terror organization. And how it's going to be end? I think it will be end by all the other democracy, and of course the US, to understand that we are here together in order to fight those people, and no second guessing, no too much hesitation, because otherwise all the terror organization, they using that. You said about the hospital. Well, they using the hospital in order to fight.
Oh, their headquarters is underneath that hospital.
Yeah.
But I want to get back to my question here. What happens to Gaza after the war? I mean, I don't see Israel. I mean, again, this is my opinion from the comfort of my Boston home here, that I can't imagine Israel allowing another Palestinian entity to develop there, because it's just going to be another repeat maybe down the road. They're going to just once again, I mean, if there's any lesson here, it's that Israel can't do that. I think that maybe there could be local election, municipal Arab governments, but I hope that at the end of the war, an Israeli could go to the beach in Gaza and order a shawarma at a beach stand and not worry and bring his family. That's the way it has to be after this war. So what do you see happening there?
Again, I'm not the prime minister, but what I realize that those people, the thing that they care the most, it's land. And I think that in order to show them that we are here and we are not gonna vanish,
right?
We need to take some of their land and to tell them, if you're gonna do more than that, more land will be taken, and it will be just after we're gonna clear their entire educating system and all their leaders that support Hamas, because this is not. People say Hamas, but Hamas it's not the only thing. There is lots of terror organization at the Gaza Strip. So it's a code name for me, Hamas. But I'm saying we need to kill all the people that supporting our deaths, because whoever wants to kill me needs to be dead.
Of course, this is a war, and these are military combatants. They've declared war against Israel. They've stated their mission, which is to destroy Israel. So Israel has every right, both from a practical and a moral standpoint, to fight back and to stop them by any means necessary. But my point is that once that's done, if you have Arabs in Gaza who want to live peacefully alongside Israel and who want to live with Israelis, then they should be honored, and I think they will be honored. But if you have those who want to continue to fight, they have to be stopped. And I just think that Israel has to maintain the upper hand there forever. I don't see them turning that region over ever again to anyone outside of Israel.
Unfortunately, I'm agree about that. I really hope to, I'm looking
from that standpoint. I mean, it's not going to work.
What?
I mean, it's a practical matter. How many times is it going to take where they continue to build up a war machine and continue to try to kill Israelis? It's like, if there's some lesson from this, it's that. And I think that from what I've heard in reports, there is an even bigger tunnel infrastructure and a more frightening and more dangerous system on the northern border. And I mean, unfortunately, Israel betrayed our Christian allies in Lebanon in 1990 when they evacuated south of Litani, and General Haddad lost his command, and the southern Lebanese army basically went into the Galilee. Now you have Hezbollah in control there, and I hope that Israel can at least keep them at bay, but I fear that Israel is going to have to do the same thing they did in Gaza. Again, you're not the prime minister, you're not the general, but I'm asking you as an Israeli on the street.
As Israeli and someone who served, I just came back from a defense combat at the Lebanon border.
Okay.
I can tell you that for me, I don't see how nothing will change unless they all will be behind the litany, because there is places in Israel like Metula. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, the northern border there. Mhm.
Yeah, so they surrounded 320 degrees of Lebanon, and they getting missile and RP like rockets every day, which is crazy. And the border looked like some some little kid tried to draw and he couldn't do a straight up line.
Right,
Border should be on a by geographic and also something that
right,
you
like
can
the Litani
control.
River.
That the
Yeah,
border right now, yeah. And when you have river and you have high hills to control it, it makes sense. But when they have higher hills than you, and you surrounded by mountain that they control over your villages, it's cannot be like that, because as you know, we don't shoot them. We don't want them to die, but they do that to us. So if we want to live side by side, that even if they
mhm,
want to kill us, let's say, we have to have the insurance that they can shut us every
right.
time they want.
Well, I mean, Israel learned this lesson in 1967 when they took over the Golan. The Syrians were firing from the heights into Israel, and it's simply a matter of practicality that to protect the country from these enemies, and they're not going anywhere. They have to ensure that there is, as the French say, a cordon sanitaire to preserve the border. I just hope that it's done carefully and swiftly and with limited numbers of casualties on both the Israeli and the Lebanese side. And I hope that Israel is able to make an alliance with the Lebanese Christian government in terms
I
of
wish.
completely eradicating Hezbollah.
I
Um,
wish for that, and people
yeah,
don't understand that. The IDF, and it's not the IDF. When you would say the IDF, it's like it's a big term. It's a system. Well, I'm not talking as the IDF. Everyone in my unit, we don't want to fight.
no,
We want, we are young people.
of
Some of
course,
us have families, expecting fathers. The last thing that we want to do is war. We hate to participate war, but sometimes we realize that we have to do that. And when we have to do that, we will do that with all of our power. But until then, we don't want that. And we hope that there will be as non-casualties at all.
of
And
course. Yeah,
that's
I
it.
mean it's heartbreaking to think about the fact that Israelis, my fellow Jews in Israel, have to fight this ongoing war, but that's the reality. I mean, they have to operate from a position of strength and awareness of the nature of an enemy that's never going to back down. Um, Israel, after the horrible attack of October, as a society, seemed to pull itself together. There was very serious conflicts going on between the anti-Netanyahu. I don't want to get into that, but I just want to say that it was concerning. It reminded me of the historically what we learn in Hebrew school about the destruction of the Second Temple. That it wasn't really the Romans; they just stood by and watched. It was the factions that became so hateful toward each other that they killed each other and the place fell apart. I hope that doesn't describe Israel today. I know that it seems like everybody has kind of circled the wagons. Is there any like societal change now in Israel where people are a little bit more cohesive? I know that I understand there are major conflicts on both sides, and some of those are very real. But is there more concern now with preserving the society and the state?
So you're right. At the beginning of the war, before October 7, we were super divisive, and I think this is what allowed our enemy to attack us. And right after that, we saw an amazing unity in our nation. It's not just nation in Israel, Arab, Muslim, Christian, Jews, everyone got together. And unfortunately, I feel that maybe we're going a little bit on the wrong way right now.
Okay.
But I always says that this is the mission of all the soldiers. You know, in in between our units, even those we have people from all the stream of the Israeli stream, left wing, right wing.
Right.
We all can communicate, and we are trust each other, and and I think that this is the mission of every soldier that coming back from a fight. You're finished, not finished. You need to go and to show that this is a possibility of living together. And I think also this is will be an example for the entire world, because right now you can see what happened in USA. It's the same thing. And I think people should realize that we can communicate. We need to communicate, and this is our only way to survive, because otherwise we will unfortunately get to the point that you just mentioned before the Second Temple Mount.
Right. Now, Kuno, I want to kind of wrap it up by just asking you generally, because this is, I think, a major concern for those of us in the United States who support Israel. That, I mean, how are Israelis feeling now? I mean, after this horrible event, and I'm sure that it's affected a lot of things. It's affected probably tourism. It's affected the fact that, as you say, Gazan Arabs worked in Israel and they got salaries, and turns out that they were spying on Israel in some cases. How are people feeling? I mean, is there a sense of like optimism? I mean, and how are Israelis dealing with this kind of pressure?
I think Israelis are great, and they have huge spirit. Of course, unfortunately, I can show you. This is my book in Hebrew,
Mm-hmm.
and unfortunately, I lost 26 friends during that fight. I write their name, all of them here. So I'm not saying that we're not dealing with a lot, and unfortunately, we're waiting for our entire hostages to come back. So yeah, we have some serious bad things that going on, and we need to take care of them. But beside that, I think we have great spirit, and it's amazing to see how we survive over and over again. It's, we're talking right now about October 7th, but there was the Holocaust. It's not a new thing. Even the Egyptians tried to wipe us out. So I think one of the most incredible things about the Jewish that we are here to thrive, and we have the ability and the spirit for that. And
Yeah.
and
And we're able to persevere and even thrive and have a good time in the face of some very harsh and difficult circumstances that come up from time to time. And that's just the reality that we're in. It's an interesting subject. We could get into that. I mean, theologically, it's a big subject, so we'll have to leave it there. But I just want to thank you very much for joining me today, Captain Cohen. Captain Elkanah Kuno Cohen. The book is October 7th, The War Against Hamas, Through the Eyes of an Israeli Commando Officer. Kuno, is there any website that you'd like to share with our listeners, or any more information about you and what you're working on?
Yeah, so if people want to pre-order the book, they can go into my site. It's elkanah-cohen.com, and they can also pre-order through Amazon. I'm also, by the way, on 29th of September, I'm coming to New York to give some lecture.
Wonderful.
People for some communities, and if people want to reach me out, they can call me. And I have all the details in my site. So it's elkanah-cohen.com. And that's it.
I'm just glad that you're doing what you're doing. Thank God. I mean, you're putting a nice human face to the conflict. Somebody who's been there. And, I think that I hope to see more of that. And I just really want to thank you for your service in Israel. God bless you. God bless the state of Israel. And thank you for joining me today, Kuno.
Thank you. It's a privilege. Again, privilege to talk to you. Thank you for that.
All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here welcome to the program. My guest is Gretchen Wallert. She is an author. Gretchen, you're the author. Let me just call it up here. I'm kind of caught flat-footed here. The Magic and Mayhem of Donald Trump, a strategic excerpt of Born to Fight Lincoln and Trump, which also is authored by you. Gretchen, talk about for starters, I just would like to know how it is that you researched for this book and a little bit about your writing process.
Well, it began in 2016 when Donald Trump just burst on the political stage. Of course, it was a surprise to all of us, although he had been mulling things over in past interviews here and there,
Sure.
depending on how bad things got. And apparently during the Obama administration, he believed things were bad enough. And correctly so, I believe.
Indeed,
But
yeah.
in 2016, I noticed some similarities. I'm a historian. I thought I knew a lot about Abraham Lincoln, but in 2016, there were some things that popped up that I thought, oh, is Donald Trump anything like Abraham Lincoln? He was very tall. He won the election with less than half the popular vote. That's what Abraham Lincoln did in 1860. And he had a 10-year-old son in the White House, and he came with a first lady that was immediately ostracized for her fashion offenses and the media. And that happened to Mary Lincoln. And so I started digging deep into both Donald Trump and Abraham Lincoln's those things that you don't normally see, not only their past, how they were raised, their families, their upbringing, but their personalities. There are some huge differences, but I discovered hundreds over the course of 3 years digging deep into Donald Trump and Abraham Lincoln. 3 years of research, and I discovered hundreds of similarities. Put them down in a year's time in 10 chapters. And of course, that was my first book called Born to Fight Lincoln and Trump. Very well researched, well documented. These are real. These are not just anecdotal. These are real similarities. And then Born to Fight, Magic and Mayhem. It's at pre-order right now. It comes out soon. But Born to Fight came out in February of 2021. And that, of course, was right after the January 6th complete shutdown of any right-wing type of protest.
Right.
And we learn more and more about that and how I believe that was a complete setup. And it was not unlike, something that I have read about political entities using violence and kind of making it work their way, as in your Reichstag fire and
Right.
Adolf
I do
Hitler
compare it.
using that against the
Yeah.
people. But Magic and Mayhem came out. The book did well, and it has great reviews. It's an excellent, easy read. And if you want to find out more things than you ever want to know about Abraham Lincoln, that is not necessarily common knowledge, as well as Donald Trump, go for that book. But the Magic and Mayhem came out of that, and that's the most recent. Whoever thought that Donald Trump would survive years and years still in the political arena? And
Indeed.
he is
Incredible.
not necessarily campaigning right now for a second term, but I believe he's campaigning for a second first term. And that's something unique in our history. But my intention is to help people who see there are two extremes out there. Of course, our nation is divided. I believe it's every bit as divided as during the Civil War and Abraham Lincoln. 150 years later, we have issues that divide us, absolutely, and our nation is in turmoil. But on one hand, you learn that Donald Trump is the worst president in American history and should be incarcerated. We'll see if he is on September 18th.
Yes.
But for crimes against society. And then there's another extreme that says he's the savior of a nation and worthy of sainthood. Well, there's a reality in the middle, and this book is that reality in the middle. Donald Trump has virtues, and he also has mayhem that goes along with his magic. And you learn the real person. Just like Abraham Lincoln was a legitimate man, he was not one of those two extremes, and yet he is considered, the savior of the nation today. But we see that he was an ordinary person. Donald Trump is the same kind of ordinary person, but he has some things that are needed in a leader today, and absolutely worthy of any person's vote on November 5th, 2024. Such a critical election. But
Indeed.
this is the reality behind those different facades of Donald Trump, and encouragement that there is a magic middle along with the mayhem that kind of comes along with him. But
Right. There's
that was
something
my
very
intention.
different. No, I mean, and I'm glad you've done this. It couldn't be more timely, your research, as we have 3 months to go before what I think is probably the most consequential election maybe since Lincoln. Thank you for mentioning my book. Just as a quick footnote, that book is available at Amazon, The American Reichstag Fire, where I do draw comparisons between the Reichstag fire in Nazi Germany and the January 6th protests, in that I make the case that both of them have elements of a false flag, but more importantly, both of them were used as a pretext to move toward authoritarian power. In the case of the Nazis, they were able to suspend the Constitution and implement a dictatorship openly. In the case of the United States, it was not successful because we have enough Americans who understand freedom and patriotism that even though they were able to take President Trump off of the internet, which is the main means of communication now, they erased his Twitter account, which had over 30 million followers, and they probably removed thousands of other people, including my YouTube channel. Nevertheless, they were not successful because you have competition, Rumble and Gab and BitChute and all the rest coming up, and eventually you have Elon Musk step up and buy Twitter and reestablish levels of freedom on that network. So they were not successful at completely banishing the opposition. They put many people in prison who were still there for basically peacefully protesting. In some cases, people were violent, but it wasn't something that it involved this, quote, insurrection, which is a word that was made up by the media the next day. It was more, vandalism and whatnot, something that happens occasionally, unfortunately, but it doesn't warrant this kind of reaction. Now, as far as President Trump goes, the main criticism against him now, and I think probably this same criticism was lodged against Lincoln, is that he doesn't speak the proper, language of authoritarianism, what French scholar Elaine Benescon called the language of authoritarianism, where everything is couched in this double talk with a fancy British phony accent, where everybody speaks these long, sonorous, meaningless slogans and double meanings. He speaks plainly and sometimes quite vulgarly and bluntly. I know that might turn some people off. Personally, I love that. But either way, he tells the truth. They say, well, he lies. They're more afraid of the fact that he tells the truth. He may exaggerate from time to time about things like crowd size. It's kind of like your old uncle at a Thanksgiving bragging about the size of the fish he caught at the river. But on the big things, on the things that actually matter, he's a truth teller. And that's what they hate and fear.
Donald Trump, I believe, is one of the most honest presidents we've ever had in America. And you talk about he uses truthful hyperbole, but he admits it himself. The way he deals in honesty is very similar to how Abraham Lincoln deals in honesty. what he thinks, what he says, and what he does is all one person, and that's very refreshing
It
in
is. Good
Obama's
observation.
politically correct administration that he had, in which we all kind of thought that freedom of speech was taking a downward spiral because of things that we thought we weren't able to say. And boom, here comes Donald Trump and says, "Wait a minute, I'm going to say Merry Christmas. I'm gonna not apologize when I tell you to your face that you are wrong." There's
And I'm
not
I'm
very
not afraid
much.
to take on my opponents with both fists. You know, I mean,
Absolutely, and
I think it was
that's
his
the
daughter.
fight that is in him. But in dealing with the honesty,
Yeah,
he just tells it like it is. Very simple language. The way he communicates, how clear is the term fake news, and labeling his opponents with those nicknames that really define them. And it's
Mm.
simple, it's clear. One thing about Donald Trump, so similar to the way Abraham Lincoln spoke to ordinary people, was he used the means of the day, of course, Twitter and media. They just can't help but cover him. But you're right, a lot of uh, censorship for a while there, and it still
Right.
continues. But
Oh, I
Abraham
know.
Lincoln also had a very clear. He always tried to simplify the message so the most basic ordinary American could understand what he was saying, and that's
Indeed.
definitely similarity. Donald Trump is not so much an expert public speaker, but he is absolutely an expert at speaking to the public. And they do hate that. They hate that he actually says what he thinks. There's a lot of magic there, but some of the mayhem, Donald Trump actually does himself. His truthful hyperbole, yes, is called out as lies. But that's kind of a New York thing. It's
Yeah.
promotion. It's helping people see a vision that it's the most beautiful, it's the most perfect, it's the biggest, it's the best.
Mm.
And he does do that. But ordinary people actually get it. We understand that it's like he calls it, truthful hyperbole.
Yeah.
But he
Has like
also
a
tells
Queen's
us what we need
personality.
to know and what we want to know. We don't have to worry about what's in Donald Trump's mind. And that's an
Exactly.
unusual political situation.
Yeah, I mean, he has a Queens, New York kind of personality. He's very pugilistic, and I think his daughter Ivanka pointed out that he's an equal opportunity attacker when people attack him. He doesn't care if they're male or female, gay or straight, black or white. He's going to go after them, and in a way, he's much more of a feminist than women who want women to be kept on this delicate pedestal where they can say whatever they want, but you kind of hit back because to do so, no, Trump will hit back anyone. He doesn't care. If you attack him, he fights. He goes in the arena. And, in a sense, I think that drives them nuts. But look, I mean, I just interviewed an author who had spent many years working with Richard Nixon. Nixon liked ribald language and, obscenities. So did Lyndon Johnson. So did Kennedy. But they kept it more private. Trump puts it out there, which is the way he is. You better get used to it because you have to look at the fact that his administration was the most effective probably since FDR in terms of getting things done. Whether we agreed with FDR or not, he was very effective. Trump, on just about any scale, foreign policy, national security, the border, the economy, his record is incredible. And this was all while he was being viciously attacked by this,
The judicial system, yes.
the appointments of judges who actually take the time to read the Constitution, right? They're going to say, oh, well, what about abortion? That seems to be the only issue they're running on. First of all, it's no longer a federal issue because Roe versus Wade has turned it back to the states. So if they want to issue that issue, let them take it up with the states. And the states, that's what democracy is all about. They say, this is the face of democracy. Well, you elect people to your state legislatures to make laws regulating abortion. I mean, here in Massachusetts, for God's sakes, they now do fourth trimester abortions. That's unfortunately what the people in our state seem to want. I mean, to me, it's barbarous and heinous. But the point I'm making here is that these are questions up to the people of those states. It's not a national issue.
I believe that abortion is the slavery issue of today. There are
Right.
so many similarities between what Donald Trump actually is doing right now. Of course, he's getting castigated from the extreme pro-life side for moderating in the Republican platform for this election. But that is exactly what Abraham Lincoln had to do. First of all, Donald Trump wants to win. And there is a public opinion climate right now. And it came out of the overturning of Roe v. Wade. And I knew this was going to happen. It's all kinds of ammunition for the political opposition, for the Democrats, to come back and get him for. And he is doing what Abraham Lincoln did with the slavery issue. Lincoln was very anti-slavery. He was never an abolitionist, but he had to come back and clarify, as the Democrats were saying, wait, you're for the mixing of the races and all of this. And Abraham Lincoln actually had to say, no, I am not for that kind of equality of the Black man. And Frederick Douglass, the most famous Black man in American history, he was an abolitionist, completely blasted Abraham Lincoln for, how dare you say that the Black man is not, you're not for equality. Abraham Lincoln had to moderate his stance in order to get elected. The top thing was, let's get elected. And then he had to maintain moderate stance in not abolishing slavery immediately in order to win the war. So let's win the war. And that's what Donald Trump wants to do.
Yeah, he wanted to be president of all the people. He was obviously against slavery. However, Lincoln's main focus was to save the Union from the biggest crisis it ever faced. And I think in the case of Trump, he wants to put America first, make America great again. This is, by the way, that was the same slogan that Kennedy used. People don't realize that. Except Trump really means it. Trump sat down. He was one of the few presidents, probably since Coolidge, I would guess, who actually paid attention to the Republican National Committee platform. The rest of them, both Republican and Democrat, they just look at that as a lot of fluff, stuff you say during a convention. Trump actually had it on his desk, and he read it, and he went through it, and he tried to carry it out. This is an incredible, there are things about Trump and his presidency that really are incredible. Now, I want to ask you, Gretchen, one of the common complaints about Trump is, how can Christians support Trump? After all, he's a divorced man. He's had affairs with prostitutes. Who knows? I'm not saying he did, but I'm just saying, he doesn't exactly strike people as a paragon of virtue. I don't think he claims to be. My answer to that is he protects religious freedom. And I also think Trump has learned from his past. He's changed. He seems to have become closer to God. He's unlike Clinton. He's he's become more godly. What say you?
Well, in The Magic and Mayhem of Donald Trump, the chapter on a man of faith, in his first election, the evangelical vote was critical. He nailed that. He is still pro-life. And one thing that the Christians need to understand is, first of all, go back and read your Bible and understand that the heroes of the Bible, the people that God had to use, they were all flawed. Abraham, the forefather of not only our faith, but the Jewish faith, actually let other men take off with his wife 2 different times.
Right.
And King David actually covered up his adultery with a murder. So, this is all in perspective. God only has one kind of human being to use, and it's a flawed human being. But also in understanding that Donald Trump is following on the abortion issue exactly the same type of path that Abraham Lincoln followed. He had to moderate. He had to actually win. And to do that, he was politically savvy enough to be silent on some things and actually, step back from the anti-slavery, passion that he actually had, in order to win the election. And then, it took several years before he saw that the American public was ready for that emancipation of the Black man. And Donald Trump is following in that same political maneuvering, and they need to understand that, and they need to see it. It's still there. And but he has to win the election, and then he's got to win the war, which is, it's kind of a sneaky, subversive civil war that we are in right now, and fighting political opponents that are truly hitting below the belt. But he is ready for that. But he is following the path of Abraham Lincoln with in going in and winning the election. After this, after he wins, yes, he will, I have no doubt, move twice as fast and accomplish twice as many things as
Oh yeah, I mean he's learned
he
some
did
lessons
in his
from the
first
first
term.
time. Oh yeah, and but yet the war against Trump is unprecedented, both in terms of the propaganda campaign by the liberal establishment media, which is so hateful and so over the top, and so openly filled with lies that they don't even pretend otherwise. And I've never seen anything like it. Journalism has completely gone out the window. They never reported on the election of 2020. I'm not even going to talk about it now because I'm running this live on YouTube. You're not allowed to. We'll suffice to say, hopefully we'll get into that after Trump wins. Then then we might have a reckoning, maybe not. But the point is that the propaganda is ratcheted up now just as much as ever. It's gone on for 8 years. And the attack against him personally is unprecedented. Putting aside the fact that he took a bullet to the head, I mean, you have attempts to bankrupt him, attempts to imprison him. He may end up going to prison now. Attempts to charge him with every kind of crime. I mean, you took a misdemeanor allegedly and turned it into 38 felonies, and it's so corrupt and so rotten that I pray for Trump every day. I can't believe that he's able to put up with this kind of pressure. Do you think that's taken, and do you think that they ultimately are going to be successful here? I mean, have they taken enough of a toll? You and I are talking because we're much more in the know, but your average American who is paying 42% of their income in taxes, they still get a lot of their news from Lester Holt and David Muir. They don't listen to, they don't have the time or the energy to look into it any further. And I just wonder if they're going to ultimately succeed here.
One thing I having written the first book, Born to Fight, Lincoln and Trump, I understand the connection with history, and too many people don't understand history. Of course, that's something of the radical left. Eliminate history so that you can give it a revision and not let people truly know what it's all about. But this election is all about the truth. If the truth can get out, and that's what they're stopping, that's what they're trying to eliminate. But the Democrats, the methods are a little bit different, but Abraham Lincoln dealt with the same type of opposition. Of course, when he was elected in 1860, the Southern Democrats said, we are not having this. And they said, we're going to have our own nation. And it was sectional at the time. It was regional slavery. So they seceded and they declared all-out war. And that is tough. What we have now is Donald Trump was elected. The Democrats went berserk, and they are out to get him. And all of these things that they have tried on him have worked on other people. The Republican Party has not had a fighter since Abraham Lincoln as tough as Donald Trump. And, he spent a lifetime developing that fight. And he's not a quitter. He will never quit. So if someone is wondering about Donald Trump, what makes him do what he does, how can I be confident that he is on the right track? He loves America. He wants to give it back to the people. He's for freedom. He's for
Yeah.
respect for our flag. He's for strength. He is for all of those things. Get the magic and mayhem of Donald Trump and dig deep and be confident
Yes.
that what he is doing now is political savvy maneuvering, just like Abraham Lincoln did, in order to win and then be able to move forward. And the
Indeed.
possibilities are endless. And when that assassination attempt, Donald Trump absolutely believes that it was God who saved him from that bullet. He said so. We believe it. Abraham Lincoln actually believed and truly that divine providence and God was in charge of how the
Indeed.
Civil War went. And so we'll see the possibilities after Donald Trump wins the election,
Yes.
with the
God willing.
confidence that he will do what he says he will do. But yeah,
Yeah. No, I mean,
after
it's
that, of course, they did get Abraham Lincoln.
right.
So it's anybody's
No,
guess
it's very
how long
scary.
Donald
And
Trump is able to work in the government with
yeah,
this
that's right. With
incredibly vicious opposition.
this kind of threat is very real, and they may try it again. God forbid. If you want to understand Trump really, I would urge people to read his inaugural address in 2017. Which has been denigrated, and you can't even get it hardly online. And when you do, it's interspersed with negative commentary. That address should be read by every school child. It's easy to understand. It's direct. And he says, just as you just said, Gretchen, he wants to return power to its rightful owner, the sovereign citizen under God. He doesn't care about party. He's kind of a nonpartisan. He is the representing the people versus this rotten establishment, which has been built up over probably the last century, and which isn't given up so easy. I mean, this is why it's scary. This could be their last gasp, or this could be their triumph. I think that there's a lot at stake here. We really, I'm holding my breath. I believe that Trump is way ahead. I think that all these polls showing Harris winning, that's a lot of gaslighting. It's that you notice that they've stopped polling after August 3rd. They just don't do it now. But Rasmussen, which is an honest pollster, is doing it, and they're showing that Trump's ahead. So they're trying to play a game where people get discouraged. It is discouraging when you look at something like the Drudge Report. Oh, it's horrible. Well, the New York Times.
Fighting a war is all about morale.
Yeah.
And the left has no choice but to completely hide who Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are, because if they can keep the truth about their radical left agenda and who they are truly as, socialist, Marxist entities, if they can hide that, then they're hoping to move from a honeymoon period all the way to the election.
And keep
I
her
have
under
doubts
wraps.
that Kamala will even show up at a debate. We'll
No,
see.
they're keeping her under wraps in the same way that they kept Biden under wraps in the basement, except with him, they had the excuse of COVID, which was a bad excuse. But in her case, I mean, she's not talking to anyone. She won't do an interview. I mean, Trump spoke with Elon Musk for 2.5 hours, and I urge people to listen to it. It's fascinating. It's it's how politics should be done. He's invited her. She can go there, but she won't because she can't. She can't.
Trump
Can you
is
imagine?
fearless. He
Yeah, but can you
absolutely is
imagine
fearless.
Kamala Harris talking about inflation or, Israel or Ukraine or the border? No, she can't because she doesn't have the intellectual ability. And the only line of defense that they have for that is, well, you're attacking her because she's a woman. No. I mean, Elizabeth Warren could do it. I don't like Elizabeth Warren. I don't think she's an honest person, and I don't like her politics, but she's not stupid. No one would say that. She's brilliant, evilly brilliant, but brilliant. So it's not that. It's, she actually is not that bright. She doesn't come across as anyone who's done any kind of deep understanding. I mean, can you compare her? You can imagine her with Putin? I mean, come on. She's not in a position. I mean, it's in a way it's even worse than Biden. And I think people see that. I hope and pray that they see it.
Yes, if the truth comes out, if the truth is allowed to come out, if the Republican Party, if the candidates, if the surrogates, if all of them push what is already out there as the truth, the people will not vote for the radical left agenda that is Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oh,
They
indeed.
just won't do it. The key is, will the truth get out? And I put nothing above the Democrat machine in trying to finagle and ease this absurd candidate into the presidency. So we'll find out what happens, but I do believe that divine providence is in the mix, always has. I think the Democrats absolutely underestimate that, but also Republicans tend to underestimate the levels that
How far
Democrats
they'll
will go to get
Oh yeah, I
elected.
mean, and I think that one of the biggest concerns, obviously, and again, we can't go into this, but it's that some of the same apparatus that was in place in terms of voting, during the 2020 election is still there, and that's very, very worrisome. And I think that I don't know if they can pull it off this time because more people are aware of it, and now you have a Republican National Committee that's fielding 175,000 volunteers. Check them out if you can. If you're a housewife, if you're elderly, if you're a teenager, you're a college guy or woman, and you have a little extra time, you can volunteer and man the polling places, man the counting rooms where they get in the absentee ballots, which they're going to probably mail out like a junk mail. You can check these things. There are ways to do this.
And there are
Youngkin
also
did it in
apps
Virginia.
available for live streaming during the election. And so
Oh,
that is meant to keep
it's
it
going to be
there.
ugly. It's really going to be scary. I mean, Glenn Youngkin did it in Virginia. He had a staff of lawyers on call in case anyone saw anything fishy going on that would immediately respond. He had thousands of volunteers, and it was probably the most honest election in Virginia since Jefferson. I mean, it can be done on a state level, one state at a time, and to bring about awareness. But it's very critical that people get out and actually get involved in the electoral system and to volunteer for that.
And vote early. Republicans need to trump it out there. Vote early. Do
as they
not
say in
need to
Boston,
wait till election day.
as the Irish in Boston like to say, vote early and vote often. No, I'm kidding. But yes, look, I mean, we're up against a huge machine, and it's a machine that's capable of doing just about anything, and that's their main, calling card. I think it's too late in the day for them to create another pandemic with only 3 months to go. No one's going to buy it. I think they're trying to instigate a world war, maybe in Israel, maybe Ukraine. I don't think people are buying that either. I don't think that the Iranians are buying it. No one's like playing ball with them, because I do think that they believe Trump is coming back, in which case there's going to be a strong America that's going to negotiate peace. That's not interested in Trump. We should remember, did not have any wars during his presidency. The Ukraine was not invaded. They say, oh, well, he's in Putin's pocket. Well, then why didn't he invade Ukraine? I mean, Trump had world, and one dealt with the honest broker, and in a friendly way, but in a strong way. That's what we need on the world stage right now. The world is too unstable not to have a strong America that defends itself and that stands up for, with allies, and stands up for freedom.
Yes, definitely. And Donald Trump, Donald Trump is the one who is able to fight against this incredible Democrat machine. And my concern is, like I already said, if the truth gets out, and that is what is tough right now. The truth has to get out. And I am concerned about what the Democrats may try to do to get Kamala Harris another honeymoon period and
Who knows? I mean, I think they're going to
They
try
they
to
they
pull
are
off
not
this thing in
limited. They
Chicago.
do not limit themselves. Their guiding principle is the end always justifies the means, and it is
Exactly.
get elected no matter what.
You know, I would just urge people, you know, if you feel like, oh well, I mean, the only thing they have is that Trump makes out these mean tweets. Oh, how horrible! You don't like his mean tweets? Fine. I personally think they're hilarious, but if you don't like them, fine. You know, you're talking about the future of the free world here. We're talking about an economy where it costs $15 to get a McDonald's hamburger for your family. If you have a family of five, it costs, you know, $75 to go to McDonald's. That is that fair? You know, you have to have, you know, we're talking about 20 million people surging across the border. You know, it's a disaster. So, you know, put those things aside and just take a look at the future of the country and put that first. You know, really, I mean, let's use some basic common sense here.
Yes,
Anyway,
make America think again. That's what Donald Trump is trying to do. Make
yeah,
America think again.
indeed. So, Gretchen, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book and when it's coming out.
Go to Amazon right now, The Magic and Mayhem of Donald Trump. It is at pre-sale. It is coming out soon. Audiobook will shortly follow, probably into early September, but also my website, Gretchen Wollert, WOLLERT.com. Go there. You can get both books, but definitely do not think that this election is something you can take along with business as usual. It is not usual, and our nation, what we become after this election, one thing or the other. And we want the America that is strong and free.
Indeed. Well, listen, thank God you're doing what you're doing, and may God bless and save and keep Trump safe, and may God bless America. And Gretchen, I want to thank you very much for joining me today. Let's stay in touch. Let's talk again, you know, certainly as the election approaches.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. Brent Waltz is my guest. Brent, you Indiana State Senator. You were prosecuted by the Department of Justice in the Biden administration. I want you to talk about what happened to you in the context of what I would argue has happened to a lot of people who are conservatives, Trump supporters, whatever, MAGA, since this regime was put in place, including hundreds of people who were peacefully protesting on January 6th and who were doing things like trespassing, which is not really a felony, it's more of a misdemeanor. And people like Stephen K. Bannon and others who have been prosecuted for doing things that really are not previously such matters as would require the level of prosecution and jail terms that they would receive. So, before we go into your particular case, give us a little background of what's going on in this country right now, where you have, I would argue, essentially people who could be described as political prisoners.
Well, that's the title of my book, A Prisoner of Washington. And so
Yeah,
I'm in complete agreement with your assessment on this. I think you're absolutely spot on in your analysis and your assessment. I had never heard the term lawfare until a few years ago. It was a
right.
foreign concept to me. I'd never heard the phrase, didn't know what it meant, but I am acutely aware of that now, as are dozens, if not hundreds, of people who are conservative, that are Republican, that support Donald Trump. And what I have seen is the use of the Justice Department as a weapon. Now, if the Justice Department was an equal opportunity indicter, if you will, where they would take liberals and conservatives and say, okay, you know, if you were coloring outside the lines, we're going to indict you and we're going to hold you accountable for your actions, then I don't think too many Americans would have a problem with that. Neither would I. But when they specifically look and target people first, and then try to determine whether or not they did anything untoward or illegal, or that could be spun to be made or viewed illegal in front of a jury, that's an entirely different metric. That's an entirely different criteria that when I went to law school anyway, we were never informed that. And I find it extremely offensive, first of all, as an American citizen. I find it very troubling, as a conservative Republican and Donald Trump supporter. And I think it'll have a very chilling effect on other people who are inclined to try to support conservatives, try to support Donald Trump, donate to their causes or his campaign in the months ahead. I think that's what it's all designed to do, frankly, Charles.
Oh, I think it's entirely about not only intimidation of the public in general, who are afraid to say things publicly like that they think that the 2020 election was stolen. You could end up being picked up by the FBI, which has been completely weaponized since the appointment of Mueller as FBI director back in the 1990s. And you have situations where the law itself, our system of justice, is now used by the people in power to go after their opponents, as opposed to going after real criminals, like, I don't know, drug dealers or, child pedophile people, traffickers and whatnot. Instead, they're focusing on their own political opponents, both in terms of intimidating them generally and specifically taking people off the field, like they have done with Stephen K. Bannon, who's one of President Trump's chief advisors, and who they're not going to let out of prison until a few days before the election. So, we have a situation here which is really similar to what you might have in a dictatorship type of a country. I'm not saying we're an outright dictatorship, but certainly there's a sense that we're moving in that direction when you have this phenomena. Alan Dershowitz, who's a Harvard law professor formerly, speaks about this very well on his own podcast, which I recommend, The Der Show, where he goes into it as a professor, very easy to understand terms, how this government is using our system of law and abusing it in this manner. This is not what our system of law was set up for. It's not what we're supposed to be all about, using the legal system to go after enemies, whether it be Christians protesting or standing anywhere near an abortion clinic, whether it be parents at a school board meeting who are critical of child sex change operations or masks, or Catholics or anyone else that apparently this government views as enemies. I mean, as they've referred to them as domestic terrorists. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that happens in communist China, and it's very frightening. And and we're all chilled by it. We're all chilled by the censorship of losing our shows. I mean, my show was taken off a few years ago on YouTube, and and I think that it's going to get worse before it gets better as we move toward the election day, and as they try to continue to consolidate their power. Now, Brent, I want you to talk about what happened to you over in Indiana, where you were a state senator for many years. What happened? How is it that they went after you, and why?
Sure, I'd be happy to explain. I was a state senator for 12 years, conservative Republican, A+ rating with the NRA, lifetime card-carrying member, 100% rating with Indiana Right to Life. So about as conservative of a Republican as you're going to find in one of the reddest of red states. Never had any issues with law enforcement, never had any issues with investigations. 2016, I decide to run for Congress. I lose the election in the primary. One of the gentlemen who's a longtime friend of mine supported one of my opponents. In fact, the Indiana Attorney General at the time was named Rod Radcliffe. He was in the gaming industry, was a majority shareholder in a couple of casinos in Indiana. And even though he did not support my campaign, certainly I considered him a very good friend, known him for 25 years. Again, not really had any issue with law enforcement with him. He's probably one of the most investigated men in the state of Indiana because of his gaming licenses. So the Indiana State Police investigate him. He has to turn in all of his financial statements, his tax returns, his business tax returns, If he was jaywalking, he would lose his gaming license and potentially cost him tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And so he is well incentivized to stay way, way, way on the correct legal side of the line on everything. In 2016, he was a strong Donald Trump supporter. He became Indiana's campaign finance chairman for Trump in the summer of 2016. Shortly after he was named campaign finance chairman for Indiana, the FBI calls me. They want to meet with me. So I met with them for coffee. Two agents show up, very gruff, trying to be intimidating, not really asking me any questions about any actions that I ever did. They were asking about Rod. They were saying, do you know anything that Rod has done that might be illegal? Are there any people who might know something?
Can I just ask you a question here? Did you, when you went to the FBI, and by the way, this is James Comey's FBI under Obama, and your governor was running as part of the team as vice president, that being Mike Pence.
Yes.
So it's not like it was a big secret to be a Trump supporter in Indiana at that time.
Right.
But when you went to this meeting, did you go with a legal counsel and with witnesses? Because I think that when one goes to a meeting with the FBI, it should be like you're going to a meeting with the IRS. It's not that you did anything wrong, but you want to make sure that everything is on the record, everything is filmed, every question is answered with a legal counsel sitting next to you, because they may engage in a thing called entrapment, like they did to General Michael Flynn and others. They'll find some little technical thing. Oh, I did this on March 3rd, but it actually was March 4th. I did it at 2 o'clock. Well, it was actually 3 o'clock. And they'll get
Then
you.
they charge you with a felony, lying to the FBI. Correct.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So is that what happened here?
No, in my case, I had done nothing wrong. And let me assure you, as somebody who I'd like to think is reasonably legally sophisticated, I went to law school. Had I done anything that could have even been remotely viewed as negative, I would have lawyered up. I would have had an army of lawyers with me, or I just simply would not have had the meeting. But in this case, I thought back. Is there anything that
you went in as an innocent, honest American being called into a meeting by a government agency, figuring, okay, maybe I'll help out here. What do you need? You know what I mean? You weren't like suspecting any kind of entrapment.
No, not at all. And more to the point on that, Charles, you're absolutely right, is that when I asked, as I think most people would when you originally get a phone call like that, what is this pertaining to? Of course, they won't tell you. They'll say, we have some issues we'd like to discuss with you. Oh, okay. It was all about Rod. They wanted, he was pushing for some legalization of marijuana legislation a couple years before that. Nothing illegal about that. He has every right to advocate for that. I opposed the legalization of marijuana. I voted against the legislation.
Opinion. Okay.
And I said, well, as far as I know, he's done nothing illegal about this. He has every right to advocate as a. Did you lose me there?
No, you're back.
Okay. He has every right to advocate this. I opposed his view, but at the same time, he has every right to advocate this position. And clearly the FBI was not happy with the responses that I gave. And as they continued investigating, they went through all of my tax returns. They went through all of my campaign finance information. And there were a couple of donations that they viewed as questionable. There was a campaign. It's very similar to what happened with Dinesh D'Souza. You may recall.
Oh, I was going to ask you about that.
A few years ago with that.
Apparently he gave a little too much money to a candidate. And also it's similar to the way they've gone after Donald Trump, in that they took a misdemeanor and they turned it into a felony and then attached it to a alleged campaign violation. Now, just as a matter of law here, and I'm speaking here as somebody who I also ran for Congress many, many years ago. And I remember how the Federal Elections Commission worked, and they questioned me pretty heavily on something which I ended up proving my innocence on, because had to do with a Boston Globe ad. They claimed that I had done something with that. I got the Globe editor and publisher to call them back and verify me, so everything went away. But the point is, I had to spend a lot of time on this, on the phone, and I didn't want to hire a lawyer. But the point I'm making here is that they found campaign, Federal Election Commission issues are not crimes. They're violations. I mean, Hillary Clinton got hit with a $7 million fine for Federal Election Commission violations with regard to the Steele dossier. But it wasn't a crime. It was a misdemeanor. And she paid the $7 million, or campaign, probably some rich, I don't know, George Soros, maybe, I don't know, somebody stepped forward, and they paid the fine for her. So why is it then, therefore, a crime for you? Or a crime for
Well, it apparently was a crime if you're a conservative Republican, because I spent 176 days in captivity. So it may be okay for Hillary to do these sorts of things, but apparently if there's any confusion on a campaign finance, and the irony to this is that the person who donated the money to my campaign was interviewed by the FBI 3 times. And he admitted to doing it. And he also said that I had no knowledge of this. In fact, he said that he intentionally tried to keep this from me. And the FBI had this information. They had these, on the record. And rather than charging him with lying to the FBI if they didn't believe him, I'm assuming that they would have or should have done that. They kept that information out of the grand jury. They intentionally hid information that would have been exculpatory, to me, in order to get an indictment. And this is something that, unfortunately, in lawfare, they do, the Department of Injustice, as I refer to them. They're consistently doing things like that. In the case of
Brad, let me just ask you on this point. If someone is in a situation like that, where a grand jury is having evidence withheld, isn't there some kind of a legal recourse there? I mean, doesn't the grand jury hear minutes of a trial where that evidence can be presented? I mean, if you have evidence, exculpatory evidence that would exonerate you, don't you have a legal venue to present that evidence?
Well, you do a trial, but you don't during the grand jury process. The grand jury process is secret. I never had an opportunity to testify before the grand jury. So essentially, you have rumors that they're investigating you. And then the next thing you know, at 6:20 a.m., you get a knock on your door with a half dozen armed FBI agents, getting ready to invade your home and slap handcuffs on you. That's the state of justice in the United States today.
And this is what happened to Roger Stone. And in his case, there you have, they pull an elderly man out of bed and drag him out onto the front lawn in his underwear with the CNN cameras rolling. Apparently they knew about this in advance. And they bang his door down with a bludgeon, and they're showing up guys in like SWAT outfits. He's never committed.
Well, and I described this in my book, POW Prisoner of Washington, that I had seen what had happened to some of our fellow conservatives. And so not wanting to have a picture of my hair all, sticking out, or, being drug out of my home in my underwear, first thing in the morning, I took a page from General Mattis, who said that during a period of high tension in North Korea, he slept fully clothed. And so that he'd be able to get up, at literally a second's notice and be ready.
But in this case, this is America, and they're doing a perp walk.
Oh yeah, it's designed to humiliate. It's designed to try to color, I think, public perception.
Because they want to destroy your reputation in public.
Exactly right.
This is defamation, in the classic sense, to do this. So you're dragged out into the front lawn, and then what happens?
Well, actually, it was more into a black SUV, but they then go through and they put you in a local jail cell. I had a co-defendant who was the general counsel of the company that Rod Radcliffe was in charge of, and they got him on a minor income tax violation. He apparently, a company that this company involved, apparently mislabeled a professional service contract and it was a campaign contribution instead. And it was about a $14,000 tax liability. This is a company that was doing $720 million in sales of the year in question. A $14,000 tax liability, but because he signed off on it and it was over the $10,000 statutory limit, this 70-something-year-old man, a longtime state legislator, Marine, spent 6 weeks at the Terre Haute Federal Prison and is now a convicted felon for the rest of his life.
Let
This
me
is
interrupt.
crazy.
Even if he knew that there might be a question about the classification of that deduction or that contribution, that still is the type of situation that normally would be handled by an accountant, meeting with the IRS, doing some kind of negotiation, and then if you are found to be in error, you pay the difference. I mean, you end up being billed, being fined with interest, and that's how it works. You're not taken into prison for 7 years for this.
No,
I mean,
nor should they be. I'm an investment banker, and I have clients that are literally owe hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they work through the IRS, and none of them get carted off to jail. They pay it maybe in installments over time. They pay a penalty, they pay interest, and they move on with their lives.
It happens all the time in business. I mean, it's just, this isn't. We're talking about again about misdemeanors here, about technical violations that are usually handled with some kind of a settlement. And it particularly rankles me to think about this because under the Biden regime, they're bringing in 80,000 new IRS agents, and those are we're going to go after the rich. Nonsense. The rich can afford to have all their fancy accountants. They get every little penny. If I recall, people like Ted Kennedy, he never even owned anything. Everything was in a trust. They would just pay his bills. It's an attempt to go after, average John and Jane Q schmo, trying to earn a buck. I mean, it's an attack on the middle class. Anyway, Brent, so what happens then?
Well, so I spend 2 days at the Marion County Jail, and so I was placed in a room without a toilet, without water. I was given, I think it was 12 ounces of apple juice in a 36-hour period of time.
Cruel and unusual punishment.
Well, it was definitely unusual. I'll just put it that way. I'll leave it to your listeners to decide the depth of cruelty as far as that goes. But it was definitely unusual. Okay. And I encountered something very similar to that in my 176 days of captivity. I walk in and turn myself in. This is a couple years ago, to do my 176 days of captivity. And I was asked if I had had a COVID shot. Well, I had not taken a COVID vaccine for whatever reason. And they said, well, we're going to have to put you in quarantine. And quarantine was a 6 by 8 foot cell, a standard jail cell. And I was kept there nonstop for 10 days. I was not released out of that for any exercise. I asked for books. The guards, oh yeah, we'll get you a book, and of course they never did. That's the kind of now that is cruel and unusual punishment. That is a direct violation of a citizen's constitutional rights.
At least they didn't forcibly jab you.
Well, that's true. That is absolutely true. They say we can give you a jab, or we can keep you in this 6 by 8 foot metal box for a week and a half. I chose the box, but to each their own.
Right, I would have too. So after that little stint, what happens?
Well, after that, then everything was fairly calm and peaceful. When I was by myself in my jail cell for that 10 days, I started writing my book. I thought that somebody needs to chronicle this. I think of myself as a pretty decent writer, and I said, I can either hide in the corner and let these people win, or I can shine a bright light, as former Justice Felix Frankfurter used to say, that sunlight is the best disinfectant. And so I thought at that point it would be a good idea for me to share my experience, both to make people aware of what is out there and what the government does do and can do, and hopefully allow those people who are in positions of authority, our Congress, our court system, to be able to understand this and start asking some very hard questions of these bureaucrats who have never held a day of elected office in their life. And maybe they're just grumpy that they lost their student council election in 8th grade. I don't know. But for whatever reason, they seem to want to target conservative Republicans who did. And,
Well, they
and
get
here
these
we are.
sadistic people to kind of do the dirty work on the front lines
Yeah.
and to pull this kind of thing off. And I mean, at least they gave you pencil and paper.
Well, I had to use they didn't give me paper. They give you a manual of
Okay.
do's and don'ts, right? So I used actually the back page of that to begin writing my journal. And they had it's not really a pencil. They have a small, it was about 1 inch long, kind of a rubberized, graphite thing that you have to kind of use your thumb and forefinger with, kind of drill down and use that. Took a great deal of effort to write, but I wasn't going anywhere. And apparently I had plenty of time at that point. So
sounds like something they do in Siberia.
well, it would be very similar in a lot of ways. Nevzlovsky, I think, the gentleman who who was a big critic of Vladimir Putin, who passed away under rather curious circumstances a few months ago, would have felt right at home, I think, in that cell.
Right. I mean, he was challenging Putin's election. Let's just leave it at that. Now, you then go into the general population. I saw your press release. You said it reminded you of one of my favorite sitcoms, Hogan's Heroes. How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you have this vision, or at least I did, of, these bars and these guards and how everything, what you see in the movies. Now, to be fair, I was in a minimum security camp. And so, other people's experiences would undoubtedly vary. But as far as the camp's concerned, of the 140 people, I'd say there were probably 50 to 60 cell phones that were spaced out and hidden. Drugs were smuggled in consistently. Buffalo Wild Wings with extra hot sauce smuggled in consistently.
That's contraband in prison.
I was offered a cell phone, I think, within my first probably 10 or 15 minutes there. Since if you have a cell phone, you can go through Venmos and Cash Apps and things like that for the economy of that. But it was very similar to Hogan's Heroes. But the difference being, instead of German accents of incompetent guards, you had very thick Southern accents of incompetent guards that took themselves way too seriously, I think.
Right, and you didn't have any problem. What were the prisoners like? What was it?
I found many of the people quite fascinating. In fact, on my there's a term called a shot caller. Basically, the inmate who runs the jail, at least as far as the prisoner's point of view is concerned on that. And I was kind of proclaimed the shot caller for my remaining last couple months or so that I was there. Not a particularly exciting job. If two people have an argument over something, they kind of come to you and ask you to adjudicate the dispute. That kind of thing. I'm not a huge man by, I weigh 150 pounds. And so when the previous shot caller, who was transferring to a prison in Pensacola for his final 6 months or year or whatever it was, suggested that I take on that role. He was a former mixed martial artist, right? Used to compete. And I remember looking at him and laughing at him and saying, I'm not quite sure I'm qualified for that position. And he called over 3 or 4 very large, burly guys, all of them having been convicted of drug offenses. And he said, well, you guys like Brent, right? Oh, yeah, we like Brent. Yeah, he's cool. If Brent ever got into trouble or anything, you'd help him out, right? Oh, yeah, sure we would. And never had a problem.
It sounds like a scene out of Wallace Beery's The Big House.
I'm not familiar with that, but I'll take your word for it. But it was just it was just absolutely ridiculous, going from being a state senator to being a shot caller. And there's a lot of very humorous aspects in the book POW, Prisoner of Washington, that I convey, as well as a number of issues that are frankly quite serious. Healthcare in our prisons are virtually non-existent. And only occur when there's a serious crisis. I didn't know this, that if you have a cavity, you're given two choices in prison, whether you're in long-term or short-term, a camp, or in Supermax. The dentist will either extract your tooth, just yank it out, or it'll rot out on its own. There's no such thing as fillings.
No drill.
In federal prison. They're prohibited. Dentists are prohibited doing it by contract, which I thought was interesting. So
yeah, no, that's serious, and it could be a serious health problem.
absolutely.
I know that I've heard stories like that here in Boston with prison. So yeah, I mean that's and you also talk about racism in prison.
Absolutely. I was at the camp during Martin Luther King Day, and I was very surprised when the guards would go up to African American inmates and wish them a James Earl Ray Day. Of course, the assassin of Martin Luther King. Yeah. And just not one guard, multiple guards did this. They thought it was hilarious. During holiday meals, they try to have a meal that's reflective or endemic of the holidays. So for Thanksgiving, we're given turkey. Christmas, we were given a Cornish game hen, for our meal. They gave us fried chicken and melon for Martin Luther King Day. You just can't make this stuff up.
Well, that's a cultural thing, but
it's something.
Yeah,
it's definitely something.
So Brent, here you are. You've gone through the fire, as it were, and you've come out pretty sound and pretty safe. You seem like you're in good shape, thank God. Yeah. What are you up to now that you're out, and are you getting back into politics?
Well, my first thought, of course, I'm blessed. I'm fortunate to be in a financial position that I really don't need to explain myself to a potential employer. I'm not married. My family's always been very supportive of me going through this legal process, and so I appreciate my parents and very much in this regard. And so I think it's important first to be able to publicize, my story. I don't, plan on making any money on this book. I will donate it to charity. That's not my purpose of this. It's strictly to shed some light on lawfare and what the Department of Injustice does to conservative Republican Donald Trump supporters. Personally, I continue on with my private equity venture capital business. And so, and that's done fairly well, thankfully, over the years, and hopefully will continue to do so in the years and decades ahead.
No, that's a great field to be in if you know what you're doing, and you seem to. Are you involved in presidential politics or Republican politics as we approach this election?
Not yet. No, I certainly don't want to inject myself into the discourse, as it might be a distraction. I think it's important first to be able to explain what has happened, and then let my fellow Republicans decide in what role, if any role, they would like me to play in terms of the public discourse. And so at this point, in terms of the overall public relations or public discourse, I think the best thing I can do is to shine a light, shed some light on what's happened to the Michael Flynn's of the world, the Roger Stones, the Paul Manaforts, the Peter Navarros, and the list goes on and on and on, because it's a very recurring, consistent thing.
Indeed, we have political prisoners. We have, I think there's still about 200, mostly men, some women, who were detained on January 6th of 2001 on the lawn of the U.S. Capitol building, basically for trespassing, who have not yet been charged. And, you have an attorney general even now who is not only bragging about this, but who's threatening anyone who questions the upcoming election. I think people were afraid to question the 2020 election, even though we all saw what happened with our own eyes on election evening on television in real time, because they see what can happen. I mean, they can, there's polls I don't think were accurate because people are afraid to tell the truth. They don't know if that information might end up with the FBI. This is what's happened, I think, in this country. And I think that
think about the inconsistency that with the mostly peaceful protesters when they were torching federal courthouses in Oregon and Washington State, and that reaction January 6th, and you see what Charles, it's been a pleasure speaking with you today.
Yeah, Brad, for some reason I'm getting a lot of feedback. I wonder if it makes me paranoid. I think someone might be, dropping in on this show. But anyway, Brad, let our listeners here and viewers know where they can get your excellent book and anything else you'd like to share in terms of websites and whatnot.
Sure. Prisoner of Washington, POW Prisoner of Washington is the name of the book. It's available on Amazon and various bookstores, but you can go on Amazon.com and pull it up anytime.
Okay, Brent Waltz, I want to thank you for joining me this afternoon. Great talk. Let's stay in touch. Let me know if anything develops. You're always welcome here. All right, welcome to the program. Charles Moscowitz here. Thanks for joining me, everyone. It's an honor and a privilege to welcome Dr. Jerome Corsi to the program. Dr. Corsi has been a guest from time to time. He has been on the forefront of political and cultural analysis for the better part of the last several decades, going back to his work on the Swift boat controversy in 2004 when John Kerry was running for president. And he's got into a lot of very important issues. He's got a shelf full of books. His most recent research in 2 books is on the Kennedy assassination, and his most recent book on the topic, which he co-wrote with David W. Mantik and others, is The Assassination of President John F. Kennedy, The Final Analysis. Forensic analysis of the JFK autopsy. X-rays prove 2 headshots from the right front and 1 from the rear. So, Dr. Corsi, let's go right into it. What are the latest discoveries with regard to the Kennedy assassination?
Well, I'm going to start. First of all, Charles, it's great to be back with you. Thank you for the invitation. And I want to show you the cover of the book, and then we'll start there.
Okay.
Here's the cover of the book. I think you can see it now. Is it clear on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Is it shared?
Yes,
okay. So the title is The Assassination of John F. Kennedy, The Final Analysis. And I co-authored it here, as you can see, with David Mantik. David Mantik is an MD. He's a radiation oncologist. So he's been reading X-rays for cancer patients for over 4 decades. And he also has a PhD in physics. And his PhD was on a physics topic dealing with X-rays. Now, Dr. Mantik has seen the JFK skull X-rays from the autopsy in the archives, the National Archives, 9 times more than anyone else. And he has done optical density measurements, which means you take a odometer, which is a scientific instrument, and you can meter or centimeter, millimeter by millimeter, sometimes 1/10 of a millimeter by 1/10 of a millimeter. You can measure the amount of light coming through the X-ray, which permits you to really do a detailed scientific analysis of what you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of the 3 X-rays that exist in the archives of JFK's autopsy from the skull, all 3 are, first of all, forged. They're not the originals, and they were altered to mask evidence of frontal shots.
Right.
Now, okay, so what you can see in the cover here, this is a Zapruder film. This is the frame.
Right.
JFK has just been shot in the throat. You can see his hands coming up to his neck. A bullet has entered the windshield from the front and it's hit him in the neck. Okay, and then of the headshots, the first one that hit Jack Kennedy was at frame 313 in the Zapruder film, and it moved his head forward, and it blew out a lot of the right front of his head. Less than 2 seconds later, a shot hit JFK in the temporal bone, which is right by the right ear, and it blew out the back of his head, the right back of his head. And then a shot hit him in the forehead almost at the same time. And if we look at that, in fact, if I increase the magnification on that and give it to you in a little bit bigger format, let's see if I can do that. Well, I'll do that when we get inside the others. But you can see here, the shot entered the forehead right at above the right eye at the hairline, and you can see the fragment of the bullet breaking up and goes across the top of Jack Kennedy's head, the right quadrant of his head, and the biggest fragments in the back, which is clear indication of a frontal shot, because the large fragments they weigh more and they have more momentum. They travel the farthest, and it did not exit the back of the head. So that's a clear evidence of a frontal shot. Okay, and that's again, what this means is that Lee Harvey Oswald was not the sole gun shooter, because he was supposed to have been shooting from the Texas School Book Depository, which was behind the limousine when the shooting started. And so therefore, there's no way and this means that there are essentially at least 3 gunmen, one from a low angle behind Jack Kennedy, probably in the Daltex building directly behind the limousine, and across the street from the Texas School Book Depository. The one from the hit in the temple, this keyhole fracture right here, that shot came from the grassy knoll. And I can show you some of the Zapruder film here when we get into it in a minute. This shot up here, like the shot through the windshield, probably came from a shooter who was on the other side of the grassy knoll, the south side of Dealey Plaza, up by the railroad yard above the triple underpass.
Right.
So you've got a crossfire. You got 3 shooters, and this is different than other books, because here we've got scientific evidence. This is the measurement. You're looking at the X-rays. We know these X-rays are Jack Kennedy's X-rays because they are the X-rays of the teeth. The dental records match a pre-mortem before he was killed X-ray Jack Kennedy had taken of his skull that was found at the JFK Presidential Library in Boston. But this white patch back here,
right,
which you can see, that's too white. It's off the grade for what the range of light that can come through an X-ray. That means that this was intentionally patched and blocked from light, because the shot that came here and blew out the back of the head undoubtedly did damage this whole part of the skull. And you couldn't be permitted to see that in the X-rays, or you would have known that this was a frontal shot. Okay, now I'm going to quit sharing this for a minute, and here I want to give you a couple of other things here to think about. At Parkland Hospital, which Jack Kennedy was taken to Parkland Hospital immediately after the shooting.
Right.
And this was the doctors who, had the first look at Jack Kennedy, but no time to alter the wounds. And what they saw, they all said that it was two frontal shots that they saw. And I'm going to read you some of what they said. Here is a nurse. Her name is Nurse Bell. She just comes into the trauma room 1, the emergency room at Parkland, for just a couple of minutes. For literally, her job is to see how badly the patient is injured and whether or not there's going to be an operation needed, because she's going to go prepare the operating room.
Right. So she was the first person to see the president when he came in.
Yeah, and she's taking a look at it to see how bad the wounds are. So her testimony under oath to the Warren Commission, she said, when I took the first look, I could recognize the president, but I didn't see an injury because there was no injury around his face, she explained. So she said, where's the injury? Now, Dr. Perry, who was standing there, he was trying to do a tracheotomy. He's trying to open up the bullet wound in the throat, see if they get a tube down there to get JFK breathing. Perry reached up on the president's head, and he pulled it up, and he turned it a little to the left so you could see in here. And there was a gaping hole, she said, where the brain and fluids were dripping out. The wound on the back of JFK's head could have been 3 or 4 inches in diameter, what I saw. That's like a baseball.
Yeah. Dr.
Crenshaw said, I walked to the president's head to get a closer look. His entire right cerebral hemisphere, that's this part, the whole right of the hemisphere, appeared to be gone. It looked like a crater, an empty crater. All I could see was mangled, bloody tissue. From the damage I saw, there was no doubt in my mind that the bullet had entered the head through the front. As it surgically passed through the cranium, the missile obliterated the temporal, that's up by the ear,
right,
and all the parietal, this is up more towards the top of the head, and the occipital lobes in the back of the head were gone, lacerated, and then it lacerated the cerebellum, which is a part of the brain at the very back.
Yes.
The wound resembled a deep furrow in a freshly plowed field. Several years later, when I showed slow motion films of the bullet striking the president, the physics of the head being thrown back provided final and complete confirmation of a frontal entry by the bullet to the cranium. Okay, so now that's what they saw at Parkland. And I want to show you some of the Zapruder film and I'm going to share my screen again.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you in the Zapruder film where you can see these two of the shots very clearly. And here we go. Share this, and I'm going to pick out frame 313. Okay, this frame here is where the shot hits JFK in the back of the head, and you can see the blood and tissue are going up out of his head forward.
Mm-hmm.
The front of his head, the very front of his head here, they're kind of like a head flap. That's where the bullets exited, and the damage has caused the bullet going through the head, and he's pushed forward.
Mm-hmm.
Now, less than 2 seconds later, in frame 331, there is a massive hit to the side of the head, and I'm going to blow this one up so you can see the comparison here. This one here, I'm going to make that one go to be much bigger, and so you can get a close-up of it. We're going to go to, I'm going to zoom in on it.
Okay.
You can see basically there that JFK's head, you can see two separate wounds. This is just the front of it. This is the whole side of his head is just blown open by the bullet that hit the side.
Right.
And it's blowing out the back of the head. Okay, those two separate shots.
Yes.
Okay, so those are a shot from the rear, a shot from the front, and he is now thrown violently to the left. So if we follow through here, you can see he's pushed violently back into the left. This is where you get the violently back into the left sequence. And that's clearly from a frontal shot. Okay, and I'm going to now show you some more of these. See, that's again a separate shot from the shot that hit at 313.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go actually into the book, and I'm going to show you some from the book now.
Okay.
I'm going to quit showing this, and I'm going to pick up the screen share here of the book.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to find the pictures I want. Let me look at the book for itself. The book is a large book, by the way. It's 500 and some pages long, and it is very, very thoroughly illustrated.
Mm-hmm.
Everything we're talking about is very clearly demonstrated in the book, and you can follow it along and see exactly. You know, we put all the medical, really detailed medical and scientific evidence in the back and appendices. So if you want to see them, you can read them. But again, it's not really required if you really want to just understand the argument of the book.
Right.
Now, I'm going to come up here to the frame 411. This is I'm showing you some of the Zapruder film now in frames. Okay, so here is this is the head explosion of 331, and I'm going to now again make sure I bring this up so you can see it really well.
Mm-hmm.
I bring that up to 500.
Okay.
You can see how much the head is blown apart.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough.
Yeah, these are gruesome pictures.
No, it's I can barely, even now I can barely stand to see this.
So he's moving back into the left, and Clint Hill is coming up onto this is a Secret Service agent. He's trying reaching for the hand. So the shot throws Jack Kennedy back into the left. Clint Hill gets covered by brain matter. As this officer over here gets covered by brain matter. Jackie Kennedy starts to come out of the car.
Yeah.
And she's reaching back. She's reaching for a piece of Jack Kennedy's brain in the back. I want to increase this one in size so that we get a good look at it.
You know, I think this part of the Zapruder film was only declassified recently. I mean, we saw a lot of it originally, but we didn't see this. I mean, this.
In this detail, she's reaching for a piece of the brain.
Mm-hmm.
And when she gets the piece of the brain, and the whole point of this is it's all blown to the left. There's a fragment of Jack Kennedy's head that's actually blown on the lawn over here.
Right.
That's clearly a shot from the grassy knoll.
Yes.
Okay. And the x-rays validate that. Now, when Jackie gets it, she goes back into the car. And what she does is she tries to put Jack's head back together again.
Oh.
So when they're going through the they're now driving further down on Elm Street, and they're going through the triple underpass. And Jack Kennedy is sitting upright. You can see his face.
Yeah.
You can see his ear. He's dead.
Right.
Back of his head, you can see this is all blown out here.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, Jackie was trying to get him. It's like a reaction when you break a wrist or something like
Right.
that, and you
Yeah.
think you can put it back together again.
Right.
But the evidence here that this is in fact a, these shots. I want to show you a couple. I want to show you more clearly the shot to the forehead, because it's dramatically clearly a frontal shot. And again, this book now is definitive in that it lays to rest the question of whether Lee Harvey Oswald was the shooter, because no shots in this head came from the Texas School Book Depository. So we know now that the government has been lying for 60 years.
Yes.
And framed Lee Harvey Oswald as the shooter when they
So
knew
there was no shots coming from the Texas School Book Depository?
None at all that hit his head.
Right. I mean, obviously, the people that did the shooting, they were very, very experienced sharpshooters. I mean, obviously.
Oh, these whoever did these shooting shots were perfectly. They were just killers.
Oh, yeah. They knew what they were doing. Yeah.
They knew what they were doing. I mean, they don't hit Jackie. They're shooting through the windshield through 2 Secret Service agents. The bullet that entered the forehead created the red blob. It's a marking. This was a liquid mercury bullet. As I'm going to explain, the body showed frontal shots, and the government's explanations that the shots had to come from the back.
Right.
So they flew the body into Andrews Air Force Base, and as I'll tell you in a few minutes, there was pre-autopsy surgery. Before the autopsy started, the 2 Navy pathologists at Bethesda altered Jack Kennedy's wounds. They did pre-autopsy surgery.
And who were they?
I'll get to that in just a minute.
Right. Thank you.
This is the track of the bullet. So you can see it breaking up. It doesn't exit. You can't remove a liquid mercury bullet. And so therefore, this is just clear evidence of a frontal shot.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it entered the front. Dr. Chesser also did an analysis of it. When it entered the front of the head, there was all these little scatter dust-like particles that came at the entry point.
Right.
And then a picture of it here that shows you without color, but you can see here how it looked in the X-ray, where there's clearly so that's clearly a frontal shot.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now, the government had a problem in that there was a photographer who was taking pictures of in front of the limousine. His name was Alchins. He was standing in front of the limousine when the shooting happened. And so the Texas School Book Depository was seen in the background, and that picture was published in newspapers across the country within about an hour or so of the assassination. It was on the AP wire.
Okay.
And so people across the country knew that the shooting had occurred. That's a big blow up of the Alchins picture, but the Texas School Book Depository is behind when the shooting starts. The bullet's coming through the windshield here and hitting his neck. So they couldn't have had any. If Lee Harvey Oswald was a shooter, you can't have had any shots from the front.
Right, of course.
And if we take a look at the pictures, the Alchins took another picture as the Kennedy limousine passed him. There you can see the bullet coming through the windshield. It's even clearer here in this blow up. So that's a reflection of where the bullet came through the windshield.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, when they flew Jack Kennedy's body back to, by the way, the body was taken out of Parkland Hospital at gunpoint because the autopsy pathologist showed up and he said, "This is a local murder. I am the coroner. I am going to do the autopsy in Dallas." Well, it was known that the shots came from the front, and they had a problem. They couldn't let the autopsy be done in Dallas. I'm going to read you what Clint Hill said, and then I'm going to go back to sharing in a minute. But Clint Hill gave a very good description of what of how the shots affected him. He's the Secret Service agent in the back of the car. Said, as I approached the vehicle, JFK's limousine, there was a third shot. It hit the president in the head, the upper right of the right ear, causing a gaping hole in his head, which caused the brain matter, blood, and bone fragments spew forth out over the car, over myself. At this point, Mrs. Kennedy came out of the back seat under the trunk of the car. She was trying to relieve something that had gone off to the right rear. She did not know I was there. At that point, I grabbed Mrs. Kennedy, put her in the back seat. The president fell over onto her lap to his left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Frontal shot. And he also said the right head of JFK's head was exposed. I could see his eyes were fixed. There was a hole in the right rear portion of his head about the size of my palm. Most of the gray matter in that area had been removed. It was scattered throughout the entire car, including on Mrs. Kennedy. So there's no doubt, and in fact, if we go back to the book, all the doctors at Parkland say that they clearly saw that this was if I go to figure 4.3 about, all the pictures taken of these doctors show that they have to go find it here for a minute. It's not exactly numbered in the manuscript the way it got into the book. There were some changes.
Okay.
But you can see that in a minute, I'm going to show you the picture where all these doctors are saying he was hit in the back. By the way, that's how the bullet came in the forehead at a higher angle. That's how the bullet at the side blew out the back of his head, entering it by the right ear.
Mm-hmm.
And then all these doctors at Parkland, when they were asked about that's the Harper fragment that was blown out of the back of Jack Kennedy's head and was found on the lawn on the other side of the Dealey Plaza.
Right.
It's very clear he was shot from the front. There's another shot of the Harper fragment. And as you go through this and see what the doctors say, it's just clear the doctors are all in agreement at Parkland that he was shot. And let's see if I can find it quickly here. 4 point. It's pretty dramatic when you go. Oh, by the way, this is what Dr. Mantik's optical density measurements look like. He's taking measurements and recording them all across the skull.
Right.
It's very, very detailed analysis of the. See, these are the doctors at Parkland. They're all holding the back of their head where they saw the blowout.
Yeah, I see that. Wow.
Okay, so there was really no doubt about it. Now, when they got the airplane landed, you see Bobby Kennedy comes and runs into the front of the car. He comes up on the stairs and gets into the front of the airplane, and they begin to take the casket out of the airplane with a lift. There's a Navy ambulance there.
Mm-hmm.
And the Navy ambulance, they put the casket in the Navy ambulance, and Bobby and Jackie get in the Navy ambulance, and they head off to Bethesda. And Lyndon Johnson comes and gives us a few-minute speech, very quick speech, and the lights are off. And that's at 6 p.m. on the night of the assassination, November 22nd, 1963. Now, the JFK's body arrives at Bethesda morgue a half an hour later, and it arrives in a shipping casket, a pink metal gray shipping casket. And these Navy corpsmen at Bethesda bring the shipping casket into the morgue, they open it. There's a body bag in it. They take the body bag out, but Jack Kennedy's in the body bag naked, and he's got a towel around his head. Now, that's not how Jack Kennedy left Dallas.
Right.
Left Dallas in a ceremonial casket that they brought up from a local funeral home,
Mm-hmm.
and the nurses had wrapped him in sheets, his body and his head.
Yeah.
So the body had gotten removed from the casket and
Mm-hmm.
was helicoptered to Bethesda, and it arrived in a black Navy ambulance, which was not the same ambulance that, of course, Jackie and Bobby left left to go towards Bethesda. That was a completely different hearse. I want to find the quote here from Paul O'Connor, who was one of the corpsmen that night, and he made it clear that there was. He says Paul O'Connor was interviewed. He said Paul O'Connor, the back of the morgue opened up, and a crew of hospital corpsmen and a higher ranking corpsman, Dennis David, brought in a plain pinkish gray, what I call a shipping casket. It was not ornate. It was not damaged. It was just pinkish gray casket. They brought it up into the morgue and set it. We had 2 tables in the morgue, autopsy tables. They were back to front. They weren't side by side. They were back to front. They brought it up front where we were. At that time, we opened the coffin, and inside was a body bag. Now, William Matson-Law, who did a lot of interviewing of these Navy corpsmen, interrupts. He says, "You're sure there was a body bag?" Paul O'Connor, absolutely sure there was a body bag. We unzipped it quickly. Inside was a nude body with a bloody sheet wrapped around the head of the body. We lifted the body onto the table. Now, 2 of the doctors, Dr. Humes and Dr. Boswell, who are going to do the autopsy, come out, and they start to do pre-autopsy surgery of the head. It's witnessed by Navy corpsmen. It's witnessed by one of the people who was there, the mortician who's going to prepare Jack Kennedy's body to show it back at the White House. And they saw this surgery. Now, I'm going to show you what they did was they opened up Jack Kennedy's head to change the frontal shot in the forehead and make it look like an incision. They took a saw and they removed the top bone in JFK's head, which is called the parietal bone.
Yeah.
And this is what Jack Kennedy's head looked like after the pre-autopsy surgery was done. These pictures were not released until a few years later.
Sure.
And you can see a head brace under Jack Kennedy's head. That was not in the morgue. I'm going to increase this size, and you can see how the top bone is gone.
Yeah.
And how they've messed inside his head, trying to. The brains are all scrambled. And the front. It's got. I'm going to show you a better picture of this, but the front is like a wing nut. And they made a complete mess of the head. I'm going to go forward and show you another picture of it. Let's just see here. Maybe it's behind this. I'm not sure which direction it's in. Let me look for a second. I think it's in front. You can see how well illustrated this book is, by the way.
Yeah, beautiful.
And okay, now this is another view from the side. And here we go. So we're going to do 200. You can see they messed up the incision up here. And the top bone is gone. I'll show you one more of these pictures, which is in color. So it's really the most gruesome of them, but it's important that you see it.
Okay.
And okay, so I'm going to increase this too.
Okay.
All right, now you can see how this is where the incision in the forehead was.
Yeah.
You can see the straight line saw cut to remove
yes.
that bone. That is clearly not.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
That saw removed that bone.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a shooting from park. That's
No.
not. That's pre-autopsy surgery. The 2 FBI agents who attended the autopsy said when Dr. Hume brought the body into the morgue, everybody gasped because there's clearly, to anybody who knows autopsies, this was pre-autopsy surgery, which is illegal.
Of course.
It's not how a bullet wound looks. And I guess Hume said there was pre-autopsy surgery because the 2 FBI agents put it in their 302 after action report. And that's in the public record. That there was pre-autopsy surgery. Okay, now I'm going to quit sharing the screen here for a minute. And now what happened with the casket is by about 7:17. So Jack Kennedy's body arrived at the morgue at 6:30. They began doing the pre-autopsy surgery. By about 7:17, the limo from Bethesda shows up. It comes to the front of the Bethesda Naval Hospital. Jackie Kennedy and Robert Kennedy get out and they go up to the VIP room through the front door.
Okay.
The 2 drivers who were the Secret Service agents driving the limousine in Dealey Plaza are now driving the hearse. and they don't know where the entrance is to the morgue. So Roy Kellerman goes inside the morgue from the front door to look for. It goes inside Bethesda Naval Hospital to look for the morgue. William Greer, the driver, is sitting there, and the two FBI agents who do the 302 report, Jim Siebert and Frank O'Neill, come up and they say, "Well, come with us. We have to get our FBI physicals every year at Bethesda, so we know where the morgue is." They take the hearse around to the back of the morgue, back at Naval Hospital, and the two FBI agents and the two Secret Service agents unload the Dallas ceremonial casket and put it in the anteroom for the morgue. The Navy corpsmen say you're not allowed to enter the morgue because obviously they're doing pre-autopsy surgery. They don't want that seen.
Right.
And this is the ceremonial morgue, the casket that left Dallas. That's at 717. Now, there's also a Navy and there's all units honor guard. So Navy, Air Force, Marines, Army in dress uniforms. And they were at Andrews Air Force Base. They had their own car, and they were going separately to Bethesda morgue. And they were going to get there too early. So Admiral Galloway from the morgue, he's part of the Bethesda Naval Hospital, finds another Navy gray ambulance, and he drives out and he finds these guys driving around with the honor guard. He leaves on a wild goose chase for 15 or 20 minutes around Washington to delay them.
Wow.
They don't arrive until about 8 o'clock. By then, they've got Kennedy's body back in the ceremonial casket. The honor guard brings the casket into the morgue. They open up the casket and start the autopsy. And they say there's pre-autopsy surgery. So I think you can see now from what Dr. Mantic did by documenting, this is like crime scene investigation. This is not he said, she said. We're not talking about who the shooters were. We're not speculating. We know everything we've said in this book is true. And the pre-autopsy surgery was validated by Doug Horn, who wrote an introduction to the book. He did 5 volumes inside the Assassinations Records Review Board. Doug worked on the Assassinations Records Review Board for several years, and he got the medical evidence, did a lot of interviewing of all the medical personnel, especially at Bethesda, and wrote a very comprehensive report on documenting the pre-autopsy surgery. Now, why this is important today, because it's clear that on November 22nd, 1963, the CIA, which, by the way, had a complete background analysis on Oswald. Oswald was captured about an hour into the flight back to, going back to Washington.
Right.
And the CIA distributed worldwide a dossier on Oswald that said he was a Marine who had served at a secret base in Japan, from which we were flying these U-2 planes over China and Russia, and that he had defected to Russia as a communist sympathizer. So the CIA obviously had that prepared. They had a frame up on Oswald to begin with. Oswald said he was a patsy. When the limousine got to Parkland Hospital, the Secret Service gets a pail of water, and they start washing out the blood and guts from the back seat. They're altering a crime scene. People, bystanders, see the front bullet that came through the front of the windshield. They see it's a frontal shot. It punctured the outside as it entered the windshield, and it beveled the glass. Glass actually fell back in Jack Kennedy's face, and the mortician had a hard time stopping the little bleeding that was going on in his face, even after they prepared Jack Kennedy for display. And so the Secret Service got the limousine out of there. The Secret Service began altering evidence from day one. You have a deep state military-industrial complex killing a Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy did not want to go to war. He wouldn't go to war with Russia and the Cuban Missile Crisis. He back-channeled to Khrushchev. We took our missiles out of Turkey. Khrushchev took Soviet missiles out of Cuba. Jack Kennedy started to have détente. He wanted to have a test ban treaty, which he put in place for Kennedy and Khrushchev.
Right.
And he gave a speech at American University. That's where the final analysis comes from. Jack Kennedy said, in the final analysis, we all live in this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children and grandchildren, and we are all mortal. So he wanted to have coexistence. He had signed an order to pull out of Vietnam. The Joint Chiefs, there's going to be billions of dollars made going to war. They wanted to go to war. And so the deep state just took over and lied. They created a narrative. And so therefore, what the message of the Kennedy assassination is that this hasn't stopped. And 9/11, why do buildings collapse that were not hit by the airplanes? Building 7. Why in 1991 do we go to invade to get Saddam Hussein, invade Iraq, and there's no weapons of mass destruction found? Colin promised that's why we were going there. Why do we have a bad flu that's made into a pandemic and a vaccine that doesn't stop you from getting the disease, but in fact could make you sick and kill you? The government lies. And
Right.
we've been in a Jim Carrey Truman Show, thinking we're watching reality. We're just watching a scripted CIA, intelligence agency, military, industrial complex series of perpetual crisis after perpetual crisis, perpetual war. Destroying the economy when they want to destroy the economy, creating pandemics. Now you've got the globalists wanting to take over, and the rest of us are going to eat bugs. They don't need us anymore. We're useless eaters.
Right.
Well, you can see, I'm not sure that, I think the CIA has controlled every president since Kennedy, with the exception, I think, of Reagan and Trump.
Yeah.
And the CIA is still got
And
Joe.
look what happened to them. No, look, I mean, Kennedy actually thought that he was president of the United States, and he was fatally mistaken when he began to exercise the constitutional powers of that office.
That's right.
The deep state, which, as you say, they stand for a policy of perpetual war for perpetual peace, as historian Charles Austin Beard called it in his famous book in the 1920s. Of course, later on, he'd be denounced as an anti-Semite, which is not true. Basically, that was the policy they were promoting. That was there were other elements of Kennedy that were troubling to them. I mean, he delivered a speech to this Businessmen's Association where he talked about the dangers of secret oaths.
That's right.
Secret societies. Fascinating speech. According to the late historian Jim Marr, he was releasing silver certificates backed by silver that did an end run around the Federal Reserve.
That's
that
right.
was stopped by Johnson within hours of the assassination. And there were other factors. Kennedy actually was a patriot who believed in putting America first and his country first, and he paid the ultimate price for that. That is the exact, and ever since then, this deep state has been enthroned. I mean, I think even Nixon tried to stand up to it. Look what happened to him. This is the way it goes down. I mean, it's what we're dealing with. It's obviously what's happened with President Trump, and that's what we have today. That's who's running the world today.
They'll stealing elections. They'll do anything their
Of
power.
course.
And then Jim Mars. You mentioned Jim Mars. Jim Mars wrote a book on the Fourth Reich.
Yes, they're very good.
Allen Dulles, head of the CIA, and his brother John Foster Dulles, headed State Department under Eisenhower.
Right.
Now they both had worked with Brown Brothers Harriman and Prescott Bush, who was George H.W. Bush's father. They were, before World War II, they were funding Hitler out of Wall Street, and they believed in Nazism. They wanted globalism. They liked this idea of a small, self-appointed elite: Klaus Schwab, John Kerry, Bill Gates, and they're the oligarchs of the world. They get all the money, and they multinational corporations and their machines. They run the world, and the rest of us are nothing to them.
Right. I mean, it's basically a transfer of governing powers to this unelected, authoritarian elite. I mean, it goes back to Wilson and the signing of the Federal Reserve Act and the the 17th Amendment, which is the direct taxation. But I mean, I think that the modern manifestation actually goes back to the Rhodes Roundtable, and as discussed by Professor Carol Quigley in his book Tragedy and Hope,
which is a
which,
great book. It's a great
yes,
book.
indeed,
And
the emerge of America and the British Commonwealth into an Anglo-American establishment, and that would informally rule the world. It's an old story. Every generation has dealt with it all the way back to Adam and Eve. This isn't new. And every generation has also had patriots who have woken up and who have gone to bat and taken a stand for freedom. That's what this country was supposed to be all about, a rejection of these authoritarian ideas. And so here we are today. We have President Trump standing in the breach. He's like this unique figure that is a truth teller and that's willing to go to bat. He certainly doesn't have to. If he had kept a low profile, he'd be fine. He wouldn't have all these phony laws created to go after him and his family and his wealth. What do you think is going to happen now, Jerome? I mean, what do you think is going to go on with this election?
well, I think that there's a lot to happen yet. It's still in the works. I think that the American people are waking up. I do believe this book has played a role and will
Indeed.
play a role. I've
Oh,
now
yeah.
I've now created the Anti-Globalist Alliance. I've been Archbishop Vigano in Rome has been calling for this to be done for
Right,
years,
yeah.
and I finally did it. And I've gotten to be in communication with Archbishop, with His Excellency, and I'm writing a book which I'm just doing the final editing on it today, which is entitled the Anti-Globalist Alliance Manifesto.
Great.
And its subtitle is Ending the War on Humanity. It'll be published in either August or September by War Room Books, and Bannon is writing the introduction.
Wonderful. Great man. By the way, War Room Pandemic is a tremendous resource. They're trying to put him in prison, probably will. But, I think that people see this, they see through it. These are prices that have to be paid. So Jerry, what can my listeners and viewers do to help? How can we get involved?
Well, there's lots of ways to get involved. When I form the Anti-Globalist Alliance formally and launch it with a website, you can join as members, participate. We're going to be running programs, to get things back into community control, get it out of the control of the globalists. Different programs are going to be outlined in this manifesto. Follow my website, which is thetruthcentral.com. And we're going to have lots of different ways where people can participate. But I'm very actively taking steps to reverse this. I've created new telemedicine companies. I want to get medicine back in the hands of doctors and people. And we'll be working. Those are part, again, of the Anti-Globalist Alliance, getting things back into community level. And so we're going to be very active on this as the elections approach. And I think these two books go together. Robert Kennedy Jr. knows about this book. I've talked with him about it. I've spoken with him, and he asked for a copy of the book. And he asked for a Dr. Edward Fogarty, who's a radiologist, to look at Dr. Mantik's work. And Dr. Fogarty told Robert Kennedy that the book is 100% solid. That's correct. Good. And Dr. Fogarty is actually working with me on a project he's on. I have a medical website called GetLongevityMeds.com, and he's going to be offering hyperbaric treatment and some immune supplements, which are quite extraordinary. Wonderful. So he turned out to become a good friend, and now we're working together.
Good. I should look into that. I'd like to. And I also am still concerned with the apparatus of voter stealing, of the ballot fraud. I think there's been progress made. The American people are aware of this. I follow some of these really sinister people like Mark Elias on Twitter, and he tends to show the truth. I mean, he'll tweet what they're doing. He was one of the architects of the phony Trump impeachment and the J6 scam, which now has been exposed even further with this tape that just came out with Nancy Pelosi. But nevertheless, their infrastructure is still in place.
Yes.
They can still do it, and they probably will do it if they need to. They'll do whatever they need to do to stop Trump. So I'm very concerned about that. Obviously, we all are.
We are. I mean, they look. They're ramping up the Ukraine war. We're now giving long-range
Yeah,
missiles.
firing missiles into Russia. Can you imagine that? Every
Well,
president from
I
Truman
wouldn't-
on down has avoided a kinetic war with a nuclear armed Russia. I mean, it's insane.
The Biden is obviously going through very fast progressing senior dementia.
Indeed.
So you can't have a president who's in senior dementia. So it's obvious he's not running the country.
So who is?
Well, you got this deep state, the CIA, and I'm sure Obama's involved in it. I
Yeah.
mean, the truth is, you don't know who's running the country. We don't have a republic any longer. We don't have representative Congress. These congressmen are all bought and sold.
They
You know,
are. I mean, what the hell happened with Johnson? I mean, they're worse than if it was controlled by the open deep state.
I mean, it's between Johnson and Mitch McConnell's wife is Chinese, and
Yeah.
her family's worth billions or millions or whatever it is in China. And, that family wouldn't be around if Mitch McConnell wasn't, he has to do what China wants. That's how China plays. That whole family would be killed. And so
Yes.
therefore they play that game in China. They know it's cheap to buy Joe Biden for them.
They've
And,
owned him for decades.
and Joe Biden's been for sale for decades.
Yeah.
And, the problem is that the CIA, has been so deeply involved in everything. I mean, I caught HSBC in 2011 doing money laundering. They were taking people left the bank and they took their names and their social security numbers. They ran millions of dollars through new accounts opened under that information. They closed the account. Well, Department of Homeland Security asked for the information. I gave it to them, sent a permanent investigating committee. HSBC was charged $1.9 billion in criminal fines and nobody went to jail. They were money laundering for the Mexican drug cartels. The CIA was in on it. The Treasury is monitoring. We are the drug cartels. You can't run a drug cartel without a bank and an intelligence agency. You can't
Right.
drive around with semi trucks full of $100 bills. You got to get the money into a banking system. And so therefore, if people wake up, they realize we've got a criminal government that is that murdered a president and is getting us into suicidal wars. I mean, for all I know, their October surprise of this neo-Marxist Democratic Party will be to have a nuclear war.
Yeah, we don't know if anything could go down. If they'll do anything to stop Trump and the MAGA movement and people who are trying to reassert sovereignty.
But I think, I say in the end, God always wins, and
Indeed.
this scheme always loses. It's just we're going to have to pay a big judgment of God because we've, let the country get away from God. We've killed too many babies in the womb, chopped them to pieces after Roe v. Wade. We've started taking God out of our schools in the 1940s. This has been a country that moves from God is going to get lost and it's going to get destroyed. And we have to get back to these roots. I think the American people are still and increasingly awakening to this. I think if we have a great revival, which is possible, and I'm encouraging people, my TheTruthCentral.com daily podcast, weekday podcast, to say, 2 Chronicles 7:14, we need to get down and repent, and God will hear our prayer and heal our land. I mean, it's really gotten to that point. And these demons, and I do mean satanic demons, mutilating children.
They're absolute demons that are at the very core of the deep state. They always have been. The problem is now they're out in the open about it, and now they have the technologies and the means that would have made Hitler and Stalin blush. I mean, they really can do things that are so all-encompassing that we can't even imagine it. I mean, the subject I think you've gotten into also is the mind control developments, particularly since World War II.
Yes.
And MK Ultra and all of the rest. These things are real, and these things are manipulating people to behave in certain ways and think certain things that they don't understand. It's an interesting subject.
It's very manipulative. It's calculated.
Right.
And so therefore, I mean, and one of the other books I wrote on the the truth about neo-Marxism, cultural Maoism, and anarchy was that, you had a defector from Russia, Bezmenov, in the 50s, who came over and said, he said the whole methodology was to get God out of things, to destabilize, to create this one series of crises after another, run psychological operations, get people to feel confused, and then they abandon power. The middle class is being destroyed, and people are finding there's going to be a massive economic crash eventually here with all the debt that's around. And so, again, you have to understand that this is being done intentionally by the deep state. They want to destroy in order to create. They're depopulationists. They don't care. They don't think they need these billions of people. They want the Earth's resources for themselves. And they will gladly eliminate billions of people. And they say so openly.
Oh, yeah. And it's become that, and these new technologies around artificial intelligence and transhumanism with its front is transgenderism. The idea of blurring the difference between men and women, blurring the difference between property and government. All of these things are everything that go against the Bible, and that we need to understand distinctions.
That's right.
That's part of what God's blueprint at Sinai. I mean, to show what is sacred and what's profane, and to understand that, and we can understand it.
Yes, we can. And the Kennedy assassination was the day this changed. It was the day the deep state decided they're just going to take control.
Indeed, and that was the coup.
That was the coup d'etat.
So, Dr. Corsi, again, the book is The Assassination of President John F. Kennedy, the Final Analysis, Forensic Analysis of the JFK Autopsy. X-rays proved 2 headshots from the right front and 1 from the rear. This is available as a paperback at Amazon.com. And Dr. Corsi, I hope to have you back as you release your manifesto and from time to time, and to stay in touch.
I look forward to that, Charles. Thank you very much. Great to be back with you, and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
God bless.
All right, welcome to the show, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is my guest. I'm a little under the weather today, I should note. I have a touch of pneumonia, so you'll have to excuse me if I start hacking away, but I'm fine and everything is good. Mike, I want to get to the most pressing issue at hand, possibly the biggest story of the century, which is this possibility that President Donald J. Trump might be convicted and maybe put in prison. And I don't know if this is being said by people who actually are his friends and commentators who are generally well disposed toward him. But the fact is that if he's convicted in this really obviously fake trial, and he immediately appeals the decision, and it probably will be overturned immediately or quickly, the period of time between the conviction and the appeal, he could be put in Rikers Island. And apparently,
I don't know about that, but
well, I mean, apparently some of the Secret Service people around Trump have already consulted with people at Rikers Island to just make sure that, they have in place a plan if that's what happens. And I guess that this judge technically will have the power to do that. And it's the whole situation could lead to just it's a cataclysmic development. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you have Laura Loomer reporting that the judge's daughter, who has taken in $93 million in consulting fees from people like Adam Schiff and Hakeem Jeffries and other left-wing Democrats, all of whom are trying to get Trump put in jail, and who had an emoji on her Twitter account showing Trump behind bars, which I suppose is what I put up today. But this is the case of the daughter of the judge, and you have the judge, maxing out on donations to Biden, and it's the whole thing is rotten. I mean, it's they get away with it because these people are all these sort of country club liberal types. Nobody can, people, it's a world where they cannot possibly be anything but wonderful people. I mean, I know this world. I know people like this. My parents were like this. They travel, they're all good liberals, and they sing folk songs, and they sing, they love Joan Baez. They're all the good people. They
Right.
can't possibly be corrupt. It's culturally impossible. So meanwhile, as I say, I mean, she's taken in $93 million on a case that her father is presiding over as judge. And you've got Biden openly coordinating with them. And this is as bad as these other cases, the one with Tish James, which is in a way worse, that Trump is penalized to the tune of like hundreds of millions of dollars for listing his property as a high value on Zillow, which everybody does. And then you had the governor have to step out afterwards and assure the New York real estate market,
Right.
not to worry. This
Yeah,
doesn't mean
this is
we
only for
love
Trump.
you.
This is only
Yeah,
for Trump. Don't worry
Only
about
for
it.
Trump. Don't worry about it. We all love you. This is just a one-time thing.
Yeah.
And then of course you have that witch with the colored hair. Every time Trump opens his mouth, she's filing another lawsuit because she
Yeah.
claims that Trump raped her at Bergdorf Goodman. What a bizarre, stupid story. That would never would have made the inside of a courtroom had it been anyone else. And then she goes cackling on with Rachel Maddow about how they're going to go out on a shopping spree to buy shoes at Madison Avenue with the money. It's
Well,
it's
let me
so
address
rotten.
the Rikers Island business. I think the worst case scenario would be home confinement with an ankle bracelet, but I don't think it's going to go that far. The thing that's keeping us alive, and the thing that keeps all this corruption alive for as many years as it's been, and use the example of Tony Fauci.
Yes, another one of these wonderful liberal, type who speak the language, and they speak in sophistries. They send all the smoke signals.
Well, here's the point. If he goes down, they all go down. So the thing that's keeping this structure afloat is the fact that it's kind of the opposite of a rise.
You're freezing up on me, Mike, for some reason.
That one of the boats goes down. So there,
Yeah.
And now it's more damage control. You probably have noticed that elements of the media are starting to very gently attack Biden. There was some sort of an appearance where he's waiting for an airplane, and he's asked by an otherwise sympathetic media crowd, "Do you intend to serve out your whole term?" And I think it was ambiguous whether they meant this term or the next one. So
Right.
I don't think that my opinion on this from the beginning has been they went too far. They're exposing the corruption. They have no other play. They should have put up another candidate. And we talked about this before. Why didn't they put up another candidate? They don't have anyone.
That's right. There's no one in the bullpen.
Yeah, there's no man.
I mean, who do they have? Kamala Harris?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's pathetic.
Or Michelle Obama.
And
I mean, they've got no bullpen.
And I think it was very telling, the rally that Trump did in the Bronx.
Oh, yes.
It's supposedly one of the high minority, 150% Democrat area, but apparently not. He had
that was a brilliant political move. And can you imagine Biden doing a rally in the Bronx? It would be like it was in 2020, where they put those circles on the ground, and you'd have 5 people sitting there with masks on chairs. It was, but at the same time, we have to note that he did win. We know that it was stolen, but we also know that the mechanism there is still there. I mean, has anything really been done? I mean, it's a Herculean task to take on this monstrous machine, especially since they do control still the levers of power. Now, I don't think most Americans are buying into this business that Trump is fascist because he challenged the election. That's fallen apart because, first of all, Hillary never recognized that Trump had won, and she tried to steal it with the conspiracy theory claiming that Putin had conspired with Trump to
Right.
steal the election.
Yeah, of course.
Putting a lot of campaign money into that and using foreign agents. But the point is that they still have the physical apparatus in place to do that, even though more and more Americans aren't buying it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it may take a while for that to come down. The Republicans have done a miserable job of over the years, over the decades, of trying to counter this corrupt system in place in essentially every city with a population over 5,000 is Democrat. They let all that fall apart by having incredibly bad leadership at the RNC. How far back do you want to go?
They haven't done diddly squat, and they might blow some wind every so often. You got that guy from Ohio who sounds good, but they're not pulling any real issues up. And the speaker,
I've written a couple of times that you talk about Jim Jordan, Josh Hawley. People make there's a lot of noise. Nothing ever happens.
No, they're not doing diddly squat, and they've got the speaker might as well be a liberal Democrat. I mean, I don't know what the hell's going on with him.
Well,
I mean,
I think
wonder if he's not being elected.
Let's go back to the basic concept here. All right, what's the difference between any of these idiots that have been elected, with the exception of Trump, from people that run for office in high school? It's the same glad-handing dweebs. Nothing's changed, okay?
Right.
So what happens is you may have been a fire breather like a Jim Jordan, and maybe Mike Johnson felt that he was going to do something, but they all get gelded, okay? Well, you see, when you come in here, this is how you do things. And, for guys like you and me, we've never been part of that. But
no, I mean, look, I actually, as I've mentioned, I mean, I did run for Congress, and I got a little glimpse at the inside of the workings. And then, it's all these people it's an ego trip like you cannot believe when you get into that. And it's very difficult to get over that. I mean, you suddenly, you've got the New York Times and the Boston Globe, and they're calling, and you got somebody, Chuck, the Boston Globe wants to interview you at 3:00. It's like, wow, that goes to your head. It's like somebody that's actually important. And so you come up with these fancy things to say, and you figure out what to say in a way that would be, palatable for the Globe to publish. And the Globe
must be pretty hard for you.
But either you play ball with them or you don't get published.
Right.
It's your option. I mean, I don't think the Globe has that kind of power anymore, but it represents a certain establishment, thing that still is in power. And that doesn't matter whether you're liberal or a conservative, left or right. You want to get your message out and you want to be heard, and you have to play ball with this illuminated establishment, if you will. It's been captivated probably centuries ago. But it probably goes all the way back to Roman times. It goes back to Babylon. Every generation, you've had these people who kind of manage everything quietly. They've infiltrated all major nexuses of power.
Yeah.
And if you want to get anywhere, you have to play ball with them. And you do it almost subconsciously. You're not even like, you start to, tailor yourself a little bit. You start to craft.
That's the problem. And that's why there's two. I mean, that's one of the reasons why nothing gets done. The other reason is the Democrats are all sick, right? This is their whole life, all this left-wing politics. I mean, think about this. What do they stand for other than illegal immigration and abortion? All right. So if that's an important issue to you, to allow in illegal immigrants, and if you're some woman that's going to have 5 abortions a year, well, good for you, But who else? who do they stand for? So they're all radicals. Radicals have no life. I met these people. So have you. All right.
Yes.
They have no conventional life. It's all about the message and the cause. And
Right.
it was
And the image.
never better expressed than when Ethel Rosenberg was given a chance to save her own life, but she'd rather go down for the good of the party. That's all you need to know.
Yeah. Or it's like Hamas.
Yeah.
I mean, it's they're extremists, and they're in this mold, and they're in it very deeply, and there's no person behind it. It's an empty suit.
Right.
It's all this image. It's like a hologram, and you hollow out the character, you hollow out the soul after a while, and these people, they populate the inner sanctums of all of these power structures. I mean, I remember years ago reading the novels by Ayn Rand. Now, I'm not here to endorse Ayn Rand. Big problems with her, but yet she had something to say. I don't know if did you read Atlas Shrugged?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Well, there's a character in Atlas Shrugged that I think describes this Ellsworth Toohey character. Describes the classic faceless bureaucratic leech that had his hands on all of these things, of all of these movements of power, and who was destructive, whose goal was to destroy anything that didn't conform to his image.
Well, he
And-
reminded me of Pendergast, who was behind Harry Truman. The same sort of behind-the-scenes guy.
Yeah, that's right. Well, there's like a figure like that practically behind everybody in power.
Right.
Henry Kissinger comes to mind. They kind of are these. I mean, Kissinger wrote books about this, Realpolitik,
Yeah.
how to triangulate to get things done, and without, you don't have to stay. You make everybody think that you agree with them when you don't. You agree with nobody, and you play everybody off against the other, so that you get, with the ultimate goal being to to push your power. Machiavelli was one of the architects of this. Niccolo Machiavelli, the prince, and the idea, he developed the idea of the modern nation state by this method. You'd have these different nexuses of power that would compete, and then everybody would slit each other's throat at the end of the day, and you would figure out how to navigate through that. And it was all about power. It wasn't about moving any ball forward in terms of freedom, or in terms of returning power to the sovereign individual under God. So, we're getting a little philosophical here, but the point is that it's always been something that has been kept in abeyance in the United States, because the founding fathers, for reasons that I think actually are somewhat divinely inspired, I personally believe, they did understand this, and they codified a system that was meant to combat it, and that was the balance of powers. They figured that if they created three separate power structures, each with its own, lane, its own function, they would compete with each other, because that's going to be human nature. But they would then check and balance and counter each other. So the result would be that the real power would reside with the people, with the citizen under God. And, they codified that in the 8th, 9th, and 10th Amendments to the Constitution, furthermore. So, they did understand it. And I don't think they were drunk with power for whatever reason. It's almost like miraculous. I mean, certainly there was a few of them that were like Aaron Burr, but that's another story. They didn't make it. And you had real patriots back then. Jefferson was a patriot, as was Hamilton. I mean, they didn't agree, but they were like, they really meant, they had a vision for something bigger than themselves. They really saw, they saw a society that would be more balanced. They saw that there could be a republic where there'd be greater levels of freedom, and that would progress. It wasn't this idea of this continuation of the old aristocratic European model that goes all the way back to Babylon. They did want to break away from that, and they knew what that was. Anyways, that's why they despise Trump.
Yeah, well, it's because as a rich guy, he comes in, he doesn't need any of their tribute.
Right.
And of course, who was the original guy that did that? Kind of Julius Caesar, right?
Right.
Being sort of a populist individual, and you saw what happened to him. But I think that's playing out in its own way now. This lawfare that's going on is really deplorable, and one wonders why there isn't adult supervision that steps in. But I've always thought,
where are the Republicans in Congress? I mean, there's one Republican who's made a little bit of noise. That's Elise Stefanik, and she can have some say in it because she represents New York.
right?
But not really. I mean, I think she's tried to do a few things. I'm not sure what she can do. You haven't had much of a groundswell. I think that maybe if Trump survives this, and I pray that he does, I have no idea. Then this is, what else do they have? I mean, they're already gearing up for World War III. Now they're pushing the idea of allowing Ukraine to fire American-made missiles into Russia, which is World War III, which is something that every administration from FDR to Trump avoided, which is an active war with Russia, a nuclear power. And it seems like Biden is throwing the dice on that. Pandemic, maybe. I don't know. Can they pull that one again? I think, aren't they now going to kill something like 3.5 million chickens in Iowa because they have some kind of, I don't know if that means much, but I just wonder if they're going to pull one of those. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? I mean, if Trump walks from this, and again, I don't think he's going to, because the judge has now instructed the jury that they don't have to have a unanimous conviction, which is unprecedented in the Constitution. I mean, he said you can pick from 3 crimes, of which none of them have been defined, and you don't have to have unanimous agreement.
Yeah.
I mean,
I read the jury instructions were posted.
Yeah.
And it's stupid. But I think the other thing going on here is that the only way to fix what's wrong with the country is to admit that there's a lot wrong. Okay. And this idea that we're going to, we just have to slightly reform this or that institution, it's not happening. And the trouble with a lot of Republicans is they don't get it. Okay. They think, well, this particular judge is bad. Do you have any idea how many bad judges there are all over the country?
Yeah.
And
openly so.
Okay, you read this, you and I go to the same right-wing websites that publish this sort of thing, and every single day you'll see this illegal alien's committed 10, 12 felonies, but the judge gets him off. And then you wonder, well, who the hell is this judge? What do you need to be a judge? You have county circuit judge, some dweeb that can't make it in real life in a law firm, spends 25 cents to put his name on a ballot, generally running unopposed. How do you think they get in? And then when you find out who the judge is, and I've been involved in several cases over my years in business, it's unbelievable how incompetent these people are. Going up to the federal level, I'm not impressed by most of these federal judges.
Right.
Again, it used to mean something, but what is it now? It's 150% political appointment. And if you watch on YouTube or Twitter, people like John Kennedy going after some of these. I have
seen that. It's hilarious.
So, there can't be any respect for the judicial system anymore. It's done. All right. You have to tear it up, start again.
Yeah.
But this idea.
I like the one where the Biden appointee, she put a biological male rapist and sex offender and pedophile into a woman's prison.
Right.
Oh my God. I mean, it was just gross.
Well,
I think he's going to probably get a judgeship too.
I've said this numerous times. The problem is, in an atheist country like the U.S., you have people believing in the institutions. And I dare say that at the founding of the nation, the institutions probably were worthwhile, but they've deteriorated to such an extent that you can't afford the same respect to these judges anymore.
No,
The fact that this Bershon guy is still on this case
it's
is
just happening.
bizarre. But here again, here's the problem. You get rid of this guy, you have to get rid of everybody. They're all bad. They may not be as bad.
Well, you have to do it one at a time. And I mean, he and that other one, and Goron, what a beauty he is.
Yeah.
I mean, these people are really despicable and loathsome and disgusting. They're just, it's an ugly mess. And yet they're all the darling of this rotten culture that emanated, I think, out of the 60s and 70s. And, you know, they just, they all say the right words and they sing the right songs and they, you know, eat the right food and they just look right and they just know how to do the walk and the talk, and everybody, how could there be anything wrong with them? How, you know, to question them is like, you know, it's almost like it wouldn't even enter into people's minds that they are anything but perfect people. You know,
Because they worship the institution.
and those two knuckleheads, Elias and Weissman.
Oh.
What a couple of bozos. I mean, the architects of this, you know, of the Trump perfect phone call impeachment, probably of the J6, you know, Fedsurrection. I mean, they've been behind everything. And, you know, they're so smug and so self-assured. And I follow both of them, and they ran a picture. They said, look who I ran into. And there's the two of them standing there at some picnic, smiling with that crap-eating grins. And I sent them back a note saying, you two knuckleheads are responsible for, and I really let them have it. And they sent me back a threatening note. Who are you anyway? You a journalist? I don't know. Are they threatening me? But they're just, these are, I don't even think they're that smart.
No.
But
they're protected by the system. I mean, whatever happened to Peter, what was his name? Strzok and his girlfriend?
Oh, yes, of course. He was on, I think he got a media slot for a while on MSNBC.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, they're fine. Nothing, no charges brought. I mean, it's like, meanwhile, who is the biggest hero now? Michael Cohen. Talk about scumbags. I mean, he stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from Trump, and he's there taping him. You know, if this had been anyone else, that would have been obviously seen as a disgruntled employee who was pissed off because he didn't get a job appointment, and it was just a lunatic. And yet, you know, they're sending him.
And yet he was their star witness. Their star witness.
The only witness.
Forger. Yeah.
It's just, so I don't know what's going to happen, but I think that if Trump, I mean, the New York juries are so corrupt. Maybe there'll be somebody on that jury who has a few shreds of consciousness, maybe a few marbles in their head, you know. They're not completely dumbified. I don't know.
Well, they try to make the jury as dumb as possible.
Yeah, of course.
And in all cases.
Oh, yeah. No.
You know what the selection process was in this one, but I promise you they had to get people who are as stupid as possible, and the defense can only blackball X number of them. There's some rule about that.
Right.
So, and of course the joke here is, what is the crime has never been defined. So,
well, that's right. And the judge has basically said to them, he goes, I am the law. It's like Fauci. I am science.
Right.
You know, these people get away with that. It's just then they have the nerve to point a finger and say that Trump is like a fascist. Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. Last I checked, Trump wasn't putting hundreds of people in prison without facing charges. He wasn't bugging Catholics and parents going to school board meetings and anti-abortion people. He wasn't censoring the media. I don't know. I mean, but yet he's the fascist. So anyways, Mike.
Well, people on the left derive great comfort from calling everybody a fascist, and they don't realize they're self-owned. Even people like Bill Maher are starting to get a little bit red-pilled. They had an encounter with Sandra Bernhard a couple of days ago, where she was saying that anti-Semitism exists on the right. No, it's always come from the left. Always.
Right.
Never been on the right. Of course, it depends how you define the right, but how can people walk around with these misconceptions their entire life? Where did that come from? World War II? How was Adolf Hitler on the right? I never understood that.
No, I mean, it was there's one reason why Hitler's on the right, and that is after Hitler double-crossed his fellow socialist Stalin in the invasion of Russia
Right.
in June of 1941, Operation Barbarossa.
Right.
Stalin sent out a message to the left saying Hitler is now to be seen as a fascist and on the right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why he's on the right. Before that, he was a hero of the masses.
That's right.
I
Good
mean, people,
soldier.
yeah, I mean, it's all forgotten. That's all. The history of that is swept under the rug.
Yeah.
But
so
here
there-
we are. Meanwhile, Trump is leading in all the polls. I think that he's up almost 10% in Nevada, according to the most recent polls. About 5% in Arizona and Georgia, 3%, 2 to 3% in Michigan and Pennsylvania, and even in Wisconsin. Those are the battleground states. You know, I think that I don't know if this. Some people say that this conviction is only going to help Trump.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I mean, he's actually tightened the margins in New York State and New Jersey, which is incredible. Maybe this conviction it could be like Nixon, right? He carried 48 states. That would be freaking amazing. 49 states. One state stood
49
Massachusetts was the only state that voted for McGovern
Well, and DC.
and DC. So, I mean, and I think that it could go that way again. Meanwhile, we have our mayor here, Michelle Wu, has announced. I don't know why they do this publicly. Do they think I guess it scores points with the left wingers who put her in office. Maybe she looks at Ayanna Pressley, who is a far left wing congresswoman who's totally in for life. But she's announced that she's no longer she's calling for the police to no longer prosecute people who committed various crimes, taking a page out of DA Rachel Rollins, who's been disgraced and who had to leave office. You know, she's got an enemies list, and she's turning into who she really is, which is a real Stalinistic type leader. And yet she's no dummy. I mean, she must look at the politics and know that she can do that and still be reelected and
I
be
don't even
popular.
know if it's politics. I think that she comes from a majority black district. And she knows she'll get reelected unless some other black person runs against her. And I don't think the politics in her district are.
You're talking about Ayanna Pressley. Yeah, she's in there for life. That's going to be like, you know, they'll never get rid of her. You know, she's got that. That's a rotten district. No one will take her on. But I'm talking about the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu.
Oh, okay.
Who has now announced that she's not going to prosecute for various crimes. It's kind of like, first of all, doesn't that put everyone at risk? I mean, if she doesn't want to prosecute for crimes, okay, you know, fine, don't prosecute, but you have to announce it publicly. It's like saying, great, come on down. We're not going to prosecute you.
Publicly thinking that she's going after some, I believe, very small, if even existent, anarchist aspect of the left. I think she's stupid, and I think she's been, you know, strings are being pulled somewhere. There's no reason for her to do that. All right.
Well, the thing I'm saying is that she wouldn't have done it if she hadn't looked at political calculations and realized that she can do it and get away with it and still be reelected.
Well,
maybe she thinks the people of Boston are too.
Right, but we have to distinguish between whether those policies are actually supported or whether she's taking the advantage and going after some theoretical left-wing talking points. Now, you're the Boston guy. How did she get in the first place? I mean, I lived in Boston, and I never encountered this left-wing,
No.
situation. Where did it come
It's not really. It's not a big part of the city, actually. Uh, I don't know. She had a weak opponent, and she was able to squeak in. I mean, I guess it's she had made a promise when she ran to this leftist group that wants to defund the police that she would do that. That was not publicized at the time.
Right.
Now she's publicizing it. Now she said, yes, I did say I would do this. So she's going to defund certain aspects of the Boston Police Department.
Well, maybe she'll get mugged. Change your mind. But
Well, that's the point. I mean, she wouldn't be doing it if she looked at if she thought she couldn't get away with it politically. Does she think there's not going to be any opposition to this? I mean, it makes me wonder is Boston going to become like Portland, Oregon? I mean, it's
I don't know.
Minneapolis.
I think these people are such ideologues that they don't even know what they're thinking half the time. I mean, there's a health official in Minnesota who now is very ill, obviously based on the vaccine reaction, and she's still doubling down. Vaccine had nothing to do with it, and so on.
Oh, yeah.
So these people are true believers, and I think I posted on whatever that feed was that this reminds me of thank you, Comrade Stalin, for shooting me in this firing squad.
Oh, it's even worse than that. I've heard people say, I don't care if I got sick from the vaccine. I'd take it again. It's like a political act.
Yeah.
Now, it's not injecting themselves with toxic poison that's going to kill them. It's like they're doing it for the cause. It's sad in a way. It's sickening.
Well, nothing new. I mean, although there are some amusing things that happened along the way. When AOC was predicting how Trump's Bronx rally would fail,
oh,
25,000 people or whatever it is.
And then she had a counter rally, and they showed the room. There was like 5 people showed up, and they all were like heavily masked. It was really depressing.
And then I don't know. The best part of it was they interviewing these people, all the left-wing media interviewing these pro-Trump minority people in the Bronx, and all these people were saying, "I don't know any Democrats in the Bronx. Where are they? I don't know any."
Oh, there was great energy at that rally.
Yeah.
Trump, look, minorities are a natural constituency for Trump.
Yeah.
And I think that the prosecution against him has only added to that because minorities have often been kicked around by the system, right? By the band. So they see that Trump's having to deal with that, and they identify with that, and rightfully.
Well, there's a very beautiful way in how these plans and schemes of the left fail, and they're just dumbfounded. All right, in California for a number of years, if you wanted a plastic bag at a grocery store, you'd have to pay 10 cents for it. Now it's a very heavy-duty plastic bag that a lot of people use for trash and other purposes. So there was this thing that came out in one of the newspapers a number of months ago. We just don't understand it. We're charging people for these bags, and people are using more bags now.
Oh boy, yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's because they use the bags and they'll pay for them. And now if I pay for them, they really want them. So this idea that somehow we're going to take Trump out using the legal system, how's that supposed to impress anybody?
But something, if they don't pull this one off, and they've tried to rig it in every way they can, including, I think, first time in history, I mean, telling a jury that they don't have to unanimously agree, that's unconstitutional. I mean, it's
almost like the guy's setting it up to lose on appeal.
Right, but the point is they just want to get a victory now, and then have the Biden people are already setting up a special. There's going to be a special session at the White House where Biden is going to address the nation if Trump is convicted. Right? I mean, it's obviously a huge stunt. They're going to be, that's what they want to have, and they think that's going to give them momentum.
Do they really think anybody cares?
And it might.
Does anybody care about what Biden says?
No, I mean, he has no credibility, and nobody.
What is the constituency here?
First of all, nobody will even go because to watch him speak is painful. It's
Yeah.
depressing. He can't really say anything. I notice now the media will show him speaking without the sound on. They'll just start waving, because it's so depressing and so bad that they're putting this man up there who really is not playing with a full deck. I mean, it's just as simple.
And you know what? I don't feel sorry for him because it's way beyond that. Okay.
And everyone knows that. Even the View. I mean, Jill Biden went on the View the other day, and the first questions they asked her was, "Is he like, is he in his right mind? Is he thinking?" So even they know. Everyone knows what they see. It's sort of like, you can't tell people what they're seeing after a while.
Yeah.
It's obvious. Even though they try to do that, they certainly tried to do it with the election. They're all telling us what we're seeing on the night of the election.
Yeah.
Anyways, so I just hope and pray that if Trump gets through this one, I think he's gold. I don't see them pulling off another pandemic. I don't think Americans will buy it. Not at this stage.
No.
We already are talking. This is June. The election is in November. That's what, 4 months? That's 5 months. 4 months actually. Well, 5. June, July, August, September, October. They're not going to be able to. It's too late. World War III, throwing some missiles at Russia. I mean, Putin is no dummy. I don't think he's going to launch World War III now. Maybe he'll wait till after Biden is out of office. And then Trump will go in, and we'll have there'll be a peace negotiation, which is what should have happened years ago. I mean, if this administration had a shred of credibility, they would have brought Putin and Zelensky to Camp David and hammered out a peace agreement.
Oh, right. But there were too many bribes at stake.
Well, that's what I mean. There's too much arms dealing and international war, and too much, saber rattling, and too much money at stake. The Clintons set up a new foundation, and billions of dollars. Meanwhile, Ukraine doesn't have the troops to stop the Russian advance because all the money went into the pockets of a bunch of crooks and oligarchs, starting with Zelensky and starting with the Clintons. I mean, it's all, so that's why they haven't done it. So anyways, but I think Israel is finishing the job of destroying Hamas in spite of being, undermined by Biden and by everyone else, because they have to, and they should have done it anyways, and they need to get rid of their own deep state, which has basically put Israel looks like a Massachusetts congressional, district. You ever see the way that country looks, the borders of Israel before 1967? Looks like a congressional district. These skinny little, lines where they have a little beach spot, and then they have a little swath that goes out to half of Jerusalem. Except the difference is that, unlike a congressional district in Massachusetts, Israel is surrounded by genocidal lunatics who want to kill every Jew in the country. I mean, this is insane that they want Israel to surrender the heartland of its country to people who are absolutely bent on killing them. But the Israeli deep state, but yes, we have Palestinians who want to make peace. Bullcrap. You'll have a small handful of people who will say that. And it's like a diaspora mentality. It's a ghetto mentality. They want to turn Israel into another ghetto. And, thank you. Someone said something nice about us. So we're going to fall apart and give them everything because they're so nice to us now.
Yeah.
People are freaking insane. And I blame Israel for that more than anyone else, these left-wing Jews. And the big, what do you think? They're the ones who are primarily behind the whole Hamas River to the Sea protest at the college campuses. Left-wing Jews. That's right. George Soros and all of these other big fat donors. They're the ones who are behind all this shit.
Bernie Sanders gave a big speech.
Oh my God!
Reflecting the left-wing commie position on this, and really, what an easy world it must be for these idiots. The entire world, everything that happens in the world, is between the oppressor and the oppressed. So it's very easy. The Palestinians have a slightly brown tinge to them, and the Israelis, not all of them, by the way, but the stereotypical European Israeli, of which is the minority now, by the way,
Right,
are
it is.
white. So
So
they're
what?
the racial oppressors.
I
And
mean, I don't even want to, to even go there is, I mean, either they believe in Israel's mission as a Jewish state and as a religious state, or they don't. And these people really have no faith in the Torah, which commands the Jews to take possession of that miserable piece of land. And they have to, and either you believe in it or you don't. And these people, not only do they not believe in it, but they're willing to put the lives of those people at serious risk. And so look what's happened. In Gaza, they pour out of the borders and they start slaughtering people left and right. Oh, but they didn't actually put the babies in the ovens. Oh, okay, fine. I mean, I don't know
do
what the
you
hell.
think that the Israelis knew that the invasion on October 6th was going to occur? They let it happen so they could finally kick butt.
No, I mean, I think that they might have known that something was going to happen.
Right.
Either that or the IDF is incompetent and it's shot through with woke people, was what I've heard, who say, oh, we're not going to do, we don't need to, they live in a dream. They were warned by people in the Israeli army who were there, this group of women who were there at the border saying, there's something going on here. They're cooking up an invasion. We better get our act together. And they're told to shut up by the IDF upper brass. I don't know if that means they knew something was coming or whether they're just, I don't know, these people were very busy at that time trying to overthrow Netanyahu. Maybe they thought they could give him a black eye. I mean, look, I don't doubt any of that when you talk about this deep state. I mean, they're as bad as any deep state. I don't know if they care about Israeli people.
Well, I don't think they do, because they were the most vociferous on the vaccines, if you recall.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think Israel needed an excuse to go into Gaza.
No.
I don't know how they I had said this for years with Israeli guests, none of whom will come on with me now. That why is Israel letting this happen in Gaza? Why are they allowing them to build this incredibly network of tunnels with spending, hundreds of billions of dollars pouring in from Qatar and developing missile launchers and developing, I mean, a complete military base? Why are they letting that happen right under their nose? And they just shrug their shoulders. Hey, I don't know. What are they? Like some old Jew, oy, hey, go have some matzo ball food. They don't know, I mean, I don't know what the hell they were thinking. And meanwhile, you have the same thing in southern Lebanon now. Apparently, there's just as big a network of tunnels. And Israel now it's going to take years for them to smoke out these tunnels in Gaza. And they're going to use it as a way to demonize Israel in the media. They've got their international media, all backed by Jewish money, these left-wing Jews like George Soros. And, people like Anthony Blinken and the Jews in the Biden administration who are just turncoats. And, even some Jews who are part of the college protests, including people in my own family. I don't understand. It's bizarre.
I mean, the usual explanation is their religion is being Marxist.
Well, that's right. They are Marxist, and they'll say that. And they will say that openly. They do not believe in the whole mission of Israel as a Jewish state, which is not only, it's a political and religious mission. It's to fulfill the Torah, but it's also to create a sovereign nation for the Jewish people and to do what's necessary to ensure that Israel is able to function peacefully.
Well, something happened in the early 1960s because all the good socialists, of which there were so many of them were Jewish, really loved the idea of Israel with the kibbutz and this socialist approach to everything. But then,
Right.
God forbid, they became successful. They had real industries and real things going on, and they didn't have to be these poor kibbutz type individuals anymore. Then it all kind of fell apart because now they were the oppressors. And if you have a Marxist mindset, you're going to view everything like that. It's absolutely pathetic But I'm telling you, I met people like this, and it was like talking to someone coming out of the 1930s Communist Party.
Right.
Their mentality had just not changed over the decades. I just had no patience for these idiots anymore, but they're out there, and there's a lot more than you think.
Oh, I know they are. I know people like that in my own circle. And it's not connected to anything remotely like reality.
Now,
And these people have influence and power, and it's not sane. It's really not. It's destructive, and that's why you have those events on October 7th. That's the result. And they think, oh, we're going to have peace. We're going to have cooperation. Bullcrap. They have to have peace. It's like Reagan said, I suppose, peace through strength.
yeah.
Not some kind of a woolly-headed, platitudinous thing where everyone sits around and they sing folk songs, which is what these people are doing. Anyways, so I'm going to wrap it up because I'm not like playing with.
Well, you soldiered on pretty well.
Yeah. Okay. And I might say more, so I don't know. I might look back on this and I might go, oh crap, whatever. So let's just hope that if Trump comes out of this thing, there's nothing that's going to stop him short of, God forbid, the John F. Kennedy type of thing. I think it's too late for them to pull out any other kind of crap. And I think there will be a huge landslide that won't even be able to be touched by the fraud. They could keep the counting places open for weeks. They could ship in all these white vans with boxes of ballots. You could have the lady with the blonde braids pulling out, suitcases and shoving the ballots in the thing over and over again. And we could watch that on video and they'll tell us, no, you're not seeing this.
No, that's not what you're seeing.
Yeah, you're not seeing what you're seeing. You're seeing something else. We'll explain. It was not going to matter if there's going to be a landslide. They can't, ultimately, they're going to be undone. So that'll be a look. I mean, I don't even want to totally get to that because it's too glorious. Right? I mean, it's too delicious to think about. So we'll just have to work. I mean, because it's going to have to be a very, very tough fight every step of the way. Steve Bannon is absolutely right. I listen to him fairly regularly. He's like, there's going to be 3 phases of this. The first phase is getting to election day. The second phase is going to be from election day to inauguration day,
Right.
where they try to hamstring Trump in every way they can. And they pull out all these sort of new dossiers, who knows what, to try to make sure he can't govern. And then the third stage is going to be after the inauguration, when they start to begin impeachment process. The point is that the only way this can be counted is with a huge, overwhelming turnout of voters. We still have the vote, even though our votes have been suppressed by fraud, by electronic fraud, by every other means. We can still do this, and we can still shine a light on this kind of corruption in every way they can. I think it's good that I see people like Mark Elias complaining that these thugs are showing up all around the country and signing up to work in voting registration.
Yeah, we need more thugs.
Yeah, more thugs. Really thugs, right? And they're threatening violence, he tells us. And they're going to have retribution. You're damn right. There should be retribution anyways. Talk about retribution. What do you think they're doing now? I hope all these people are hanging from a yard iron. Anyways, so Mike, I'll talk to you next week.
All right. Well, I hope you feel better.
Thank you. And take care. Okay.
You too.
It's amazing what you can do with technology now,
Yeah.
And here we go. All right. Welcome, everyone. Charles Moscowitz, Monday through Friday, 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I want to thank the good people over at TECN TV, the Exceptional Conservative Network, which is now carrying the show live, and their owner, Ken McClanton, great conservative out of Washington, D.C. If you want to chat, you can do so at rumble.com/Moscowitz. And we actually take calls here, 617-396-5499. 4958. My guest is Captain Seth Keschel. Captain Keschel has been, he's a former Naval Intelligence Officer.
Army.
Army, thank you, sir. And thank you for your service. And you have been on the issue of the great election steal since Election Day. I have followed you. You have an extraordinary breadth of knowledge with a particular orientation towards statistical analysis, which is very important. You have traveled the country. You have spoken on the issue. You like to have fun, I noticed. You do some recordings, so you bring a real energy to this issue at a time when those of us who are critical of the election have been vilified often, and it's not always easy. It's kind of a lonely trog occasionally. So I thank you, Seth, for what you've done, first of all. So
You're welcome, Charles. I appreciate the invite to the show. We've been trying to connect for quite some time.
Indeed. So let's go right to it here. I mean, the whole country knows, I think, and polls indicate that most people know that the election of 2020 was stolen. 60% Republicans polled even recently still believe that and still understand that. And I don't know if there's polling on Democrats, but I'm pretty sure it's probably 20 to 30%, and a large number of independents. The way polling works oftentimes as well, people might be afraid or intimidated to speak the truth when asked, because when you have the FBI kicking down people's doors, you don't necessarily want to mention that you believe this, because you might end up on the wrong end of that kick on a door. So, suffice to say that everyone knows damn well what happened in 2020. And I think that you are bringing a lot of data to this and science to it that further reinforces what happened. So let's just talk for starters about your methods of analyzing the election state by state, county by county.
All right. So there's 3,143 counties or county equivalents in independent cities in the United States that contribute votes in our presidential elections and also in statewide elections in those states. And of course, they are going to have a finite number of votes, which maxes out clearly at the number of registered voters, which we'll get into is a serious problem. Now, some of these counties, including in the key states that are key for the Electoral College with any Donald Trump run for the presidency, and really any Republican run now that the map is shifting around, you have states like Pennsylvania and Michigan, Ohio, Iowa, Wisconsin, Indiana, all across the Midwest, the Rust Belt. And a lot of those counties are stagnant in population. So they're fixed. The population hasn't changed much, or it's declining. And in counties like that, Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania is my favorite example. When you have what's called a coalition shift, people that vote this way that then start voting the other way when the population is dropping because jobs are leaving, then what that means is one party's stack of votes continues to go down. You can look at Westmoreland County for 3 decades, declining vote totals election after election after election. And what you have there is a record Trump performance in 2020. And at the same time, a record Biden performance as well, shaving Trump's margins by about, it looks like 18,000 plus votes in my estimates in a state decided by 80,000. So it takes into account population change, whether that's a surging stream of new population or whether that's a trickle or whether that's a decrease. Then we have the party registration where it's available in 32 states. You can see in the counties which way the trends in the elections should be going. And if you don't believe in that, you can take any state that has party registration and put down the registration trend between presidential elections, and whichever party made the advantage is the party that benefited in the next election, whether that was a tighter loss or an expanded margin of victory or a flip of the state. You can see that coming with party registration. So in a state like Massachusetts, I can see coming that the state's going to become more Democrat with an expanding Democrat registration. In a state like Pennsylvania, when it was a 21-to-1 ratio of registered Republicans to Democrats in Trump's term, that is signaling very strongly that Trump is not only going to win Pennsylvania again, he's going to win it by a wide margin. My number for Pennsylvania is 6.4%.
Okay, so let's just focus on Pennsylvania because it's one of the most egregious examples of what happened. I think it was public knowledge before the election that Republican registration was way up in that state. That was in the news. I recall reading about it. We also had a situation where the state legislature was being undermined by a very corrupt attorney general and secretary of state, mainly installed due to financing from George Soros, who were switching and changing the laws against the U.S. Constitution, Article 2, which says that only the state legislature holds the plenary power to make election laws. And they challenged that, and the challenge was thrown out by a corrupt state judiciary. Eventually, it made its way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ignored it after the election. So, the issue of the corruption of our judiciary is a separate question. But the point I'm making here is that Pennsylvania, like several other states, and I know this is such a complex issue. There's so many moving parts, but on election night, it was one of the states that simultaneously shut down and stopped counting. And at that time, Trump was ahead by almost 750,000 votes, right? Then they reopen the next day and they start recounting and recounting and recounting until a week later, they suddenly find enough votes so that the media, the mainstream Mockingbird media, could declare Biden the winner. And that was how he won. Now, I mean, what do we do to counter that? Because that kind of corruption is so pervasive and so ingrained there now that I don't see how there's ever going to be another free election in that state, given those circumstances.
Pennsylvania has gotten much worse since the 2020 election. This has been a stealth play ever since Trump won the states in 2016. So you have the Trump flip of PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, and a near flip of Minnesota in 2016. Minnesota was on the same trend as the rest of the states and should have been a Trump state in 2020. So when we look at the data on those states, you can see in 2018 that the 2018 midterm is when the Trump level election manipulation actually began. But because Donald Trump wasn't removed from office, most people didn't notice, especially since the end result, which was a flip of the House. And hey, there's actually a split decision here. We got more Senate seats. Most people didn't notice the massive turnout. My number suggests that there's 12 to 21 million more votes cast than are feasibly possible based on historic turnout figures since 1974. So that's the 2018 midterm. And that midterm was instrumental in Pennsylvania for reelecting Tom Wolf and making sure that Pennsylvania had statewide Democrat leadership in place for 2020, because they had it in place for 2016. But in 2020, they needed it because Pennsylvania looks like it had a rightward lurch in the 2018 midterms as well. Mm-hmm. And then you see in Michigan, 2018 was important for getting Nessel, Whitmer, and Benson in office there in Michigan.
Right.
All three of them were swept in 2018. John James also lost his Senate seat in 2018, and that was when he ran against Debbie Stabenow. He probably should have won that race as well, but instead the result was they got their beachhead in there to prevent Trump from carrying Michigan in 2020. And in Wisconsin, you have Evers, who snatched the governor's seat away from Scott Walker in 2018. That was with the Milwaukee dump of votes late in the night and put it just over the recount threshold. Walker conceded the race. So that is the origins of this. They got their people in place, and of course Minnesota did the same, and they made sure, and Arizona did the same. You have Katie Hobbs was put in 2018 after the race was called for Steve Gaynor, who ran against her for Secretary of State, and they counted in Maricopa County for days. It's when they got Kristen Sinema in the Senate, and you've seen it all throughout the state. Brad Raffensperger went into Georgia in 2018, and we have this nexus of politicians that were put in place in 2018 or before to ensure that Trump wasn't able to get reelected in those key states, because those 6 states are what I call the contested states: Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I have all 6 going to Trump easily. The closest state of those 6 is Pennsylvania at 6.4%. None of those states belong in the actual top 10 of the 2020 election. I also have Minnesota as a Trump state. And I have a number of states that you would never think of in a million years that are within 6 points, that are perpetually blue states.
Right. I mean, that would be if we actually had an honest election.
Correct.
So you had the Soros's project of installing secretaries of states, attorneys generals, and corrupt district attorneys, that because he understood that that's where the power lay, that's where you could have people manipulating the law in such a way that would benefit them. And you've mentioned several of those situations. I mean, Jocelyn Benson in Michigan, along with the other two witches, she she changed the laws regarding signatures on absentee ballots. That was overturned, her law. 6 months later, of course, it was too late by then. And then just before this recent election, after a citizens group brought evidence that there were 200,000 ballots that no longer resided in the state, they were from people who had either died or had moved out of state, and that they demanded that she remove those ballots, and they had all the names, she just ignored that as well. So we're talking about serious corruption here that in an ordinary time would have been would have been involved with would have been felonies. But yet they are still there. They are more powerful than ever. They were able to, regain their seats in this last election, I think, under very strange circumstances. Do you go into the business of the numbers of ballots that are on the books that are from people who had either died or who are no longer residing in the state?
So people in the state election integrity groups, they get into that because they have to, and that's their piece of terrain that they can control. Where I came in at a national level. At the end of the 2020 election, while President Trump was still in office, I was brought in to give statistical guidance, just like I do now, and it was to provide material for the lawsuits. So I had context, which of course the courts don't care about that because statistical proof is not hard evidence of a crime like you might find on a security camera. But it supports, hey, something's not right here. Your blood pressure is 200 over 150. Something's not right here. And that is what my statistics show. So I came in at the national level. And then when the election integrity movement kicked off with a national perspective, I've never really been at the county or state level. That doesn't mean I don't have insight on it, but the people that are working at the counties and at the states, they know very closely. They know their county officials, their elections administrators, their county commissioners. And for me to get involved in it would really only create a more difficult path for them. They're going to say, here's a national election denier or one of the more prominent election deniers in the world at this point. And that is something, but I am aware of the New York Citizens Audit for one. I'm aware of all the election integrity movements across the country, and there's a lot of really good ones. You have them everywhere. Audit the Vote Hawaii is outstanding. Audit the Vote Pennsylvania is outstanding. All across the country, we've got, even in Alabama, dark red states, we have people that are doing good. Even there in Massachusetts.
Oh yeah,
you've got some groups there that hosted me in Middlesex County last year, and that was fun. We had about 10 Antifa show up with their masks on, and they took a look at me, decided they didn't want to do anything about it, but
they're out there. Yeah, the thugs are the kind of what Lenin called the shock troops are brought in occasionally to deal with the lower side of the scissors, the upper side being the institutional kleptocracy, I guess you might call it, the oligarchies, who are really determined to do whatever they have to do to advance their power. And at this point, it's open, it's out in the open, even more so than in 2020 when we all watched it happen on TV, all the states shutting down. I mean, it just, they just did it in broad daylight. And I'm talking now about Maricopa County, where they literally sent ballots in that jammed the machines. I mean, that they were fitted in such a way that they shut down machines in only the most Republican of precincts and wards. And in a way, I suppose you could say that Republicans kind of stepped in it with that one, because we announced in advance that we would be voting in person. And maybe if we had been a little bit more stealthy about it, we could have pulled it off. I don't know. But the point is that that was the most open, the most egregious steal of all. Now, do you get into the business that Mike Lindell has done such a good job with in terms of looking at the algorithms in the machines? I mean, I know that during the forensic audit in Maricopa County, the corrupt, really rotten election board there refused to relinquish the passwords to the machines. They couldn't actually go into them. And that the company that runs them, that I'm even afraid to mention by name here because they sue everybody with slap suits, they would sue, as I say, I mean, they sued anybody who criticized this.
Well, so all the machine companies, all election machines,
Yes.
are vulnerable to misuse, to potential hacking, and to manipulation. So as far as my involvement with Cause of America or Mike Lindell,
Mm-hmm.
I am tightly wound with a number of their key personalities. I do a lot of travel, and I regularly present with people who are tight with Mike. I'm on good terms with Mike as well. And my stance on machines, and from early on, just like you said with Maricopa County, from early on, Maricopa County's officials, their county commissioners, they were the big tell that something was up with the electronic elections equipment. Because if they had nothing to hide on that, they could have acquitted themselves easily by turning over all electronic election equipment, letting people look at it, letting cyber experts and forensic experts go through everything, see what the deal is, reconcile the electronic vote records with hard ballots, to reconcile it with the voter registrations, and they didn't do that. In fact, they did everything they could to prevent them from being turned over. So that is something to me, given the circumstances, that, and it's not frivolous, it's something they were subpoenaed for, logs, routers, and other electronic elections equipment. The fact that they resisted that so much is a pretty big tell. Now, what can the machines do? Well, the electronic poll books are a big problem. They can determine on election day who's not voted. It's right here on electronics, and not on a binder anymore where you show up at the precinct, sign your name, and go vote. That is by design, that we're herding people into voting centers and that we're trying to make this as digitized as possible, because now we have much more data, and people are now abusing the data, and they are using duplicate or triplicate registrations. They are not cleaning voters off the rolls that have moved or died or moved out to a different precinct. And then you have, of course, completely fictitious voters, which you can find everywhere in those 6 key consensus states, especially. But they are on the march in Texas as well. And there is a lot of election fraud in Texas. Yesterday, Smith County, which is the home county of Tyler, Texas, which is a mid-sized city in East Texas, it's heavily Republican. They showed a sample size of 584 fraudulent ballots that were cast in Smith County. As in, these are absentee ballots that don't, on the count, that don't match the hard count of ballots on hand. And that's a small sample size of the county. I'd have to go look at my records to see how many estimated votes I had Smith County, Texas, as being over. In fact, I'm going to do that right now.
Right.
But
my understanding, Seth, is that some of the methodologies being used here are so subtle that even most, good conservatives and good vote integrity groups can't detect it. And that includes things like setting up phony separate accounts online that then suddenly appear, they accept votes, and then they disappear. There's a lot of weird stuff that's happening. You have this organization, the name escapes me right now, but they have a headquarters somewhere in upstate New York that has gotten many counties around the country to sign up for them handling the counting of their votes, and that they are very secretive about how they do this, that the votes go to their center. And then you had this group, ERIC, E-R-I-C, which was contracted 10 years ago, including in some red states like Louisiana, to basically clean the voting rolls. And their record is that they've done absolutely nothing, and that the head of their group is a radical left-winger who was funded by George Soros. So, do you know anything about those things?
Yeah, ERIC is something in Alabama. Alabama just got away from ERIC, the electronic voter registration infrastructure. Now, we also have in Texas, the state Republican Party is reportedly getting ready to get behind a push to get rid of ERIC. Now, will that actually happen legislatively? I don't know, because the Secretary of State of Texas, they rotate them out constantly. John B. Scott was the Secretary of State until a couple months ago, and he's gone now. So the Secretary of State in Texas is not an elected position, so there's not any voter accountability there. And now we don't really know all of the positions that the current Secretary of State has. All I know is that Harris County, even in the Secretary of State's own audit, Harris County, home to Houston, and also you can look at some of the other counties, Dallas County, Tarrant County, Collin County, they were also audited. Harris County and Dallas County had very poor remarks come in. Now, Tarrant County's got issues too. There's an elections director there named Hyder Garcia, who I am aware of. I've never spoken about him directly. I don't do a whole lot of personal probing. I do all the top level 30,000 foot stuff. Well, he is sniffing around and went to the papers to cry about my numbers, even though the Democrats stayed stuck in the 200,000s vote range for 4 consecutive elections, then completely finished those off, went through the 300,000s and topped Trump, who had a record Republican vote gain in a county that had been Republican since 1968.
Very suspicious.
Right. So all we really need is transparency. We don't need really the result of a lack of transparency is the wrong people get in office. I mean, look at New York. My number suggests that Lee Zeldin should be the governor of New York today, not Kathy Hochul.
I think that I saw you write about that you had some very strange swings in certain counties in upstate New York where the vote turnout did not match the number of registered voters.
Well, correct, but it's not so much about the registered voters. It's the statistics over time, over duration. The statistics provide us an expectation of output of how many votes should be cast. It's just like if you look at baseball, we use the Red Sox for example. You know, Ted Williams played from 1939 to 1960. He had 521 home runs. So Ted Williams probably averaged. He missed 4 or 5 seasons solid being at WAR. But Ted Williams must have averaged 35 home runs a year if he played a full season. Now, if we have him at 35 a year, we can look at some of his highs. He probably finished in the 40s here and maybe had a season that was cut short in the 20s. Now, if all of a sudden he's got one season that it's 71 home runs, well, what happened here? Now, you can see it in the 90s where you have the steroid era where players are cracking home runs out like softball leagues. But statistics generally give you an expectation. And if everybody all of a sudden starts hitting 50 and 60 home runs, then you know something is going on. So if Joe Biden has 81 million votes, or if even in the 2018 and 2022 midterms, America just started voting all of a sudden and we have record high turnout everywhere, then we should see that everywhere. And still, I can go through the map in 2020 and find places that did not have a spike. Suffolk County in Massachusetts looks normal to every election year. So according to my model, I flagged that as green. Now, I'm sure that any big city county like that has its inherent issues that are always.
Well, that's because it's been corrupt for 50 years, but that's putting that aside.
But in all the right metros, they corrupted 2020 as well. So Baltimore County in Maryland, Baltimore City in Maryland, and then not Baltimore County, Baltimore City, and then Suffolk County, Massachusetts, or you can look at Bronx or Manhattan, New York. They look normal compared to every election trend. In fact, Trump trended New York, or he trended Manhattan, Bronx, Queens heavily in his direction. But you can look at other places like all of a sudden, why is there no motivation for Biden among rural black voters in Alabama or in Arkansas? But it's really an enthusiastic block for him in Georgia. So these things don't make any sense to me.
Right, and it does look a little strange when you see, these kind of anomalies. And another factor that, of course, enters into the picture is the amount of money that poured in from people like Zuckerberg, who wrote a personal check for $420 million to fund these 2 turf organizations, which basically spread it around, as they used to say, greased a few palms. Only in the battleground states, only in Georgia, Arizona, I think in Detroit, where basically people, and Wisconsin, where people were doing activism, like harvesting ballots and signing people up and setting up tables at fairs and doing the kind of the street work. The thing that's amazing to me about that is that there's very few whistleblowers amongst people who were doing this kind of shady work. Was it just because, there was 1 or 2 that spoke to Dinesh D'Souza in his movie 2000 Mules, but it's amazing how tightly sealed that whole thing is. Why do you think that is?
I think that people become too siloed in their understanding of what happened in the 2020 election. It's not just the computers. That's some people go in, it's just ban the machines. That's part of the problem. But the mechanism of the election of 2020 and other elections is to use various means that are allowed by state law. You can look at the West Coast, Washington, Oregon, California. Ballot harvesting is legal. Then you have other states where it's not. So when you do it, you're going to do that at the risk of getting caught. Georgia, Arizona, but then you have compliant, wimpy, useless state legislatures and corrupted courts that refuse to crack the whip on that. Now in Florida, ballot harvesting is not only illegal, it's a felony. And there was the creation of an election crimes task force, which threatens to come into those boiler rooms in the event of a close election that might be trying to flip the state. So as far as why is there not a lot of people that talk about it? There are. The Maricopa County has been caught red-handed time and time again. So I've heard it put recently, the 2020 election there was a Bigfoot sighting and nobody got it on camera. Well, 2022, that's on camera. Everybody saw Maricopa County operating in real time to make sure Kari Lake didn't win. In fact, Kari Lake never even took a single lead. Abraham Hamadeh took a lead for a split second before the lead went away. So I think that Kari Lake was kept below even just to make sure she
I think they had to stop her, because if she had won, the whole rotten thing would have been blown open. I mean, that would have been the beginning. And so they didn't even care. They just did it out in the open. And even with Hamadeh too, he lost by what? Less than 200 votes?
Hamadeh lost by less than 300 votes after a slight adjustment in December. Now, he's recently been out there on record saying that the look at the provisional ballots would have given him the victory. But my numbers for those guys, that whole slate in Arizona was an all-star slate. My numbers for those guys suggest that Hamadeh, of course, would have finished first if that were to be the same all the way down. But Kari Lake's margin of victory is about 9.9%.
It's huge.
The most conservative estimate. That's more than 200,000 votes over Katie Hobbs. And that's me being very generous towards Katie Hobbs. So Hamadeh is probably an 11-point winner. And then you have Kari Lake at 10. You have Fincham and Masters are about 4 and 5 points apiece at that rate. Now, Masters, of the four, Masters is the only one that conceded the race, which was completely foolish of him.
Right, I agree. And I think that Kari's that's going to an appeals court. I kind of think that the judge in the state, Thompson, I think he might have been threatened or something. I mean, I think that these people play hardball, because that was such an obvious case of fraud, and yet he's decided it wasn't. I mean, it just could he be either that corrupt, or I think he might have been frightened. But either way, it's now in an appeals court. Where are they now? Do you know?
So the main issue that you're getting at here with Thompson is a nationwide epidemic. Judicial corruption has been, the foundation of that has been laid for decades. We really started getting into that when politics got very divisive in the 90s. You might remember red state, blue state became a conversation topic around Bush Gore. So the political well was poisoned. Politics is supposed to be boring. Remember in 1976, it's Gerald Ford versus Jimmy Carter, and they were arguing about inflation. Now we argue about inflation now because inflation is getting worse and has potential to get much worse and devalue the entire monetary supply. But with politics in the 70s, it was very boring. Now we have every election is do or die. The country lives and hangs by this special election. And Judge Thompson was probably put in place by the McCain cartel. I believe he was appointed in 2010 or 2012 by Jan Brewer, who would have been governor then. So Thompson saw the evidence. He looked horrified by Hobbs's defense team. And of course, the Lake team came up with absolutely excellent. It was very little time to present it in a 2-day trial.
And that's after he kicked away several of the charges, except just 2.
72% of Americans agreed with Kari Lake that the Maricopa County Elections Board and county commissioners rigged their own election and prevented their own voters from being able to vote freely on election day. So that's where we wind up with, well, okay, you acknowledged all this, you saw all this, so why is there not a ruling that provides proper relief? Now, Lake's team requested either she be named the victor or she gets a new election. And a lot of that, it's somebody has to be the first person to throw the ruling to allow for a country like ours to have transparent, free, and fair elections that people actually trust. We should be able to do this. Children in kindergarten can vote for what's for snack on paper, and you can go look at the vote and make sure that only eligible kindergartners voted,
Right.
and verify what they want. But somehow the nation that won 2 world wars and put somebody on the moon and has cured certain diseases and viruses, like, we can't figure out how to run an election. All you need is more people to run the election with more transparency. We have 330 million people here. You're trying to tell me that the largest counties need to count votes for 7 days, but the smallest ones don't? How about just get a proportional number of people working the elections in a broken down precinct operation? And that's why you have the large voting centers in the large counties, to make this practically inauditable.
Right, and that's been a recent trend as well, to centralize the voting centers. We should note that it was only a few months ago that France held a national election. It's a country of 50 million people. They had it done within hours of the closing of the polls. No machines, all hand counted. It's it really can be done, and the fact that it's not in this country is, it's obviously a scandal, but it goes to the fact that we're going to lose our freedom. We're going to lose our ability to be a self-governing people. I mean, unless we solve this. Now, the other leg on the stool, the first one was, of course, the media, the Mockingbird media, which was completely in the bag. They demonized anyone who questioned the election immediately after the election day. They attacked viciously. Anybody can read that. It's obvious. The second thing was the judiciary on the state level. Hundreds of cases were brought. The Trump administration brought several, and they were all kept out of the court. And this was used as a vehicle by the Biden coup, as I call it, to further try to legitimize their claims by saying that these cases were dismissed because there was no evidence, when in fact, they never really reached the inside of a courtroom. They were dismissed on technicalities by clerks whose job is to actually try to dismiss cases on technicalities, but they have a little judgment there, and they can make judgments, and they did so uniformly to stop any of these cases from entering the court. Now, my memory is faulty here. Maybe you might know something about this, Seth, but I seem to recall that there was one case that made it to an inside of a courtroom, and that was in Wisconsin, and the judge, the name escapes me, he heard the evidence. He said this is very convincing that the state had been stolen, and that was a really obvious one. But that he would not rule on it because he did not want to get involved with politics. He did not want to make a ruling that might change the outcome of an election. Am I right about that?
Wisconsin had a lot of issues, and even some of the sheriffs have been involved. Sheriff Schmaling from Racine County has identified, no doubt, slam dunk election fraud in nursing homes in Racine County.
Oh, yeah. That was a big one, yeah.
Racine County is in the far southeast of the state, and that's a county that's got at least 10,000 fraudulent votes for Biden, which is half the margin in the state between the two. Then you have Justice Gableman's investigation
Indeed.
in 2021 that was so thorough that even Robin Voss had to admit, with the press in his face, that the election in Wisconsin was severely compromised and basically stolen. Now, Robin Voss won't do anything either. So it doesn't surprise me that people that owe their judicial careers to these political bodies rule in the same vein, or they comment in the same vein as the politicians do. So yes, that's a punt, and it's also a head fake to suggest that you have the ability to see that something's not right, but I don't want to be the one to do anything about it.
Oh, that to me is one of the most outrageous things, because the judiciary is supposed to be independent. They're not supposed to look at the politics. They're supposed to look at the facts. They're supposed to be, if we don't have, that's a complete compromise of the principle of a balance of powers, that they would say, we don't get involved in politics like hell. I mean, that's outrageous that they would take that position. But that is the position they took across the board, including the Supreme Court. They just decided at some level, and I'm not saying it was a conspiracy, the people sitting around in a room somewhere and talking about it. It was just more of kind of an informal decision that they would not get involved in politics. So,
well, it's not politics when people's voices are disenfranchised.
right.
And American citizens can't cast their vote as constitutionally prescribed. Then it goes beyond simple politics. You know, where you don't want to get involved in a squabble between two political parties as a bill is being debated. It's injustice at that point. So can you imagine if we had an issue today that was clearly involving discrimination of some sort? Imagine slavery on the table, and history records that people didn't want to get involved in politics. Well, there are people that didn't want to get involved in politics. In fact, the Democrat Party for many years would run a northern man of southern intentions, and they would carry the states in New England and of course the South, and they could win starting with Martin Van Buren and Andrew Jackson. So then eventually it became something where everybody has to oppose. And now that excuse wouldn't fly that you didn't want to get involved dealing with injustice over politics. So the same thing is true. The voting issue is the civil rights issue of our lifetime. And it's the reason that the hit pieces don't work on people like myself or anybody else who goes around talking about election fraud is because 60+% of the country agrees that the elections are toast. If you don't believe me, go ask some people that don't look like your standard Republicans and start talking about that and mention Build Back Better. And then if there's a head nod, talk about the election issues. Almost everyone I've talked to agrees with that. So I'm not sure it's not an extreme majority in this point.
Oh, no. The whole world is looking at the United States and they see that this regime is illegitimate. And it's kind of common knowledge. I mean, it's not even, something that's up for grabs, but it's particularly disappointing to me, the judiciary. You bring up the Civil War. It was a judiciary. It was jury nullification, actually, that got rid of the Fugitive Slave Act because they said this is not constitutional. And it was Massachusetts, of all states, the founding of a lot of things, which got rid of slavery because of lawsuits brought by slaves and representatives into the state judiciary, and it ended up becoming so costly to keep a slave that they got rid of it, not because the government wanted to. So the judiciary has a very important function here, and it really has fallen down on the job. Now, the third leg in the stool was the events of January 6th, the assembly. The assembly was when every 4 years, the president, they get together and the delegates basically confirm who is going to be the next president of the United States. And every 4 years, going all the way back to Jefferson, there have been many cases where there has been a contest, including Jefferson's contest himself in 1800, where Jefferson, as the president of the assembly and as the vice president of the United States, declared himself president of the United States. I mean, it's an extraordinary power that president has, who is also the vice president. And there were 7 delegations that were being contested. There were signed letters with at least one representative and one senator jointly signing a letter requesting a hearing on 7 states. That was in the process of happening. The media was there filming. Those states were the states you've mentioned, Seth, along with New Mexico, apparently. And Arizona was first because alphabetically the states are called. In the middle of the hearing, all of a sudden the guy shows up with the Viking hat and it's over and everything got shut down. And if anybody was watching television at that time, and I was, they were rolling out extraordinary evidence of fraud, and the whole country was watching. And so it was put to a stop by that incursion. Of course, then later that night or in the wee hours of the next morning, they reassembled and they just gavelled Biden through. Talk about a coup. No hearings, no media, no one saw it. So what say you about that particular incident?
Mike Pence could have, if you've read the Brunson brothers case. Now,
Yes.
I am not somebody who is bullish that courts are going to see the law and see the facts and do the right ruling. So yes, is as far out in left field as that case appears to be, it's actually correct, because these are people that took their oath and they vowed to support the United States Constitution and defend this country, and with it, the rights of the people. And when you have the dozens of congressmen or senators that hesitated to certify the results or asked for audits to be done on the results and to delay, they neglected to debate and deliberate on the merits of that subject, and in doing so recklessly certified this result. Now look at the global impact of this person being president.
Oh, horrible.
And his appointments and the precedent that this is set for us to just go ahead and say that it's real. I mean, the epitome of what it is to be an American is to not trust the government.
Of course.
Because that's the foundation of this country. In fact, the foundation of our nation is right there, basically where you are in Massachusetts, how far that's fallen. But those were people that knew better than to trust the government with everything, including your liberty, including your wealth. And so, yes, Mike Pence should have paused the certification of the Electoral College and sent the electors back. One of the major Sorry, I'm in a hotel here.
That's okay.
Get some of the background noise. One of the major problems President Trump faced in his last days in office was people began to bail on him. You could see the entire cabinet, saying that this is bad. We've already done our challenges. And one of the things the left did is they rushed right ahead, or even the so-called right, these Republican houses, they rushed right ahead and certified their election results. And then what they did is they appointed their Biden electors. And then they slammed it through on January the 6th. So they cemented in their goalposts as they moved them. And everybody that was part of the legal challenges in 2020 thought, before we really saw the extent of the judicial corruption in this country, we were like, well, this is very obvious to everybody that they, screwed this election up big time. So certainly we're going to get the right outcome. And then, of course, here's the hearings in Georgia. Here's Texas versus Pennsylvania, which was from the Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton, which alleged that Pennsylvania's miscarriage of the 2020 election led to Texas's 38 electors being disenfranchised. Well, they tossed that case too on procedural grounds or on standing. So nobody could get in to the courts, even though you can read some of the sidebar about Clarence Thomas's wife and her opinions about the election, and you would have had at least one justice that would have tossed the election. That'd be Clarence Thomas.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You know where John Roberts is, and I will also say that Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh have been major disappointments on the court, in my opinion.
No, I agree with that.
And Neil Gorsuch has been hit or miss, but he's.
But on that one, they completely fell down. Nobody wanted to hear that case, and that was such an obvious one, with amicus briefs from 5 other states. They were simply saying that this state of Pennsylvania had violated the law by allowing their governor and their attorney general to make laws and put the whole country at jeopardy by putting in place a fraudulent system. And to me, the fact they wouldn't even hear that is it just shows how deep the corruption goes.
Yeah, it's not a single issue, just like the elections. It's not just machines. It's not.
It's a very complex issue. There's so many moving parts to this, and it all kind of fell in place. I mean, there's a new book out by Dr. Alexander that he talks about. He was on the COVID task force, and he says that Fauci and Birx, they trusted him mainly because he was black and because they had like an Indian accent, and so they thought, oh, he must be one of us, a Trump hater. So they kind of let their hair down around him and talked about how they were trying to sabotage Trump by using the COVID virus. I mean, can you imagine how despicable that is? They don't care that people might be dying from a virus and the country's locked down. They wanted to prolong that because they thought it would hurt Trump. So there were so many moving parts. We didn't even talk about the Hunter Biden laptop and the fact that 55 intelligence officers, including a former CIA director, lied and signed a document saying that this had been a Russian plant. The New York Times eventually admitted it a year later. It's too late. But it just has such a coordinated look to it. I mean, I think that it has everything to do with this kind of world order movement. I don't want to put on a tin hat right now. So let's just say that, I think the same thing happened in recently in Brazil with Bolsonaro, all electronic machines, all voting a certain way. In some cases, he was getting more than 100%, the other guy, 100% of the vote. It just didn't look right. And I think that it's going on all over the world right now.
The whole world is upside down. Every coalition, just about every alliance that's out there, the way that people goad people into alliances and wars is really the same as it's been for more than 100 years. You could see that with I was on Bannon's War Room today, and he mentioned that a lot of what's going on in Europe today resembles the beginning of the Great War that happened in 1912, 13, 14.
Yes.
And, with the potential for involvement and engagement.
Now we have a nuclear confrontation
in other nations.
Yeah, except now they seem to be planning for a nuclear confrontation. I mean, the leadership is really even more demonic than it was then, in terms of the potential to really destroy half the world in order to achieve their bizarre and hateful agenda of world power. I mean, it's really kind of overwhelming. But since we are reaching toward the end of the program, Seth, on all of this unhappy information, I know that we need to talk about what can we do positively as citizens because you are out there doing a lot of very important work here, and other people can contribute in their own way. What do you see that's good? What can we do positive? I mean, one bright light, frankly, I think, was the election in Virginia, where Glenn Youngkin, who is a multimillionaire, and we need a few more of those, fielded a team of thousands of people who volunteered at the polls, who volunteered in the counting rooms, who showed up. These are retired people, teenagers, students, people from all walks of life, and that the Republican National Committee put money behind it. They knew damn well what had happened. And he won. Probably the cleanest election in that state since Jefferson, and I'm not even sure that one was so clean. So what can we do, Captain Keschel?
People have to get involved in every corner of the country.
Yeah.
And for my field of fire, which is elections, I've set up something called 4 for the Core. And that is to address 4 issues of the 10 points of true election integrity that can be handled potentially, depending on the state, at the county level. And that would have to do with voter registrations, the abandonment of electronic voting systems, security, getting rid of drop boxes, and finally the push to provide more transparency, whether that's a small county agreeing within the confines of the law to hold its vote counts back until the larger counties report for a change. Can you imagine if 66 counties in Pennsylvania waited out Philadelphia, and every time they won and Philadelphia lost, what the uproar would be? And those are the 4 points I think that activists can push at their county level. And we're getting some feedback, whether that is a confirmation of how hardened people are to putting in election integrity measures, or even positive feedback. And that would be 4forthecore.com, FOUR, thecore.com.
Excellent.
And the instructions are there for people to sign up. We have about a fifth of the country in terms of counties committed for the Core to provide us information for phase 1. Phase 1 is simply information gathering, and we'll be able to determine from what comes in what can be acted upon, what is actionable for phase 2, which would be sending experts to discuss voter registration databases or perhaps issues with electronic voting systems.
Okay. All right. Listen, Captain Seth Keschel, thank God you're out there doing what you're doing. And I think that everybody can play their role, however it is, within their own capacity to try to preserve freedom in this country. And the most basic and fundamental element of that is to make sure that we have a free election, that we preserve the sacred principle of one man, one vote. So, Seth, thanks for joining me today. I really appreciate it. Let's stay in touch.
All right. Appreciate you, Charles. Thanks for your show.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay. So Seth Keschel is with us there. Thank you very much. I shall return, God willing, tomorrow, 3 p.m. The program is Monday through Friday, 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am not sponsored, so I basically am sponsored by myself. My books. They're available at Amazon Books. You just put my name in the server, Charles Moscowitz. That's like Moscow with a Witz. And you will see about 20 books come up. My most recent book being The Populist Wave. Let me see if I can just hold that up briefly to the camera. And other books include The Biden Coup and a bunch of others. Right now, I'm actually writing a book about Judaism, which is interesting. So, check them out. They're there. They're available as soft covers, hard covers, in some cases, ebooks. And please sign up for the program at Rumble. I would really appreciate it. Rumble is still the flagship station. I'm expanding the footprint all the time in terms of figuring out technically how to sign up new streams, especially since I was kicked off of YouTube, for discussing issues like I just did with Seth Keshel. And I don't want to go back on YouTube for that reason. I don't want to worry about censorship. I'm a former radio talk show host. I understand what censorship is, and I know the difference between censorship and community standards, which I observe. And what we're dealing right now with in this country is political censorship, pure and simple. And I wish that there were more people on the left who were with me. I keep hearing them take pot shots at Elon Musk. And in fact, today I heard Jim Brody over at WGBH in Boston refer to Elon Musk as right-wing. Really? Right-wing because of why? One reason only. That is that he's ending censorship at Twitter. That makes him right-wing. And I suppose he's right. That does make him right-wing because the left is authoritarian, and they want to clamp down on freedom of speech and specifically freedom in general. So on that note, I want to thank you for joining me. I want to again thank Seth Keshel, Captain Keshel. You can check him out on Telegram. I think he's got a website, captainkeshel.com. I shall return tomorrow. I've got 2 guests tomorrow, so you might want to check that out. Charles Moscowitz, please check out my books and check out my Rumble page. Thank you for joining me, everyone. God bless you all. God bless America. All right, welcome to the program, Charles Moscowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. My guest is Vince Everett Ellison, who is the author of Crime, Inc., How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. Excuse me. Vince Ellison was born on a cotton plantation in Haywood County, Tennessee. In 2000, Vince received the Republican Party nomination for South Carolina's 6th Congressional District. In 2019, Vince wrote The Iron Triangle, which became an Amazon #1 bestseller. And this book deals, I think, in a less than veiled way with the Democratic Party, a little bit of history of it and where it stands today. So, Vince, why don't you introduce your book a bit here? Give us a thumbnail on its story.
Well, this is my book. It's Crime, Inc.
Indeed.
It says how Democrats employ mafia and gangster tactics to gain and hold power. In this book, I just take the Democratic Party and I show that they are very similar to a organized crime family, how they use similar tactics and they have similar goals, and how they also coordinate together. So how I've proven in the first chapter that the Democratic Party, just like the mafia and the triads and MS-13, are a foreign entity. Their ideology comes from a foreign government. Their ideology comes from Moscow. It's not an American form of ideology. It's not an American ideology. And I show how the civil rights movement was used to infiltrate the Democratic Party into this Marxist communist group right now. So the NAACP, RAM, the Black Panthers, SELC, were all communist fronts. And even the white people, even the white atheists and Marxists and weirdos and hippies back in the day infiltrated the civil rights movement and backed it up so that they could take over the Democratic Party, which they did in 1972. And since then, the Democratic Party does what the mafia does. They make their money through hits, and the mafia has hitmen. The Democratic Party has Planned Parenthood. They do trafficking. You know, the mafia does human trafficking and drug trafficking and sex trafficking. The Democratic Party does through by allowing the borders to be open.
Mhm.
The mafia grooms their children very, very young. They get them when they're 9, 10, 11 years old, and they get them in the gangs. And, you know, the gangs do the same thing. But the Democratic Party uses public education for the same thing. They groom the children to join the Democratic Party and do all this weird stuff. They're into porn. They hate women. They hate minorities. They send the drugs to the minority areas. They control the minority areas. When you read this book, you'll see that the Democratic Party and organized crime are one and the same. Even when it comes to false piety, you know, the mafia, the triads, all of them try to act like, and all these Crips and Bloods act like they're so religious. They go to church and they pray and whatnot. But then when it comes down to it, they'll kill you. They'll take children and use them for porn. They'll do anything for money. So it's a false piety. So as you read this book, you will ask the question: did the Democratic Party cause organized crime, or the organized crime form the Democratic Party? They're both one and the same, hand in glove.
You know, it does seem to be like kind of a double-faced entity, kind of like the Roman god of Diana, which had two faces. And on the front face is this pious, benevolent group, and then behind the back is an entirely different agenda that is really hard to explain. And since they control the high ground of the media and the culture, you don't get to question it. You talk about groups that purport to be civil rights groups like the NAACP and others that have been infiltrated by the left, certainly. Same thing is true in my case, with Jewish groups like the ADL, and with women's groups like the National Organization of Women and NERAL, even with gay groups. You have them basically acting as enforcers in that they're going to take out a microscope and try to find something that somebody who is their opponent, because of political reasons, they might have said 20 years ago that was insulting. Maybe now they're doing it to men who might have had a bad date 20 years ago, and all of a sudden somebody comes out of the woodwork and is accusing them of rape. Or they'll do, somebody suddenly is a Holocaust denier. I mean, these crazy charges that can destroy a person's life. They can destroy the reputation of a company, and they manufacture these things to do that, to suppress. Not only does it destroy someone who's in opposition to their leftist agenda, but it chills the public debate because people see this happening and they keep their head low. Nobody wants to be accused of these things. It's kind of like in the times of the Spanish Inquisition, there was an auto da fe. They would take someone out in public and they would publicly humiliate them and then probably execute them, because it sent a chill throughout the entire society. Hey, I better not step out of line here. Look, this is what they did with Jesus. I mean, right? They had they would crucify people outside the gates of Jerusalem in Golgotha, known as Calvary, to scare the entire country into sort of, kowtowing to the will of the mighty Roman Empire, and to scare people who would step out of line. They would take advantage. They would make examples of people. So this is their tactic, and it is a mafia tactic, both in terms of tactically, but I agree with you, Vince. It's literally a mob situation. It's an organized criminal syndicate.
Well, they've always been that way. It's never been a time in the history of the country where they haven't been that way. From 1800 to 1860, with a part of slavery. Raping women, putting them on selling their own children.
Oh, the horrors, of course.
Yeah, and making them work without pay. Then after that, they were the part of the Confederacy. They succeeded from the United States of America, killed their own countrymen in order to keep on doing the evil that they were doing. And after they lost the war, they got worse. They became the party of Jim Crow. They started raping, maiming, keeping people from voting, extra constitutionalism, breaking the law. The law meant nothing to these people. They were criminals. Every city, right now and then, had a Democrat political machine. In New York, they had Tammany Hall. In Chicago, they had the Daley machine. In Memphis, they had the Crump machine. In Los Angeles, they had the Bradley machine. In Missouri, they had the Pendergrass machine. They always had these political machines that controlled the politics of the area. And they sent their mafiosos out to intimidate and hurt people to make them vote for the Democratic Party. The union representatives were the same way. They come out and they beat you and slap you around and make you vote for the Democratic Party. This is who they've always been. And when John F. Kennedy stood in front of the Berlin Wall, he said, if people think that communism is a good thing, let them come to Berlin. What I say, if people think that the Democratic Party is a good thing, let's go see what happens in the places where they rule. If you think the Democratic Party is a good thing, well, I'll tell you, let them go to Detroit. Let them come to Chicago. Let them come to Washington, D.C., Memphis, Houston, L.A., Milwaukee, Philadelphia. Wherever the Democrats rule, there's nothing but chaos. There's nothing but death and destruction.
You're obviously absolutely right.
Perverts, liars, hypocrites, and anti-Christian bigots. And we need to run them out as quick as we can. Y'all buy Crime Inc., read it, share it with your friends, use it as a gun and as proof who these people are. Educate yourself, and let's send them packing in 2024.
Well, this is what we need to overcome here, because as you point out, they have controlled the big American cities, I think, absolutely since the mid-1960s, when they started with these riots that were communist inspired, and that they enthroned these machines that are stealing elections. They have these they shut down, when the polls shut down, they have people in there, these ward healers, who fill out the ballots. There's plenty of witnesses of this. And I think that has only been enhanced by electronic machines that are online, and all these other mechanisms, these mass mailings of the absentee ballots, that people get like 30, 40 ballots at their house, or they go to a vacant building and they get somehow mailed in, and they stuff the drop boxes. We all know what happened. Everybody knows it, whether they want to admit it or not. And it has really become worse. You know, I don't think it's an accident that these corrupt Democrat machines are controlling these cities, and these cities have literally gone to hell. People aren't voting for that. I don't believe they are. I mean, I don't believe that people are that.
No, the Democrats have been stealing elections since 1872. That's why the Civil Rights Movement was precipitated, because the Democratic Party wouldn't let black people vote. They were stealing elections then. They never stopped stealing elections. They would rather steal an election than win one outright. This is just who they are. And I go into a lot about Martin Luther King Jr. and how the communists were controlling the Civil Rights Movement. In 1956, Taylor Brandt wrote in his book, American the King Years, he said in 1956 that the Comintern gave a order that their people in the Civil Rights Movement were supposed to turn the black community to a replica of the old Soviet Union, And they did that. We have one-party rule, dictator worship, false religion. They bought the communists to the black church and they made it apostate. Martin Luther King Jr., a lot of people don't know these things about him, but he was excommunicated from the black church in 1961. He was excommunicated from the National Baptist Convention for trying to take it over for the communists and the Civil Rights Movement. So he started his own religion. He called it the the Progressive National Baptist Convention. Look it up. The Progressive National Baptist Convention was started when the National Baptist Convention, a 10 million member unit, kicked Martin Luther King Jr. out of it. He killed a preacher on the floor, rioting, trying to take it over in 1961. Also, a lot of people don't know that Martin Luther King Jr. was the first recipient of the Margaret Sanger Award in 1966 for having opened up abortion clinics. They also don't know that he was the reason for the man out clause in welfare that ran the father out of the house. They said that the mother could get money only if the father was out of the house for welfare. Yeah, King was behind all of that. See, Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy told King before the March on Washington that he had communists in his organization. We need to get them out because they want to help. They want to destroy America. So people need to understand the history of King, and I talk about this a lot in my book. I Have a Dream speech, which people read which little school children now have to recite, was written by two communists, Clarence Jones and Stanley Levinson. And King said in that speech that he had 100 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, the Negro is still not free. Well, that is a lie. I was born free. God gave me my freedom. According to John Locke, my freedom is an unalienable right. It is irrevocable, non-transferable, and unsellable. And he also said that we should be ashamed of the color of our skin, that we dream of one day that we will be judged by it. I will not walk up to a racist and ask him to look over the color of my skin. Never me. If Martin Luther King wants to do that, let him do that. I don't care how you feel about the color of my skin. That's your problem. If you put your hands on me, you're going to have another one. So I want all your viewers and your listeners to go to my website, VinceELlison.com. That's VinceELlison.com. You'll see my blogs. You'll see my books for sale. You'll see my documentary, and buy them, and they'll rock your world.
Oh, you bet. So, Vince, your book is Crime, Inc., How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. You know, it obviously makes a lot of sense. And you get into in your book these really explosive charges about the late, great Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who I will still say I give a lot of credit for, because he did stand for nonviolence, and he didn't want to have a violent revolution, unlike
but nonviolence is not a Christian virtue. Non-aggression is a Christian virtue. That's why he told that lie that nonviolence was a Christian virtue. It's not. It's non-aggression. There's no virtue in me and you walking down the street and seeing a 3-year-old girl getting raped and accosted, and we stand there and say, well, since we 3, 2, do anything.
Of course.
No, our job is to grab him, whoop him till he stops fighting, and then can't turn him over to the police to testify at his trial. There's no virtue in you and I as godly men, me as a Christian, allowing men to come in my house and rape my wife and my family. Where's the virtue in that? No, Christianity is a religion of non-violence. When Jesus went into the temple and he told the money changers not to come into his house anymore, changing money, and they disobeyed him, I don't know how many times, what did he do? He got the cord, he ran them out. Yes, he also told his disciples tonight. You remember when I told you not to bring your no clothes nor money? Well, tonight you'll need some swords. How many do we have? And Peter said we have 2 of them. He said that's enough. Look, it's a lie, and because of that, Martin Luther King Jr. and his nonviolent concept made us a generation of stalkers. A tree is known by the fruit it bears, isn't it? They asked Christ, how you know a false prophet? They said by his fruit, not by what he says or he does. When you look at Martin Luther King Jr. and you look at the condition of the black community, and it's revealed that we made more progress the 100 years after slavery than we have in the last 50 years, how can anybody say he was a success? The black community is destroyed. The black family is destroyed. The black education system destroyed. Black businesses destroyed. 5 times more men in prison. Show me one place that he's been successful except for getting more black liberals and Democrats elected into office. What place has he been successful?
I think you make a brilliant point. I mean, it's
he's
and also prophet. I think
Jesus said that you will know them by their fruits, and his fruits are right.
What I've also heard, Vince, is that Martin Luther King and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and his whole group, they purged the black church of conservative ministers, and they kind of took the high ground with the full backing of the establishment that actually was hoping to keep black people down and keep black people in their place. I think that the 1960s saw left-wing organizers implement Lyndon Johnson's War on Poverty and Great Society, which, as you said, it damaged the black family. I mean,
Martin Luther King Jr. was behind that. Listen,
yeah, I believe that.
Patrick Moynihan did the Moynihan report.
Yeah, that's
in 1965. Right. He told Lyndon Johnson that we need to use the federal government to put the black man back in charge of his family. Lyndon Johnson agreed. In his book, Bearing the Cross, David Garrow talks about this. He told Moynihan to take his report to the civil rights community. McGeorge Bundy was with Moynihan when he did it. He took it to Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights community at this convention they were having. And McGeorge Bundy wrote, it was a wonder Moynihan got out of that room alive. They cussed him out, called him everything but a child of God. The feminists said that marriage was like slavery. And they did not want to put the man back in the head of the family. And so they put the man in-house clause in welfare and said if the man is caught in the house, instead of the family getting welfare, he gets none. They only get money if the man is out of the house. And in one generation, we went from 80% of our children being born in wedlock to 80% being born out of wedlock. And that's because Martin Luther King Jr. turned down Lyndon Johnson's, when Lyndon Johnson said he wanted to put the black man back in the head of the family, they turned it down People put this on LBJ. It was not LBJ. It was MLK. And my documentary proves it, and my book proves it. I have a documentary out. It's called Will You Go to Hell For Me? And in this documentary, I asked the question, can a Christian vote for a person that says, I'm going to cut off the breasts of little girls and call them little boys, castrate little boys and call them little girls, give them puberty blockers and mess up their lives forever, vote for 9-month abortion, killing children on the table, do the sex trafficking and fentanyl across the border that's killed 100,000 Americans every year, trap children in failing schools where they never learn to read and write, take weapons from people in war zones so people can kick their doors in and kill them and defund the police so they can't be protected. Can anybody vote for that and think that they won't be held responsible in the eyes of God? I say no. What is evil? I'll make it simple for you. Evil is anyone that'll harm a child. Jesus Christ said, anybody that will harm one of these little ones, they put in a millstone be tied around their neck, they'd be thrown into the sea. Well, I hope these Democrats can swim.
You make, as I said, I mean, I can't really add anything to that. It's a brilliant presentation. I hope that it reaches enough ears. And I know they're trying to censor you on YouTube and all of that and your documentary. Vince, where can people get your documentary? They can go to VinceEEllison.com. VinceEEllison.com. You can get my books. You can read my blog. You can get my documentary there. If you want to see the trailer, go to VinceEEllison.com. You can watch the trailer there, and it'll send you to a link where you can buy the documentary, stream it, or where you can buy the DVD. I debuted the documentary on Tucker Carlson's show a month before he left Fox News. Tucker said it's one of the most powerful trailers he's ever seen. Sean Hannity said the same thing. I would ask you to watch that trailer and then look at this documentary. Buy it or buy the DVD or stream it. But it will change your life. All this stuff about Martin Luther King Jr. and how they let the communists infiltrate the civil rights movement and how they went into the Democratic Party. It's all in there. All about the black preacher, the black politician, the black civil rights worker being used as conduits by rich white liberals to keep black people under control. It is all there. Every question you have about why excellent. Black and white Christians, the black church began to be corrupted in the late 1930s with Margaret Sanger and her so-called Negro Project, where she set up an abortion clinic in Harlem, knowing that as a white woman, she wouldn't be able to convince black people to go have abortions. So they started to pay ministers to encourage it. And, she was a very close friend of Ernst Rudin, who was a Nazi sociologist, and she would publish his work, and she believed in race theories, and she considered black people to be a dysgenic race, and all of this.
That black people believed it. It's not that white people believed it. They can believe what they want to believe. But the black preacher, the black politician, the black civil rights organizers taught black people to believe it. This is why we kill each other in such astronomical numbers. And this is why the most dangerous place in the world for a black person is inside the womb of his mother. So they teach us to kill one another while we're in the womb. So we definitely kill each other after the child is born. We have a dysfunctional society. And that's because we always had a dysfunctional clergy. And the clergy was taught by the plantation owner to tell black people to kowtow and keep themselves in line for white people. And this is why black people during the civil rights movement turned into stalkers. They had their own schools, they had their own communities, and we've been the only people in the history of the world that ever forcibly asked or forced our oppressor to allow us to integrate with them. That's because of the Stockholm Syndrome and the cognitive dissonance. It made no sense. It makes no sense now. Most of the other minorities, whether it be Indian or Jewish, think about Jewish people after the Holocaust going up to the Germans, asking them to integrate with them. It's ridiculous. Instead, just like Brigham Young, what did they do? Brigham Young went out west,
created his own state.
The Indians did the same thing. Give us our reservations. Most people want to get into an enclave. They want to remain American, but they don't want to be under the heel of their oppressor or the people that they think are their oppressor. The black American, led by the Democrat Party, asked, cried, and demanded to live under the heel of their oppressor. And that's where they are now, under his heel. And it's not the white Democrat, it's not the white conservative that's doing it. The white conservative, the best decision the white conservative ever made was to leave the Democrat Party in the early 1970s. Because if they had, they would have fallen victim to the same stuff that the black people have right now. They would have had them at the bottom of every socioeconomic statistic in America also. Instead, when you come down south, the white conservative is doing fine. He saw it coming. He saw the LGBTQ coming. He saw the atheism coming. He saw the lies, the deceit, and the poverty coming. And he said, the heck with the Democratic Party, and got out of it. Saved himself. But black people wanted to hold on to the master. Hold on to that D. Nancy Pelosi held a glass of water and said, in minority communities, people will vote for this glass of water that had a D on it. That's how brainwashed black people are with the Democratic Party.
And you know, here you have it again. We talked about it in the 1960s, as you say, they scuttled the Moynihan Report. They replaced it with welfare that paid women to get rid of their husbands and then have more babies out of wedlock. So you have young black men growing up without a father figure in the house. You have leftist economic programs that are stripping the neighborhood of entrepreneurialism and opportunity and all of it. You've got the school system that's been infiltrated and taken over by ideologues who are not teaching things like phonics to help a person learn how to read and all of the methodologies and the Constitution. Instead, it becomes a behavioral soapbox run by these leftists.
Man.
And that includes it particularly affected black families because they had already started to destroy the family. And they didn't have the support.
And Martin Luther King Jr. and them and all of them backed it up. I mean, it's the stupidest thing in the world. You say you hate George Wallace and you hate Orville Faber and Lester Murdoch and all those guys, right? All those old Southern governors. But then you have a school system that you have absolute control. We said, no, we don't want to scuttle that school system and hand our children over to the racists. It's like Jews saying, I want to hand my Jewish children over to Nazis to educate. Now, look at what's going on now. The children can't read, they can't write. Baltimore doesn't have one school that can educate children properly in math or science, not one, or reading, not one. Nevertheless, when people start talking about school choice, black people, when you poll them, will go 95% for vouchers and charters. But when it comes time to vote for the politicians, they say, I won't vote for a Republican because he's a Republican, but I'll vote for a Democrat. It's brainwashing, it's Stockholm syndrome, and they demoralize them to a point where they cannot even think. They think that they are what they say they are. You're no good, you're ignorant, you're stupid, you don't deserve anything, but the crumbs that fall from the table, that's all you're going to get. Don't try to do any better. Don't try to do any better. And when Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson walk out there talking about, how can you pull yourself up with your bootstraps and you ain't got no boots? You know, telling black people what they can't do all the time. Jesus Christ said what? He said, you're more than a conqueror. You cannot be a victim. You cannot be oppressed. They said, thou shalt not covet. But what do these guys say? Income inequality. They say, he said, my peace I leave with you. What do they scream? No justice, no peace. They walk around here begging and stalking white America, looking in the window. Everybody hates a stalker. I don't care how pretty a woman is. If she's a stalker, she's despised. And they turn black America into a generation of stalkers who are pitied and despised all over the world as opposed to be respected. That's why I can't stand the Democratic Party. They are a cabal of liars, perverts, psychopaths, anti-Christian bigots, full of pride, full of hate. They destroy everything they touch. Crime Inc. tell you all about them. Get the book. Learn about this evil party and never vote for them again because you're putting your soul in hell. You're putting your soul in jeopardy when you vote for this party.
Yes, indeed. And we talked about what they did economically to the black community, how they try to force integration, what they did with welfare, what they did to the black church, what they did to black education. Then, of course, in the 1980s, they introduced drugs. And now, you have young black men mostly who don't have a father figure and who are therefore susceptible to this. They don't have employment because of this bad economic agenda of the left. And so they turn to things like drugs. And then the final line of defense is police department keeping the 99% of people in that community who are trying to get to work and get to school, keeping them safe from drug gangs, many of which have been imported. And then they want to defund the police and basically leave the neighborhood completely.
The one thing they do, Mr. Moscowitz, is they keep people from praying to their God. If you go to a football game now and you kneel, if you are praying to protest, if you're kneeling to protest your country, they will give you accolades. But if you're kneeling to pray to God, they want to put you in jail. They have taken God out of schools. They brought the drag queens in. They're taking the Bible out and they brought porn in. My mommy, my two mommies, and my two daddies. They're allowing demented men in dresses to go in the bathrooms with little girls and women. They're allowing
Indeed.
men, demented men, to participate in sports with women. See, this party is insane. And when you start voting for an insane party, like people are doing here, you're going to be held responsible in this life or the next. You can't, there's no severability between you and your vote. You ask the Nazis about that, the ones that put Hitler in charge. Did they not pay for it? Of course they did. Ask the Russians about it, the ones that put Stalin in charge. Did they not pay for it? Of course they did. Ask the Italians about it, the one that put the old crazy Mussolini in charge. Did they pay for it? Of course they did. And America's going to pay for this if they do not repent. This is what we got to understand, because what the Democratic Party tells you, and this is what they do, their biggest sin, is they tell you not to repent because you've done nothing wrong. They tell you to walk around in pride. C.S. Lewis said that pride is the most damnable sin. All other sins are flea bites and pinpricks compared to pride. All sins derive from pride. All of it. Murder, divorce, envy, hatred. And that's all the Democratic Party is. Envy, hatred, covetousness, everything that's evil, they want to make legal. Everything that's good, they want to make illegal. They want to make death legal. They want to make aborting children legal. Bad schools legal. Drugs legal. You name it that's bad, they want to make it legal. And these people aren't criminals because they litter and run stop signs. They are evil because they kill and destroy people, and they enjoy it. They're not trying to change things in Baltimore. They're not trying to change things in Memphis. They're not trying to change things in Chicago and New York. Oh, they strutting. Yeah, they're happy. They run for re-election. Talking about, yeah, look how good we've done. A Democrat Party heaven is an American hell. Never forget that. And we have to beat these people in 2024.
How?
Background.
How can we
right
do it?
now-
I mean, you've
right
got the
now
same.
They are panicking right now because they just saw this poll that said Trump is ahead by 10 points, and they and that the black
Yeah, but
community
they
voted
still.
about
I know,
20%
Vince,
for
but
Trump.
you know,
That's how
black
you do
people
it.
now,
That's
black men
what
are up.
done.
Yeah, I mean, look, Trump obviously is a natural hero for black people, for minorities, for young people, for people, blue collar, everyone that is basically trying to participate in the American way of life. But they still have their corrupt machines that are running the show, and they don't care. How do we defeat that? I mean, that's that infrastructure that stole the 2020 election and stole the 2022 midterm. They're still there. No one's doing
this is the
anything
thing.
about it.
Well, we're hoping. We're hoping that something is done about it. We're hoping that they will have all their ducks in a row and that Trump will have his people in parts of the inner city. All he has to do is go into he has to go into Detroit, Milwaukee, Charlotte, and Atlanta, and he'll be fine. Because they stole the election in Wisconsin, they stole it in Pennsylvania, stole it in Michigan,
Oh, yeah.
they stole it in
Obviously.
Pennsylvania.
And everyone knows
and
it, but nothing is.
So
Those
all
states
you
are
gotta do
still
is
run by the
go to
same
those
people.
5 cities. Well, you go to those 5 cities and you put your people there to watch the polls. And you know how they did it last time. And they've done a good job at taking out all the ballot harvesting and the drop boxes. The legislators have changed the law quite a bit in a whole lot of those cities and also the mail-in balloting. So they have an opportunity now if you want to come in and watch the polls. Because we also have decided that we're going to get involved in the early voting. And also the mail-in voting. This is something that the Democrats used to just control. We just came out to vote on election day, and they would already have the lead on us by 1 million votes. So what we need to do is do what they do. We need to take advantage of the same thing they do. The ballot harvesting, the street money, all of it. We need to play the game the way they play it. This is a war, and if you're not willing to use the same tactics as your enemy, you've already lost.
No, I agree. You can't come to the war disarmed. They had Zuckerberg give them a check for $420 million for walk around money on the street.
The Coke and everybody else and Elon Musk, we gotta do the same thing. This is how you beat them. You got to play their game. You don't go into Oakland Raiders to play the Oakland Raiders and think you can play some type of pity pat football. You got to go in with the sledgehammer when you're playing them. That's how you beat them. So when you go against the Democrat Party, you got to understand who you're dealing with. You're dealing with the mafia. You're dealing with the triads. You're dealing with MS-13.
Literally.
You're dealing with the criminal cards, man. This is why I wrote this book. You got to have a J. Edgar Hoover to go in and take these guys on. And that's why the left hates Hoover. Because Hoover went in there and played the game the way they played it. And he beat them. And they tried to bastardize his name even right now because he beat them all. Every time he beat them.
I know Hoover, at least Hoover went after some genuine enemies of America, like the Klan and like the communists and like the mafia. Yeah,
He
he
sure
did.
did. And
This
and if we had a Hoover now, they wouldn't be here now. Hoover took them out.
and
And that's
instead we
why
have
they
an
use the public education system right now to try to take Hoover down, because they want to
well,
bastardize Hoover's name because Hoover did such a good
yeah,
job
but
on them.
Vince, now we have an apparatchik who is putting men in jail for 22 years for expressing their opinions.
Of
But
course, because they're
Vince,
right.
let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book, where they can get more information about your documentary. I really applaud what you're doing. I'm glad to see that you're out there. It's very encouraging.
Go to VinceEEllison.com. 3 E's in the middle. VinceEEllison.com. Look at the trailer for my documentary, Will You Go to Hell For Me? It's about 2 minutes long. As Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity said, it's the most powerful trailer they ever saw. Look at it. Stream the trailer or stream the video or buy the DVD. You can also buy Crime Inc. on their website. And my other 2 books. All of my books have been bestsellers. I've sold over 100,000 books in the last year. They 25 Lies, Iron Triangle. And this is why the Black community is turning for Donald Trump. It's because of this, because of what I'm doing out here, what other people are doing, and we're going to keep on going. And what my friend tonight having me on his show so I can talk to y'all. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to talk to your audience. And
anytime.
I hope that they take in what I'm saying, because this is so very, very important. They've been lying about you. They've said that you're homophobes, that you're racist. You're not. Stay strong. I speak for you. Buy my book, put it in your liberal friend's face and say, now answer this question.
Drop it on the coffee table of your liberal friends. All right, Vince Ellison, I want to thank you for joining me. It's been an honor. Let's stay in touch. Thanks a lot. All right, take care. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Welcome to the program. I just want to make sure I'm live on Getter. Getter's a big growing site for me. It's really amazing. And also Roku will be on board next week. All right, Boris Epstein, investment banker, political strategist, attorney, advisor to President Donald J. Trump, co-host on the War Room Pandemic with Stephen K. Bannon. I try to take that in every day. What an excellent show. It's amazing he's still, they can't seem to touch him, that he's still up there. Before we get into a talk about the Bitcoin, the FJB, I have to ask you about current events, and I have to talk about the ransacking of President Trump's house and what an Israeli journalist has referred to as America's Kristallnacht. I don't know if you saw that, but what's going on? I mean, how is President Trump?
Well, I mean, what's going on is very clear: is that this is a politicized persecution, a weaponization of, of law enforcement, and it's clear as day that Biden and his feckless administration are doing all they can to try and intimidate President Trump from running again. But it's not going to work. President Trump's going to continue to fight for the American people.
I can't believe how amazing Donald Trump is as a man. I mean, to withstand this kind of personal attack against him and his family for 7 years. I mean, I hope that he knows how loved he is by so many people in this country. When you look at the strength that he's displayed, I don't think there's been a case of leadership like that probably since Lincoln.
No doubt about it. The president is this country's leader. He's the irrefutable leader of the Republican Party, the MAGA movement, but America as a whole, because he's got the broad shoulders that we need to lead us during this difficult time.
You know, it's a relatively new phenomena in this country for FBI agents and people, ninja dressed law enforcers showing up at private homes and banging the door down and pulling people out of bed at 5 o'clock in the morning. This is not normal. Has this ever happened? I mean, other than obviously for drug dealers and crime.
It's unbelievably troubling. It's using and weaponizing law enforcement to target political opponents. It's what we thought could only happen in third world countries, but now it's happening right here in America, and it's a scary time, a dark time in America, as President Trump said in his statement.
Indeed. And I think that there is a huge backlash against it, even among some people on the liberal side. Certainly there's a break on the part of independents. I think some of the rhino Republicans, the Trump-hating types, are queasy about this, and they've even come out and said that they're against it, maybe with some outliers like Liz Cheney, with an exception. And you only see a few liberals, like maybe Rachel Maddow looks like she's having an orgasm on television. But other than that, I don't see them exactly standing up and cheering for this.
No, I mean the old ACLU liberals used to stand for freedom and against tyrannical government are not for this. Libertarians are not for this. Independents are not for this. Charlie Sykes, National Review.
Boris, you have followed since day one the election steal, and you've been one of the people that I've looked to as a great source of information, particularly in the 6 states where the election was stolen. Probably more than that, probably 7 or 8 states. President Trump, all of his endorsed candidates in the primary won their primaries. All of the Trump-hating Republicans who voted to impeach President Trump lost their primaries, with the exception of Liz Cheney, and she's going down in about a week. Does this have anything to do with this home invasion, do you think?
I think the President Trump's continued strength in terms of the midterms, strength in the polling for 2024, and just at CPAC among Hispanics at 81, the next guy's at 16. Overall, he's at 69, next guy's at 24. I think, yes, President Trump's political strength has everything to do with this raid, with this break-in of his home. Absolutely, it has all to do with that.
To just look at the break-in itself, I understand, according to the Gateway Pundit, that President Trump's lawyers were not allowed to go in and observe what was happening, that they were in there for several hours. Possibly, did they plant something? I mean, is there something, going on here? I think they were just trying to soak up some gossip, that just like they did with the Steele dossier, where they could spy on Trump and listen in on his phone calls.
Well, it's possible, to truly know at this point in time. I've been out there a lot in reports, but also President Trump's account on Truth, that it's definitely concerning the way that this was handled by the DOJ is concerning. It was completely unnecessary. President Trump and his team were in full cooperation with the necessary agencies, and this kind of ransacking, break-in. They had asked President Trump and his team to put a lock on a specific door. They went and broke that. So. Same broke a save. This kind of break-in raid, absolutely unprecedented and deeply, deeply unnecessary. And it's very concerning for all Americans, this sort of abuse of FBI power. And you've got, the Washington Post is writing it up. The Wall Street Journal is writing it up. There's a true deep concern up and down the block.
And obviously, take a president taking home archival information is something that goes back to John Adams when he left the White House. This is nothing new. It is perfectly legal and appropriate. A president is not held by standards of classification. They can take that home. It's not like Hillary Clinton with the 30,000 emails after she was subpoenaed by Congress, destroying them. She wasn't president. So I don't see where they have a case for this.
It's complete nonsense. It's just, again, it's political targeting. And the Democrats and the deep state, the establishment, they know they've got a major enemy in President Trump, and they're doing all they can to attack him and attack his family. That's, in the end, is what it's all about. Of course, President Trump followed all proper rules and regulations, and as chief executive had wide authority over documents. I mean, the whole premise is so ludicrous, and that's, I think, why there's been such a general and overarching uproar against this. And I think you're going to see that continue.
And I think the Gateway Pundit also mentions that there were several attorneys that are on the team of Attorney General Garland that were there at the site. So
I don't know anything about that, but okay. I will tell you that this was a production that was completely unnecessary. It was a political stunt, and that stunt has blown up in the Democrats' face.
It has, and I think they just reelected President Trump to a 3rd term. I mean, it seems to me. Maricopa County is still counting, ironically. I mean, are they still trying to stop Kari Lake? What's going on over there? Do you know?
Well, I think that election's over, and Kari Lake has won it, and now it's now it's on to going up against Katie Hobbs for the in the general there.
And there couldn't be a better example of what happened in 2020 than what's going on right there in broad daylight. Right. In Michigan, Dana Nessel has said, Attorney General, very corrupt, has commented that she's going to prosecute Matt DePerno and that she's going to bring charges and felony charges. This is what the Democrats seem to be doing now, rather than running.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're obsessed with. They're trying to use the law enforcement to target it against against their opponent, and it's very disappointing. My friend, I'm so sorry. I've got my phone's blowing up. There's a lot going
Okay.
on. So just don't mean to cut
Briefly,
it
Boris,
short.
yeah, let's wrap it up. But briefly, talk about the Bitcoin, the F Joe
Sure, the
Biden.
crypto. It's FJB. It's FJB Coin. FJBcoin.org. FJB stands for obviously what it stands for, but also freedom, jobs, business. And it's a community in cryptocurrency, which is another way to push back against tyrannical overreach, against radical woke corporations who debank you, deplatform you with credit cards, and that's this is a big part of that. Steve Bannon and I have been a part of that community now for months, and are proud to see it grow. They just introduced a wallet through which you could purchase and buy and sell crypto, not just FJB, but other coins as well. So FJBcoin.org, if your audience will check it out, I think they may find it interesting.
And how do they get to it, and how do they get more information about you, Boris?
FJBcoin.org about the coin, and on me. Thank you so much for having me. BorisEP.com is the website, BorisEP.com. It's at BorisEP on Twitter, at BorisEP on Getter, at Boris on Truth, and Boris_Epstein on Instagram.
Way to go. All right, Boris Epstein, thanks so much for joining me this
Thank you,
afternoon.
my friend.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Take
Thanks
care.
so much. Bye-bye.
We're now live on Rumble, and also I want to be live on Rockfin, of course. Rockfin is the new kid on the block for me.
Oh,
All
I
right.
don't know even a thing about that one.
Oh, it's a good one. All right, so my guest is Larry Schweikart. He's the author of The Patriot History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline. Larry Schweikart has won a wide acclaim for his number one New York Times bestseller, A Patriot's History of the United States, which, by the way, I read and I love. It's a great book.
Thank you.
Larry, thanks for joining me today.
It was my pleasure, Charles.
Larry, you talk about the rise of globalism and how that has impacted America. Of course, this is an interesting theory. I mean, various people have a lot of different takes on the origin of it. From a spiritual standpoint, I view it as going back to the Garden of Eden.
Mm-hmm.
When the serpent told Eve that she could be like God and she could know all things, good and evil, in the planet, and thus overthrow God. And I derive that from the introductory chapter, the letter to his children, written by Whittaker Chambers in the book Witness,
Mm-hmm.
which I think where he captured that. Your theory, which is amazing, goes back to the defeat of Napoleon and the rise of the great powers of Europe. So let's start from there, and we'll bring it up to today.
Sure. Well, I think one of the most important themes of the book is this is nothing new. As you say, it goes back to the Garden of Eden. Others would say back to the Tower of Babel. But it's always been around where some people are trying to control other people. But what we saw with the fall of Napoleon was, for the first time, large groups of people, in Napoleon's case, monarchs, tried to set up a new world order of the day. And just like they do with the post-World War I era, with the Versailles Conference, with the UN after World War II, it's always for the good of the people. We're always going to do this for the good of the people. That's what they say in public. But then, as you read in the chapter, behind closed doors, they're saying something much different. And many of the participants of the Congress of Vienna are going, this has nothing to do with the people at all. We're moving populations around to please kings.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's also part of the great, probably what I would argue is the greatest hoax of modern history, which is Karl Marx's communism. The idea that somehow this is a system that's going to be helping the working person, helping the little guy, that all you need to do is transfer your powers to this enlightened elite who will then take care of everything, and they'll make sure that everything is evenly distributed, and they'll create a one world ant colony. But we're talking here about the kind of the aristocracy of Europe, and eventually their clash and the collapse of their vision of world order, which led to World War I and then World War II.
Right. And you know what's interesting? One of the most famous globalists of all is Henry Kissinger. And he praised the Congress of Vienna. Oh, this is such a wonderfully preserved peace. I'm going, wait a minute. There were two major European wars between 1815 and 1900. the Crimean War and the Franco-Prussian War. Did I miss peace in there somewhere? I mean, it's a war about every 30 or 40 years, right?
Right,
So
right.
you get up to World War I, and Woodrow Wilson and his cadre of elites arrive, and they're going to fix things. They're going to make things all wonderful for all the people. They do exactly what the monarchs did. They start moving around entire blocks of people. Millions of people move from Germany into Poland, from Poland into Czechoslovakia, on and on and on, without ever once consulting the people. And so it gets to be quite a common reoccurrence of these elites just completely ignoring what the people want and moving forward with their own agenda.
Right, and it's the exact opposite of the American conception, which is that rights come from the people under God. Kissinger, I think, referred to Count von Metternich as his mentor,
Yeah.
who was the Austrian count at the Council of Vienna. And, they basically, as you say, I mean, it led to the development of these super states in the middle of Europe, namely Germany, which was a hyper-nationalist, socialistic state. And this led to conflict, of course, with the Anglo-American establishment, as established by Cecil Rhodes, and as described by Professor Carroll Quigley of Georgetown University in his book, Tragedy of Hope. So you have this colossal international clash between and competition between these superpowers who sought to dominate world order. So here we are now after World War II and the collapse of Nazi Germany, the rise of the Soviet international entity, and then eventually that collapse in 1990. Francis Fukuyama, the social theorist, wrote The End of Time, where he says that now the United States is the last standing hegemony in the world, the last controlling power. But what he failed to talk about was who is running the United States.
Well, let me go, and I don't want to spend too much time on Napoleon, but there's some amazing stuff in that first chapter. And you mentioned Metternich, and Metternich was he's a very shrewd politician, but he's also love struck with this woman called the Countess of Dagon, as was Alexander of Russia. And these two guys are vying for her attention the whole time. They're supposedly carving up Europe. And there's one great scene where all of the other people at the Congress of Vienna, the Castlereagh and Alex and some of the others, are all in a corner looking at maps. And Metternich's over in another corner writing love letters to the Countess of Dagon. And it reminded me of that scene in the 90s where Bill Clinton was on the phone, literally deploying troops in Yugoslavia and bombing missions in Yugoslavia. And he was, well, shall we say, being getting the attentions of one Monica Lewinsky, right?
Right. It sounds like Helen of Troy, if you want to look at it historically, really? Who led to the war in the Iliad and the Odyssey, or even the rape of Lucretia, which led to the Roman Empire. Right. So you have these situations where this incredible woman steps in, and everybody goes berserk.
Well, let's get back to your Fukuyama comment, who's running America. Before we do that, what Fukuyama missed was that all of that was taking place under the Bretton Woods Agreement and the post-World War II financial globalism that was set up in order to control world trade. And for people who don't know, Bretton Woods did a lot of things, set up the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank. But the most important thing it did was it established an unwritten agreement in which the rest of the world would sign on to free trade protected by the U.S. military and especially the U.S. Navy. We're seeing some problems of that in the Gulf right now, where neither our Navy nor the Brit Navy can really protect all of these flankers from lunatics like the Houthis, right. Whoever they are. and
some kind of Iranian-backed proxy, I think. But you're talking about the World Trade Organization, which was the third leg in the stool of the the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. And that was a kind of a world order institution that would basically transfer the right to regulate trade, which is a constitutional right for this American Republic, to this faceless body of international bureaucrats that would then be able to penalize American companies and penalize the United States for trade imbalances or lack of agreements that they decide arbitrarily should be in place. And then, of course, the new stool in the chair, and you get into this in your book, Larry, is the World Health Organization and their hegemony over what constitutes health crisis. And they certainly flexed their muscles during the so-called pandemic, and I think that most people now know that there were elements of that were grossly overblown.
Right. Well, and I think most people today, if offered a chance of the Who, the rock band, or the Who, the World Health Organization would gladly take the rock band over that.
Oh yeah, sure.
Let me go back to your earlier comments about the international trade and development and all that stuff. Bretton Woods was set up with this notion that the dollar would be the basis for all international trade. But that in itself relied on an undergirding notion that the dollar would be as good as gold. Now, we were not on the gold standard, but by and large, people, the dollar was pretty sound. The problem was that the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, all of these trade agreements, international trade agreements, required the U.S. to spend money on international aid, what we call foreign aid. And more of this spending drove up deficits, which made the dollar less and less and less valuable. So this was something called Triffin's dilemma. An economist recognized this early on, that there were contradictions built into the very Bretton Woods agreement that would cause it to unravel. And we are certainly seeing that unravel now. So then they had to turn to other things, which is, as you mentioned, medical globalism.
So you're talking about in your book, A Patriot's History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline, a point at which, and you can't define it by exact dates, but there is a decline in this globalist entity. And I think that you seem to be tracing that to the inexact value of the American dollar, maybe the rise of the BRICS nations, which are now talking about depegging from the dollar as the international unit of currency that was set at the at the International Monetary Fund convention at Bretton Woods, and that and also, I mean, in 1970, President Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard, which created fluctuations that maybe were unforeseen. So you have essentially a demonetization or a decentralization of the world's monetary system. Is that
Right.
the point of departure where the globalist agenda is declining?
The departure from Bretton Woods begins to unravel really with the Afghanistan and Iraq wars. And you start to see the massive military spending, whether you agree with the premise or not. The result is that gradually the public came to say, we're tired of this kind of overseas adventurism and expense. And the US budget started to just explode, whether it was under Bush or Obama or Trump or certainly Biden, whom I affectionately call the rutabaga. It's just absolutely exploded under these guys. And the public is saying no more. I mean, I think the sentiment against war, certainly whether it's Iran or anywhere else, is very high right now, which makes it very difficult for Biden to do anything, because he's trying to slip us into a war through Yemen while we're all watching Iran. But I'm not sure how far that will go. So it's a twin path of moving away from globalism. One is the breakdown of Bretton Woods, which is really outlined very well by Peter Zehan in a number of books. And then the other is this growth of the U.S. debt and deficit, and an increasing reluctance of Americans to spend money on other people, since we don't even have it to spend on ourselves.
Well, okay. And the other leg of the breakdown is, as you mentioned, it was sort of implemented during the Wilson administration with the embrace of what was called by historian Charles Austin Beard perpetual war for perpetual peace. And that was a policy of the international establishment from that time right up through Kissinger and right up actually to Trump. Trump kind of put a stop to that to a certain extent, which is maybe at least one of the reasons why this international elite fears and despises him and seeks to put him in prison. And that is that he did no longer would engage in these adventures of nation building and intervention where we were constantly overseas fighting wars. He wasn't an isolationist by any means, but he did begin to wind down these interventions. He demanded that the NATO nations pay for their own defense, which was the first time that that had happened, even though successive administrations, both Democrat and Republican, gave lip service to that. Trump got it done. You know, they're now dealing with their own defense. And at the same time, the nations of the world, particularly Russia and China, did not engage in adventures during his administration because he created an aura of uncertainty in terms of what we might do. Now we're back to the old, rotten Anglo-American establishment policy of international perpetual war for perpetual peace. It's been a return to that.
Yeah, he, of course, he made the famous trip to Korea, the only American president to actually meet with Kim.
Right.
And he said, I'll meet with anybody. I'll meet with Putin. I'll meet with Xi. I'll meet with Kim. We can talk this out. Now, the one exception to that was ISIS, which he crushed without hardly any American casualties. And one of the main ways he did this was he just ordered a drone hit on Soleimani, and that pretty much put those guys out of business.
Indeed.
So did he want to move away from that? Absolutely. And I think you're absolutely right. That's why he is so detested and feared by the international elites, as he doesn't play this game. He doesn't play the perpetual debt game. He wants to bring businesses back to America. I'm sure you saw yesterday he met with the United Auto Workers in Washington, which I predicted he would cater to the unions. Huge. That's amazingly big.
And the rank and file, even the head of the UAW acknowledged when he endorsed Biden that the rank and file are major supporters of Trump, and that Trump as a businessman brought something different to the table, which was why he was able to get the Abraham Accords done. And that was moving forward at the time. Unthinkable, never done before, going all the way back. And of course, now Biden has thrown that right in the garbage with releasing billions of dollars to Iran, which is now they're using to help fuel the Houthis and attacking American bases in Syria and Iraq, and funding Hezbollah, which is attacking Israel on its northern border. So you have a complete instability, not to mention giving $1 billion to UNRWA, which helped fund the attack out of Hamas in Gaza. Right. So you have this return to this amoral, divide and conquer Anglo-American policy under Biden. And I think that Americans are aware of that. You talk about the overall decline, which is, I find very interesting, of the globalist order. They certainly are either taking their last gasps right now under Biden, or they're going to implement this. These people don't mess around. I mean, they're not going to give up quietly. We don't know what could happen between now and Election Day, or even if Trump wins, what could happen. What do you see? Do you think that they're on the way out, or do you think they're going to further consolidate their power?
I don't want to spike the football yet, but I think that they're on their heels like they have never been before. When you look at the Supreme Court, by the way, Trump's court picks haven't agreed with him on everything, but man, they've just been nailing it on rolling back the deep state. And I talked to Bannon about this. I said, what was going through your mind when you guys would present a list of names to him? And he said the number one question that they tested these applicants with was the Chevron doctrine, that was even above the social concerns like abortion. And well, you're seeing that the EPA, West Virginia versus the EPA, you saw it in the Jarkizi versus SEC case, which has now been appealed. There were a couple of other of these cases where the court is consistently ruling against the deep state and the administrative state being able to define its own powers. And so the Jarkizi appeal is coming up very soon. And all indications are that Gorsuch is leading the charge on overturning the Chevron doctrine. So that's a very important step against the deep state judicially and in terms of regulation. You look in terms of elections. I saw that 7 European nations have moved toward a more populist government here just in the last 2 months, and that doesn't include Slovakia, Hungary, Estonia, Italy, which had already had more populist elections, and then our friend down there in Argentina.
Oh yes, Malay.
Another guy who read him the riot act at Davos. That was pretty cool.
Oh,
But
incredible.
Davos,
And El Salvador, they basically cleaned up their drug cartel. So, and Taiwan has elected a pro-Taiwan
right.
prime minister who's standing up to China. So, yes, it is a worldwide movement toward a common sense nationalism, putting one's nation first. It's I think that there's moves in Canada for Poilievre as well. And so we're seeing this development and it's really moving on. What is this? You mentioned the World Economic Forum in your book. I got that in your press release. What went on there and what are they? I mean, as I say, these guys aren't sitting around twiddling their thumbs. I mean, they mean business. What do you think they're going to try to pull?
Well, their big push, and this is the next to the last chapter, has been climate change, which is nonsense. The climate always changes. It's changed for thousands of years.
Right.
And this whole push for electric vehicles, which I think is really interesting. They kind of put their eggs in the electric vehicle, the wind and solar baskets, and those are all coming unraveled. We saw 2 big wind power companies pull out of contracts on the East Coast in the last month. Every day, new news surfaces about how bad the electric cars are.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of weight. I had one in my today's news, for example, that Canada is figuring out because they're heavier cars, their guardrails won't hold the cars in. And so they're going to have to replace.
Didn't Ford Motor Company just cancel the development of an entire line of electric cars and that they don't work well in very cold and very hot climates?
Right.
So,
and they don't go well with water either. You don't want to get those batteries wet.
Plus the batteries themselves. I mean, that's they like to wrap themselves in ecology. That's a disaster waiting to happen 5-10 years down the road. Those toxic metals are going to be creating landfills that are going to be a world problem.
And the same thing with the wind turbine blades are equally not biodegradable. They're a huge problem. The lithium mining that's using child labor, a huge problem. Every place they turn, my point at the end of the book is that any path they go down right now, they are in trouble. They are on the defensive and they're, I think, fighting a rear guard action. And to go back to Napoleon, the only question is whether Murat's cavalry can encircle them and outrun them and get to the main body before it escapes.
Well, that brings me to my final point here, which is that they are openly running against President Trump, not on any issues because they know they'll lose those, and they are losing them, but on an effort to basically put him in prison.
Right.
God forbid they may even consider the JFK solution.
Right.
What do you see? I mean, I think these are very perilous times, especially since Trump is now clearly, has the Republican nomination in his grasp and he's ahead in all the polls, particularly the battleground states.
Right.
We can get into the question of the 2020 election. Let's leave that there. But either way, we know that they can't steal it this time, even if they did. I mean, because of the overwhelming attention and light that's being shined on that, and because of the great growth in numbers, particularly among minorities, Black men in particular, and younger people. What do you think they're going to do? I mean, are they going to get him? Are they going to get him that way? Are they going to? I mean, they seem to be twisting the entire system of jurisprudence out of proportion in order to do it.
Right. They launched a 2-pronged attack, one civil court with this E. Jean Carroll and the whole attack on his assets in New York, and one in criminal courts of 3 cases. All of my court sources, including my friend Zen Master, a federal court guy who's never been wrong yet, say that none of those criminal cases are going to come to fruition before the election. And so basically they shot their wad on that. They knew it when Smith wanted a quick resolution from the Supreme Court, and they said, "Niet." And, you know, what's interesting is that I think a guy named Shipwreck Crew wrote that the Supreme Court is going to rule in favor of Trump, but they're not going to leave their fingerprints on it. And they're just going to do it by delaying it past the election when it will become moot. Now, as to the other civil cases, those will probably be overturned at some point. So they're not going to get him out by lawfare, or as I call it, indict fair. That's not going to work. But something else is happening, and I call it the two Democrat civil wars. One is Israel versus Hamas, Jews against Muslims. And Biden cannot take a position on that one way or the other because he'll lose the other group. And he can't afford to lose either of those groups. So he's just got to shut up. Trump is already on record as saying, you know, let us have peace. U.S. grant, let us have peace, right? The other one,
Trump, by the way, is picking up support among the Muslims of Tehran. So because they're more conservative on social issues. So there's different ways. The other thing, I mean, that the Democrats, one of their last gasps, of course, is Taylor Swift. But, you know, I don't know, your young girls are going to, I mean, it's sad, but, you know, it says a lot about the electorate today, but that's one of the things they're trying to pull off. Anyway, Larry, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book.
Okay, so you can get A Patriot's History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline, at Amazon for pre-order. It'll be out in 2 weeks. You can also soon find it on my website, thewildworldofhistory.com. And, you know, that's my general website. If you want to talk politics, I have a political site called thewildworldofpolitics.com.
Excellent, Larry. Listen, thanks so much for joining me. We should do it again, certainly before the election. Thank you very
Carl.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Take care. All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz, welcome to the program. We've got Tim Rivers here. He is the author of the American Gulag Chronicles. He's got a great article up on his Publius National Post. The more you arrest Trump, the more he will win. Tim, thanks for joining me today.
Oh, thanks, Charles. Appreciate you having me on.
So, Tim, this is an issue that I'm very concerned about. Right after the riots of January 6th in front of the U.S. Capitol building, you had the FBI sweep in over time, and they still are, and arrest hundreds of people and put them in prison, many of whom still have not yet had to face a trial. There has been reports of torture. In one case, I heard that somebody had one of his eyes knocked out. There have been people who have been denied prescription drugs. This is something that you would expect in the Soviet Union or in Nazi Germany, this kind of horrendous abrogation of the basic rights of people. You've had some convictions of people who weren't even there at the site, including the head of the Proud Boys, who expressed some opinions, and for that he received a 22-year prison sentence. What the hell is going on here, Tim? What did you find, and what have you discovered from interviewing people?
Well, we've been, it's been almost 3 years since the event. We're really rolling the calendar back here and looking at what's happened. We've had a lot of time to uncover evidence that people have been very carefully trying to eradicate and obscure. The more trials that go on, the more evidence comes out, the more videos are seen, the more testimonies are entered into record, and you're beginning to see this narrative come apart. And it looks like a pretty naked power grab to me, an attempt to enforce a cultural and worldview change upon a country through sheer use of force and intimidation. It is all about get Trump, and I think everybody watches. Every time you indict him, and every time you do something, his poll numbers go up. And he's just blown away 2 primaries in 2 caucuses there. I think the trend is showing that people are beginning to understand that it's really about persecution and not about prosecution.
I think that people aren't buying the agenda, and I think that the protest of January 6th was basically an attempt to support Congress's and the Assembly's ability to hear the testimony of 7 states that was scheduled to be challenged in terms of their delegation. That is something that is completely constitutional. It's something that's been done in many elections going all the way back to that of Thomas Jefferson in 1800. And what was going on was that you had 7 states who had at least one representative and one senator jointly sign a letter challenging their delegation. Those letters were to be presented, according to Article 2 of the Constitution, to the President of the Assembly, who also happens to be the Vice President of the United States, that being Mike Pence. And once receiving that letter, Pence is required to have hearings that can last up to 2 hours, in which case the challenge to the delegation can be adjudicated, debated, and presented by both sides. At the end of the 2 hours, it is then up to the President of the Assembly, who also happens to be the Vice President of the United States, to either seat the delegation that originally been sent up or not seat them, based upon the evidence that emanated out of the hearing.
Right.
There were 7 states that had that kind of commitment. They included all of the so-called battleground states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and I believe Nevada. And then the 7th state was New Mexico. And the hearings were underway. I was watching them on television. Arizona came up first because they called the states in alphabetical order.
Yeah.
The media was there filming it. They had to. This was national news. And the testimony was incredible. It was substantial. They were showing where they believed that the election had been stolen in their state. And there was an alternative delegation there that was willing to be seated, something that's also been done in American history. And that something was done in the election of 1990 with Al Gore in Florida. So there was nothing going on there that wasn't completely constitutional. But then I had to be called away from the TV because I was broadcasting and I had a guest. So I interviewed my guest, and then I came back to the TV maybe about 10 to 15 minutes later, and I saw the horrible spectacle of people rioting at the Capitol and breaking a window. And when I saw that, like all Americans, my heart sank. I knew it was over. Now, I had warned people on my show in advance that there would be some kind of mischief. You'd have people, the Antifa people who have been brutalizing Trump supporters since day one, throwing acid in the faces of old ladies, that they would be there to create trouble, probably wearing Trump garb. But I didn't anticipate what happened. No one did. And unfortunately, it was, you had the guy with the fake Viking hat, Jacob Chansley, the so-called QAnon shaman, walk in, escorted, perfectly peaceful. And the result was that the assembly was canceled. And it didn't convene again until after midnight in the wee hours of the morning. No media present, no votes, no contestations. They just gavelled Biden through. Now, those are the facts of what happened.
Yeah, they are, but they're really there's some very serious context missing in those facts.
Okay.
What you described was what happened inside the building. I think January 6th, it's momentous because of what happened outside of the building. And it's very hard. I don't think you've really seen much of anything. If you've been watching and getting your media feed from mainstream news, you've been seeing a mosaic that is carefully selected pieces of a puzzle. You've never been shown the entire puzzle. You've never been shown how the pieces fit together. You've just been shown the little bits that are the juiciest and really, the most sensational for you to consume as that day's daily news. there's been a great effort by the people that are involved with January 6th, that actually in some cases are January 6th defendants, who are there as witnesses, who may yet be defendants, because the FBI is obviously now deciding that if you stood on the grass within a couple of 100 yards of the building, you deserve to be swept up and indicted for this as well. These people have put a great effort into trying to put this story together. And we've kind of had the same experience through the letters of the prisoners that people have been sending us, so they get back out of these prisons from these people. And they tell the same story that you see now finally in the revealing videos. And more importantly, the timeline of that day. There's really an essential documentary that came out at midnight on January 1st of this year called J6, The Real Timeline. And it takes you through that day in chronology order, starting from before the ellipse and ending after all of the chaos at the Capitol and after the Senate and the House have been evacuated. And you're going to see things happening in parallel. So at the same time as something as Donald Trump is speaking at the ellipse, you're seeing what's happening at the Capitol. You're seeing violence breaking out before Donald Trump even says, let's go patriotically to say our piece.
Right.
And so you'll begin to finally see how this mosaic fits together, how all the puzzle pieces are plugged in. And again, you can find that at open.inc/J6. That's open, like open a door, .inc, like writing with a pen, /J6. About a 56-minute video. And I think very little narrative. Mostly you're seeing actual footage put together, and finally, so the puzzle pieces come together. Then when you add that to what you just enumerated for us, what was happening inside the building, you'll begin to see how those timelines coincide and how deviously engineered the whole thing was.
Well, when you say deviously engineered, that's exactly right. I mean, there was generally a peaceful assembly outside the Capitol, and then you had a couple of ringleaders like Ray Epps, who the day before had arrived, and he had regular videos, so like 6 or 7 YouTube videos where he arrived with his son from, I think it was Arizona, but he's going, we got to go into the Capitol, he's telling them, into the Capitol. Who ever thought of that? Nobody was going anywhere near the Capitol. They were just going to be there assembling peacefully outside the Capitol. He was only convicted recently and given a slap on the wrist. I don't think he's done any prison time.
No,
and there were several others like that. Apparently the guy that planted the pipe bombs at the Democratic and Republican National Committee headquarters, it's now been absolutely confirmed that he was some kind of a federal agent, possibly with the Capitol Police. There were the guys with the bullhorns up on the scaffolding, agitating, attack the Capitol, go into the Capitol. And you had the guy, the guy with the chain link fence, and all these other people. The guy, they call him Ginger something, like this redhead guy who had little headphones on. He was the only guy there with a gun. No one else had weapons. And you had these other agitators who basically were the ringleaders to get people to do this. It's obvious. It's obvious who benefited from it. I mean, any police investigation, the first question they say is cui bono? Who benefited? Who benefited was the Biden regime and all of their infrastructure. They wanted to stop that assembly because the assembly was revealing what had actually happened. That was the last chance to get to the bottom of what had happened on election day, and they did stop it. And then you had a phenomenon where the Capitol Police started firing live ammunition into the crowd. I mean, that's why there was a riot.
Yes,
and
you'll see that in that video that I'm talking about, and even in these letters in the book. These guys, these 2 books, the American Gulag Chronicles series, this is their letters from prison. They describe exactly what you're talking about. They tell how it happened to them. Peaceful people being attacked, who was sitting in some cases in a prayer group with their arms around each other, heads bowed, and live ammunition is fired into the area. Police officers come across the barricades with batons and start hitting them in the head. It's pretty horrific. I just warn you that documentary is going to show everything the way it happened. You're going to see the assassination of Ashley Babbitt in some pretty graphical film. But I think America needs to get educated because they've been lied to for 3 years. Now the lies are coming apart. When you say who benefited, well, obviously it's the party who seized control. But can you actually weigh that benefit against the viciousness of this hunt down of anybody who was there that day, peaceful or otherwise? Can you really kind of put that together with any kind of logic in the severity of the sentences? And you have people who burned down cities in the Summer of Love who not only didn't get put to prison, but won millions of dollars in lawsuits from the cities. And you have Erika Torrio, who wasn't even in DC, who gets 22 years in prison.
That's right. I mean, the people that were burning down, looting black businesses and burning black neighborhoods in what I would describe as an American Kristallnacht after the death of George Floyd, which itself is one of these things that was cranked up and appears something other than what actually happened. That those people basically got off with a slap on the wrist. You had this guy who firebombed the Hatfield Federal Court building in Portland, Oregon, and he got off with a slap on the wrist. I mean, there's really no consequences. Whereas this other case where, there was a riot after they got live fire in the audience, in the crowd, and Ray Epps moving in, go into the Capitol. Those guys are sent up the river and they're doing really hard time. You mentioned Enrico Tarrio. He wasn't even in Washington that day. He was the head of the Proud Boys. By the way, happens to be a man of color. Not that that matters.
No, it does, because everybody says the Proud Boys are racist, right? They're white supremacists.
No, there were more.
He's not.
There were more men of color in the Proud Boys than there was in BLM.
Yes,
and that's a fact. You had even somebody like Owen Schroyer, who was there as a reporter working with Alex Jones. He was just on the lawn telling people not to go in. He ended up having to serve 3 months in prison. I mean, this is like, this is what's going on right now in this country. And I think, as you say, Tim, people in this, are starting to become aware of it.
Well, that's why we wrote the American Gulag Chronicles series. We didn't really write it. It's actually a collection of letters and art and stories that are coming outside of the prison from these J6. And now we're kind of beginning to call them hostages, although President Biden objects. The purpose of calling them a hostage is to illuminate the fact that as prisoners, they have no rights. And prisoners in this country have rights. Even prisoners in Gitmo have rights.
Of course.
But these people are denied their basic rights, denied due process, denied access to the discovery, denied a fair trial, denied change of venue. The list goes on. And so you can't fairly call them prisoners anymore. They are hostages to a conservative view of thought. They are hostages to you speaking out and using your First Amendment. And they are hostages to the fear that this administration wants to use to rule. And we have to ask ourselves, is that the type of government we want? Or are we looking for something a little more in line with our Judeo-Christian ethic, with our founding concepts, with our ethos of fair and equal justice for everyone, regardless of whether you agree with the administration or not? That's what comes through in these books. And the damage that's been done to the individuals, which are now approaching 1,300, okay? Donald Trump was, by my order of count, it was 1,206 being indicted for January 6th. These people are suffering. Their families are destroyed. Their financial futures are gone, bankrupt. And many have lost their homes. Many have lost their standings in community, their businesses. And they pour that out to you in these letters from inside what I now call the new gulags of America. Because once you hear how these prisons are being run today, that will be your next priority should we win this country back, is prison reform.
They definitely shined a light on it. And I mean, it goes even back before the events of January 6th. I had the chance to interview Paul Manafort, who talked about held in solitary confinement for basically doing something that had already been dismissed before he got involved with Trump. So this is a prosecution of people who support President Trump, including President Trump himself, who the FBI showed up and they rummaged through his wife's underwear drawer.
Yeah,
this is where we are right now in this country. It's really a very frightening phenomena. We have the day after the protest and the Capitol incursion, the media, almost lockstep and in a coordinated way, announced that this was, quote, a insurrection, unquote, which is a way of saying basically that this was a rebellion against the United States, which it wasn't. It was a riot. It was a riot after they were fired on. But did they really think that these people were trying to overthrow the government? I mean, this is ridiculous. There was no weapons.
Who was charged? Who was charged with insurrection?
Nobody.
Nobody. Nobody's been charged with insurrection because it's an unprovable charge.
And it's an untrue charge.
You know what it comes down to, Charles? I'm going to tell you, I fear this a lot because Americans have become lazy. They become one-click purveyors of news. If they see the first thing they see, it seems to imprint. And even if it's wrong, they don't seem to take the time to go to the second, the third, or maybe the fourth click to try and get an alternative view instead of just accepting what they see at first shot. And as all the things that you and I talked about, from George Floyd, even back to the LA riots, all of these things have been manipulated by the media for maximum sensationalism and in some cases, maximum civil disturbance. And you have to ask yourself, what agents of evil are they that they consistently want to do this, that misrepresent the facts, omit the truth, and twist the actual circumstances to fit a narrative that has nothing to do with truth. But it's our fault if we don't look past that, if we don't go to the sources of truth, to the actual participants, like these people from January 6th. Go listen to their interviews, from jail at our website at j6patriotnews.com. You're going to hear some amazing and horrifying things. Go read their letters. We post all the letters out there. You can get to the books from there. All the proceeds from the books go to a nonprofit agency that's trying to keep these men and families alive through this persecution. Everything that these people do in these organizations is all volunteerism. It's this beating heart, this patriot heart of America that many people think is gone, but it's still there. It may not beat as loudly because we need more corpuscles. We need more people to awaken to the danger, not only to themselves, but to their children and their grandchildren and to the future of the republic, and get involved somehow, whether it be locally or if you're scared to be at the front lines, maybe you just support others who are through the book, through donations to organizations that are fighting. You got to get involved, or really this turns from a historical footnote to a monumental tragedy and possibly the end of the republic. But it's all up to America what happens in 2024, really.
No, and I think you're right about people basically watching only the Mockingbird mainstream media and Lester Holt to get all their news, and they don't look beyond that. The term insurrection meant that people could be detained indefinitely, as if these guys are like members of Al Qaeda or something.
Yeah.
Plus, obviously, besides stopping the assembly, which is exactly what they wanted to do, and which is exactly why Pelosi did not call out for securing the Capitol building before the event. It also set the stage for the massive campaign of censorship that was undertaken, where thousands of people were purged from YouTube. I lost my channel at the time, and other channels, and Parler was taken down, and you had the President of the United States, Donald Trump, taken off of Twitter, where he had upwards of 10 million followers, and they all basically controlled the media. I think they assumed that they would be able to sell this narrative of insurrection, and yet it didn't really work because you had alternative media step up, which is where I am now, and build back the audience. So, freedom prevails in that sense, but they used it to not only stop the assembly, but they then went on and they impeached Trump again, even though he had already been out of office by the time they had the vote. And the charge was, quote, insurrection, unquote. And they lied about his speech at the ellipse, where he said, assemble peaceably and lawfully. That same lie would be used by the special prosecutor, this thug Jack Smith, in a video that he showed where he edited out that part of the
Sure.
speech, sliced it off of the camera, which is how they've done a lot of things. I mean, we could go back to Trayvon Martin and all these things. They edit and slice it so they can get the narrative they want. So we have a situation where they're comparing it to, the September 11th attack on the World Trade Center. They compared it to, the Civil War. I mean, it was
Pearl
they,
Harbor.
they compared it to the crucifixion of Christ. I mean, it's like it was the worst thing that ever happened in world history, and they got away with it to an extent. They claimed that something like 6 police officers were killed, which is a complete lie. It's
Yep.
interesting how they're suddenly concerned with the welfare of police officers. But putting that aside, there was only one man who died. That was Officer Sicknick, and he died that evening in his sleep.
Actually, it was the next day. It's actually the next day, and that was ruled natural causes.
Exactly, but they completely lied about that, and to the point where they put his body in the rotunda,
Yeah.
and they gave these
State.
these long, windy speeches about insurrection, and even like I think it was about a month later, they held a ceremony where they were doing like they do at 9/11, where they were letting off bugle blasts for each person who allegedly died. I mean, the whole thing was a lie. Just about everything you've heard about the January 6th event is a lie. It is completely manufactured. And this is why President Trump is ahead. And God willing, nothing happens, like a Kennedy solution, if you get my drift. He will be elected to another term in office because the American people know that this regime is illegitimate, that they're installed, and that they've brought catastrophe to the United States and the world.
And how do you undo the damage that's been done? Okay, I mean, it's such a wide battlefield of damage. Let's just take the J6ers because that kind of happens to be my little sphere of influence. The damage is done. How are you going to undo this? If the Supreme Court says that 1512C, obstruction of an official proceeding, does not fit and throws it out, you've undone all these DOJ sentences where people have already served their sentence. They've already been pilloried. They've lost their civil rights, their ability to own a weapon. They've been publicly outed. They've lost their. How are you going to undo that? How about the people that are still in prison? Do they get commutations? That doesn't remove their sentence, their backgrounds as felons. I mean, do you pardon them? That doesn't undo it either. How do you undo the evil that this administration has done through lies? What type of retribution is appropriate? Since you can't undo the damage in law, then that means there must be some type of reimbursement or retribution. In criminal law, that means jail. In civil law, that means money. So how will you reimburse over 1,200 people for this incredible assault under color of law and put their lives back together again? I guess it's going to come right down to what will you, person who's listening to this and watching your show, Charles, what will they do? What voices will they raise to their representatives and their senators? Will they be silent, or will they pick up the phone and call or write and express their outrage and demand justice? Because silence is complicit. That's all there is to it. There's so many people know this now, because we've had 3 years of ripping back the curtain until you can see that brick wall behind the scenery. And yet people are silent. Representatives are silent. Senators are silent. They play the game because they don't want to have January 6th interfere with their chances for an electorate. And this is cowardice. We can't be the land of the free if we are not the home of the brave.
I couldn't agree more. I think that President Trump has come out publicly and said that he intends to review and likely pardon most of them. But there are there are cases coming up, some of which will make their way to the Supreme Court. Yeah. There are a couple of brave lawyers who have come up and stepped in, even though they're being attacked by the Bar Association, just like the lawyers who represent President Trump. And, the beat goes on. I mean, there is a growing awareness. God willing, more people will become aware of this and the dangers that this poses to our republic. This is we can't really tell the rest of the world that they, like we can't talk to Putin.
Yeah.
He's pointed it out. How can the United States wag a finger at Russia when we're doing the same thing right here in Washington? It's like,
Yep.
this is unprecedented in American history that we'll have this kind of naked fiat seizure of power and abuse of people and the cruelty of it. I mean, I understand there was a man who was a former military man who was arrested because he refused to go undercover for the FBI.
Yeah,
And he refused.
he's here in my state. His name is Jeremy Brown. He's a retired Green Beret.
Yeah.
There's also another gentleman my wife and I supported since day one. His name's Jeff McKellop. He's a 22-year Green Beret Ranger, 3 Bronze Stars, and then worked for state as a contractor for over 10 years as a protectorate. And he's sitting in a Dallas-Fort Worth prison right now since March of 2021 without trial. A war hero, an American war hero.
Yeah, I mean, these are men and women who had unblemished records and who were, as you say, war heroes, but certainly stellar American citizens who were simply going to Washington to express their opinion. Now, Tim, I thought that all of the prisoners were being held at what they call the DC Gulag. No. Are you telling me that this is all around the country? I mean, what?
The way to do this, again, I'm going to point you back to my website because it's a wealth of information about this, and it's current about what's happening every day in this community and to these men. It's j6patriotnews.com, and there's a link on there at the top of the page. It's called Jail Updates. If you click on that, it pulls up a map of the United States, and you're just going to be surprised because the map is covered in push pins, and every one of those push pins represents a jail or a prison where a January 6th hostage is being held.
Incredible. Yeah, I mean, this is, we really have to get to that website. What can we do, Tim, as citizens to help these men and women?
Well, I think you can speak up. I'll give you a phone number real quick. If anybody's got a piece of paper or got your cell phone, you might even be listening on your cell phone. It's 202-224-3121. Again, I give it to you again. 202-224-3121. That is your switchboard in Congress at the Capitol building. You can give them your zip code, ask to speak to your representative, and then ask for them to do what you hired them to do. I'm not going to tell you what to say, but my message would be release all of the videos, release the hostages until you can prove that you've released all of the videos, and then begin to call to task the people who have dishonored their oath to the Constitution. If you're silent, you're doing nothing. If you can't do that, you can go at least educate yourself at our website there. Listen to the interviews, read some of the letters, get yourself educated at the trough of truth where these people are the ones who are giving you first-person testimony. And if you're moved to help, you can donate or you can buy one of these amazing books. The first book, Letters from Prison, covers the first year from the DC Gulag. From September of 21 through September of 22. And the new book, The Art of Confinement, which is actually a bigger book, is their letters, their art, and their stories, picking up in October of 22 and bringing it right up to October of 23. So it's a very current document. It's historical in nature. And it's either going to be something that you'll want to pass down to your grandchildren as a memorial of what has happened in this country at this time, or it'll be one of the most banned books in America. I guess that's really up to everybody who's listening what those outcomes will be. It's up to us to get involved locally, or if you can't get on the front lines, at least support those who do and try and save this republic before we have nothing left for our children and grandchildren.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And it's a frightening thing to even make a call. People are afraid that their name was going to end up on some FBI list or something, which is, it reminds me of like concerns that existed in Nazi Germany. It's like people are afraid when they're polled. Did they think the election was stolen or not? People are afraid to say yes because, again, they might end up on a list. These are very concerning times. I mean, it was like, it's sort of like what Fred Friendly said to Edward R. Murrow. If the fear is in this room, we got to go. We got to do it. And the fear is in this room, which is why we have to get out and do whatever it is that we're going to do. I mean, you and I do this media, that's our contribution. Everybody can play a role in terms of alerting the public to this crime. And if you're going to call Congress, be polite, be courteous, but make your points and make them carefully. Call your local congressional candidates and ask them to take a position on this.
Yes.
And let them know that they'll be rewarded if they take the position, not punished. We have to deal with what is, if we don't deal with it, we're going to have an open police state, and we're going to have an FBI that is really going to be what we fear it could be, which is a Gestapo.
Yeah. So, the message from all these people in these books, and you can get the books, like I said, at our website, or you can go to lettersfromprison.us. It's pretty easy to remember. All the proceeds go to help these guys. Everything they tell you over and over again, it all comes down to just a few simple words. Don't do nothing.
All right, Tim. What is it again?
Lettersfromprison.us.
Lettersfromprison.us. It'll be listed here at this on this program. Check that out. Tim, stay in touch. We should keep up to date on this story as it develops, especially as the election year moves along. And God willing, we'll get the word out. And I just, as a fellow citizen, I really want to thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, you're really putting your neck out, and I appreciate it.
There's no we the people without me the people.
Indeed. All right, Tim Rivers, thanks a lot, and let's talk soon.
Bye-bye. Thanks, Charles.
Okay. Okay, we are live. Charles Moscowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. My guest is Dr. William Makis, MD. Dr. Makis is with the University of Alberta in Canada. He is what I would describe as a whistleblower. He's a doctor of conscience. Dr. Makis, this is I can't describe it as anything other than a depressing and a very frightening topic, which is the possible consequences of the mRNA vaccine, so-called, the spike protein, and all the rest. So before we go there, could you talk a little bit about your practice and how you got to where you are?
Certainly. Thank you for having me. I'm a Canadian physician. I did all my medical training in Canada. I have an undergraduate degree in immunology. I have a 4-year MD and then a 5-year specialization in nuclear medicine, radiology, and oncology. My practice has been mainly oncology for the last decade. I've diagnosed about 20,000 cancer patients with cutting-edge diagnostic tools like PET-CT, positron emission tomography, CT. I also was a primary oncologist for several hundred end-stage cancer patients that I treated with targeted radionuclide therapy. So I have a background in oncology. I'm not a medical oncologist. It's a specific branch of radiology and oncology that deals with radiation for diagnosis and treatment. Now, I've been reporting sudden deaths and injuries related to the COVID-19 vaccine since late 2021. So I've been doing this for over 2 years. I started because I realized there were many red flags with the COVID vaccines, and I saw it in my colleagues. I saw it within Canadian doctors who in late 2021 were mandated to take the COVID-19 vaccines. If they hadn't been mandated, then my path might have taken a very different course. But what the mandates did was they forced everyone to produce evidence of having at least 2 vaccines, or they would be kicked out of work. They would not be allowed to continue practicing medicine. And these mandates occurred across Canada, that the deadlines were October 2021. In some provinces like Alberta, the deadlines were pushed back because there was a huge outcry from healthcare workers. Approximately 30% of healthcare workers in Alberta refused to submit proof of vaccination status. They were threatened repeatedly until a lot of them submitted, and the rest either retired or left medicine completely or simply, refused and were fired. So we had tens of thousands of healthcare workers in Canada effectively fired at the end of 2021. And so what you have, or what I saw, was a cohort that was 100% vaccinated because of the mandates. And once they
And
were
that's more than
100%.
a casual sampling of that would be required for any statistical analysis. And there are several things that strike me as significant here. Firstly, the vaccine mandates came after the actual COVID virus was pretty much gone by the end of 2020. And yet, all of a sudden, there comes this mandate both in Canada and the United States, and it's a very heavily handed enforcement. I mean, in the United States, for example, military men and women were required to get the vaccine or they would be court-martialed and they would lose all their benefits. I mean, you weren't even allowed to resign. You were told you get the vaccine or you're finished. And there was this whole business of the vaccine mandate proof of vaccine cards that suddenly we're being told that if you don't have this, you can't go to a restaurant, you can't go to a store. Right here in Boston, for example, the new mayor, the first thing she did was sign a bill saying that you had to show a vaccine mandate in order to go into a restaurant or store. Now, the people that saved the world, frankly, and I thank God for them, were the Canadian truckers. If it hadn't been for the Canadian truckers bringing the economy of Canada almost to a standstill, because that's the power they have, and that was spreading to the United States, to Australia, New Zealand, France, even Israel, and it was becoming a worldwide thing. The entire establishment that was pushing this experimental jab backed down. They can't have everything stopped. The mayor of Boston backed down, and we at least got a reprieve. But the broader question is, why wasn't the medical establishment consulting such respected figures as yourself and as many doctors in the United States? Uh, such a, Dr. Peter McCullough comes to mind, Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Reish from over at Yale University Medical Center. They were denounced. These were men who were, and women who were they had their careers threatened and in some cases ruined for questioning the efficacy of this so-called vaccine. So what's going on here? Before we get into the horrors of the vaccine itself, what is going on with the politics of this, at least in Canada, which I think is a reflection of the world?
Well, it's important to note that before the mandates came, they tried every incentive imaginable to get maximal uptake of the COVID vaccines. And so, initially it was just, save grandma and protect the healthcare system. It then moved to all kinds of perverse incentives, such as, here's a donut, Krispy Kreme donut for a vaccine, or fries or burgers or ice cream
Sure.
for kids, and so on. It actually, the incentives progressed to $1 million lotteries. We had, I think, two $1 million lotteries here in Alberta, and this is a conservative province. And so there were all kinds of incentives to maximize the uptake. And I believe the uptake probably was already in the region of 70% or so with the two doses by the time they came with the mandates. So really, the mandates were to hunt down the remaining 30%, of which they probably knew they could never get at least 10 to 15%. They would never have, no matter how much they forced. So it really was, to get sort of the most hesitant individuals,
Right.
and to really put pressure on, and maximal pressure on them, and force them into this. I always felt that vaccine mandates were illegal. They were not only unscientific, they were unethical, they were immoral, but they really were illegal. And the courts have failed. They failed, certainly in Canada, to address the illegality of the mandates. The United States had much more success in getting mandates overturned. And, I think because a lot of the damage I see is in vaccine mandated professions. The damages being suffered by individuals, for example, at the universities and colleges who were mandated the vaccines and might have otherwise not taken the vaccines. And so that is where the bulk of the damage is and was caused, was by mandating these shots. And of course, people who didn't abide by the mandates had their lives destroyed, utterly destroyed.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, in the case of the Canadian truckers, they had their bank accounts shut down. They called
exactly.
them Nazis, and this sort of very vicious, denunciations that seem to have accompanied the incentives, sending the message out that if you didn't play ball with the vaccine, you could lose your career, you could lose everything. And the other irony is that we now know, I think, quite definitively that there were a lot of very big lies told about the vaccine. The first one that comes to mind is that the vaccine gives you 95% immunity from the virus, and that our vaccines in America are superior to the Russian vaccine and the Chinese vaccine, which only gives you 85% immunity. That was a complete lie, and they must have known that. Then they changed the story to say, well, it doesn't give you any vaccine. Even the CDC admitted this, but you won't die from the virus if you take the vaccine. And then the Cleveland Clinic came out with a survey that was very definitive, and that was more than a sample. It was everyone who had ever entered into that world-renowned clinic, showing that 70% of the people in their hospital had the vaccine. So, it's just lie after lie. What is going on here? I mean, is it a matter of money? Is it a matter of politics? Are they trying to kill us off? Or what the hell is this about?
Well, that's a good question. I just wanted to address also the Canadian truckers. I believe the Canadian truckers absolutely changed the game and really changed
Oh, yeah.
potentially the outcome of where this was all going. Got the mandates removed,
Indeed.
and probably put a big wrench into this uh, plan, really, to put pressure on everybody to get vaccinated, or people would be completely locked out of society, which is what 6 million Canadians were. 6 million Canadians experienced communism, in the sense of we had an iron curtain. They couldn't travel, they couldn't get on a plane, they couldn't get on a train. They were locked out of government benefits. I mean, this was full blown communism with the censorship as well. And I think that's one thing that maybe gets forgotten, is that during that time, the medical establishment didn't listen to us because we were censored. We were banned off social media platforms. We were not given a platform.
Right.
On Twitter, there were over 11,000 accounts that were suspended, terminated, censored due to COVID-19 misinformation. And a lot of these were doctors, PhDs like myself, like Dr. McCullough, like Dr. Robert Malone. There was a wave of terminations of accounts around this time. I lost my account in March of 2022. And the reason I lost my account was I had posted a study. I had actually reposted a study that had come out about children 5 to 11 years old who had the vaccine, who were showing evidence of negative vaccine efficacy after a certain time, which means that they were getting sick more often than unvaccinated children, which means that their immune systems were being damaged. I said in my post that the vaccine should be taken off the market. That is all I said. That was my only
Enough to have you
commentary.
banned. I mean, I
And
was
that
part
was
of
enough
YouTube
to have me
during
banned.
that time. There was a massive censorship. It was declared, quote, misinformation, unquote, which, of course, as you say, it was very communistic. It was extremely authoritarian to be able to not discuss, by people who are qualified, such as yourself, a medical issue. It's very anti-science, I would add. These are people who love to talk about anti-science. I mean, how much more anti-science can you get than this? There's also, I believe, I'm not mistaken when I say that VAERS, which is a federal agency, it's part of the CDC. It was created in the early 1970s as part of OSHA that keeps track of vaccine damage, and they issue reports annually, and I even think quarterly, on any vaccine that enters the market. In I think it was the summer of 2021, they stopped doing this. They just censored it. They no longer issue that information. It's no longer public. So you have a situation where there's a real blackout on information. And as far as the vaccine card goes, I don't think I'm wandering off the reservation by suggesting that the World Economic Forum had already talked about a digitized card, which means that you would have to present a digitized card that ultimately, quite frankly, could be implanted under the skin. Alex Jones talked about that. I know he's very controversial. I know how criticized he is, but he's been right about a lot of this stuff. But even so, this digitized card could potentially have any information on it that they want to put on it about you, and
Yeah.
you could end up having to, you can't you can't eat, you can't go into a buy, you can't do banking, you can't get into a car without it. So this would be essentially the end of freedom. This would be it. It would be
Well,
it.
we were very close.
Yeah.
If people will remember, Europe, for example, had a vaccine passport that had 8 vaccine spots on it. And this was at a time when people only had 2 vaccines. And so it seemed ridiculous that we would get to a point
Right.
where you would have to have 8 vaccines, noted on this vaccine passport. And yet, right now, this is where we are. The CDC is about to recommend the 9th dose, I believe, in the
Right.
fall. And so we are at the point where if someone followed the recommendations, whether issued by the public health chief in Canada, Dr. Theresa Tam, or whether issued by CDC, you would have had 8 vaccines at this point, which is exactly what the European vaccine passport had back in early 2022. And so I think we were headed in that direction. As I recall, Israel also had a vaccine passport that I guess, was called like a green card or something like that, or would be
Right.
green if you
Okay.
were up to date on your vaccinations. A number of places around the world had this plan to implement vaccine passports, and even for a while in Canada, for example, they were forcing people to show proof of vaccination, whether to get into a restaurant, whether to get into sports facilities. So I believe this seems to have been the plan from the beginning. The
Yes.
goal to vaccinate. You asked what was the purpose to try to get everybody vaccinated, and I do believe I'm not big on depopulation theories per se, but I do believe that there is strong evidence that, based on how the pharmaceutical companies are positioning themselves right now, that there was certainly a profit motive, and there may have been a motive to at least disable a significant segment of the population, significant enough that now all the pharmaceutical companies are positioning themselves to profit off vaccine injuries that they themselves caused.
Oh yeah, I mean, so they cause it's like the poison and the antidote in the same laboratory. They cause myocarditis in young men in particular. Now they're coming out with a heart treatment to deal with the myocarditis
Yeah,
that they caused. And just briefly, again, the business with the electronic passports. George Gilder, who's one of America's most respected scholars, he spent 3 years in communist China back in the 1980s, and he talked about. I heard him interviewed in an NPR program here that China was implementing this program of social score.
yeah.
If you didn't have a high enough social score in China, you didn't get to leave your community. You were basically living under house arrest. And he predicted that this would come to this country under the guise of the high, the social media, Google in particular, that every American ultimately would have this score. And now that's kind of admitted. I mean, you've got BlackRock and you've got Fidelity basically scoring investments based on what they call the what is it, environment EKG score, rather than whether or not they're making a profit. And so there's no reason to think that it's certainly not even speculative that these bio passports would be used to keep that kind of information about you ultimately as part of this world control. Now, I want to talk about the actual vaccine itself a bit here because I know a lot of people who have gotten the vaccine, including members of my family. I've gotten the vaccine. I didn't want to do it, but I was put under my frankly, my wife and my daughter let me know I had to do it under no uncertain terms. So I, and I actually looked to Israel, which I should not have done. And I said, gee, if they're doing it, it might be okay. They're not going to kill their entire population. So I went ahead. I'm fine. I didn't have any reaction. And recently, someone suggested to me on my show, actually Michael Shaw, who's a regular guest of mine and who's a medical researcher, that there's a likelihood that the vaccine companies, a percentage of the vaccine's a saline solution. And the reason they did that is because they didn't want us, because there would be such an outcry, it would be so obvious the amount of harm this thing was doing that they reduced that by simply not putting it in the vaccine. And that I probably got the saline, although a very close friend of mine now has cancer. And in this case, I don't think she did get the saline. She got the real toxin. Do you think there's anything to that? Do you think that this portion of these things are saline?
It's very possible. There is tremendous batch to batch variability. And I think this has been confirmed. People can go on howbadismybatch.com, put their serial number in, and see how many adverse events, serious adverse events, and deaths have been reported to VAERS for that particular batch. And there's tremendous variability. And so I have seen, I think it was Danish researchers that had analyzed the batches and made a conclusion that probably 30% of the batches were saline, although this hasn't been confirmed, but at least that's what it looks like based on the adverse event profile in VAERS. And then there's another 60-65% that have a variable rate of injuries and deaths, anywhere from very few to quite a significant amount. And then there's approximately 5% of batches that look to be what are called hot lots, and they have a very high rate of injuries and deaths. And
So,
the cancers now that are showing up are really extremely aggressive. And it remains to be seen what percent of the population is eventually going to be affected by cancer. What's interesting is that Albert Bourla, Pfizer CEO, when he does interviews, he confidently states that 30% of people will get cancer, and that is
incredible.
which is
And he was under
shocking.
controversy for not getting the vaccine right away. And he said, well, I want to make sure that people in need get it first, which seems a little fishy to me. But either
Yeah.
way, he eventually did get it. Do you think that these people got the saline?
Well, here's an interesting thing when we're talking about Pfizer employees and so on. They had special batches for their own employees that nobody else got. So they had their own
Lovely.
batch, which may just be saline.
Yeah, maybe a non-batch.
Exactly.
And also, I think Congress gave itself an exemption from the vaccine, which
Yes. And even there have been now Canadian politicians that have come out and said that, oh, none of the public health recommendations actually applied to the Canadian politicians. And so some of them have admitted this on the record. So,
so the
um,
vaccine was for the rest of us lumpen proletariats. I mean, it's it's for the us chumps.
yeah.
Um, what can we do if we have had the vaccine? I mean, I know this is a very depressing subject, and I know
Mhm.
people don't want to hear about this, but there have been, I mean, I've interviewed Ed Dowd a couple of times. He's a researcher who has shown that actuarial charts for insurance companies are through the roof on both life and health insurance, where
That's right.
they are reporting, and they don't want to report this because they lose money. It's not like they're part of any conspiracy here, but they are reporting an increase in sudden death, in myocarditis, pericarditis, and blood clots, and not to mention that there are questions of infertility, particularly for pregnant women. I mean, it's horrible that they would give a vaccine like this to a pregnant woman. But what can we do if we've had the vaccine? Is it too late for us? Are we going to be dead within the next 5 years, or what?
No. So I had discussions with Ed Dowd about this. We were together at CPAC. I was also with him at Senator Ron Johnson's hearing.
Right.
I saw the data that he presented at the Senate, and it's very, very stark numbers. 1.1 million excess deaths since the rollout of the vaccines, 3.5 million disabilities, permanent disabilities, and about 28 million injuries of some kind that didn't necessarily lead to disability or death. And so this is the data that he presented based on, his analysis of, like you said, insurance information and missed time off work and so on. So that is over 10% of the US population has been really significantly adversely affected by the vaccines. Now, I'm not the type of person to panic or to make wild claims like, everyone who had the vaccine is gonna die in 5 years or something like that. I don't believe that. I don't think the data is showing that or suggesting that trajectory. What it is suggesting is that the deaths and injuries continue. They're not slowing down. They're continuing at roughly the same rate as last year, and so that is concerning over the long term because as I report the sudden deaths of individuals, I could see I could see people still coming down with myocarditis, still coming down with blood clots at a very steady rate, even though people have stopped taking booster shots. So these are long-term effects of the
And these are
vaccine.
young people too, by the way.
Young people, exactly,
Athletes, people in top
exactly.
health. This
And
is
so it's still happening, and most of these people are not taking booster shots. Booster shot uptake is about 10% only now. So, but really, there's a bigger tsunami of neurological injuries and cancers, these turbo cancers, as they're called. So the question is, what does anybody do? I think you have to be, if you've taken the shots and you haven't had any issues, you haven't had any side effects, you still have to assume that you've been effectively poisoned to some degree, at some level, that there may be damage happening that you're not aware of. And people who are proactive, I believe, will do much better than people who are reactive, meaning reactive means you wait until you have the heart attack, you wait until you have the stroke or develop the cancer. One shocking statistic I can tell you about the sudden deaths that I've reported is that about 80 to 85% of people who've suffered a sudden death in the past year did not have a warning sign, did not have health problems, did not have blood clots and myocarditis or anything that would have given them a warning sign. That is why so many of the reports say family and friends are shocked, completely unexpected, sudden and unexpected, right? And so being proactive is extremely important, I believe. And there's very simple things you can do.
Yes.
I'm a big believer in fasting, in a long fast, like a 3-day fast, a 72-hour water fast, which brings your body into a state of ketosis and then initiates autophagy, where your body itself starts clearing damaged cells and removes them, destroys them. And this may be the only way to deal with some of the damage that's been done, whether by the mRNA or by the spike protein, because of course the mRNA is artificial. It's a pseudouridine modified mRNA that lasts much longer in the system, than it should and causes problems. And of course, the spike protein lasts even longer than that. People are still producing spike protein sometimes a year or two after taking their last shot. And this suggests that there may have been integration events where either the mRNA or what we are now learning, the DNA contamination in the vaccines, may actually be integrating into our genome. And so fasting may be a way to remove some of these things, some of these transfected cells, and have the body simply destroy them. Because if they're producing the spike protein on the surface, that's a foreign protein. The immune system may be attacking it. The body may recognize it as a damaged cell, and then during a fasting, it may actually destroy or remove those cells. So that is the cornerstone for me in terms of approaching. And you could do a 3-day fast. You could do it, you could do it once a month. You could even do it twice a month. It's quite doable. I've done 3 of these myself, just to see how it would be, and it's very rejuvenating. It's a very fascinating thing to try.
And by the way, if you do it, make sure you have plenty of liquid, right?
Absolutely, plenty of water. You could even add black coffee or plain tea to it. It's supposed to stimulate the autophagy without stopping the actual fasting process.
Now, I'm not
And
a biologist, but what is the deal with the mRNA altering the DNA structure in the helix? Is that something that can become a permanent restructuring? I mean, this is the CRISPR technology, and
yeah,
is that an issue that once that's introduced and it basically interrupts the code of the DNA? Is that something that can be done permanently? And what do we have any idea about the long-term effects of that?
well, so this is the big issue. I actually believe that this is the big topic right now. Um, Geneticists like Kevin McKernan, Philip Buchholz, they've confirmed that there is DNA contamination in every single vial of Pfizer and Moderna. Every single vial that they've tested, and whether it was the original vaccines, whether it's the boosters, or even the newest booster shot, all of them have contamination of billions of copies of either DNA plasmids or DNA fragments, which are there because of the mass manufacturing process that Pfizer and Moderna employed. So initially, they apparently handmade these vaccines for their clinical trial under very controlled, very specific conditions. But when it came to making these vaccines for the general population and mass manufacturing them, they actually changed the manufacturing process to make it easier and cheaper for themselves. And they used E. coli and DNA plasmids grown in E. coli to make this process easier, faster, cheaper for themselves, and of course to be able to mass produce, hundreds of millions of doses. And unfortunately, it seems that because of this manufacturing process that has never really been employed before, there are remnants of these DNA, E. coli, DNA plasmids and fragments that have remained in the vaccine vials. They were supposed to get rid of them. They were supposed to purify the mRNA after making it and get rid of all the DNA that served as the template, and they didn't. For whatever reason, they didn't. Some people think it was intentional. Some think it's a quality control issue. But these contaminants are there, and there was always a question of whether the mRNA can reverse transcribe and integrate into the genome, and this was seen as either extremely unlikely or impossible, even though it was shown in vitro by one research group who published it. But this was seen as a very, very low risk. However, now that the DNA contamination has been discovered, that completely changed the topic, because if you have billions of copies of foreign DNA injected into you with a delivery mechanism of the lipid nanoparticle, which delivers it very easily into cells, now you have something that can very easily integrate into the genome. And if it integrates into the wrong place, like a tumor suppressor gene, well, now you've astronomically increased the risk of getting cancer, which is what we're seeing. We're seeing extremely aggressive cancers, inexplicable in young people. So this is the problem, is that now we know that there's DNA contamination. Florida Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo has actually called out the FDA on this. He asked and demanded, have you done the testing to see if there are integration events from this contamination? And they refused to give him an answer. So he called for a halt of all these COVID vaccines. If there are integration events happening, and this is where the work is being done right now, I believe in the next few months, we will see paper after paper after paper confirming DNA integration events, which means that the genome of a vaccinated person has been modified, has been molested, has been damaged. And that will be, I believe, the big thing that probably brings down, Pfizer and Moderna as companies. We see their stock is crashing, relentlessly, despite the fact that the markets are setting new highs. There's something behind the scenes. Insiders know something very bad about these companies. And so I think this will be the next big scientific discovery, is confirmation of integration into the genome. And what do you do with that? Nobody knows. How do you clean that up, right? How do you get the stuff out of your genome? I don't think anybody knows. I don't think anybody has the answer to that. But, when we talk about,
the shocking
yeah,
aspect to it is that they're giving it to, I don't know, millions of children as young as 1 year old.
that's right.
And these are children that would not have caught COVID anyways. And
Yeah.
now that they've admitted that this vaccine does nothing to stop the spread of COVID or create immunity, what's the justification for it at all?
Well, there's no justification. I mean, there was never
I mean,
justification
what is their
to
marketing plan?
mandating it.
What are they claiming it does?
Well, so they're claiming at this point that it doesn't prevent transmission, but it reduces the severity of disease. So it reduces
In
hospitalizations and death
general, or just with COVID?
for COVID.
Well,
So,
there
but the
is no
problem,
COVID now. I mean, it's
well, but that's the problem, is that the data, the excess mortality data in every highly COVID vaccinated country shows that there was no benefit, that no one benefited, from this
not to
vaccine.
mention the fact that several countries didn't have much COVID because they used ivermectin and
Yes.
hydroxychloroquine, which are
Yeah.
FDA-approved drugs that have been around forever as treatments for viruses. And of
Yeah.
course, in this country, that was denounced. Now I've heard that this mRNA research, this CRISPR research, they're going to be putting it into all vaccines. They're going to be putting it into meat. They're injecting it into cows. It's everywhere. How
Yeah.
are they justifying that? And is that true?
So, this is an interesting topic. The mRNA technology that was used in the COVID vaccine is not yet in the meat, although I believe the Australian government actually has a project that launched in 2022 where they are building facilities to have the capacity to quickly mRNA vaccinate all their cattle should there be some kind of an outbreak. And so there's been a stated intent by the government to vaccinate all the beef, for example, in Australia. There was an Israeli company that has just been given funding to pursue a project of mRNA vaccinating shrimp. And you may ask, well, how do you do that? You can't inject shrimp, right? So they have a new technology where they are putting the mRNA vaccines into the feed of the shrimp. So the shrimp are feeding on this, whatever form of it there is, and they're taking it up. And so now you end up with mRNA in the shrimp. And they said, we want to do this for all marine, animals that are farmed for human consumption. And so there is this push to get this technology out and to get it
also,
in.
what about the shedding or the shredding or whatever? I mean, if you're near a person who's had the jab,
Yeah.
the bioweapon, if you will, I mean, can you catch it from them? I mean, just by being in their presence?
Well, you can't get vaccinated through shedding. At least I don't believe you can. I don't believe there's been any evidence shown that can happen. However, you can certainly be affected by it. You can be affected by transfer of of lipid nanoparticles and mRNA or the spike protein from a vaccinated person. What's interesting is that this has been denounced as a conspiracy theory for a long time and still is. There are still physicians online that are saying this is a right-wing conspiracy theory.
Right.
However, Pfizer actually admitted to shedding, told us about shedding in their clinical trial documents. They don't call it shedding, but they call it environmental exposure through inhalation or skin contact of their product, of the lipid nanoparticle mRNA. And where they were concerned about this was pregnant women, women who happened to get pregnant in the Pfizer trial. They specifically state that if the pregnant woman is exposed to their product through inhalation or skin contact, you have to notify a Pfizer safety officer within 24 hours, and it has to be documented in the clinical trial. So shedding is real. Pfizer admitted to it themselves. What no one knows exactly is the extent of the shedding, how many particles are shed. Certainly, the maximum shedding occurs right after vaccination. That is when, about 75% of the dose ends up in the bloodstream. And then you can shed these particles either through bodily fluids or through exhalation. And what's interesting is that the content of the lipid nanoparticles, the mRNA, can actually, once they're dumped in the cell, they can be repackaged by the cell and sent back out in these particles called exosomes. And those you could breathe those out. So someone could actually be exposed to particles with mRNA or the spike protein once the spike protein is being produced by the body. Now, people have reactions to these things, and so there are people who will react to someone who's been recently vaccinated. They might feel sick, they might have a rash, they might even have bleeding. There have been reports of miscarriage just by being, in the surrounding of someone who's been vaccinated. I've had people come to me. I've had massage therapists come to me and tell me that they've been sick whenever they are massaging vaccinated clients because they're exposed to bodily fluids, all day long at work by the way of massage, which is their work. And so this is real. It happens. I don't believe it's a concern in terms of actually becoming vaccinated or getting an additional dose by being around someone who's shedding. But if you are a person who reacts, and a small percentage of people react to this external exposure, they should take steps that are somewhat similar to what the vaccine injured should take steps, or people suffering from long COVID, and that is take steps to mitigate the spike protein damage or the immune system reaction. And there's ways you can do that. Vitamin C, for example, or NAC, N-acetylcysteine. These are antioxidants that mitigate some of the spike protein damage. And you can actually try to address the spike protein itself. There are things that block the spike protein, like ivermectin. Ivermectin binds the spike protein. You can use
now pretty much over the counter. And what about nitokinase and bromelain?
Yes. So nattokinase is another thing you can use. This is an enzyme that breaks down the spike protein. Some people have had relief with nattokinase. Bromelain is another enzyme derived from pineapple. Nattokinase is derived from fermented soybeans. But like I said, ivermectin, quercetin, black seed oil, Nigella sativa, Artemisia annua. These are things that you can take to mitigate the damage of the spike protein, whether you're exposed to it by shedding, whether you're suffering from long COVID, or whether you've been vaccine injured.
That's right, and they're harmless if taken properly. I'm not here to recommend any of it. I mean, I've used natokinase, and I've also taken a vitamin C, D3, and zinc and chloroquine formula. And
Yeah,
I would suggest that the listeners here look into finding some means. These are not expensive things
that's right.
that they can do something to sort of detox, if you will. And I think that your suggestion about the fast is one that I'm certainly going to take up, and it's a good one. Uh, Dr. Marcus, you seem optimistic that this whole rotten thing is going to be exposed in the next coming months. In spite of the censorship, we still have an ability to get the word out. And if you hear somebody say something's a right wing conspiracy, it means it's true. Okay. But anyway, what do you think is going to happen in the near future with all this?
You look at Senator Ron Johnson's hearing, for example, and I was there, I was present in the room, and I've spoken to almost everybody in that room. We've discussed what's going on, and that presentation has gone viral around the world, something that wouldn't have happened even a year ago.
Mm.
And it's what I'm seeing is I am seeing a shift of the discussion of the vaccine injuries and deaths and the dangers of the mRNA platform or the lipid nanoparticle mRNA platform. I'm seeing that shift from the corners of the web, or the fringe minority, as Justin Trudeau likes to call it, really into the mainstream. You're seeing a shift of this discussion into the mainstream. It's not considered taboo anymore. It's not considered extremely controversial. People might still disagree about many things, but you're seeing Steve Kirsch on Tucker Carlson. You're seeing Dr. Brett Weinstein on Tucker Carlson. You're seeing Dr. Pierre Corey on Russell Brand.
And these guys have a
Steve,
following that's 10 times bigger than the mainstream media at this point. So
exactly.
the entire censorship regime has really failed. And I think that the reelection of Donald J. Trump will help matters, quite frankly, both in this country and around the world, in terms of getting to the bottom of this whole rotten issue and how it's affected people, including our children. Yeah,
And
so, yeah,
Yeah,
Dr.
I just want
Williams.
to. I just want to say that I wanted. And you're absolutely right that the censorship has failed. There was an attempt to completely control the narrative on all the social media platforms and have a united sort of a consensus, I should say, to have a consensus on all the COVID propaganda points, including all the points around the vaccine. And we still see attempts to do this in the medical establishment. There are still attempts to completely silence and destroy all the dissenting doctors. This is happening in Canada. This is happening in the United States, UK, Australia. Doctors who are speaking up are having their medical careers destroyed. However, the censorship is failing, and it's failing because of a platform like Twitter or X, where you can get information that is not allowed on Facebook. It's not allowed on Instagram. I, for example, can only post images on Instagram. I cannot post commentary because I would lose my account. Whenever I
Yeah,
put
yeah,
out
same
articles,
here. Yeah,
yeah,
that's what's going on. Now, what's happened? I mean, are doctors' medical licenses being threatened, and is it gotten to be that bad? What about the Canadian equivalent of the American Medical Association? Um, what's going on with them? Are they coming to bat for doctors?
they're suspending doctors' licenses, and when they do that, when they suspend your license, um, or they damage your license. And the way they do it is they'll say, well, you have complaints on your license for unprofessional conduct. And that makes you effectively unemployable anywhere else, because anywhere you go, let's say you go to a different province, well, they look at your record and they say, oh, well, you have unresolved complaints, we can't hire you. And this is what the colleges of physicians and surgeons in Canada have done in every single province.
Mm.
They're persecuting doctors who are speaking up. They are desperately trying to maintain this scientific consensus, which is completely fraudulent and completely
Yes.
artificial. But they have a consensus because they have effectively threatened everyone into submission and compliance. And the doctors who refuse to comply have had their lives and their careers destroyed. So this is still happening right now at a very aggressive level.
Yeah.
However, those of us who are speaking up online, we have big audiences. Like I said, it's reached, with Tucker Carlson, for example. You reach an audience much
Oh,
bigger than the
great.
mainstream media can
Oh,
reach.
yeah. It's huge. And I mean, look, it takes a lot of courage for a doctor to speak out. You spend 8 years in medical school and internships, and you have all of this time invested. I mean, I've seen this. My own doctor totally changed her tune at some point and was no longer candid with me because they're afraid you're going to
Yeah.
lose everything. I get that. It's sad. And a lot of people don't have the courage to stand up like you do. But I think more and more people are, and the more doctors that do it, the more power you're going to have.
Yeah.
Anyway, William, where can people get information about you and about your work?
Well, thanks for having me again. People can find me on Twitter at MacusMD. I also have a very active Substack, macusmd.substack.com. And people can also find me on Instagram, WMacusMD. I only post images. These are, vaccine injuries and sudden deaths. I can't post commentary because I would immediately lose my account. But people can find me on those social media platforms.
Well, listen, I admire your work, and you're saving lives. You're doing what doctors we assume are supposed to do when you take the Hippocratic Oath, which I understand has been changed. But you have a calling, and I admire that, and I appreciate what you're doing, William. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right, thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. And my guest is Robert Spencer. And Robert is the author of Empire of God, the How the Byzantines Saved Civilization. Robert Spencer is the author of over 25 books, a prolific writer. He is the director of Jihad Watch. He's Silman Fellow at the David Horowitz Freedom Center. Robert, thanks for joining me today.
Good to see you, Charles. Thank you very much.
Well, before we get into the topic of the Byzantine Empire as a very important historic issue, given your expertise on the nature of Islam and your best-selling books, I need to ask you, in the aftermath of the bloodbath in the state of Israel with the Hamas slaughter of over 1,000 Jews and Israelis, there has been this huge support for Hamas. And in the United States, that's translated in the form of people on the far left, including the Jewish left, I may add, coming out in favor of Hamas. And in Europe, even worse, more troubling, you have the rumblings of what looks like, Islamo-Europe. I mean, it's like a takeover of entire zones and cities. I guess that for the first part of my question, is Europe to be saved for Christendom, for the West, or has it reached a tipping point, do you think?
It's going to be very difficult. The Europeans have been setting the stage for what's happening now for many decades. What's happening goes back to the 1970s, when the European Commission and then the European Union entered into a series of agreements with the Arab League that would encourage mass migration of Muslim Arabs and not require any assimilation. They would, in other words, be allowed explicitly by the word of the European governments to establish enclaves where Islamic law was enforced and the laws of the land would be ignored. These enclaves have only grown with the steady rate of migration that accelerated. As a matter of fact, in 2015, when Angela Merkel in Germany started her Wir schaffen das campaign, we can do this, to bring massive numbers of Muslims into the country, and many of other Western European nations followed suit. The European Union is completely on board with this initiative, pressuring Poland, Hungary, and other states that have been reluctant to go along into dropping their objections and opening their doors also. Poland is just about to do that now, as a matter of fact. And it seems as if they didn't realize that this would mean the Islamization and the Islamization of their countries and the subjugation of the native population. Now, of course, there are some groups that are waking up to it. Geert Wilders, who has long opposed this initiative, was just given the largest vote in the Netherlands, but even then, he just dropped his proposals that have been on the table for 5 years to ban the Quran and close the mosques, because he can't build a coalition or become prime minister while favoring those things. And so it seems as if Europe is in a very difficult situation. It would take major upheaval to reverse what's happening now. And if it's not reversed, then Europe will be Islamic by the end of this century.
You know, Robert, we would assume by conventional wisdom that nations would act in the interests of their own futures, of their own people. And obviously, it does not seem to be the case with regard to the welcoming in of a mass influx of Muslims from Africa, from Asia. So, what exactly? I mean, you know, I could put on a tin hat here and think about some kind of conspiracy, but in conventional parlance, what exactly is their rationale for this? What exactly did Europeans, what did Germans expect to achieve by letting in 1 million Muslims? I mean, how was this marketed to the average German?
Yeah, you know, Europeans have had a declining birth rate for quite some time now, and
Right.
it's below replacement level. And so it was sold to them on that basis that these societies are aging and they won't have people to make up the workforce. And so the migrants were sold, the mass migration was sold to the Europeans as a way to make up for that shortfall. The migrants would come in and do the work as the European native population aged.
Right.
Now, the problem there is manifold. And one aspect of it is the fact that the Quran stipulates that Muslims must fight against non Muslims. And then it says in chapter 9, verse 29, until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. Now, the jizya is a tax. Historically, in Sharia societies, societies that imposed Islamic law, the non Muslims had to pay this tax for the privilege of continuing to live as non Muslims. And they were subject to various other forms of humiliation and discrimination and harassment that were institutionalized in these societies under Islamic law. Now, when the tax is not enforced, because it's in the Quran, because it's commanded to the Muslims collect it in the Quran, when it's not collected, there have been Muslim clerics, even in Europe, who have said, in lieu of the payment of the jizya, you can go on welfare. You can collect the benefits that these states offer. And this is why Germany is such a magnet for mass migration, because it offers more generous welfare benefits than the other countries in Europe. And so many of the new arrivals come into Italy or Greece, but they pass right through because those countries are relatively impoverished and they don't give great deals to the migrants compared to what Germany gives. So they were brought in to work and they're going on
Well,
well.
that's what I was going to say. I mean, it kind of contradicts the original selling point for this, which was economic, that they would basically contribute to the economy. They would take jobs, as Bush used to say, you know, that no one else wants, which is really not true. But they're obviously not taking those jobs. They're becoming a burden and a ward of the state, which means a further drain of an economy and a further burden on a dwindling population, thanks to policies like abortion. So you have this phenomena where large groups of people are taking over particular neighborhoods and areas in Europe, and they are not working, and therefore you have all kinds of social problems emanating from that. Like in Britain, you've got these gangs who are, you know, rape gangs, as Tommy Robinson says, and he's just been put in prison, by the way, for even mentioning this. And similar situations in Sweden and Norway, and I think parts of Germany. So the situation there is pretty bad. But in the United States, I am told by my liberal left-wing friends that American Muslims have done a great job of integrating, of being assimilated into the American culture. And they point to Dearborn, Michigan, which has the largest Muslim population outside of the Middle East, as an example of Americanism and people who are productive. And in a way, many of them are. What is the difference between the United States and Europe in this regard, if there is one?
The difference is really only in the percentage. About 10% of France is Muslim now, and the percentages all over Europe are almost as high. And so in the United States, meanwhile, you have like 2% Muslims, maybe 3, That's it. And so the situation, and also a much larger landmass, you're going to have much less of the kind of societal pressure emanating from people who want to see Sharia implemented than you see in Europe. But as that number grows, and it's certainly growing, that's going to change, and we'll go down the same road that Europe is going down now. That is proven by the historical record. There's never been a case where large numbers of Muslims move into a country and adopt its mores and assimilate and don't try to impose Islamic law. It's never happened in history. Why should it be different here?
Right. And if you want to understand what we mean, what you mean by Islamic law or Sharia, you can check out Robert Spencer's books. He's got a New York Times bestseller on the topic of Sharia. Also, the issue of jihad, which is unique to Islam. It's not something that exists in Christianity. I'm told by my liberal friends again that this is not what we think it is, other than maybe Al Qaeda. It's actually a personal struggle. It's an internal improvement. It sounds almost, they make it almost sound like a Western value. Is there an element of that? I mean, there are portions of the Islamic world that embraces this sort of westernized peace, love, and freedom version of jihad, or are they all believers in the bloody version?
Well, there is a tradition within Islam. It's not just a westernization or a Western influence. There
Okay.
is Islamic tradition of jihad as spiritual struggle. And the famous statement of Muhammad that he was coming from a battle and said, "We're leaving the lesser jihad and going to the greater jihad," which is often quoted in the West to show that fighting is only a secondary aspect of jihad at best. Now, this is actually quite misleading, and there are many Muslim authorities who will point out and have pointed out that that statement is considered of dubious authenticity by Islamic scholars, and that statements involving jihad as warfare are much more common, much easier to find, and much more central within the Islamic texts. And so the idea that there is some sort of a benign understanding of jihad that rejects the violent aspects is just an uninformed view that does not take into account what Islam actually teaches. The teaching of jihad is very clearly primarily warfare against unbelievers. The easiest proof of this is the fact that in chapter 8, verse 41 of the Quran, it says that when you fight, you should give a fifth of the spoils of war to Muhammad. He gets his cut like a mafia don. And the thing about it is, Charles, that the spiritual struggle, if that's what jihad is, there's no spoils of war. So it's very clear that the Quran, when it's speaking about fighting and struggling, which is what jihad is all about, struggle,
Right.
then it means warfare, that kind of struggle, and not any other kind.
Right. It's warfare and a looting operation, and the very word booty comes from Arabic. And the word Islam means total submission of the entire planet in order to match a complete and one Almighty God in the Islamic understanding. It's a physical, military subjugation of the planet. It's in a way, the world's first world order movement. Um, the what should be done? I mean, my own thoughts are that Muslim minorities in the United States and in Europe and in elsewhere, they ought to take an oath of loyalty to the country that they reside in, and if they violate that oath, then they should have to go. As far as Islamic countries are concerned, let them do whatever they want. I mean, respect their sovereignty within reason. I mean, if a country is going to be so evil in terms of human rights, then the world will have to respond to that. But for the most part, if they want to be Islamic, be Islamic. But if they want to engage in aggression against their non-Islamic neighbors, they have to be met on the field of battle.
Well, yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing that we should be doing if we had a sane administration in Washington that took into account the real meaning the real history and the real understanding of jihad that prevails among Muslims today. The nation's mosques should be put under surveillance with the understanding that if they teach something regarding the overthrow of the government, regarding the imposition of Sharia in the United States, then that will be considered to be seditious. In other words, all we really need to do is enforce laws that are already existing. But nobody wants to do that because to do it would be Islamophobic or would appear to be discriminating against Muslims. There was talk of monitoring mosques 10, 15 years ago, right after 9/11, and the Muslim groups objected, saying, well, then you should monitor synagogues and churches. And I thought, well, in the first place, synagogues and churches aren't producing terrorists. They don't have texts that teach warfare against unbelievers as a cardinal element of the religion. But if you have terrorist activity in a synagogue or a church, then yes, certainly it should be monitored. And there are plenty, for example, the Dar al-Hijra Mosque in Virginia or the Islamic Society of Boston, they have many jihad terrorists who attended there.
Indeed.
And that ought to be an occasion for saying we need to take a look at what's being taught at these places.
No, exactly. Instead, they're spying on Catholics because they're pro-life. You say Islamophobic. I don't think there's anything phobic about concern over what we're talking about here. There's some genuine issues that need to be brought up if we are to secure our future in this world. And to get back to history here, the book in question is Empire of God: How the Byzantines Saved Civilization. Robert Spencer is here discussing this most recent book. Robert, the Byzantine Empire, or the Eastern Roman Empire, existed for almost 1,000 years, from the time of Constantine the Great, who was the founder and who moved the Roman capital to Constantinople, which at the time previously was known as Byzantium, right up till the 1453 final sack of Constantinople by the Seljuk Turks. You have, as you say, a bulwark against this advance, which of course busted out of Arabia in the 7th century. What was Byzantium like? I mean, what kind of a civilization was it?
Well, this is the civilization really that was the foundation of Western civilization. People talk about the ancient Greeks, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, and so on, as being the source and really the standard for all political thought, philosophical thought, even theology in some ways, ever since then. But we would not even know about those writings were it not for the Byzantines having preserved them and then taken them west at a time when the empire was imperiled and then later when it fell. In Western Europe in the 15th century, they only had 2 books of Plato and very little understanding of his philosophy. And it was Byzantine teachers traveling to Italy who began to teach about Plato and introduce the other books that had been lost or never known in the West to the thinkers in Western Europe, which sparked the Renaissance. So that's one great, tremendous way in which the Byzantine Empire influenced Western civilization. Really, we wouldn't be even having this conversation now had it not been for the Byzantines holding off the forces of jihad for 800 years until they fell to the Ottomans in 1453, because they would have overrun Europe. The Byzantines were the ones who were holding them back. And if they had not been there, then Europe would have been conquered and Islamized. Western civilization would never have developed. In the United States, if we were here at all, it would have been a vastly different place.
Right, and as it was, the Ottomans reached the gates of Vienna and the southern outskirts of Poland, and were beaten back in the famous Battle of Vienna by Sobieski, the Polish general. And but again, not to echo a liberal historian who's a very close friend of mine, when I mentioned that I was discussing this, they claim that it was the Byzantines who destroyed the great library of Alexandria, when in fact my understanding is it was the Muslims who destroyed it. Who destroyed that library?
Yeah, there's an old story about the Caliph Umar, the second successor rather, of Muhammad as the leader of the Muslim community, going into the Library of Alexandria, ordering it be burnt. And they said, "What are you doing, burning the library?" He said, "If the books in it agree with the Quran, they are superfluous. If they disagree with the Quran, they are heretical. Either way, we don't need them." And that is, many people question the historical accuracy of that story, but it's much more likely that the Muslims, many of whom did have that kind of attitude, burned the library, than that the Byzantines, who revered learning and knowledge and books and so on, would have done so. But it surprised me that you've heard this, or that your friend would say this, because this is one of the reasons why I wrote the book. The Byzantines have a very bad rap in the popular culture today, insofar as people know about them at all. And there are all sorts of things told about them that are patently false. But there is a concerted effort on the part of Muslims to whitewash the history of Islam, which is one reason why I wrote another book a few years ago, The History of Jihad. And they have created and circulated various stories about notorious incidents in order to deflect the blame for them from Muslims onto non-Muslims, and to protect Islam from criticism. There's the adherents of no other religion do this kind of thing. And it has created the fact that there are all sorts of people who know very little maybe about the Byzantine Empire, but what they know is inaccurate because it's part of this PR. I'll tell you another one. For example, Robert Kaplan is a noted historian of the modern day. I've never met him, but I read his book, Balkan Ghosts. And at one point, he's talking about, in Balkan Ghosts, he's touring around in the Balkans, and he goes into an Orthodox church, and he sees several Orthodox churches. He sees that the icons, the holy images that are revered in Orthodox Christianity, all have their eyes scratched out. And he asks, "What's up with that?" And somebody tells him, this is the old ladies come and scratch the eyes out of the icons and use them in potions to try to cure people's blindness and eyesight difficulties. Now, when I read this, I was ready to throw the book at the wall. This is ridiculous. It shows a manifest misunderstanding of many things. One of them, Orthodox Christians, these pious women in the Balkans, are not going to deface icons. The people who deface icons are the enemies of the Orthodox, and they are reviled by the Orthodox for doing so. It was the Muslims who destroyed the eyes of the icons when they occupied Eastern Europe. Why did they do that? Because in Islamic theology, the human image is not to be represented. It's a temptation to idolatry. So you don't have images of human beings in Islamic art. It's all calligraphy and so on. You don't have any representations of forms at all. And in order to destroy the power of the image to incite idolatry, you take out the eyes or break the nose or something like that. And so if you go into museum after museum, you'll see statuary from the Middle East, from Central Asia, and the noses are broken.
Right.
And why is that? Is it because there are appendages that are sticking out? Probably in some cases, sure. But in other cases, it was done to ruin the idolatrous power of the image, done by Muslims. But of course, the museums would never dare to tell you that.
Maybe that's why the nose in the Great Sphinx is blown off.
Oh, yeah, that's another good example.
Although I always heard that it was Napoleon's troops when they occupied Egypt in 1899.
It's another fake story.
Okay,
Napoleon
1879.
Shoot off the nose of the Sphinx. The proof of that is drawings of the Sphinx that predate Napoleon's presence in Egypt and show that the nose was already gone. There is also, I forget the guy's name. It was Muhammad something, but it's
Right.
in my book, The History of Jihad. There was a Muslim leader who had the nose removed from the Sphinx in order to destroy its power as an image to incite idolatry. And
Sure.
so it's exactly the same thing. It was a couple hundred years before Napoleon got there. But even now, tour guides in Egypt will tell you that because they're trained. It's a cultural habit, really, to deflect the blame away from Islam in all cases.
Well, I mean, the more recent examples of that with the destruction of the great Hindu statues in Afghanistan that were carved into a side of a mountain,
Yep.
and also the destruction of Palmyra, which is, of course, an ancient Roman era city in Syria, was destroyed by ISIS, so largely destroyed. So, you've got this kind of I don't know, culture, anti-human. I mean, component. This idea is almost a nihilistic approach to anything that has any value, any beauty, any authenticity. It's seen as a threat, I suppose, to the cult.
Well, the Quran says in chapter 3, verse 137, to look upon the ruins of of pre-Islamic cultures, and you'll see the power of Allah in judging the non-Muslims. And so the people like ISIS and the Taliban, they like to create ruins of non-Muslim cultures because they think this shows the power and judgment of Allah, and they are the executors of that wrath, as the Quran also says, chapter 9, verse 14 to 15, that the Muslims should fight the unbelievers and Allah will punish them through their hands. So they are the wrath of Allah. And so when they blow up the statues or destroy the ancient city, they are enacting the wrath of Allah against the unbelievers.
Right, and they also engage in major cases of mass psychological projection, as they are doing now regarding Israel allegedly engaging in genocide, which is very insulting, putting that aside, because they're trying to find and locate the Hamas enemies that are firing missiles and digging terror tunnels and floating, hang gliders with machine guns. And yet, that particular line of reasoning has been embraced by so many left wingers in the United States. They're not Muslim. Why are they siding with that? What's going on with that?
Leftists hate Israel, which is paradoxical since many Jews in the West and in America in particular are leftists. But I don't think they've thought it through with respect, because the fact is the left is a collectivist impulse. The left wants uniformity. It wants everybody to be the same and everybody to be on the same economic level, everybody to have the same culture, the same perspective. There's a great hostility to dissenting views every time. Every time the left takes power, it crushes dissent and it enforces a kind of uniformity. I think most vividly illustrated by the fact that in Mao's China, you had everybody wearing the same clothes.
Right.
Because if I wear different clothes from you, then yours might be nicer than mine, or vice versa. And then there's inequality. So
Yeah.
to enforce the equality of all people, everybody wears the same clothes. Everybody's in the same cookie cutter house. It's all the same. Now, the Jews are the fundamental group of people that resists uniformity and collectivization, because they have resisted assimilation and being drawn into the wider culture all over the world throughout history. And so they're quintessentially anti-left, even
Exactly.
if they don't
Even
realize.
even if they think of themselves as on the left. I mean, the reality is that the way the belief system, the way they conduct their lives, even the atheist Jews, they are, as you say, they're nonconformists, they're individualists. They've embraced certain values of education, of family, of success, both material and spiritual, that do set them apart and that also make them targets. So you have a situation where Byzantium was in place, as we said, for 800 years, and it was the world's first Christian empire. The regions that were conquered by the Islamic forces were Christian lands for many, many centuries. Egypt, North Africa, Palestine, Syria, eventually Turkey, or what was Asia, Anatolia. These had long settled Christian populations. I think that they finally did in the last influential Christian population in these occupied lands when there was the genocide against the Armenians and the Greeks in the early part of the 20th century. And they continue to attack the indigenous Christian people of these countries. I mean, these are people who were there long before Islam came in with the sword and imposed itself. I just think that's something people don't seem to realize, especially people who think there's something trendy about being indigenous.
No, they don't have any idea. The people who think it's trendy to be indigenous are completely ignorant of history. And they have no idea that if they are going to be consistent in claiming, and I don't believe that it's a true claim or an accurate claim, but they claim that Israel is on stolen land, then they should be saying Turkey is on stolen land. And, I myself, my grandparents lived in the Ottoman Empire and were exiled during
Right.
World War One. So do I have a right of return to Chesme in Asia Minor? Nobody says that, of course, because Turkey is not a target for the global left and the global jihad. But it's exactly the same kind of, actually, it's much more accurate, accurately called stolen land situation than Israel is. So you have these people being indoctrinated and propagandized and essentially lied to, and then they're going out and acting in increasingly militant fashion upon those lies.
Oh yeah, I mean, indeed, as you point out, I mean, Turkey, what's called Turkey, had ancient Greek communities. The Pontian Greeks come to mind, which were completely ethnically cleansed in the early 1920s, and Turkey was made. It was de-Christianized in the literal sense. I mean, the Coptic Christians of Egypt go back. It's the world's first Christian church. They go back to the time of Christ. I mean, it's not. We're talking about the very cradle of Christianity that is now occupied by these occupiers, if you will. So, Robert, where can people get your excellent book?
It's at Amazon, at Barnes & Noble, anywhere fine books are sold. And it's available
All
now.
right.
Also
Robert
go to
Spencer, yeah. I'm sorry, where?
Oh, you can also go to jihadwatch.org and you'll find links to order all my books.
Oh, yeah, and I would urge people to subscribe over at Jihad Watch if you want to get the real news that's not covered by the mainstream Mockingbird press. Robert Spencer, I want to thank you for joining me.
Hey, a pleasure, Charles. Thank you.
All right, take care. Thank you.
Too.
Okay, thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz. My guest is Matt Ehret, who is really truly a modern intellectual. He does historical analysis, geopolitics, cultural analysis. He tends to look at what's going on behind the scenes, if you will, the conspiracy aspect to world history. And Matt, you tend to connect, as you say in your show, you connect the dots by bringing up issues in an interconnected way. You're looking at the whole world, and you look at events in the context of the greater issues. You look at events in the present in the context of history. And what you're doing is very unusual. It's a great contribution, and I really appreciate it. So thanks for joining me.
Oh, well, thank you so much for having me on, Charles. And I appreciate the opening remarks. And I think the context is just so important. It changes everything. You know, the text without context is pretext, as some have said. So we often we jump into a conviction on something that opinion shapers have given us to think about, as far as like what is a narrative that will explain some element of history or something in the current world without any of the proper appreciation of what are the historical forces, what are the intentions, the agendas, the precedents, the principles that are actually at work, at play, shaping those things I'm looking at. And by ignoring it, we make half-assed decisions and make big messes throughout history. So I'm hoping hoping that I could try to correct a little bit of that in my limited way, as I'm trying to figure things out too.
Well, you're contributing to an avoidance as best we can as individuals of World War III, if we're not already in it. And of course, you mentioned information that we have historically and today. When the people in power generally write the history books and they suppress that which doesn't fit their particular narrative. So what we're doing here, what you do, it's very difficult to sort of pierce that veil of establishmentese history and take a look at events that actually did happen or how they've affected the way the world is. And when you try to do that, you're assaulted as a, quote, conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
When in fact, much of the edifice of the establishment is woven on their own conspiracies, and often those conspiracies are insane.
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. And that's the only way, as far as I've come to think about it, the only competent way to understand anything in the human world is through through recognizing the causal nature of intentions to do things based on concepts, where people, not just one, but will have a common intention with at least some common idea, whether right or wrong, and they will do things. And sometimes the things that they do that will be associated with power, with a capacity to, like obviously if you're a billionaire, you're going to be able to have a lot more capacity to do things that have a larger amplitude than somebody who's, a typical blue collar worker. It doesn't mean that that the type of effect a conspiracy of blue collar workers can have isn't very powerful. We saw that with the trucker convoy in Ottawa back in 2022. I mean, getting normal people, although that still was only successful, keep in mind, because there was some leadership, but getting normal people acting on a common idea that tyranny is wrong, freedom is better than tyranny, and I love my kids. I'm going to make sacrifices because of my love of children and my own children and humanity and my nation. And it helped that there was some wise, because this sort of thing can go anarchistic, like the Jacobin mobs that just cut the heads of everybody off and derailed a lot of potential that was good before the French Revolution turned into a bloodbath, because that was a lack of leadership. There wasn't anybody who qualified themselves philosophically to understand the terrain and teach the masses how to understand what they're operating within. Whereas at different other moments, like Martin Luther King, he was not from a rich, wealthy family, Martin Luther King Jr., but yet he was still able to invoke a very, very edifying process that made people better and more courageous, more dignified, that did change policy. It did have a permanent effect upon the continuity of history. So the same thing for the trucker convoy. You had certain people who were able to take the courageous stand of being, to take a leadership position. You had Randy Hillier, you had a few other people, and there were a variety of people who were able to still keep it in harmony, avoiding falling into the traps of provocateurs who were in as we know now, were instilled by those who wanted to turn it violent. And but all that to say, conspiracies are very important for good or for bad. I mean, it's for both. So that's what I'm trying to help people be, like, both understand as both what's shaping their world, but also what they can feasibly, if they choose to, and develop their minds appropriately through understanding, participate in doing what you could consider to be a positive form of conspiracy, organize others, work in town halls, but just be a part of something that is good. Yeah.
Right. And obviously conspiracies, as you say, I mean, first of all, it's a fact of life that people conspire. They come together to work on something, and oftentimes they do it with a level of secrecy that can be required, and that can be for good or for bad. Good examples of conspiracies would have been right here in Boston. The Tea Party was a conspiracy. They got together secretly, and they the Sons of Liberty, which actually was drawn on Masonic lines, and they conspired to basically overthrow the British crown, and it triggered the American Revolution. Another good conspiracy was the Valkyries, which was led by von Stauffenberg, which plot to assassinate Hitler. So, these are things. Sometimes you need a level of secrecy when you're dealing with very bad situations. But the problem with general conspiracy, I think, is that it's pervaded the establishment to such an extent that they're almost living in an alternative reality. And while there has been conspiracy elements at every generation, it's reached a level now where they can really mold the mainstream narrative, in that they control enough of the means of communication, as Karl Marx called for. And I trace it in the modern sense, and this will get us into the topic I want to talk about, to what Professor Carroll Quigley talked about in the Anglo-American Establishment in his book Tragedy and Hope. There was the Rhodes Roundtable, and it was this idea of merging the British Commonwealth nations and the United States into a world control entity that would informally control the world, and basically by a small clique of white supremacists, essentially. You mentioned, Matt, that you can have a truth speaker stand up and say something true, and they can change the whole dynamic. You can go to like a local town meeting and simply make a statement of truth, and it changes everything, and it blows up the whole narrative. And you use as an example the Canadian truckers, and you're a Canadian activist. I want to say, as an American, thank God for the Canadian truckers. They really changed what was coming down the pike, which was these forced vaccine passports that would have eventually become digitized and would have carried all sorts of who knows what information about every single person. It would have been modeled ultimately, and there's no reason to assume otherwise, on the communist Chinese model, which is giving people a social score, which means that you can't eat unless you have a good social score. You can't travel. They were in the process of launching that, and it was stopped by the Canadian truckers. It really was. I mean, when they got up and they blocked the roads and they threatened to close the Canadian economy down, the whole thing fell apart, and that was spreading. It was spreading to the United States, Australia, New Zealand, France, even Israel. The truckers were waking up, and they had to back down. I mean, here in Boston, where I live, we had a new mayor who just the first thing she did when taking office was say that you had to have a vaccine passport to go into a restaurant or a store, and that the manager of those businesses would have to check your passport. And and once the truckers came on the scene, that everybody backed away. The whole thing fell apart because nobody wants to have that kind of paralysis. And I think that it put them in abeyance, at least for now. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going to try to come back, and it doesn't mean that they haven't put in these authoritarian laws, but at least it shows that a group of people can organize and throw enough of a light on this kind of darkness that it puts a stop to it. So I just want to say I'm grateful to those Canadian truckers.
Yeah, no, it was surprising. I didn't think that we had it in us. I didn't think our culture had the capacity to generate something like that, because in my analysis of Canadian history, it's a series of a lot of very disappointing evaluations of very bad slavish pro-monarchical judgments over the course of 250 years.
Right.
Mostly there are these little moments of brightness, of courageous sort of Republican freedom-loving sentiment that emerges from time now and again throughout the history records that mostly have been brushed or erased from collective memory by the narrative shapers of the British Empire. But the culture has been really, really made mushy by the handlers of Canada, who are located primarily, as Carroll Quigley illustrates very nicely, not within Canada. There's an internationally extended roundtable organization tied to Oxford. This is actually a junior branch of a higher operating system that's more tied to Cambridge, which is sort of like the brains, whereas Oxford produces the brawn, the doers, whereas Cambridge produces not Massachusetts, but the thinkers, the Bertrand Russells, the Lord Maynard Keyneses, the grand strategists who will shape the rules of the game, in which then the Rhodes Scholars, the Fabians, will be deployed to then act within the framework of the rules shaped by the dungeon masters in the Royal Society in Cambridge. Exactly. So that's sort of the way that this whole deep state has been cultivated and groomed within America, within Canada. We've got our own many leaders who die very mysterious deaths or just outright, assassinated before their policy vision could culminate in something really good. You'll usually find the hand of this apparatus there in some way, and anybody who's looking for it will find it, as long as, like I said, as we were talking about, you don't let go of the understanding that the principle of conspiracy, utilizing, of course, not just because conspiracy, the difficult thing for people is that it's tied to immaterial intentions, and we have a very materialist society in terms of our education system, how people are trained to conduct history research or carry out any type of political theory. There's what's called the name that's given to it is radical positivism. This idea that the truth is located in the facts, and just by accumulating the facts, you can find a pattern. You could just sort of assemble them and impose some explanation onto the model. That's incompetent. The facts are useful. Looking for patterns is useful. Those are useful things that we can do. We can use our senses to collect things that we then call facts, arrange them how we see fit on any type of, graph or whatever on a timeline. That's fine. You could take names, make an encyclopedic list of associations. That's fine. And you could look for patterns. That's good. That's okay too. But if you think that that's all you have,
well, it's dumbing down a broader picture, because you need to analyze those facts, and also who's getting to choose which facts are included and which facts are. I mean, I've talked. People tell me, "Oh, I say that for example, the New York Times is biased on the left," which of course it is, and it's really the main mouthpiece for the entire establishment. Every news deliverer gets a copy, no matter where they are in this country, probably in the world. But they're biased not because of what they talk about necessarily. It's what they don't talk about. It's what they leave out that makes the bias. They decide what the public is going to hear and not hear. They choose the facts. And now we're having, I'm sure you've talked about this huge censorship campaign that's been in place, particularly since President Trump was elected. And they have these misinformation mills at the big universities, like right here at Harvard. They've got the Shorenstein Center, that they decide what's, quote, misinformation and what isn't, and they censor that which they deem to not fit this narrative. Now, of course, they also were promoting complete garbage for years, as in Putin conspired with Trump to steal the 2016 election. That was a big conspiracy theory that they had no problem with. So, this is all very selective, and it's very authoritarian in nature, and it's against the American spirit, which is competition and which is a free and open exchange of ideas. Now, my new book is The Anti-Semitic Imagination, and I talk about how anti-Semitism has been used as a tool by the establishment to divert attention from their own malfeasance. But at the same time, and how Judaism has always stood against this kind of thing, going all the way back to the battles against pagan worship and the worship of false gods and idols. And yet I also get into what I would call the Jewish deep state. And I see it as starting with the infiltration of this false messiah in the 16th century called Shabtai Zvi. It's very specific that he introduced this antinomian idea that whatever is good is evil, whatever is evil is good. It's very satanic, actually, in nature.
This is pre-Sabbatean.
This is the founder of the Sabbateans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, 17th century, and he was, after he was exposed, he said that if we create such degradation and such debauchery and such evil in the world, then the Messiah will come to save the world, which is the exact opposite of the Jewish conception and the Christian conception. I mean, Jesus came to fulfill the Torah and to uphold the moral and ethical precepts of God's writ. Right. It's a complete, it was a complete heresy. And yet, after he was exposed as a fraud, his followers, or many of them, most of the people dropped out of it, but an elite group of them went underground, and they formed this Sabbatean society. And that it's that society that has struggled to take over Judaism. It's been a kind of a quiet.
Yeah, Jacob Frank and all that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no, well, but the thing that I think, because that's something that people will encounter very, very quickly in doing some of this research, is the Sabbateans and the Frankists afterwards. And that's certainly a serious issue. But it's the more I look at at this history from this lens of the occult, and how the occult has been at the heart of the creation and practice of the various intelligence agencies, the migration of imperial agencies from location to location. Obviously, you know, when Rome collapsed, a lot of the leading families, I mean, a couple of them might have like disappeared. You know, the patrician families, a lot of them stayed in power, but they migrated. Some of them stayed within Rome, tried to use and reconstruct the system of the demigod emperor in the form of the Pope, utilizing certain forgeries like the donation of Constantine that we later discovered was a forgery, which posits that it was like an apocryphal sort of story that Constantine gave the papacy full authority over the material domain, which also was the legal basis upon which the papal states were later on justified, as well as the spiritual domain. So again, they wanted to sort of use a new form of Roman emperor in that form for a while. And so some of the families stayed around Rome, tried to reconstruct it that way. Other families either, you know, moved their possessions, their assets as much as they could carry from the West into Constantinople. A lot of them, though, the most virulent ones that I could see that were carrying on the higher initiated rites of you know, the priesthood that controlled things like Mithra, the Mithraic cult, or the mystery religion, as well as Cybele and Attis. They migrated into Venice through a series of steps under certain Christian veneers, but not really. If you look at it, it was always satanic. And these are the same type of Satanists who were trying to destroy Christianity earlier on with the Gnostic Christians, synthetic sects that were created as sort of pseudo-Mithraic, pseudo-Sibelian sects before, you know, in the 2nd, 3rd century. And they were trying to destroy it from within, you know, like introducing like blood drinking, human sacrifice, things like that within their higher rites of initiation, which would then natural as saying, yes, we're doing the eating of the flesh of Jesus, and it's actual flesh. And, you know, like obviously this was horrific,
of course,
for the Roman population, where they're like, that's Christianity? Yeah, burn it. So, you know, you had this whole thing where the Roman people were being played against Christianity. Christianity at different times was being played by the various forces within the higher cults that often ran the most emperors and the legions, which were always members of the cult of Mithra. They were being played against the Jews at different times. The Jews were being played against the Christians at different times. The people, the masses who weren't on either side, were being played against both.
It's the British idea of divide and conquer, basically. And
well, yeah, it precedes the British Empire, and this is what took over the British Empire via the Venetian transit, where Venice was the pre-British Empire global system of evil. And at a certain point, when that became too weak, they had to migrate, transfer their institutions, their operating base to the British Isles and to Amsterdam. And this is what the founding fathers were fighting against, was this agency that by this time was manifesting in things like the Hellfire Club. You know, that was the entire British government were members of the Hellfire Club before and during the American Revolution. That was as one of the leading members had even said, where they were practicing within caverns, the catacombs, which is where the Mithraic ceremonies
underneath Rome, right?
Well, they still have them underneath Rome. There's about 600 that have been uncovered, excavated, that are all over Europe, into Russia, North Africa, even the Middle East, Syria. There's Mithraeum.
It's like
but
a
there was one also
society.
under. Yeah, it's like the Tunnel Society, where they do all their ritual. Yeah, and it could take on a This is where Francis Dashwood, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, had set up his catacombs under the I think it's Medmenham Castle, where Benjamin Franklin had to infiltrate and get intelligence back to Cotton Mather and the Patriots in America at the time, to get a sense of like, well, what is this thing that has outlets within America? Like Ben Franklin's older brother was running a chapter of the Hellfire Club in Boston, or is it Philadelphia now? I'm forgetting. Anyway,
I think it was Philadelphia.
Yeah, but you had like 13 of these chapters of the Hellfire Club in the 1720s, 1730s being set up across the colonies to bring in this Satanism. And so the satanic Gnostic ancient mystery cults they're highly adaptable. They can create ones with Kabbalistic Jewish flavor, with Christian flavor, with Muslim flavor. They know how to create cults. And then
Right.
what happens
Mm-hmm.
is that the people who get burned by their activity will then hate the form, that the package that they created, the Jewish package, the Christian package, the Muslim package, and they will not see that, no, this is actually all equally satanic mystery cults masquerading
Right, that they're all kind
as
of
the thing.
interconnected, and that they're going to
Yeah.
shift the blame onto actually the enemies of those cults. And I'd note that a lot of people who look at this sort of conspiracy, I think, probably accurately trace it back to Mystery Babylon and to the ancient idol worshiping cults that ran these societies, and that in the modern sense, Christianity, it may be in spite of these cults. I think in spite of these cults, has been a force of goodness in the world, because it teaches that the individual derives his rights from the Creator, and that Jesus is the intercessor, and that the Torah says that men and women are created in the image of God, and that we derive our rights from God, not from the state. So, in spite of their efforts at control, and it's a fascinating subject, and we need to keep an eye on it. They've set in motion ideas that they can't control, and I think that was also true of the founding of the United States. Because I wonder, when I see things like the all-seeing eye on the American seal, and the Hellfire clubs that you talk about. I mean, I think that there might have been an element of that kind of Masonic secretiveness that was part of the agenda of the founding fathers. Even, I don't know that, but either way, and even
here's what
maybe what? Yeah.
No. Well,
No, I
finish
was
your
just
thought, and
going
then
to.
I'll
I was
add a
just
thought on that.
yeah. I was just going to say that either way, whether or not they were part of any kind of conspiracy, maybe inadvertently, maybe deliberately, they set in motion an advance of individual freedom. And that's, in a sense, it was a further flowering of Christian culture, which was emanated from Jewish culture, which is that we derive our rights from the Creator and not from the state. Our rights are inherent, or natural rights, as some of the great Enlightenment figures talked about, and that the state is nothing more than an apparatus to protect those rights, and that it operates in a sense in a very strict paradigm, which is why we have a constitution. Anyway, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, look, the thing, I wrote a series of books called The Clash of the Two Americas, to try to make as transparent as possible my understanding of the United States as something very beautiful but unfulfilled, right? So that's why the first of the book of the series is the Unfinished Symphony, which I like as a metaphor, because it does get across. I selected that because it gets across a resolution to this false debate, where you either have people who absolutely love everything about America, and they are so willing to, they have a cognitive dissonance over even acknowledging any evil that was ever done by the United States, both as a Pax Americana empire that's overthrown something like 200 governments in the past 80 years,
Right.
to maintain a system of empire, a lot of evil, a lot of blood, a lot of unjust wars of the 18th century. So they can't see that, because they're so immersed within the exceptionalism of that mythos, or just the exceptional people. There's this superiority complex, which is dangerous when you let your mind go there. The other one is, the other grouping can only hate America, can only see the bad, can only see slavery, can only see hypocrisy. They can't see anything good. And it's like, what I try to do is both recognize the evil, because it's like, you got to, as an alcoholic, you got to first admit you got a problem, but you're trying to get back to your true self, right? And then also look at, well, where all of the points of wonderful goodness that emerged throughout the course of the past 250 years of the American experience. And so you can then get a sense that a lot of the evil was done or can be accounted for by this unrepentant British Empire and its apparatus, which never left after 1776. It has worked to corrupt the people, to corrupt the agencies, the agencies of control, and you could do the same thing for Masonry as well. So these more older institutions, because this is a new institution, right? America, but the older institutions, you know, I've got one of my friends, Gerald Therrien. He's writing a book right now on the clash of the two Britons, getting at the fact that before this parasite latched on and started taking over England, starting especially with Henry VIII and his Venetian advisors that induced him to create things like the Anglican Church with the hereditary bloodline as the new pope. This was a Venetian operation inside of England that derailed a lot of but there were a lot of very powerful, good people, like Thomas More, who got his head cut off.
Right.
Many other good Republican patriots within England, who have to be. We end up hating Britain so much that we forget, like a lot of American patriots, they despise Britain for all of its hypocrisy, pomp, and evil, and they forget, no, there's actually this current of goodness. William Penn, a lot of the reason why you have Pennsylvania is William Penn, who was he was anti-imperial. He had a very different idea of what empire meant based upon the common good, cultivating good relations with the natives and the settlers. And so this is where the American experience is largely, you could see it as the effect of a civil war within England. Is an English Civil War. The founding fathers were they saw themselves as British subjects.
Sure.
But they were representing the better traditions of Britain. Now, just so you know, same thing, Clash of the Two Britons, but same thing too for the Clash of the Two Masonries. Increasingly, what you see is that throughout history, in deep history, you have those who have, it appears, utilized the need for secrecy, but also the idea of within Masonry around there's certain common ideas that you kind of have to be stupid not to agree with, like a brotherhood of human beings. You know, there's a lot of very good things as an ideal, which are there. The idea that there is a law above and a law below, a law of man that has to accommodate the law of God, which is also an ideal within Masonry. But the problem is that these satanic mystery cults also have utilized Masonic agencies, right? Especially the Rosicrucians that took over, created the modern British Masonry and a lot of the lodges. But you have on the one hand, and I got this originally, this idea that hasn't been proven wrong, from Lyndon LaRouche originally in 1978 or 79. He wrote a paper on the secrets known only to the inner elites. And his thesis was solid. It was provocative. And I like I said, I haven't been able to disprove this. But on the cover of this magazine called The Campaigner, there's like Aristotle and Plato, being ripped apart, and they're in a disputation from the school of Athens.
Right.
And he makes the point that you have the Platonists and the Aristotelian or Neoplatonists as two opposing schools expressing themselves throughout the institutions historically, so oftentimes within Masonic organizations, lodges. And on the one hand, one could be considered the nation builders, the city builders.
Right.
That goes back to Solon, who studied in Egypt at the Temple of Ammon. Moses was also in Egypt, and if you were from a noble family within the Egyptian upper class, you would have gotten a sort of experience going through the mystery schools in some degree, but not all. But also Plato and Pythagoras also studied in Egypt, probably the Temple of Ammon at the time before it became totally corrupt, which would have been a place where, as Friedrich Schiller got at it in an essay, or actually it was a lecture in 1793 or 1791 on the mission of Moses. He's doing an analysis in this lecture on universal history and the corruption of Masonry, but how originally one could have seen how the idea of one creator, one cause, as subsuming all other pantheistic or polytheistic considerations of many creators, good and evil, which was dominant in the pre-monotheistic world, that would have emerged easily when if you had like looking at the pyramid of Giza, for example, it's an observatory. It's tuned to the cycles of the precession of the equinox, to the solstice, to a variety of things. But the idea that when you look at the night sky, that there is like one harmony of the night sky. You could follow the stars, you could follow their cycles over the course of a year, over the course of many years, and you could start seeing that there's this unifying principle, which would have been very heretical and dangerous to just come out in a polytheistic world and say, oh yeah, there's only one cause of all of this. That's, all of your sacred myths are actually wrong because there's one God, not many gods. That will get you killed. So the need to put or to have sort of rites of initiation would have lawfully have emerged in order to vet people. You can't just jump from grade 1 to grade 10. You're expected to make certain discoveries along the way before you can understand. Yeah, exactly. But then with secrecy comes corruption as well, easily, because now you have the seeds of power where you can just add more degrees. You can start adding more coloring to the sacred stories that then are more beneficial to maintaining power than to actually helping people attain higher knowledge, which philosopher kings must. So you could see that there would be these things. And the last thing I would say, there's evidence of massive battles within lodges throughout history, and especially the time of the 18th, 19th century.
Right.
There were hundreds of different lodges, and there were life and death battles between factions on the one hand who believed that man is God, that at the end of the day, we are God. And by the way, God is evil. And we're made in the image of that evil God, and we are thus that God.
that's the Sabatian theory, and it's also the roots of Marxism, I would note. And I think that what you're describing regarding the difference between Plato and Aristotle, that was also articulated by Ayn Rand. That was one of her basic theories, that Plato was the author of the Republic. It was a hyperstate that would have complete order and control over who lived and who died. I mean, in the ancient Greek society, a baby would be, after the baby was born, you'd have a group of judges decide whether that baby was going to live or die, and if it was going to be utilized by the state. And if it was decided the baby would die, they'd put it off on the side of a mountain. And that ultimately people would grow up to either be soldiers, merchants, they would it was a total state control. And that Ayn Rand's theory is that is really the progenitor to communism, whereas Aristotle believed in the primus mobile, the creator of the universe, although she was a radical atheist, putting that aside, that there's one source of reality, one creator of the universe, and that the individual answers to that creator and not to the state.
Well, there's a problem in that. I partially agree with her and I partially don't, because on the one hand, Plato is exposing people. Often they mistake what he's doing in the Republic and they treat it like he's offering a prescription of what we should all be doing, which is not what he's doing. He's exposing the actual, he's saying the quiet part out loud, the thing you're not supposed to say. He's telling you exactly all of the oligarchy's techniques of control, what model they're using, how they work. And he's writing this as well for his academy, for his students, who he's trying to create philosopher kings and advisors to philosopher kings. So he's creating an exercise for his students to think through political intelligence and how to actually understand evil, how to understand the oligarchy. And the Ayn Rand ignores the preamble of that whole dialogue of 13 books or 12 books, which is book 1 with his battle on justice with Thrasymachus versus Socrates, where he proves, that the Hobbesian might makes right of Thrasymachus is incompetent and not the way to organize society. Right. And then he takes you through a bunch of exercises. The other thing on Aristotle, so Plato's exposing the methods of the evil, which is why you'll always find that the best fighters of the satanic faction of the oligarchy throughout history are always Platonists. They're using the Platonic method. And the thing about Aristotle, his idea of prima mobile, because Plato had his own prima mobile too in the Timaeus and in the Phaedo dialogue on the immortality of the soul and on the nature of the creator. Plato's is a highly active creative force, like a god that is both supramundana, but also mundana. So both through the world, but also not contained by the laws necessarily of the world, but both, and is present in every moment, in every part of the universe that is creation, that is harmonic, reasonable, good, and loving. Whereas the Aristotle prima mobile is the unmoved mover, the creator that created the world, but is now made the world so perfect that the creator is now incapable,
is outside of the world
to have any
It's
influence.
kind of like
exactly.
it's kind of like deism, and also ultimately the Aristotelian idea was synthesized with the Judaic idea that God is the author of moral and ethical reality and a moral and ethical code. And that was synthesized mainly in the Gospel of John, which is, of course, the fourth book of the New Testament, where he talked about logos, which, of course, is a description of the order of society, the order
Yeah.
of the universe. That
Right.
that basically was merged with the Greek concept. But to bring things up in terms of Masonry, my understanding is that it was infiltrated by the Illuminati of Adam Weishaupt in the 1780s, once his secret society, which emanated out of the University of Ingolstadt in Munich, was exposed by Bavarian authorities, and that the idea that he was into was this idea of ultimately abolishing all clerisy and all sovereignty and creating this kind of international ant colony or whatever. And whatever, like kind of where people would be semi-lobotomized and we would all be part of a cog in a wheel. And that George Washington was alerted to this by a preacher in Boston by the name of Schneider, who said, "Are you aware that the Illuminati might have infiltrated your lodge in Alexandria, Virginia?" And Washington sent him back a letter saying, "I am aware of the Illuminati, and I do not believe that they're here. They did not infiltrate my lodge." And it's actually a letter that is on display at the Masonic Lodge in Alexandria, Virginia today. So this is history. But the point is that Masonry played, I think, generally a positive role in the founding of the United States. And the question is that even if it didn't, the positive ideas of it were embraced by average citizens to such a degree that this internationalist-oriented, illuminated, if you will, establishment, however you want to describe it, they've not been able to really control the high ground. They maybe have tried, but they have to operate within the societies that they function and conform themselves to those societies. And in the case of the United States, they've not been successful so far.
Yeah. Well, okay. So there's a point that ties in both with the previous thought and this one. Aristotle, Plato, and this thought regarding the manifestations of the different dynamics within opposing lodges. So one thing I forgot to mention regarding Aristotle within his politics is the concept that within natural law, we have to presume that there are masters and slaves. So built into natural law and the fabric thus of human social organization, we have to presume, because in Aristotle's world, his logic is, well, there are slaves now. There are people who are thus, he says, born slaves, and people who are born masters, at which we have to presume as an immutable fact of creation, which will always be as a universal. Now that right there is toxic and poison. If we make that a rule, right? Like it's like Marx coming out saying, well, because there is injustice and social turmoil of the proletariat and those who control capital, that is an immutable fact. The class
Eventually,
struggle
it was proven to be not so. But I would just only note that in Aristotle's time, slavery was the economic system. I mean, most people were at some level slaves, as opposed to free laborers. And so we would have to look at it in the context of the times. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. I mean,
yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? So like the idea that you would make it a general universal law is very dangerous, versus simply recognizing that, okay, we're addicted to this practice, though it's like the founding fathers, like they agreed, at least when they were setting up the new nation, that, okay, this is ultimately wrong. The British got us addicted to this form of economic wiring, because slavery was in America, not because the Americans like voted and wanted slaves. It was like
It was
from
it was
an early
imposed on
period.
America by the British.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, the British
even
Africa Company was
yeah.
dumping slaves in from the Portuguese. You know, I mean,
Oh yeah.
it was, and then they were addicted to it. Like it's like you were born
Exactly.
to an addiction, and there was an understanding that okay, we have to wean ourselves off of this because all men really are created equal. So they were like, okay, within 20 years, we're gonna act upon this agreement now, this contract to stop importing new slaves. We're gonna make this illegal, and already, I think half the states or new colonies were already in agreement. We're gonna not have this at all.
That's right.
So everybody it was on the way out, and there was a lot of effort to get the addict back into the drug, and that was like a lot of the opium slave running families that became
literally, yeah, that's right. What the British India Company did to China. Right, I mean, the opium
exactly.
wars,
It all
opening the thing
exactly.
up.
It all played into that.
A lot of big merchants in the establishment in Boston made a lot of money from that. You know, like
yeah,
the
and their
Perkins
families
family
became
and whatnot.
These are the junior aristocratic families modeling themselves off of the British high ethic that have their little castles and in they have their little manors in England as well, and they try to model their accents off of the British.
Oh yeah, they were
aristocratic.
very anglophile.
Super
in
Anglophile.
Boston,
Yeah, the Pilgrim Society it comes out of this whole thing that interfaces with the Round Table movement in America, the CFR. So all that stuff. All that to say, so Aristotle's position on slavery is really gross, and his idea also of the tabula rasa, that we're born with as a blank slate, later taken up by John Locke, who, by the way, also was a director for the British Royal Africa
is that right?
Company. Yeah,
well, he said
John Locke.
Everyone, life is short and brutish, I think was his quote.
Yeah, no, he was a high-level British imperialist who really despised the idea that all men are created equal, made in the living image of God. He was not on that board. He was on the other side, and that's why he was more than happy. Also, helping write legislation that banned the development of manufacturing in the colonies in the early 1800s. So John Locke we've been lied to by the myth makers who've taken over control of our society to have us believe that British imperial blank slaters who promoted slavery were the inspiration for the American founding fathers, which is not true. There were some founding fathers who, like Locke, like Jefferson, who had a problem with his love of slavery, which he did have a problem with that. But he was not a mover of the process. He was somebody who was kind of like his foot was had 2 feet in two worlds.
And at the end of the day, he was a patriot, even though he was.
At the end of the day, he was a patriot, right?
He still had some of these agrarian imperialist approaches, and a lot of his battle with Hamilton was based on that. But I want to bring things up to the nationalist movement, which is the most, I think, progressive movement men.
Oh, wait, but the Illuminati thing. So just quick, before you do the nationalist thing. So, so the thing that I've noticed so far is that, well, one, the big purge of American lodges, like the patriotic lodges, happened through a Masonic operation in the 1820s that lasted until the 1840s. It was a while. It was a huge all-out war.
Was this to do with Albert Pike?
Albert Pike did play a role in this, and in his Morals and Dogma, he speaks quite favorably upon this, actually.
Right.
But there's a guy named William Morgan. You hear about William Morgan?
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, he was the assassination or the disappearance of Morgan led to the Anti-Masonic Party that was headed by John Quincy Adams, who wrote some incredible documents railing against it.
Well, I have, Quincy Adams' writings on it. I think he got pulled into something that he didn't fully understand, but it does seem to be that that was a coup of the most satanic evil of the lodges, and all of the patriotic lodges were almost totally annihilated throughout that process. And
in
only
upstate New
the
York.
Scottish Rite, yeah, exactly. And only the Scottish Rite with its northern and southern branch came out as the king of all lodges by the end of that process by the 1840s. They were the only ones to come out and dominate everything else. And all of the good ones, like that Henry Clay, the protectionists, the Whigs, the people that were fighting to get people like Zachary Taylor or William Harrison in power, they were wiped out. Now, the thing about William Morgan that I was noticing, because this is around the same time that you had British intelligence and there was this core Gnostic cluster of intel operatives that were working around the Archbishop of Canterbury in the 1820s to revive a Jesuitical thesis by, I forget his name all of a sudden. But there was this thesis that was put forth at the Council of Trent in the 1860s, 70s that was based upon an interpretation of end times theology or end times prophecy around this idea that it would accompany certain things like the convincing all the world Jewry to go to a certain place back in the Holy Land, the reconstruction of Solomon's temple. And if you do all of these things, then the end times will come in some cataclysm and something good will happen maybe afterwards, you know? So, but this is a Jesuitical thing that was part of a whole operation in the 16th century that was shady business. This thesis was forgotten mostly and then revived in a big way. It took on some weird forms with Oliver Cromwell, and his circle was infested by some of this stupidity. But then it came back in a virulent way in the 1820s with the Aylesbury Conference in Britain. And Thomas Carlyle was a leading figure within this thing, and the idea was to create a massive surge of synthetic pseudo-Christian Gnostic cults. That you had the New Apostolic Church. You had. It seems like the Mormon groupings were brought into America through this process,
and they're very secretive. The Mormons.
Oh, highly, yeah. It's a Gnostic cult,
and I think that they also came about around the same time as Henry Morgan.
Oh yeah, and here's the thing. Here's where it gets weird, right? So Morgan, all of a sudden, he's never proven to die. What he does is he's a loudmouth who's got a really bad reputation as like a scam artist. He all of a sudden says, "Okay, by the way, I'm a Grandmaster Freemason. I went through all the rites of initiation, and I'm going to write a book exposing everything." And he's really loud everywhere he goes. He can't stop talking about that. And right there, that's a bit weird. Now that being said, the press agencies are covering him like they're making him like a star, and all of a sudden he disappears. He doesn't like, nobody knows where he is. So obviously he's dead, right? That's the thesis everyone says. Now he's dead. Now I'm not convinced he died. I think the whole thing was a theater. What happens immediately?
He went to Canada, right?
Maybe.
Yeah,
maybe. Canada plays a weird role in this whole thing,
sure.
But I think he probably went to a Mormon commune, because the Mormons were also gearing up to do their own civil war in America. They had their whole like little war,
with
the federal
Missouri.
government.
Yeah.
And they had their whole idea of Zion as well, in America as the Garden of Eden, sort of. It's weird, but all that to say, and it's an alien cult too. They believe that God lives on Cobol, but
right.
All that to say, yeah, and we all get a planet if we're part of the higher initiated class within the Mormon groupings, because there's lower and higher, like an exoteric and esoteric schooling within Mormonism, and if you're part of the upper class, then you get your own planet apparently. All that to say, so this initiates this massive crackdown, right? Like everybody's going ballistic on the Masons are evil, and everything is oversimplified, and you can't, like, all the lodges get hammered. Henry Clay, the Whigs, who are many of them are operating through the lodges, get hammered. Now Morgan, his wife, immediately becomes, of all of the people in America, she goes to a Mormon commune and becomes one of the wives of Joseph Smith. She becomes a Smith wife immediately.
And which I think he had like almost a harem of wives.
He had a harem. He had his harem.
He did.
And sort of Brigham Young. But so she becomes a Smith wife.
Okay.
And then what's really weird is, like, 18 years later, so for some people within the Mormon practice, you do a baptism after somebody dies, right? Not for everybody, but for some people.
Right.
The Mormons end up they do a baptismal ceremony for William Morgan. 18 years after he supposedly died in 1826.
That's very telling.
Yeah. So, and this thing's just coming out on so many levels. So now at this point, and then Albert Pike later on writes in his Morals and Dogma, of what a positive thing this whole anti-Masonic movement was. And he's talking about how the dupes and the fools on the lower levels will do things that actually will benefit those higher Luciferians that are in the know.
Not to throw another log on the fire, but this is also around the time that Andrew Jackson suspended or refused to renew the charter for the Second Bank of the United States, which is a whole big subject. We're kind of reaching toward the end of the show, so I want to, and there's so much, we're just getting started.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like amazing. I mean, you are like a walking encyclopedia. I mean, it's incredible, your knowledge and your synthesis of stuff. It's great.
Well, thanks,
I'd like
man.
to have you back and do regular programming here. But I want to talk about Zionism and nationalism a little bit, because that's one of the topics in my book. The nationalist movement was, I think, the most progressive in history. It was the ability of a group of people to control their own lives and destinies through the establishment of governments and nation states by which people would share certain commonalities of culture, language, faith, and other aspects, and that they would then have this kind of sovereignty and be able to exercise that kind of control. That's what Zionism is for the Jewish people. And I know there's a lot of conspiracy theories around it as being some kind of a world control thing. And you've got this complete misinterpretation of this concept in Judaism of the chosen people, which is in a way the same misinterpretation that Americans have of manifest destiny. That's not the purpose of the idea. The idea of the chosenness is that the Jews were called at the foot of Sinai to serve God, not to control anyone, not to control man, but to take on an extra layer of responsibility, things like, dietary laws and rituals, so that they could be closer to God, so that they could raise their spirituality and thus be an example to all of mankind. And that, in a sense, if you look at the Jewish history, the Jews have always bucked establishments, and they've always been very individual oriented. They've prized education and family and moral values. And Zionism has been a thread that's run through Jewish history. I get into every century how Jews have tried to reassert control over that miserable piece of beachfront that we call Israel. And why God chose that, who knows? That's a question that's beyond my pay scale, but that's what we were commanded to do in the Torah. Nothing more and nothing less. Take possession of that tiny strip of territory between the river and the sea, as the Palestinians like to say, except obviously for the Jewish people. And I think there's been, does Israel have a deep state? Yes. Israel knows how to play ball with the deep staters. They always did. They know how to get benefits from the Rothschild family. They knew how to play ball with all of these, the Rhodes Roundtable people. But the only difference, and it's bad, and some of the stuff they did is very unsavory even to this day. But the only difference I would make is that their goals are very modest. It's to preserve that tiny speck of land, that society that they've built there, against what I would argue are genocidal forces. And if you look at Israel today, they have created this dynamic nationalist entity that's both spiritual and political. And that if the Arab street would wake up and realize that they should do the same in their own countries rather than focus on this irrational hatred of Israel, then they would have independent, sovereign societies. And I get into the history of how originally the Arab leaders wanted to do this with Israel and how they were subverted by this internationalist order. Anyway.
Well,
thank you for
what I
humoring
would
me.
say,
Yeah.
What I would say, there was Yossi Beilin, the former justice minister, gave an interview in, I think it was 2003. I want to say, when he was trying to revive an Oslo II that had been derailed earlier in the 90s. through the murder of Rabin. And I think Yasser Arafat hadn't been killed yet, but there was a grouping that did forensic analysis upon his bones that were exhumed and proved that there was polonium poisoning there. So it seems like Arafat's death also wasn't so natural. Obviously, Yitzhak Rabin being murdered it destroyed a lot of potential. And it wasn't, people are like, oh, it was obviously, terrorists. And it's like, well, it's crazy ass Rabbi Cook follower.
No, look, these things don't happen by
yeah.
accident. I get that.
And Yossi Beilin, the point he made is, look, we wanted to create a homeland, a sanctuary for Jews to be safe, not a new Masada cult. And I thought that was an important lesson, because he is, as well as Yitzhak, his former boss and friend, was aware that there was this blood and soil cult that had been incubated throughout the century, and was very, very dangerous if that got out of hand.
Okay.
And remember I was saying that there could be a book on the clash of the two Britons, or the clash of the two Englands, there could be a clash of the two Zions too, I think, there's this important need to map out the structure of the occult satanic agencies masquerading as Judaism. And I believe that Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, from all of my analysis of this character, was a Satanist, the worst kind of Kabbalist. Not I believe that there's a school of good Kabbalism. I'm open to that, but this guy he might
have been a follower of Shabtai Zvi, possibly.
I'm feeling like it smells like it, and that's why the British Empire installed him in 1919 as the lead rabbi of Ashkenaz Jews in Palestine, and and they also co-installed Haj Amin at the same time,
exactly,
which was
it's classic British policy of picking the radicals on both sides to control the argument.
Exactly. And if in my mapping of things, when I look at these different, like Jabotinsky was brought in first. He was working with Trotsky directly in Ukraine and Russia as part of this whole Wall Street, color revolutionary operation to undermine Russia and the Romanovs and the broader global dynamic that Russia was participating in, as far as like setting up the stage for a world of cooperation based on American system practices of Russian versions of greenback, state banks, protectionism, building rail industrial corridors to elevate people from being serfs to becoming like active participating citizens with minds. So that was going on in Russia. That had to be undone. So
that was already. Let me just interrupt. I mean, you're right that under the last Romanovs, Russia, there was a middle class emerging, and that they were moving, I think, rapidly toward a truly great sovereign state, and it was undone by this conspiracy to by the Bolsheviks, so called.
Yes. So all that to say, like looking at the different, so you had Parvis, Alexander Helfand Parvis, who on the one hand was one of the trio working with Trotsky, setting up things like the Young Turks, operating through a Mazzini Lodge run by Mazzini's grandson at the time in Cyprus, which managed a big chunk of the Young Turk operation to destabilize Russia's underbelly before World War I even started, and set the groundwork, utilizing as well what became Muslim Brotherhood operations, which is a Freemasonic lodge as well, and fusing money and drugs from his controllers down into that zone. Then on the other hand, you had Jabotinsky doing something kind of similar, trying to like model himself off of a fascist structure of Mussolini's Italy, which what's his name, David Ben-Gurion called Jabotinsky Vladimir Hitler for a reason, because he was, you look at what the ear gun and the was doing, along with Rabbi Kook's operatives. They were pushing a very Ubermenschen mode of organizing society, and at different times would carry out mass atrocities against the Arabs who've been living there, and at different times Haj Amin was inducing useful idiots to carry out massive atrocities against Jews. And again, they just wanted to incubate eye for an eye type of baggage, which they've been able to successfully do for a century. So we've been played a lot. And that's my whole point, is that whenever I speak to an Arab audience or a Jewish audience or a Christian audience, I'm always trying to get people to appreciate how we've all been played by the same satanic force of ancient mystery cults at the end of the day that we have to be aware of.
And
have
identify.
that conversation first, and then it'll yeah, exactly.
No, I make the same point in my book, and I just would note that Zionism itself is an organic, dynamic movement. I mean, in the same way that the American movement, the Patriot movement, was such, and that you always have these people, and as you point out, that are at very high levels, who are involved with interconnecting secret societies all around the world, who try to manipulate it for their own agendas. And all sides are hurt by that. Obviously, certainly that's the case with Israel and Palestine.
Mm. So, well, love God, love your fellow man, the golden rule. I mean, to the degree that we live our lives that way and we organize our laws, then I think that whatever nations we create gain legitimacy in what the Chinese call the mandate of heaven.
Mm-hmm.
To the degree that we're defiant of those principles of God's law, and then we lose the mandate to have validity to our nation and ourselves. So if we uphold those principles, we're good. We're good. We can fight the oligarchy, and whether it's Israel or the USA we authenticity and a legitimate right to be a true nation in the Brotherhood of Nations, and if not, we can all become corrupt as well. So it's the moral mandate is on all of us to maintain that morality in our worlds. So that's my position on the whole thing.
And I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's our job to try to use our agency to expose and identify the nature of this general conspiracy, this evil conspiracy, what Whittaker Chambers called this conspiracy of gentlemen. Basically, it's not necessarily that they're not all sitting around in a smoke-filled room somewhere plotting. They all don't necessarily agree with each other. In fact, some of the biggest wars have been between the rivalries within this conspiracy, but they all possess and they advocate an unnatural agenda, one that undermines the idea of man as created in the image of God and answering to God. Anyway, Matt, Eric, right. I want to thank you for joining me. What a great conversation. Please listen, this is amazing. Please let my listeners and viewers know where they can find out information about you and about where you do your thing.
Sure, yeah. Okay, so they can go to CanadianPatriot.org for my more geopolitical history stuff. It's not just me. I mean, it's a web platform I've made back in 2012. Also, all of my books are available for purchase, easy to find on there. And our new videos, we've been doing documentary films now for about a year and a half, and that's going well. So we always make those free for people to watch and share. The RisingTideFoundation.net is more educational, cultural warfare stuff that I set up with my wife, who's the president back in 2019. So that's what we do: weekly meetings, seminars, study groups of original texts. We just did Rabbi Philo of Alexandria's.
Oh yeah, sure.
On creation.
Excellent.
And now we're currently reading some Plato. So if people want to get involved with that, send us an email at info@risingtidefoundation.net. And lastly, Substack. So sort of what's saved us financially speaking, since a lot of
the demonetizing,
our
right?
revenue's been exactly.
Yeah, we've all had that.
Has been Substack.
Sure.
Yeah, we've all experienced that. So Substack's good, and there's free and paid upgrades, and that's MatthewArrett.substack.com.
All right, Matt. Listen, it's been a great pleasure and honor, and I hope you come back sometime, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz, welcome to the program, part of my ongoing series on history issues. We are joined by David T. Beato. He is the author of The New Deal's War on the Bill of Rights, The Untold Story of FDR's Concentration Camps, Censorship, and Mass Surveillance. Dr. Beato is he is a research fellow at the Independent Institute and professor emeritus at the University of Alabama. He received his PhD in history at the University of Wisconsin. He's the author of T.R.M. Howard, Doctor, Entrepreneur, and Civil Rights Pioneer, and From Mutual Aid to the Welfare State, Fraternal Societies and Social Services, 1890 to 1967, among other works. David, thanks for joining me this afternoon.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to start with a quick thumbnail with regard to FDR, Franklin D. Roosevelt's administration, as the sort of not the originator, but certainly a catalyst for a move toward what we now have as obviously a surveillance state. You claim that he is really one of the architects that has led to the present situation. So let's give us a bit of an overview on that.
All right. Well, this Roosevelt is generally not associated with mass surveillance, and I think that that's partly because people are looking in the wrong places. They're looking at the FBI, for example, which during this period had, oh, I don't know, less than 200 phone taps on any given day. It had some unauthorized operations and so forth, but that doesn't really rise to the level of what we're familiar with today with mass surveillance. So what you need to look at is the role of a congressional committee that FDR was instrumental in creating. It was called the Black Committee. It was a U.S. Senate committee.
Hugo Black.
Hugo
right?
Black from my state, Alabama. Best known as a Supreme Court justice. However, at the time, he was best known as a populist, I guess you'd say, in a lot of ways. Very loyal New Dealer, very ruthless, very effective point man for Roosevelt in the U.S. Senate, and very partisan. So again, these are all labels that we wouldn't really associate with him on the court, but definitely was the case in his political career. Okay, well, Roosevelt is elected in 1932. He takes office in 33, and he's, people are supportive of him. But by 1935 or so, there is rising opposition. And this is reflected by elections. For example, the Republicans take control of the New York State Assembly. They win a lot of what you would call by-elections. Roosevelt has fallen in the polls. And again, these are credible polls, right? In fact, in 36, he is shown as losing in very credible polls. And this is believed by the administration that he's in trouble, or potentially that it could be a competitive race. Of course, it ended up being a landslide, but they didn't really know that was going to happen because things had changed. So basically, this concern leads to a view that, look, there's this criticism of the New Deal. There is a rising criticism of Roosevelt. We need to get a handle on this. And they start to open investigations with the hope of perhaps discrediting this opposition. And the idea they come up with in the administration is, well, let's investigate these groups, these anti-New Deal groups, as lobbies, because that's kind of a bad word, and so forth. So let's look at them as lobbies. So they set up a committee in the U.S. Senate. Again, the administration orchestrated this, and they orchestrated the appointment of the first chair of that committee, Senator Hugo Black, because he was regarded as very loyal to the New Deal. So Black begins the investigation of anti-New Deal organizations, and he has a very broad mandate because they say indirect or direct lobbying. So what would indirect lobbying be? Be what we're doing right now. Anything that could have an impact on ideas, on the political climate. So it's just about anything. So he calls in, Black calls in witnesses, and it doesn't always go well because a lot of these witnesses push back, compare them to the Soviet secret police, and it's not as effective. So
not
they
a good
come
look.
up with the idea of, what if we got a hold of their private telegrams, and we could bring them in, and then we'd have that information in front of us. Well, that's not easy, but there was a law. And this law required the telegraph companies, the big one, of course, was Western Union, but all of them had to keep copies of all telegrams. And these had been used for subpoena purposes in the past. If you had a specific case, like any other communication, you had to name the specific person and what you were searching for and all of that. But they went to Western Union. They tried to do end run around that, and the Black said, here's one thing he wanted. He said, I want all access to all private